Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 13 of the series. Chapter 770 Deducing the Principle of Time. 770 Deducing the Principle of Time. As the Universe Alliance released Alliance leader Lin Feng's universal bounty, it indeed shook the universe. Right now, Lin Feng's status was very different. He had a series of titles such as the Universe Supremacy, the strongest person in the universe, the strongest being in the history of the universe, the one with the greatest chance of transcendence, and so on. Without a doubt, the current Lin Feng was the ruler of the universe, who could dominate over everything. Hence, his universal bounty naturally shook the entire universe. From divine emperors to ordinary cultivators who had undergone 1 or 2 life transitions, everyone began to pay attention to a type of small, sacred stone. Even the appearance of the sacred stone of anathema spread throughout the entire universe. Countless battles and tragedies, and even bloody massacres, had been triggered in order to compete for such sacred stones, even similar stones. Lin Feng was also responsible for all of this. He received all kinds of sacred stones one after another. Unfortunately, while they were very similar to the sacred stone of anathema fragments, they were not the sacred stone of anathema. The Universe Alliance's influence spanned the entire universe. Hence, Lin Feng naturally knew all kinds of battles and killings in the universe caused by the universal bounty. However, he could not stop the bounty, because he understood that the entire origin universe was facing danger now. If he did not find the sacred stone of anathema as soon as possible, he would not be able to comprehend the principle of time, and could not transcend. If the true form of that chaotic life form descended into the universe, the entire universe would be destroyed. However, very few people in the universe knew about the descent of the chaotic life form and the cosmic crisis now. Apart from Lin Feng and Langda, there wasn't a third individual who knew the entire secret. Perhaps some divine emperors would have some guesses, but those would only be guesses. Lin Feng had never revealed any information. Many divine emperors wanted to ask about that giant claw back then, but Lin Feng only smiled and did not respond directly at all. After all, even if it was announced, what good would it do the universe? It would probably only cause panic, and even divine emperors were no exception. Faced against chaotic lifeforms, the number of divine emperors was useless. Forget about hundreds of divine emperors, even if tens of thousands of divine emperors attacked together, they would only be ants that could be casually crushed by the chaotic lifeform. They would pose no threat at all. Hence, Lin Feng alone had to know this secret. He did not know when the next descent of the chaotic lifeform would be, but he knew that he did not have much time left. He had to find the sacred stone of anathema, but he also could not stop comprehending principles. He had already comprehended 2,000 principles, and could comprehend one principle almost every day. But even so, he still had not comprehended all the principles in the entire universe. Lin Feng had to make preparations on both sides. If he could not find the sacred stone of anathema fragment, he could still rely on the principles he had comprehended to deduce the principle of time, and see if it would work. Time passed quickly. 1 year, 2 years, almost 3 years later, Lin Feng finally comprehended all the principles in the universe. There were a total of 2,999 principles. Lin Feng could no longer comprehend any principles. Legend had it that although there were many principles in the universe, there were only a total of 3,000 principles. From the looks of it, the rumors were not groundless. There were 2,999 principles. If there was a principle of time, wouldn't it be exactly 3,000 principles? However, without comprehending the principle of time, Lin Feng still could not transcend. In the past 2 years, even though a bloodbath had occurred in the universe and countless rocks similar to the sacred stone of anathema had been found, they were all ordinary rocks, and not the sacred stone of anathema. Lin Feng knew that it would probably not be so easy to find the remaining 2 fragments of the sacred stone of anathema in a short period of time. In fact, it might never be found. However, without the sacred stone of anathema, Lin Feng could still use the principles to deduce the principle of time. He could use the 2,999 principles he had comprehended to deduce the principle of time. This was also why Lin Feng would race against time, and did not give up on comprehending the principle every minute. Then let's begin. Lin Feng took a deep breath and adjusted his state. Deducing the principle of time was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Even Lin Feng was not confident at all, but he had to deduce it. It was because this was the only hope. Boom. As Lin Feng began to deduce the principle of time, the principle of life began to appear in the cosmos, followed by the principle of space. These were two of the three basic principles in the universe. Boom. 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 Principles constantly manifested in the cosmos. Principle of destruction, principle of killing, principle of tides, principle of fire, principle of storm. Every manifestation of a principle would shake the cosmos, alarming countless cultivators. Even divine emperors looked at the cosmos. At the location of the Universe Alliance in surprise. 1 principle, 2 principles, 3 principles, 4 principles, 5 principles. Countless principles. There were really countless principles. If there were only 1 or 2 principles, perhaps divine kings, divine venerables, and even divine emperors would not pay much attention to them. However, 10 or 20 of them were already eye-catching. As for the hundreds or thousands of principles, they could only be shocked. How can there be so many principles? Heavens, incredible, truly incredible. All the principles in the universe must be gathered here, right? This is an opportunity, an incredibly huge opportunity. With so many principles manifested, if I can comprehend 1 or 2, won't I be able to master principles? That's the cosmos at the Universe Alliance headquarters. Could it be the universe supremacy? Other than the universe supremacy, who else can comprehend so many principles? Hundreds of principles had gathered in the cosmos. Such a huge commotion had alarmed countless powerful entities. Even divine emperors who were still slumbering would immediately wake up. No one had ever been able to comprehend hundreds of principles, let alone thousands. Some attentive cultivators counted the principles carefully. There were actually a total of 2,999 principles. This also meant that the universe supremacy, Lin Feng, had actually comprehended 2,999 principles. How terrifying was this number? If a cultivator, even a divine emperor, had suddenly comprehended so many principles, the other divine emperors would probably all attack together. This was because there must be a shocking secret in it. However, the one who comprehended the principles was the universe supremacy, Lin Feng, the ruler and strongest being in the universe. Who would dare to be impudent? They did not even develop any greed. Lin Feng's strength was already known to all. In front of Lin Feng, even the other universe supremacies who had dominated various eras were probably not much better than other divine emperors. How could the title of the strongest supremacy in the history of the universe be undeserved? No one dared to covet the secrets of Lin Feng. They were more curious. What was Lin Feng trying to do by suddenly manifesting so many principles? There are so many principles. Why is the principle of time the only one missing? The principle of time. That's right. The most mysterious principle of time is indeed missing. Among the 3,000 principles in the universe, there are 2,999 principles manifested now. The only one missing is the principle of time. Once one comprehends it, his principles will be consummate. Could the supremacy be deducing the principle of time? Many divine emperors were stunned. The principle of time. Lin Feng was deducing the principle of time. They even thought of the transcendence technique Lin Feng had imparted. Didn't it require comprehending the 3 principles of time, space, and life? Now that there were so many principles, there was only one principle missing. Transcendence. The supremacy is already seeking transcendence. Some divine emperors deduced Lin Feng's goal. For a moment, the gazes of countless divine emperors gathered here. Perhaps they were about to witness the birth of the first transcendent in the entire origin universe. Or perhaps, it would be another failure. Chapter 771, 771 Chaotic Lifeforms Descending into the Universe. 771 Chaotic Lifeforms Descending into the Universe. While countless eyes were focused on the Universe Alliance headquarters and Lin Feng was very calm. Just as those divine emperors had speculated, he was indeed deducing the principle of time. As the principles manifested one after another, the cosmos shook. In the dark, it was as if an invisible force was brewing. Lin Feng did not use the miniature eye of the universe, because there was no need. He was currently deducing the principle of time. He only needed to organize all the principles properly. Then, perhaps he would be able to find traces of the principle of time. 10 principles, 100 principles, 1,000 principles. When Lin Feng manifested 2,999 principles, the entire universe seemed to be under his control. The reason was very simple. The entire universe was actually composed of countless principles. Be it time, life, space, or all kinds of miraculous items, it was due to principles that everything was slowly derived and perfected, eventually forming a vibrant principle. After Lin Feng completely manifested 2,999 principles, he could clearly sense that he was still missing a principle, and that principle pointed straight at the principle of time. Eye of the universe. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The 2,999 principles instantly fused together. Boom. Lin Feng sensed that the entirety of time seemed to have changed. The entire universe seemed to have changed. Everything around him had become principles. The 2,999 principles represented everything. Lin Feng felt as if he had vaguely touched the principle of time, but it was only faintly discernible. It was as if there was a faint power blocking Lin Feng from touching the principle of time. After an unknown period of time, the miniature eye of the universe gradually dissipated. The 2,999 principles also disappeared. The entire universe returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Many cultivators who were paying close attention to Lin Feng's every move were at a loss. Had Lin Feng succeeded or failed? Supremacy must have failed, right? He comprehended 2,999 principles out of 3,000, but he's missing the most important principle. There's no hope of transcendence. The principle of time. Since ancient times, there has been no description, no trace, as if it doesn't exist. It's too difficult to comprehend it. Even someone with such aptitude as supremacy failed. Has supremacy really failed? Many cultivators still could not believe it, especially those divine emperors. Their faces were filled with disappointment. They had thought that they could personally witness the strongest supremacy in the universe in history transcend. Unfortunately, he still failed. He had failed before even beginning to transcend. The principle of time seemed to be the only obstacle stopping Lin Feng. Swoosh. Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked at the vast cosmos in the distance, but a complex look appeared in his eyes. You're stopping me. Why? Lin Feng muttered softly, his gaze seemingly very complicated. Could he not comprehend the principle of time? Actually, that was not necessarily the case. When Lin Feng used the 2,999 principles to deduce the principle of time just now, he had clearly found a clue. It felt as if he was about to deduce the principle of time. Unfortunately, his effort fell short at the final lap. Moreover, Lin Feng vaguely understood the reason. At every critical moment, there seemed to be a mysterious and powerful force that prevented him from deducing the principle of time. The principle of time was hazy and abstract. Although it was right in front of him, Lin Feng could never touch it. The key lay in the universe's will. That's right. When Lin Feng was deducing the principle of time just now, he had already sensed a faint will preventing him from touching the principle of time. This will seemed to be all-powerful, without any emotion or life. It was like a deity, mysterious, vast, and profound. There was even a sense of supremacy. The will of the universe. This was the will of the universe. The will of the universe was obstructing Lin Feng from comprehending the principle of time, but why was the will of the universe obstructing him? Lin Feng looked at the cosmos silently. He had once asked Langda if the will of the universe could be communicated with, but Langda said no. Just now, Lin Feng had also sensed the will of the universe. He had even tried to communicate with it. Unfortunately, there was no response. However, the will of the universe prioritized the absolute benefits of the universe. In other words, since the will of the universe prevented Lin Feng from comprehending the principle of time, it meant that the principle of time might be related to the secret of the universe. If one comprehended the principle of time, it was very likely that it would harm the entire universe. This way, it would probably become very difficult for Lin Feng to comprehend the principle of time. Using at least 2,999 principles to deduce the principle of time would not work. There's not much time left. I can only place my hopes on the sacred stone of anathema. Lin Feng shook his head. If he had more time, he could slowly try to communicate with the will of the universe, or deduce it again and again. He did not believe that he could not deduce the principle of time. Even the law of time would do. Unfortunately, he did not have much time left. Or rather, there was not much time left for the entire origin universe. One has to do their best, and leave the rest to fate. Lin Feng could do nothing. He had already thought of all the methods he could think of to comprehend the principle of time. There was nothing else he could do. He could only keep deducing, hoping to find an opportunity, and even hope to communicate with the will of the universe. He knew that this was very, very difficult, but he had to do it. In the chaos, where chaotic aura was ubiquitous, there was a massive chaotic life form. It had 3 heads that looked like wolf, tiger, and horse respectively. It had a pair of wings on its back, and sharp claws at its feet. This was a natural chaotic life form called AO. It had a bloodline inheritance in its body, and was a chaotic life form by nature. Once it reached adulthood, it would become a true chaotic life form. It was savage and enjoyed devouring the origin of universes. Hence, if it discovered an origin universe, it would definitely think of ways to break into the universe and devour the origin of the universe. Moreover, AO was extremely fast. In the chaos, there were many powerful chaotic lifeforms who were proud to tame the AO as their mounts. However, considering AO's extreme speed and its rarity, even if one was encountered, very few experts could subdue AO. After all, it was a true chaotic life form. AO had already discovered this origin universe for a long time. It tried to attack the origin universe by force twice, breaking the cosmic membrane each time. However, both times, it only extended a claw, and the will of the origin universe mobilized the power of the origin universe to repel it. AO was not very intelligent, but as an innate chaotic life form with a bloodline legacy, it still had a certain amount of intelligence. It was very angry that it had failed time and time again. Hence, this time, it was completely prepared. After it broke the cosmic membrane, it would definitely descend in its true form. At that time, could even the origin universe stop it? AO spread its wings, and its 3 heads roared at the sky, as if they were accumulating strength. Then, the head in the middle immediately opened its mouth and spat out a ball of flames. These were chaotic flames, which burned and dissolved everything. Even though it was AO's innate ability, it required years of accumulation before it could spit out a little chaotic flames. Hence, the AO was unwilling to use the chaotic flames unless absolutely necessary. But now, in order to completely break the cosmic membrane, it had no choice but to use the chaotic flames accumulated over the years. Boom. As the chaotic flames spewed out, the incomparably durable cosmic membrane instantly began to melt like ice under the sun. A huge hole was burned in the cosmic membrane. AO spread its wings and transformed into a stream of light, instantly flying into the universe from the chaos. At this moment, a chaotic life form descended into the universe. Chapter 772, 772 Succeed or Die Trying. 772 Succeed or Die Trying. Boom. As AO descended, the entire universe was shaken by the true chaotic life form. In the cosmos, a huge eye of the universe was formed immediately, and a terrifying power of principles was brewing. Boom. 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 In an instant, the power of the principles poured down. That was the power of the entire universe, blasting towards AO in a frenzy. Unfortunately, even the strongest eye of the universe in the origin universe seemed so helpless against a true chaotic life form, and its true form at that. Chaotic aura erupted wildly from AO's entire body as it resisted the bombardment of the eye of the universe head-on. Even though it caused some trouble for AO, it was only trouble. Gore. AO roared at the sky. Its 3 heads shook continuously. Then, it opened his mouth and spat a ball of chaotic flames at the giant eye of the universe. Boom. It was as if the cosmos had been pierced. This ball of flames blasted the eye of the universe apart. Countless principles wailed, echoing throughout the entire universe. At the Universe Alliance headquarters, Lin Feng deduced the principle of time again and again. Unfortunately, he failed again and again. There was always an invisible force blocking Lin Feng. That was the will of the universe. It obstructed Lin Feng again and again. Even though Lin Feng kept trying to communicate, it seemed to be useless. What exactly is the will of the universe hiding? What is it afraid of? Lin Feng was puzzled. As Lin Feng was deducing the principle of time, his 2,999 principles seemed to shake all of a sudden, and vaguely became chaotic. Lin Feng suddenly looked up. He sensed that at the end of the distant cosmos, an aura completely different from that of cosmic life forms soared, shaking the universe. The chaotic life form has descended. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. In the end, he could not comprehend the principle of time or transcend in time. A calamity had truly arrived. Langda. With Lin Feng's summon, Langda appeared outside the secret chamber. Master, a chaotic life form has descended. Shall we run quickly? Langda's entire body was trembling. As a dignified half-chaotic life form, he was actually so cowardly. Run. My home is in the origin universe. How can I run? Let's go. We have to face it no matter what. This is a calamity. No one can escape. Lin Feng grabbed Langda and took a step forward, instantly entering the spatial passage. A calamity. It's a calamity. A chaotic life form. A life form from the chaos has invaded our universe. It's too strong, too strong. As AO descended, many divine kings, divine venerables, and divine emperors sensed it immediately. After all, they had all comprehended principles. When the principles shook all of a sudden, as if they were wailing, they naturally felt it. Or rather, this was the will of the universe. Through the principle of the universe, it intentionally allowed divine kings, divine venerables, and divine emperors to sense the threat. The will of the universe required the help of many divine kings, divine venerables, and divine emperors. Hence, some divine kings, divine venerables, and divine emperors rushed over immediately. However, even though they rushed over immediately, they could only watch helplessly as this terrifying chaotic life form wreaked havoc. This was because no one could resist it. Even when divine emperors tried to attack, they were killed by a casual strike from the chaotic life form. Moreover, the ball of flame spat out by the chaotic life form was even more terrifying. If anyone came into contact with even a little of it, even a divine emperor could not resist it, and would be instantly reduced to ashes. The seemingly infinitely huge combat bodies of divine kings, divine venerables, and divine emperors were useless against this true chaotic life form. A calamity. This was a monstrous calamity that swept through the entire universe. Only the supremacy can contend with it. Where is the universe supremacy? It's impossible for the universe supremacy not to know about such a huge commotion. Could he still be in seclusion? Previously, the supremacy was deducing the principle of time. He has probably already reached the critical moment. If this chaotic life form had arrived a little later and allowed the supremacy to comprehend the principle of time and attempt to transcend, he might have been able to resist this chaotic life form. As for now, the reason why supremacy is so anxious to deduce the principle of time is probably because he already knew about this calamity. At this moment, the first person many cultivators thought of was the universe supremacy, Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng was currently the Universe supremacy, the strongest individual in the universe. Apart from Lin Feng, who could contend with this terrifying chaotic life form. Those divine emperors who dominated the universe and dominated the ages could not withstand a single blow from the chaotic life form. Buzz. Suddenly, spatial ripples appeared in the cosmos. Immediately after, a familiar figure stepped out of the spatial passage. The universe supremacy is here. Someone discovered Lin Feng. Hence, many divine emperors and divine venerables flew towards Lin Feng one after another. Greetings, supremacy. Lin Feng shook his head. Why would he care about these empty formalities now? He immediately looked at the chaotic life form in the cosmos. It had 3 heads and a pair of wings on its back. Its body was not too big, and was about 1,000 meters in size. Before the combat bodies of many divine emperors, it was insignificant. However, such a tiny life form could easily defeat countless divine emperors and bring calamity to the entire universe. Even Lin Feng felt a strong threat. Langda, is this a chaotic life form? Lin Feng asked Langda. At this moment, Langda's face was pale. He almost cried as he said, Master, this is a true innate chaotic life form. Moreover, it's the AO, which has a trace of the bloodline of chaotic sacred beasts. It's savage, cunning, extremely fast, and enjoys devouring the origin of origin. Universes. We have actually encountered such a rare chaotic life form. Our luck. Langda truly despaired. The AO was also considered a rare and natural chaotic life form in the chaos. Once every AO appeared, it would even cause battles between some powerful chaotic life forms, just to capture the AO and use it as a mount. However, that only applied to those powerful chaotic life forms who could use AO as a mount. To some origin universes and ordinary half-chaotic life forms like Langda, AO was simply like a natural disaster. When he encountered one, he despaired. Hence, Langda was only filled with despair now. How could the AO have mercy on the origin universe, now that they've encountered it? No wonder the chaotic life form had tried to break the cosmic membrane and enter the origin universe time and time again. It turned out that it was a natural chaotic life form, the AO. AO. Lin Feng learned the name of this chaotic life form. He was also carefully observing this chaotic life form as the first chaotic life form to enter the origin universe. It would be a pity not to observe it carefully. Strangely enough, after this chaotic life form entered the origin universe, it did not take the initiative to attack the living beings in the universe, nor did it have any intention of destroying the entire universe. As long as no one took the initiative to provoke AO, it would be indifferent. There was a sound of wailing. The principles of the universe wailed, and the cosmos shook violently. The 3 heads of AO seemed to be devouring something, causing the entire universe to shake violently. Lin Feng even sensed that the power of the principles in the entire universe had even become very weak, and was constantly weakening. Langda, what is AO doing? Lin Feng vaguely sensed something. Master, AO likes to devour universe origins. It is devouring the universe origin. The universe origin. What will happen to the entire universe without it? Without the universe origin, the entire universe will collapse instantly, turning into a dead universe without any value. In other words, once the origin of the universe disappears, all life in the universe will die. That's right, everything will die. So, Master, we're finished. We're all finished. Lin Feng finally understood why this was a calamity, and why the will of the universe was indirectly summoning many divine kings, divine venerables, and divine emperors to resist the AO. The AO was devouring the origin of the universe. Once the origin of the universe was devoured, the entire universe would collapse completely, and there would be no more life. Hence, the principles were wailing, the cosmos was shaking, and even the will of the universe was fearful. Lin Feng could not sit back and do nothing, but could he resist this chaotic life form? Back then, Lin Feng had almost died when facing one of AO's claws. If not for the chaotic lotus seed in his body, Lin Feng would have died. Now that he was facing AO's true form, how could Lin Feng resist it? Transcendence. He had to transcend. Only a transcendent could resist a true chaotic life form. At this moment, as the principles were constantly weakening, forget about Lin Feng, even divine kings, divine venerables, and divine emperors who had comprehended principles could sense that the power of the principles was constantly weakening. The power of the principles represented the power of the universe. The universe was weakening, so the power of the principles was naturally weakening. There was not much time left for everyone in the universe. Swoosh! Lin Feng suddenly raised his head. He stared straight into the depths of the cosmos, at the manifested principles. At this moment, he seemed to feel the helplessness of the universe, and the fear of the universe's will. Giving me a chance is giving the universe a chance. Either I comprehend the principle of time, and I attempt to transcend, or the chaotic life form devours the origin of the universe, and the universe becomes completely dead. The choice lies with you, will of the universe. Lin Feng's voice echoed majestically in the cosmos, passing through countless principles and echoing into the depths of the universe. Communicating with the will of the universe was something Lin Feng had tried countless times, and also an incomparably insane thing. Previously, Lin Feng had never succeeded. The will of the universe was like an unfeeling program, and would not respond at all. However, just now, Lin Feng had clearly sensed the fear of the will of the universe. It turned out that the will of the universe could also feel fear. It was not like the unfeeling program that he had previously thought. Hence, Lin Feng was making one last attempt now. Lin Feng's voice spread throughout the cosmos, echoing for a long time. Lin Feng did not know if the will of the universe would respond, let alone if they could truly communicate. However, this was all he could do. All he could do was wait quietly. He would either succeed or die trying. Chapter 773, 773 The Voice of the Universe's Will. 773 The Voice of the Universe's Will. The divine emperors looked at Lin Feng, who was motionless, as if he was talking to himself. All of them fell silent. Even the universe supremacy was indifferent. Or rather, even the universe supremacy was not its match. What hope did they have? As for what Lin Feng was waiting for, they did not believe that the will of the universe would respond. If it could really respond, countless people had asked the heavens for help before, yet who had ever obtained its favor? Impossible. It was entirely impossible. Buzz. Ao opened its mouth and swallowed. The entire universe shook, and countless principles wailed. At this moment, Ao seemed to have swallowed another mouthful of the origin. The origin of the universe was damaged, and the power of all the principles continued to decline. Those divine kings, divine venerables, and even divine emperors could clearly sense that the power of the principles had already weakened to an extreme. It was as if the principles would collapse if it became any weaker. Without principles, how could there be divine kings and divine venerables? Although they still had their combat bodies, and even if the principles collapsed, it would not affect divine kings, divine venerables, and divine emperors much. The collapse of the principles meant the collapse of the universe. If even the universe had been destroyed, as life forms in the universe, how could they still remain unharmed? How could any eggs remain intact when the nest was overturned? Everyone revealed a trace of despair. Master, let's escape quickly. There's still hope. There's still hope. Do you see the huge hole in the cosmic membrane? If we're lucky and can charge out of the universe and enter the chaos, we might still have a chance of survival. Enter the chaos. Lin Feng did not answer. He had been waiting quietly. On the other hand, some divine emperors beside him had a thought and heard Lang Da's words. Hence, some divine emperors who did not want to die just like that suddenly charged towards the gap in the cosmic membrane. Thud. However, before they could charge out of the universe, they were killed by the Ao's claw. Although the Ao was not too intelligent, the nearby territory belonged to it. How could it allow others to enter its territory? No, I can't die. I still want to transcend. Another divine emperor frantically used countless avatars, trying to confuse Ao with avatars. Unexpectedly, this method was very effective. He abandoned most of the avatars. One of the avatars suddenly charged out of the gap and entered the chaos. Haha, chaos, I've entered the chaos. Ah. Impossible, how can this be? The Divine Emperor, who was lucky enough to enter the chaos, cried out in pain. Everyone saw very clearly that the massive body of the Divine Emperor was instantly drowned out by a massive amount of chaotic aura. After, there was no after. Dead. That Divine Emperor was dead. Swoosh. Everyone stared at Langda, their eyes even filled with killing intent. Langda did not dare to dally. He hurriedly said, if life forms in the origin universe rashly enter the chaos, without a strong enough physique, they will die to the saturation of chaotic aura immediately. But Master won't. Master's combat body is so strong that it can withstand the modification of the chaotic aura. Once you enter the chaos, you can immediately become a half-chaotic life form. However. Pausing, Langda glanced at Lin Feng guiltily. Remembering how he had almost been killed by Lin Feng previously, he did not dare to play tricks anymore. Hence, he gritted his teeth and said, however, Master will probably stop at being a half-chaotic life form, and it will be difficult for you to ever become a chaotic life form. Although there were all kinds of backwardness in the origin universe, it was protected by the origin universe. There was a chance of transcendence. Once one transcended and entered the chaos, they could immediately metamorphose into a chaotic life form. This was also the greatest advantage of life forms in the origin universe. In contrast, life forms born in the chaos such as Langda, who was at the peak of a half-chaotic life form, would almost be at their limit, and would find it difficult to ever make further breakthroughs. The difficulty of metamorphosis for them was probably even higher than transcendence for life forms in the universe. However, between being unable to transcend and dying, Langda definitely would not choose death. As long as he was alive, there would always be a chance. However, if he stayed in the origin universe forever, he would definitely die. Lin Feng did not say anything and had already closed his eyes. However, this did not mean that he did not notice every move outside. If he entered the chaos and became a half-chaotic life form, even if he escaped successfully, what was the point? He had never forgotten his family and birthplace. He had never forgotten the meaning of guardian. Living ignobly by leaving others to their fates was not what he wanted. So what if he could rule the entire chaos and stand at the top in the future? If he could not even protect his birthplace and his family, what was the point of strength? At this moment, the scenes of facing the behemoth of Armageddon on his home planet seemed to flash through Lin Feng's mind. It was the same crisis of destruction, but at that time, everyone on his home planet was united, and everyone fought to the death. This was because that was where they lived, their foundation. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire universe seemed to shake violently. Countless principles were resonating. This time, they were not wailing, but resonating. Principle of life, principle of space, principle of destruction, principle of killing, principle of tides. Too many principles were all resonating, as if they were welcoming something. A vast and great power descended from the depths of the universe and instantly enveloped Lin Feng. Moreover, a high and mighty voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Repel. Chaotic life form. Response. This was the response of the universe's will. This was the voice of the universe's will. Swoosh. Lin Feng opened his eyes. At the same time, countless principles were resonating violently. Lin Feng could easily control every principle. However, there was one more miraculous principle. It was invisible, as if it had warped over from a certain time and space, and manifested under the escort of a majestic power. The principle of time. This was the principle of time. Moreover, it did not just manifest. Lin Feng's consciousness was instantly pulled into the principle of time. Everything around him disappeared, and he seemed to have returned to his mother's womb. His mother was pregnant for 10 months before giving birth to him. Then, Lin Feng developed a strange illness. His family tried to think of a way to save Lin Feng at all costs. His father's lament, his mother's tears, his eldest brother's helplessness, his second brother's protection. All of this felt like Lin Feng was reliving what had happened when he was young. However, reliving the memories of his childhood now gave him a strange feeling. A faint warmth seemed to linger in his heart. Later, Lin Feng gradually grew up and went to school. However, unlike ordinary people, he knew that he had a strange illness and might die soon. Hence, he became antisocial and uncommunicative. It was until he met Chu Chen. The first time he saw Chu Chen, he was also amazed by her. Moreover, Lin Feng could clearly sense that his sister must have specially brought Chu Chen to meet him. The moment he saw Chu Chen, Lin Feng felt as if a beam of warm sunlight had shone down in winter. From that moment on, Chu Chen's figure had actually been deeply imprinted in the depths of Lin Feng's heart. Then, the scene switched to the moment Lin Feng obtained the metal ball in the library. The scene suddenly split into two. In one of the images, Lin Feng did not obtain the metal ball. As his strange illness worsened day by day, he also became more and more depressed. In the end, he was fated to not be with Chu Chen. Moreover, Lin Feng did not cultivate martial arts. After studying in university, he received treatment at home, but in the end, it was futile. His organs failed completely, and he died. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had thought of this scene countless times, but ever since he obtained the genetic fusion device, he had never thought of it again. He was bent on breaking the genetic lock, restructuring his cells, and curing his strange illness. Could this be his other life? Or was this another future of his? Chapter 774, 774 Principle of Time. 774 Principle of Time. Lin Feng was very shocked. Another life, another future. He had never thought about what his life would be like without the genetic fusion device. Perhaps everything in the future would be lost. His life would be incomparably short and dark. He might never get to where he was today and see the wonders of the universe. When Lin Feng finished watching one of the two short scenes, he was immersed in the other. That scene was consistent with Lin Feng's memory. He had obtained the genetic fusion device, and from then on, he began to practice martial arts. He began to have hope of breaking the genetic lock. Everything was the same as in Lin Feng's memory, until Lin Feng encountered a crisis. The first time he broke the genetic lock, two more scenes appeared. In one of the images, Lin Feng did not break the genetic lock. Or rather, he failed to break the genetic lock and was devoured by the parasitic dire beasts. Then, the parasitic dire beasts wreaked havoc, turning Dragonlith City into a living hell. Without a doubt, this was another future, another life for Lin Feng. Moreover, at this moment, it felt so real to Lin Feng. It was as if this future was real and possible. The scene continued. Lin Feng cultivated all the way. Just like in his memory, every time he encountered a critical moment, the scene would be divided into two. One was the original memory, and the other was a memory of Lin Feng's future. Those future memories did not end bleakly every time. There were still many future memories that were very heartwarming. However, Lin Feng could no longer reach the peak of cultivation, and lived peacefully with his wife and family for the rest of his life. That was also another kind of life. Lin Feng was completely immersed in the scene. After an unknown period of time, the scene returned to normal. Lin Feng's surroundings were hazy. Everything had disappeared. There seemed to be only haziness. A light screen enveloped Lin Feng. He extended his hand gently. As soon as he touched the light screen, countless images appeared in his mind. Some of them were related to him. They seemed to be memories, but also scenes of the futures he had seen. They were images of his other lives. Some were unrelated to him and seemed inexplicable, but there must be a deeper meaning behind them. Lin Feng was completely immersed in the scenes just now. Every scene was deeply engraved in the depths of his mind. At this moment, those scenes kept flickering in his mind, and countless thoughts intertwined. He seemed to have thought of something, and tried to grasp it, but he was just a little bit short. The future, another life, if, Lin Feng muttered softly. If he had not obtained the metal ball back then, he would have lived another life. If he had not broken the genetic lock back then, he would have lived another life too. If there were no what-ifs in the world. The hardest thing to find in the world was a cure for regret. If everyone could choose their what-ifs freely, wouldn't the entire world become incomparably chaotic? Swoosh. An idea flashed through Lin Feng's mind. It was like a bolt of lightning streaking through the night. He understood. He understood. Everything now. Rewind time. Wasn't the essence and true meaning of time retrospective? Right now, even Lin Feng could not return to the past, and could not change everything in the past. However, with the principle of time, it would be equivalent to a cure for regret in the world. He could return to the past through time. He could change everything. At that time, he would have infinite futures. The principle of time. This was the principle of time. The order of the entire universe was established on the principle of time. The other lives that Lin Feng had seen were actually not illusory, but truly existed. They really existed among the countless branches of the principle of time. This was the parallel universe theory mentioned by some technological civilizations. However, they had always been just theories in technological civilizations, and there was no real evidence. There was no evidence which proved the existence of parallel universes. Now, Lin Feng had seen through the essence of time. He knew that parallel universes really existed. Moreover, he finally understood why. He was obstructed by the will of the universe when he tried to use 2,999 principles to deduce the principle of time. The reason was very simple. The will of the universe would not allow anyone to comprehend the principle of time at all. This was because once they comprehended the principle of time and possessed the ability to rewind time, and the ability to change the past, it would cause the collapse of the entire cosmic order. The principle of time was the beginning of all principles in the universe. It was also the foundation of all principles. If not for the fact that a chaotic life form like AO was constantly devouring the origin of the universe, threatening the will of the universe. The will of the universe would not possibly allow Lin Feng to see through the essence of the principle of time. Moreover, even if he found the sacred stone of anathema, as long as the will of the universe did not allow it, Lin Feng would not be able to comprehend the principle of time. But now, all the difficulties had been resolved. Under the threat of the chaotic life form, the will of the universe finally compromised. It even took the initiative to place the essence of time in front of Lin Feng. At this moment, time no longer held any secrets for Lin Feng. Boom. All the principles were shaking. The light screen around Lin Feng instantly shattered, and an incomparably mysterious principle appeared. It was invisible. Only Lin Feng could sense that it truly existed. The principle of time. This was the principle of time. At this moment, Lin Feng had comprehended 3,000 principles. The 3,000 principles were completely consummate. Stop time. Lin Feng reached out and pointed. Immediately, the entire universe seemed to have stopped completely at this moment. If Lin Feng wanted to, not only could he stop time, he could also warp back in time. However, warping back to the past and changing anything might cause a chain reaction. That would require a huge amount of cosmic energy for reparation and returning things to their normal paths. Once even the cosmic energy could not repair it, it would mean the collapse of the order of the universe. The entire universe would become incomparably chaotic. At that time, it would not be much better than the universe origin being devoured. However, even if Lin Feng warped back in time now, he could not resolve the threat of the chaotic life form, AO. This was because AO was a chaotic life form, not a life form of the origin universe at all. It was not restrained by the principle of time in the origin universe. Hence, even if time was stopped or even rewound, the AO would not be affected at all. If Lin Feng rewound time, he might be able to break free from AO for the time being. However, once AO devoured the origin of the universe and the universe collapsed, countless parallel universes would naturally collapse, and the principle of time would also collapse. Lin Feng would not run. The will of the universe had given Lin Feng a chance to comprehend the principle of time, and it was not for Lin Feng to run. Transcendence. What Lin Feng wanted to do now was transcend, and he had to succeed. In the next moment, Lin Feng used his combat body. The extremely massive combat body stretched across the cosmos. Countless principles surrounded Lin Feng, illuminating each other. Even the faint universes will seem to be watching. Lin Feng took a deep breath. All kinds of images kept flashing through his mind. They were all the people he had met until today, including his parents, wife, friends, and so on. The things in the past were scenes he was deeply familiar with. The people who appeared in his mind were all people who he needed to protect. Be it for the origin universe or for his family, Lin Feng had to transcend. At this moment, Lin Feng's conviction also rose to the extreme. He no longer had any hesitation. Transform into a universe. Lin Feng's determined voice sounded in the cosmos at once. Chapter 775, 775 Transcendence. 775 Transcendence. Boom. At this moment, Lin Feng's massive body exploded instantly and completely. At the same time, the principle of space suddenly descended and infused into Lin Feng's combat body in a strange way. In every inch of his flesh and every cell, space was constantly expanding and expanding further. Lin Feng was in a state between semi-conscious and lucid. A profound feeling arose spontaneously. It was as if he had transformed into a huge space. Now, it was only space, and his consciousness was stored within space. This was transforming into a universe. He had completely transformed into an enormous universe. However, if there was only the principle of space, Lin Feng was destined to fail. This was because when the space expanded to a certain extent, Lin Feng realized that his consciousness had already begun to blur. The huge space seemed to be empty, and there was no energy to support the entire space. Time. Lin Feng knew that if space was to metamorphose into a universe, there must first be time. Time was the foundation of everything, the source and the root of everything. In the past, Lin Feng did not understand, but now, he did. Even the three basic principles were divided into levels. Time was undoubtedly the top of the three basic principles, and the most important. When the principle of time appeared in space, there seemed to be a sense of spatial distortion. The entire space churned and shook violently, vaguely producing a strange power. Lin Feng suddenly realized that his transformation into a universe had actually gradually stabilized. Just because there was time, the entire space seemed to have become a true universe. Only with time could there be a beginning. Otherwise, it would always be a stagnant space, and could never be independent of the origin universe, let alone contend with it. Only with time could Lin Feng transform into a universe. In other words, Lin Feng's universe could only be considered born with the presence of time. Lin Feng's universe was born. This was a true universe. In the next moment, Lin Feng's consciousness seemed to be unable to hold out. His combat body collapsed and exploded. Lin Feng had actually frozen it with his powerful principle of space. However, he would not be able to hold out for long. At this moment, Lin Feng mobilized the principle of life in the universe again. Boom. Immediately, the principle of life in Lin Feng's universe churned continuously. An exuberant vitality was transmitted from the universe to Lin Feng's flesh and blood. Immediately, Lin Feng's consciousness, which was about to dissipate, quickly condensed again. As if he had consumed some great tonic, he became clear-headed once more. The three basic principles of time, life, and space constructed the basic framework of the universe. With these three principles, the universe would basically take shape. It would be a universe, not merely space. This is a universe. Lin Feng's voice echoed in the cosmos, then condensed again. Just like before, there was no earth-shattering scene. From the outside, it seemed to be the same as before. There was still a huge combat body, a terrifying aura, and 3,000 principles. If one had to say that it was different, it would be that Lin Feng's body was no longer as simple as flesh and blood. It was a universe, an enormous universe, a universe that had just been born and was still very primitive, and was constantly expanding. At this moment, the principle of time had already been withdrawn by Lin Feng. Those divine kings, divine venerables, and divine emperors were confused for a moment, but they could not remember what had happened just now. Supremacy, what happened just now? Supremacy, is there really no way for us to deal with this chaotic life form? Many divine emperors were still unable to accept it. The principles of the universe was also wailing. The origin of the universe was being constantly devoured, and it was already becoming weaker and weaker. Repel. Chaotic life form. A mechanical, vast, and mysterious voice suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng had already heard this voice. It was the voice of the universe's will. It seemed like the will of the universe could not hold out for long. Lin Feng himself did not know if he could be considered to have transcended now. However, he knew that he had probably succeeded in transforming into a universe. There was a space quietly floating in his body, and it was a universe that was constantly expanding. However, Lin Feng did not know if this could be considered transcendence. Moreover, according to Lang De, even if one had transcended, as long as they had not entered the chaos and were not modified by the chaotic aura, they could not be considered a chaotic life form. And Ao was a genuine chaotic life form. However, there was not much time for Lin Feng to think now. Without any hesitation, his massive combat body suddenly moved, and he pounced towards Ao. Kill. Lin Feng did not even use the principles, because the principles of the origin universe were useless against chaotic life forms. He only used his combat body to attack Ao. Boom. Lin Feng threw a punch at Ao, and Ao slashed down with its claw in disdain. Immediately, Lin Feng felt an extremely terrifying and almost unparalleled power destroy his combat body with ease. There was even a terrifying mutant power that tried to destroy his universe. Although Lin Feng's combat body was strong, it was still far inferior to a true chaotic life form. Before Ao, Lin Feng's combat body could not withstand a single blow. This is transcendence. Even Lin Feng did not quite believe it. How could a transcendent be in such a sorry state? He could not even contend against a single strike from a chaotic life form. Wasn't it said that even among chaotic life forms, transcendents were outstanding? Seeing that Lin Feng's combat body could not even withstand a single claw from Ao and exploded instantly, the divine emperors immediately despaired. It's over, it's over. Even supremacy lost. Chaotic life form. This is a chaotic life form. Apart from transcendence, who can be its match? Lin Feng was everyone's hope. Even Lin Feng, the strongest universe supremacy in history, had lost. Who could stop this chaotic life form? Only Lang Da's eyes flickered with a strange glint. Previously, Lin Feng had comprehended the principle of time and stopped time. Many divine emperors and divine venerables did not know what was going on. Only Ao, a chaotic life form, and Lang De, a half-chaotic life form, were unaffected. Lang De saw Lin Feng's combat body explode with his own eyes, and the birth of an extremely terrifying aura. Although he had never seen a transcendent before, he still felt that Lin Feng could not be so weak. Lin Feng might even have transcended. However, how could a transcendent be so weak? Even Lang De was very surprised. Has Master transcended or not? Lang De was not very certain either. However, regardless of whether Lin Feng had transcended or not, he could only hope that Lin Feng had transcended now. Otherwise, if the origin universe was destroyed, he would not be able to escape death either. Lin Feng's combat body collapsed. He was struck by Ao's claw. His massive combat body was like a fragile bubble, broken with a single poke. Compared to chaotic life forms, combat bodies in the origin universe were simply too weak. However, there was not a trace of confusion in Lin Feng's consciousness. He could sense the strange energy that belonged to Ao in his body. Previously, he had almost died. It was only by relying on the chaotic lotus seed to absorb the strange energy that he was lucky enough to survive. But now, just as that strange energy was about to corrode Lin Feng's core, a suction force suddenly appeared in the motionless universe in Lin Feng's body, instantly absorbing the strange energy into the universe. Then, there was no after. Lin Feng was completely uninjured. With the enhancement of the principle of life and the power of the principle in the origin universe, his combat body recovered instantly. This scene stunned even Lin Feng. This time, he did not rely on the chaotic lotus seed, nor did he rely on the principles. Just the universe in his body automatically devoured the strange energy, and the universe did not change at all. Transcendence, transcendence. This is transcendence. Even if I have yet to enter the chaos and metamorphose into a chaotic life form. The strongest aspect of a transcendent is not the combat body, nor the principle, but the universe. Lin Feng reached an epiphany. He understood. He understood everything now. He had transcended, truly transcended, but he had yet to master the power of a transcendent. Or rather, he still did not know where the true power of a transcendent lay. The universe. The universe within one's body was the strongest power of a transcendent. It was the foundation of everything in a transcendent. Just now, Lin Feng, a dignified transcendent, had actually used his combat body to resist a chaotic life form. Wasn't that matching his own weakness against his enemy's strength? The universe was the foundation of a transcendent. Swoosh. Lin Feng opened his eyes again, and his body condensed again. However, this time, Lin Feng did not even use his combat body. Chaotic life form. Suppress. Lin Feng shouted. Immediately, a terrifying aura emitted from Lin Feng's body, sweeping through the entire universe like a storm. In the cosmos, even the eye of the universe had appeared. However, there was a mysterious power that stopped the bombardment of the eye of the universe. The will of the universe was stopping the bombardment of the eye of the universe. This was because the will of the universe understood that Lin Feng was using the universe he had just born to suppress the chaotic life form, and resolve the crisis of the origin universe. Rumble. The universe in Lin Feng's body had descended. All the divine kings, divine venerables, and even divine emperors felt suffocated. They looked at the huge universe in shock. It seemed very primitive, mysterious, and vast. It was completely different from the origin universe, and was marked with Lin Feng's life imprint. This was a universe that belonged solely to Lin Feng. He's transcended. The universe supremacy has transcended. The universe, this is the universe of the supremacy. Has the supremacy successfully transformed into a universe? So this is transcendence. It's just too daunting. He controls the power of the universe. Even if this universe is far inferior to the origin universe, it's still a complete universe. He possesses the complete power of the universe. Ha ha ha, he's transcended. He's really transcended. A transcendent has finally been born in our universe. Countless divine emperors were overjoyed. At this moment, they would not be jealous. They would only be very envious, very excited, and overjoyed. This was because only transcendence could deal with chaotic life forms, and resolve this calamity for the entire origin universe. Chapter 776, 776 Chaotic Lotus. 776 Chaotic Lotus. This was the first time Lin Feng had used the universe in his body, even though this was only a newborn universe, even the space inside the universe was very limited, and far inferior to Lin Feng's combat body. However, this was a true universe. Lin Feng could mobilize the power of the entire universe, which was even stronger than the will of the universe. Even the will of the universe could only mobilize at most 1% of the power of the universe. If the will of the universe could mobilize all the power of the origin universe, forget about a mere chaotic life form, even 10 more would be instantly suppressed. This was the true difference between the will of the universe and a transcendent. A transcendent could completely mobilize every ounce of power in their universe, 100% of it. Suppress. Lin Feng mobilized the universe in his body and its power descended instantly, enveloping the chaotic life form, AO. The power of the universe suppressed AO madly. Immediately, AO seemed to sense the threat as well. It struggled wildly. Its three heads were shaking violently, and every strike was enough to pierce through the entire origin universe. However, Lin Feng's universe only shook slightly, and he could not break free at all. Retrieve. Lin Feng did not want to expose his internal universe too much to the origin universe. After all, his universe could already pose a threat to the origin universe. Even if the will of the universe stopped the process, the rules of the operation of the universe did not allow any power to threaten the origin universe. If the power of the principles of the origin universe attacked his universe while he was suppressing the chaotic life form, the gains would not make up for the losses. Hence, Lin Feng immediately retracted the universe into his body. At the same time, his consciousness was also immersed in the universe in his body, because the chaotic life form was still struggling continuously. Suppress. Lin Feng mobilized the power of the entire universe and suppressed the chaotic life form in a frenzy. Terrifying power surged out continuously from all directions, suppressing the chaotic life form in an overwhelming manner. Crunch. Even a chaotic life form could not withstand the suppression of the power of the universe. It had to be known that Lin Feng had just successfully transformed into a universe, and his universe was only a miniature universe. It was the weakest universe, but even so, it was enough to suppress a chaotic life form to the point of immobility. Gore. Ao roared furiously. It was already suppressed by the power of the universe to the point of being unable to move. However, in the next moment, its three heads quickly expanded, and vaguely turned fiery red. Boom. The three heads opened their mouths, and spewed out three balls of flames at once. Chaotic flames. These were chaotic flames. They were Ao's innate ability. It took countless years to accumulate such a large amount of chaotic flames. It had used some previously, but now that it was in danger, it had no choice but to spew out all the chaotic flames. The accumulation of chaotic flames was very difficult. It required years to accumulate enough chaotic flames bit by bit. However, it was all used up at one go now. Ao was also very furious and irritable. There was a ripping noise. The terrifying chaotic flames instantly sprayed on Lin Feng's cosmic membrane. Immediately, Lin Feng's universe began to shake violently, and then began to dissolve and collapse. This. Lin Feng was shocked. The universe was unstable. This was the instability of the universe. His universe had just been born, and he only had three basic principles, so this could be considered its weakest period. Ordinary transcendence would need to spend a long time stabilizing the universe at this stage, so that it's made incomparably stable. Lin Feng, on the other hand, had to deal with a chaotic life form. In particular, he was dealing with Ao, which had actually accumulated so much chaotic flames. This kind of chaotic flames could even penetrate the membrane of the origin universe. Even if Lin Feng's universe stabilized, he would still be greatly threatened, let alone now. The universe was burned by the chaotic flames. Lin Feng's universe immediately became unstable, as if it was about to collapse. Once the universe collapsed, Lin Feng, a transcendent, would also die. Steady. Lin Feng mobilized a large amount of cosmic power in a frenzy, trying to stabilize the universe. Unfortunately, the power of the chaotic flames was immense, and there was a chaotic life form struggling violently in the universe. At this moment, Lin Feng's universe seemed to be turned upside down. The universe could collapse instantly at any moment. The chaotic life form, Ao, was also struggling wildly, trying to escape from Lin Feng's universe amidst the chaos. If this happened, wouldn't Lin Feng's efforts be in vain? Buzz. At this moment, the chaotic lotus seed that Lin Feng had never understood appeared in Lin Feng's universe without his realization. This chaotic lotus seed had actually already sprouted after devouring a trace of the strange energy from Ao back then. At this moment, it seemed to have sensed that Lin Feng was in danger, and the universe was in danger of collapsing. The chaotic lotus seed entered Lin Feng's universe. Moreover, its green shoot began to grow rapidly. Traces of roots instantly grew into Lin Feng's universe, absorbing Lin Feng's cosmic power, and growing constantly. This is Lin Feng's eyes widened. He could clearly sense that the power of the universe was being absorbed by the chaotic lotus seed, but it was not the kind of absorption that made him feel threatened. On the other hand, this chaotic lotus seed seemed to be completely integrated with the entire universe. As it devoured a large amount of cosmic power, the chaotic lotus seed quickly took root and germinated, and began to grow into a huge lotus, the chaotic lotus. Lin Feng clearly remembered that it was the chaotic lotus outside the chaotic rift that gave him a chaotic lotus seed and saved him. Once. However, despite trying all kinds of methods to culture the chaotic lotus seed, Lin Feng could not succeed no matter what. Unexpectedly, the chaotic lotus seed had taken root and germinated in his universe now. Moreover, it had become one with the entire universe and grew into a chaotic lotus. As the chaotic lotus took root in Lin Feng's universe and absorbed a large amount of cosmic power, the chaotic lotus actually spat out traces of mysterious power. Chaotic aura. Lin Feng had also devoured chaotic aura before. This was chaotic aura, and it was incomparably pure. It was countless times purer than the chaotic aura Lin Feng had devoured in the past. Nourished by the chaotic aura, Lin Feng's universe quickly stabilized. Even the huge hole burned by the chaotic flames slowly recovered. The universe was stabilized again. Moreover, as the chaotic lotus continued to take root in the universe, it seemed to connect the entire universe into one, becoming 10 times stronger than before, or even more. Lin Feng did not know what was going on, but his intuition told him that this chaotic lotus was extraordinary. However, the top priority now was to deal with the chaotic life form, AO. Suppress. With the chaotic lotus stabilizing the universe, Lin Feng no longer had anything to worry about. He immediately mobilized the power of the universe and suppressed the chaotic life form from all directions. AO could not resist that terrifying cosmic power at all. Moreover, its chaotic flames had been exhausted, and it could not even struggle. There was a sound of wailing. The chaotic life form, AO, shook its 3 heads violently. Then, its massive body knelt on the ground, and its 3 pairs of pitiful eyes stared at Lin Feng. Great. Great, one, I'm willing to submit. Just as Lin Feng was wondering if he should kill AO directly or continue suppressing it, a faint voice appeared in his mind. Moreover, it sounded very juvenile. Ah. You're AO. Lin Feng looked at the chaotic life form in front of him in surprise. It had 3 heads and looked incomparably sinister and terrifying, yet its voice actually sounded like a child. That's right. I'm AO. Great, one, I'm willing to submit. AO stammered as it spoke. It seemed that it did not have much intelligence. However, it did not struggle violently anymore. It seemed to have really submitted. Ultimately, it was a chaotic life form. If he could really subdue it, it would really be a great help. However, Lin Feng was not familiar with chaotic life forms. He did not dare to agree lightly. Stay here properly for now. Don't even think about escaping. With that, Lin Feng's consciousness left the internal universe and returned to the external body. He still had to ask Lang De carefully about handling AO. Otherwise, rashly accepting a chaotic life form was not a rational move. Swoosh. When Lin Feng opened his eyes, he realized that countless expectant gazes were on him. Lin Feng naturally knew what the people with these expectant gazes wanted to know. The calamity is over. The corners of Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. He glanced at everyone around him and said calmly. Chapter 777, 777 3000 Principles and the Universe. 777 3000 Principles and the Universe. The calamity is over. That chaotic life form is dead. I'm not sure, but that chaotic life form does seem to be gone. We're safe. The universe is safe. Transcendence. Supremacy has transcended. Why does he look no different from when he hasn't transcended? It's inexplicable. Perhaps only supremacy know the secret of transcendence. The many divine emperors were still lamenting when they realized that the universe supremacy, Lin Feng, had long disappeared. Even Langda had disappeared. However, no matter what, the universe was safe, and the danger was resolved. As for the transcendence of the universe supremacy, Lin Feng, it had already become a legend that spread throughout the entire universe. Master, congratulations on successfully transcending. It's only a matter of time before you become a chaotic life form in the future. Lin Feng led Langda and warped space in the blink of an eye, returning to the secret chamber of the Universe Alliance headquarters. Others might not know, but it was impossible for Langda not to know. Only transcendence could deal with chaotic life forms. Lin Feng must have transcended. Otherwise, he could not possibly have resolved the calamity of the entire universe. You're quite quick-witted. A faint smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Although Langda was afraid of death and loved to flatter, Lin Feng was in a good mood now. He actually vaguely felt that Langda's flattery was not bad. Langda, Ao said that he wants to submit to me. Can I believe it? Huh? Master, what did you say? Ao submitted to you. Langda's entire body trembled, his face filled with disbelief. Not only was Ao not dead, it even took the initiative to submit to Lin Feng. Was this possible? You don't believe me. Lin Feng could not be bothered to explain further. He grabbed Langda and threw him into his internal universe. Swoosh. Langda was caught off guard and thrown into Lin Feng's internal universe. It was pitch black everywhere, but it was a true universe, a complete universe. This is the universe. Langda was shocked. He had only heard of transcendence, but he did not understand them at all. Actually, there were distinctions among transcendence. It was unheard of for someone to be nurturing a universe in their body like Lin Feng. Master, this is your universe. That's right. Beside you is the suppressed chaotic life form, Ao. Lin Feng's voice sounded from all directions, like a deity that dominated everything. It made Langda have the urge to prostrate himself in worship. Even though Lin Feng had yet to metamorphose into a chaotic life form, the essence of life of a transcendent alone could actually crush a half-chaotic life form like Langda. Langda glanced at Ao beside him. As expected, the other party could not move at all, looking pitiful. Congratulations, Master. Ao is an impressive mount in the chaos. Countless powerful chaotic life forms yearn to have Ao as a chaotic life form. Its strongest aspect is not actually its offensive ability, but its speed. Ao's speed in the chaos is unimaginably fast. Moreover, Master, don't worry. Ao's intelligence is average. Once it chooses to submit, its loyalty will be undying. Oh! Undying loyalty. Lin Feng was very pleasantly surprised. Then, he used the power of the universe to bring Langda and Ao out of the universe. Ao, I agree. From now on, you'll follow me, Lin Feng said calmly. As expected, Ao no longer had that sinister and terrifying appearance. Instead, it became very docile. It prostrated himself beside Lin Feng in an affectionate manner. Langda, after the universe of the transcendent has been created, how should one cultivate? Langda shook his head and said, Master, how can I know about matters that involve great transcendence? However, with Master's strength, you can naturally metamorphose into a chaotic life form after entering the chaos. At that time, you can naturally travel the chaos and find cultivation methods. Enter the chaos. There's no hurry. Lin Feng shook his head. He had just transcended. Why would he be in a hurry to enter the chaos? After all, he had not even figured out his own universe. All right, Langda, go out first. Don't let anyone disturb me. Lin Feng moved Langda out and asked Ao to guard him. During this period of time, he could see if Ao was as loyal to him as Langda had said. Hence, Lin Feng immersed his consciousness in the internal universe again. He was in a hurry to fight Ao and resolve the crisis of the origin universe just after transforming into a universe. Hence, he had yet to gain a good understanding of his universe. This is my universe. What a wonderful feeling. I have complete control over it, as if it's a part of my body. Lin Feng strolled through the universe. In this universe, he was the ruler of everything. No matter what it was, it would be suppressed by the universe. Moreover, he could mobilize the power of the entire universe, which was countless times stronger than his combat body. However, with a slight sense, Lin Feng realized that this universe was actually not that huge, and was even rather small. In terms of light-years, the diameter of Lin Feng's universe was only about 100 million light-years. A diameter of 100 million light-years was only equivalent to an ordinary divine emperor's combat body, but its power was countless times stronger. Even Lin Feng's past combat body as the universe supremacy was not worth mentioning in front of this universe. My universe is still too monotonous. Lin Feng walked around the universe and took a look. It was too barren, and was not much different from the void region of the origin universe. However, on second thought, it made sense. Lin Feng had only used 3 basic principles to form the framework of the universe. Although the 3 basic principles were enough for transformation into a universe, the universe was not complete. At least, it was incomplete compared to the origin universe. However, Lin Feng had comprehended 3,000 principles, which were all the principles in the origin universe. Originally, Lin Feng thought that he could use them when transforming into a universe. He did not expect that transforming into a universe only required the 3 basic principles of time, life, and space. However, these 3,000 principles could be put to use now. Hence, as the ruler of the universe, with a thought from Lin Feng, the various principles in the universe were added to the universe. Rumble. One principle after another was added to the universe. Immediately, the universe began to change drastically. Every principle was working hard to perfect Lin Feng's universe. The 3,000 principles were not useless. As Lin Feng added principles one after another, he realized that the universe seemed to have become firmer, and was slowly increasing in power at all times. Even though the improvement was very slow, Lin Feng barely needed to cultivate to slowly improve. Lin Feng thought of the origin universe. Perhaps back when the origin universe was born, it was also desolate and empty. However, as the 3,000 principles perfected the origin universe, gradually, planets, galaxies, black holes, and all kinds of celestial bodies were born in the universe for various reasons. Then, life gradually appeared on these planets. After billions of years, the origin universe developed to its current state. It was vibrant, incredibly whole, and abundant. Lin Feng's universe was what the universe was like at the beginning of its birth. There were no planets, galaxies, black holes, or any celestial bodies, let alone any life. These would all require a very long time. However, as the 3,000 principles became complete, Lin Feng's internal universe would slowly develop and grow as the universe became more abundant and vibrant. Lin Feng keenly discovered that the universe was even slowly expanding, although the extent of expansion was very, very small. Nonetheless, it was expanding. This meant that while the universe was being perfected, it would also expand outwards and grow constantly. As the universe grew, Lin Feng's strength would also increase. In a sense, the universe was Lin Feng, and Lin Feng was the entire universe. Chapter 778, 778 Rewinding Time. 778 Rewinding Time. By the way, where's the universe origin? Lin Feng had transformed into a universe, so this universe was a complete universe. It was completely different from the broken universe that the Divine Emperor of Silence and Divine Emperor Void Sky had transformed into. It was quite similar to the origin universe. The origin universe had a universe origin, which was the foundation of the universe. The chaotic life form, AO, fed on the origin of the universe and devoured it madly. Since they were both universes, there was no reason that Lin Feng's universe did not have a universe origin. Hence, Lin Feng released his consciousness. He sensed the universe origin carefully. He was the ruler of the universe, presiding over everything in the universe. This universe was no different from a part of his body. Thus, after only a moment, Lin Feng opened his eyes. A strange expression appeared on his face. Then, his figure flashed, and he teleported directly to the center of the universe. In the universe, Lin Feng was the omnipotent ruler. Wherever he wanted to go, he could do so with barely a thought. He could even rewind time, reconstruct the universe, and so on. He could do practically whatever he wanted. At the center, Lin Feng saw a huge lotus. It was the chaotic lotus. This huge chaotic lotus was rooted in the depths of the cosmos, and was vaguely connected to the entire universe. Moreover, Lin Feng also knew why this lotus could grow so quickly despite not being in the chaos. Origin, the universe origin. This chaotic lotus had devoured the universe origin. Or rather, it had taken the initiative to fuse with the universe origin. From there, it could rely on the power of the universe origin to grow rapidly. This was how it could stabilize the universe in time when the universe was about to collapse, and suppress the chaotic life form. However, was there no problem in the fusion of the universe origin with the chaotic lotus? Lin Feng observed carefully again and realized that there was nothing unusual about the chaotic lotus. It seemed to be under Lin Feng's control as well. However, if the chaotic lotus fused with the universe origin, it would probably be bound together with the universe in the future. Moreover, it would become the core of the entire universe. As for what the chaotic lotus would become in the future, Lin Feng did not know either. If only I could have someone to communicate with, or refer to the cultivation experiences of some other transcendents. Lin Feng shook his head. He was the first transcendent in the entire origin universe. He did not have any subsequent cultivation techniques at all, let alone experiences to refer to. Hence, he could only rely on himself to explore slowly now. However, it was too dangerous to explore cultivation like this. If he made a mistake accidentally, it would be very difficult to correct it in time in the future. Right now, Lin Feng could only observe the origin universe, and imitate the origin universe for everything. Imitating the origin universe, a complete universe, could not be wrong. As for the future, Lin Feng naturally wanted to enter the chaos. Only by entering the chaos could he find the cultivation techniques of transcendence, and not have to struggle to cultivate alone. However, before that, Lin Feng had something very important to figure out. It was the sacred stone of anathema. Although Lin Feng did not rely on the sacred stone of anathema to comprehend the principle of time, it did not mean that Lin Feng was indifferent to the sacred stone of anathema, let alone that the sacred stone of anathema was not miraculous. In reality, the sacred stone of anathema was very miraculous. Lin Feng even had a vague feeling that this sacred stone of anathema did not seem to be a product of the origin universe. If he could obtain the sacred stone of anathema and gather the fragments, he might be able to know the origins of the sacred stone of anathema, and even its true use. Comprehending principles. Lin Feng had a vague feeling that the sacred stone of anathema was not just about comprehending principles. Currently, Lin Feng had already obtained 7 sacred stone of anathema fragments, and there were still 2 missing. In the past, Lin Feng had offered a reward for searching for the remaining 2 sacred stone of anathema fragments throughout the universe. Unfortunately, he still did not succeed in finding the remaining 2 sacred stone of anathema fragments. However, now that Lin Feng had transcended, things would be easier. How hard was it to find those small sacred stone of anathema fragments in all of the vast universe? However, for the current Lin Feng, especially after mastering the principle of time, this would not be difficult. This was because he could rewind time. Is it possible that the 7 sacred stones of anathema were once part of a whole? The sacred stone of anathema appeared in Lin Feng's palm. Each of the 7 sacred stone fragments had its own secret buzz. A mysterious power of the principle enveloped the sacred stone of anathema fragment. This was the principle of time. He wanted to rewind time and find the remaining 2 fragments of the sacred stone of anathema. However, as soon as he mobilized the principle of time, the eye of the universe vaguely appeared in the cosmos, emitting an inexplicable threatening aura. The principle of time could not be used lightly, and might destroy the order of the universe. In the origin universe's current state, it could no longer withstand any more trouble. Don't worry, I'm just rewinding time. I won't change anything. Lin Feng said indifferently, but the eye of the universe in the cosmos still did not dissipate. Lin Feng frowned slightly, then said coldly, "So I've outlived my usefulness to you. If you couldn't kill the chaotic life form, how can you deal with my universe? Moreover, that chaotic life form isn't dead yet." Lin Feng patted Ao's head. Immediately, Ao's 3 heads roared towards the sky, and a terrifying aura attacked the eye of the universe. In the cosmos, the eye of the universe expanded wildly. However, in the end, it seemed to have accepted reality, and gradually dissipated. Of course, Lin Feng did not think that the origin universe had given in, but Lin Feng indeed had not harmed the origin universe for the time being. Once Lin Feng harmed the origin universe, the will of the universe would probably fight back with all its might. Lin Feng shook his head. He had no intention of harming the origin universe at all. What good would it do him if the origin universe collapsed? He had risked everything to protect the origin universe previously, so he naturally would not take the initiative to harm it. He just wanted to rewind time and find out where the remaining 2 sacred stone of anathema fragments were. Rewind. Lin Feng mobilized the principle of time. Immediately, time began to turn back. This was also the first time Lin Feng was rewinding time. He was also very curious. He felt that the sacred stone of anathema fragment in front of him emitted a faint green light when it came. Then, 7 images appeared around him at once. These 7 images represented each sacred stone of anathema fragment. Where it had stayed before was clearly displayed by rewind. This ability was truly incredible. Lin Feng was also amazed. With this ability, how could anything in the entire universe be concealed from Lin Feng? After billions of years, the 7 images gradually gathered, finally forming a complete sacred stone of anathema. A complete sacred stone of anathema. It's indeed a complete sacred stone of anathema. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had succeeded. He had seen the complete sacred stone of anathema. The scene stopped here. Lin Feng memorized the location clearly and retracted the principle of time. Immediately, the surrounding scene changed. Lin Feng returned to the secret chamber. Since he already knew that the sacred stone of anathema was once complete, and he knew the location, Lin Feng did not hesitate anymore. He warped directly into a stretch of cosmos. This was the exact location of the complete sacred stone of anathema he had memorized back then. Rewind. Lin Feng used rewind again. The changes in this cosmos over billions of years all manifested through rewind. Finally, Lin Feng rewound it to the scene where the complete sacred stone of anathema appeared back then. This is the sacred stone of anathema. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He saw 2 fragments. If he grabbed the 2 fragments now, would he succeed? However, this would involve parallel universes, and even the entire origin universe. Even though Lin Feng was very curious, he still gave up on such an action in the end. If the origin universe collapsed, he had no way to remedy it. Lin Feng stared intently at the 2 fragments of the sacred stone of anathema. He began to mobilize the principle of time, watching every move of the 2 fragments. Using rewind, Lin Feng could know where the 2 fragments had gone. Buzz. The scenes flashed again. However, this time, Lin Feng let time flow quietly instead of rewinding. The entire sacred stone of anathema had indeed flown in from the chaos beyond the universe. For some reason, it shattered instantly in the cosmos. Then, various fragments flew in all directions of the universe. Lin Feng stared intently at 2 of the fragments. Time passed quickly, and countless images appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Swoosh. At last, Lin Feng opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his lips. Found them. After much hardship, by rewinding time, Lin Feng finally found the whereabouts of the remaining 2 sacred stone of anathema fragments. Chapter 779, 779 Chaotic Origin Stone. 779 Chaotic Origin Stone. Buzz. In the cosmos, spatial ripples spread in all directions majestically. Lin Feng stepped out of the spatial passage. This is it. A planet in the wilderness. Lin Feng looked at a planet below. It was a planet in a primitive age. There were all kinds of terrifying giant beasts, and intelligent life forms were also born. Unfortunately, there were too few species with intelligent life forms, and they were too weak. They could only survive in the wilderness with great difficulty. No one would pay attention to such a barren planet. If the sacred stone of anathema fragment landed on this barren planet, what was the use of Lin Feng's universal bounty? Who'd have thought that the sacred stone of anathema could be on this planet? Without rewind, I'm afraid I'd never find the sacred stone of anathema fragment. Lin Feng shook his head. He had only found that the remaining 2 sacred stones of anathema fragments were on this planet by using rewind. Moreover, they were buried deep underground, and would not be discovered by anyone at all. Since he had already found the location determined by the sacred stone of anathema, Lin Feng did not waste any more time. He extended his hand and reached into this planet suddenly. Boom. On the planet, countless gigantic beasts looked at the huge palm descending from the sky in panic. Even though they were not very intelligent, the threat of death from that huge palm made them all tremble. The huge palm slammed into the ground. Immediately, a fracture appeared in the ground, as if the entire planet was shaking. The huge hand reached into the huge fracture and grabbed gently. 2 small fragments were captured. Then, the huge hand disappeared, and the entire planet returned to calm. Those giant beasts all looked at the huge crack with their mouths agape. The fracture created by the huge hand like a deity was destined to become a wondrous sight on this planet. Sacred Stone of Anathema. 2 fragments had already appeared in Lin Feng's hand. They were the last 2 fragments of the Sacred Stone of Anathema. Now, the 9 Sacred Stone of Anathema fragments had been gathered. Although they did not help Lin Feng to comprehend the principle of time and transcend, these Sacred Stone of Anathema fragments were of crucial importance to Lin Feng's path of cultivation. If Lin Feng had not obtained the Sacred Stone of Anathema fragment by chance back then, how could he have gotten to where he was today? Now, the Sacred Stone of Anathema fragments were finally going to show their true side. Even Lin Feng was looking forward to it from the bottom of his heart. Fuse. Lin Feng flipped his hand and took out the 7 Sacred Stone of Anathema fragments. All the Sacred Stone of Anathema fragments emitted a glowing light. Then, the last 2 Sacred Stones of Anathema began to slowly fuse into the 7 Sacred Stone of Anathema fragments. The fusion took slightly longer this time, but Lin Feng was not in a hurry. Instead, he waited quietly. Buzz. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt the Sacred Stone of Anathema in his hand shake violently. Then, it emitted a strange aura. Lin Feng took a closer look. The Sacred Stone of Anathema in front of him had changed drastically, turning into an oval, bare and extremely round stone. There were also faint words engraved on it. Although Lin Feng was very certain that he did not recognize these words, the moment he saw these words, his mind naturally comprehended their meaning. Chaotic Origin Stone. Lin Feng did not know what it meant. Perhaps he could ask Lang Da. The true name of the Sacred Stone of Anathema should be the Chaotic Origin Stone, but what was the use of this Chaotic Origin Stone? Lin Feng tried to manifest the principle of time, but it was useless. There was no law for the principle of time. It was just a principle. Either one could comprehend it, or they couldn't. In other words, even if Lin Feng obtained 2 Sacred Stones of Anathema, he would not be able to manifest the principle of time. Fortunately, Lin Feng managed to deduce the principle of time. Moreover, under the threat of the chaotic life form, by chance, the will of the universe helped Lin Feng to comprehend the principle of time. However, this chaotic origin stone looked rather extraordinary. It was already in its complete state. It was impossible for it not to have any effect. Hence, Lin Feng enveloped the chaotic origin stone with his mental power. Boom. Lin Feng's consciousness seemed to be pulled into a strange space. Everything was pitch black, hazy, and there was a large amount of gas. Lin Feng was very familiar with it. It was chaotic aura. Then, the large amount of gas began to explode. Infinite power was brewing. Next, it exploded with a bang. Traces of light appeared in the pitch-black space, and 9 faint beams of light scattered everywhere and disappeared. One of the beams of light flew into Lin Feng's body. It was this chaotic origin stone. Swoosh. Lin Feng returned to the cosmos. Just now, his consciousness had been pulled into the chaotic origin stone. However, when Lin Feng sensed around carefully, there did not seem to be any changes. What exactly is the chaotic origin stone? Lin Feng did not know. It seemed to be related to the chaos, but he had yet to figure out any use of the chaotic origin stone. However, since the sacred stone of anathema was complete, Lin Feng returned directly to the Universe Alliance headquarters. Langda. Lin Feng summoned Langda. Master, are you planning to enter the chaos? Langda was looking forward to Lin Feng entering the chaos all day long. In his opinion, this origin universe was too boring. If he was the only one here, and could do whatever he pleased and devour a large amount of cultivation resources, he would definitely be happy to do so. But Lin Feng would not allow him. Hence, Langda was very upset. Lin Feng glanced indifferently at Langda, ignoring the upset look in Langda's eyes. Instead, he asked calmly, Langda, do you know about the chaotic origin stone? Chaotic origin stone. It sounds like it might be related to the chaos, but I've never heard of it. However, Master, I'm just an ordinary half-dash chaotic life form wandering in the chaos. I can't even understand 1/10,000th of the information in the chaos. Only a great chaotic life form like you can come into contact with more information. As long as you enter the chaos, it won't be difficult for Master to know anything. I have my own plans for entering the chaos. Lin Feng waved his hand and let Langda leave. Although Langda did not know about the chaotic origin stone, just as Langda had said, Lin Feng could naturally take his time to inquire about it when he entered the chaos in the future. However, it was a pity that the chaotic origin stone could no longer manifest various principles like when they were separated back then. Originally, Lin Feng had wanted to leave the sacred stone of anathema for the descendants of his family, but that was impossible now. This was clearly a treasure from the chaos. Although he could not leave it for them, Lin Feng had already comprehended the 3,000 principles of the universe. It was much more comprehensive than the sacred stone of anathema. In the next period of time, Lin Feng made an effort to spend time with his family. Then, he demonstrated all kinds of principles to his son Lin Sheng and daughter Lin Xin. In particular, he demonstrated the 3 principles of time, space, and life among the 3,000 principles. As long as they could comprehend any of the principles, it would be beneficial to the two of them. Even laws would do. Lin Feng was also very patient regarding this. Unfortunately, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Lin Feng spent a total of 50 years accompanying his wife and family. He lived peacefully for 50 years. Over these 50 years, he also demonstrated the principles to his daughter and son. Unfortunately, the two of them could not comprehend a single principle. They did comprehend some laws, but they did not have any clue regarding the 3 basic principles of time, life, and space. Comprehending the principles also required natural aptitude. Some people, even with the sacred stone of anathema, would never be able to comprehend any principle in their entire lives. Lin Feng was rather resigned. Lin Sheng and Lin Xin were basically stuck at the level of ultimate planetary lifeforms. It was impossible for them to become divine kings. Even if Lin Feng had all kinds of resources accumulated, there was nothing he could do. Master, when will we enter the chaos? It was Langda again. Almost every 10 years, Langda would ask about it, but every time, he would leave in disappointment. However, this time, Lin Feng heaved a long sigh and said, soon. It's indeed time to leave. Langda's eyes lit up. After 50 years, it was finally time for them to leave. Lin Feng had already made all the arrangements in the past 50 years. Moreover, he was only leaving, and would still return in the future. However, he still wanted his family to make the choice. With Lin Feng's current abilities, even moving his home planet into his universe was a small matter. In other words, he could leave the origin universe with his home planet at any time. However, when he proposed this idea to his family, they unanimously opposed it. They, including his wife, only wanted to stay in the origin universe. This was their home and their foundation. Everyone they knew was here. They could not part with the origin universe. Lin Feng immediately understood. Since his family had chosen to stay in the origin universe, he did not object. Moreover, he had the principle of life, and could inject life force into his family. Even if billions of years passed, the lifespans of his family would not be a problem. He could still return at any time, and his family was in the origin universe. Then, the origin universe would be Lin Feng's foundation. No matter where he went to in the chaos in the future, the origin universe would be his foundation. Langda, let's get ready to leave the origin universe and enter the chaos. Facing the chaos, Lin Feng was also filled with curiosity. He had already made all the arrangements and had nothing to worry about. Now, Lin Feng only wanted to roam the chaos and see more wonders in the chaos. Lin Feng took a deep breath and took a step forward with Langda and Ao, arriving at the end of the universe. Beyond the end of the universe was the vast chaos. Buzz. Just as Lin Feng was about to blast open the cosmic membrane, the eye of the universe appeared in the cosmos. Lin Feng suddenly smiled and said loudly, "I'm originally a living being of the origin universe, but since I've already transcended, you can't stop me. Open up the cosmic membrane, lest my power is too strong and damages the universe origin." Lin Feng knew that the origin of the universe was actually not an unfeeling program, but had a little sentience, and was capable of simple communication. Of course, even communication depended on the individual. Only a transcendent like Lin Feng, who even the origin universe could not do anything to, could communicate with the will of the universe. As expected, as soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the eye of the universe did not disappear. However, a hole gradually appeared in the cosmic membrane, and one could clearly see the chaos outside the universe. Lin Feng took a deep breath and glanced at the universe behind him again. There was no knowing how long this departure would take. He wanted to take another good look. Swoosh. Lin Feng closed his eyes and no longer hesitated. Then, he stepped out of the origin universe. Chapter 780, 780 Metamorphosis to Chaotic Life Form. 780 Metamorphosis to Chaotic Life Form. Swoosh. Lin Feng took a step forward. He had already left the origin universe and was in chaos. There was chaotic aura everywhere. It was pitch black and impossible to see clearly. When he turned around, he saw an extremely massive cloud lying quietly in the chaos. This was the origin universe. Looking at the origin universe from the outside, it was incomparably mysterious. One could not help but want to enter and investigate. Unfortunately, the origin universe had already closed the door to Lin Feng. Of course, with Lin Feng's status as a transcendent, entering the origin universe was a piece of cake. Even the universe could not stop him if it wanted to. However, since Lin Feng had already left the origin universe, he naturally would not return for the time being. How comfortable. I've finally returned to the chaos. Langda, on the other hand, appeared very satisfied. He was finally breathing in the chaotic aura again. He felt that his entire body was very comfortable. Even Ao beside him seemed to be invigorated. In the chaos, it was the true chaotic life form. However, Lin Feng frowned. Something was wrong. Something was too wrong. This was because the moment he stepped out of the origin universe and entered the chaos, he actually felt a heavy pressure. The surrounding chaotic aura was simply pervasive, as if it was corroding his body. If not for the fact that his combat body was very strong to begin with, he would probably have been corroded by the chaotic aura and completely blown apart. No wonder Langda had once said that if one's physique was not strong enough, they were courting death by entering the chaos. Not just any living being could enter this chaos. Combat body. Lin Feng wanted to deploy his combat body, but as soon as he deployed a little of his massive combat body, he actually felt infinite pressure. The larger the combat body, the stronger the pressure. Crunch. Finally, his combat body could not take it anymore and began to collapse. It had to be known that Lin Feng was not in the origin universe. Now, he did not have the principle of life, and was no longer immortal. Once he died in the chaos, he would really be dead. Is the chaos this dangerous? Lin Feng's expression changed. He had just entered the chaos and had yet to do anything, and he was already in danger. Seeing Lin Feng's state, Lang Da hurriedly said, Master, don't try to resist the chaotic aura. If you want to enter the chaos and establish yourself in it, you have to be modified by the chaotic aura. Master, you're a transcendent. Once you're modified, you'll be a true chaotic life form. Chaotic life form. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. That's right. He had forgotten. Lang Da had once said that once a transcendent entered the chaos, they could become a chaotic life form. It turned out that Lin Feng was about to metamorphose into a chaotic life form now. Previously, when Lin Feng transcended, he only had an additional universe in his body. If he wanted to metamorphose into a chaotic life form, he had to rely on the infinite chaotic aura and some unspoken rules in the chaos to become a chaotic life form. With Lang Da's reminder, Lin Feng stopped resisting. He even let go of his combat body completely. Boom. Finally, under the pressure of a large amount of chaotic aura, Lin Feng's combat body collapsed completely. The combat body that was originally billions of light years in size was instantly destroyed by a large amount of chaotic aura. Endless. Chaotic aura invaded Lin Feng's body as it underwent the most fundamental modification. If Lin Feng could not withstand it, he would die. However, Lin Feng was a transcendent. Even if he was not in the origin universe, he still had the enhancement of the cosmic power in his body. Hence, even though his combat body had collapsed, and his body was filled with infinite chaotic aura, he had the power of the universe in his body to protect his core consciousness, allowing the chaotic aura to constantly modify it. Gradually, Lin Feng's body was reconstructed in the chaos. The muscles, bones, and every cell in his body were completely replaced by chaotic aura. Even Lin Feng's blood turned into chaotic aura. If one wanted to metamorphose into a chaotic life form, they had to transcend, or be able to withstand the most thorough modification by the chaotic aura. Lang Da could not withstand it, so it was very difficult for Lang Da to become a true chaotic life form. Without special opportunities, being a half-chaotic life form was almost Lang Da's limit. As Lin Feng's body was constantly modified, Lin Feng's body was gradually reconstructed. His appearance was about the same as before, but he seemed to be even more handsome, with a faint air of nobility. In fact, his combat body of billions of light years had completely collapsed. The current Lin Feng was the size of an ordinary person, but he was a chaotic life form. A true chaotic life form was no longer made of flesh and blood. His entire body was filled with chaotic aura. Lin Feng had already become an energy life form. Chaotic life form. So this is the intrinsic enhancement of life. From a flesh and blood life form to an energy life form, the entire body is completely composed of chaotic aura. Every move one makes is incomparably compatible with the environment of the entire chaos. Even a casual strike is extremely powerful. Lin Feng finally understood what a chaotic life form was, and why chaotic life forms were so powerful. The fundamental reason was the chaotic aura. The chaotic aura itself was countless times stronger than all the power in ordinary origin universes. Back then, even a trace of chaotic aura could improve Lin Feng's combat body by a lot. Moreover, there was no knowing how much chaotic aura there was in his body now. How could that power be weak? Lin Feng felt that every move he made seemed to contain infinite, majestic power. It could easily blow up even the origin universe. Even if he faced AO now and did not use the power of the internal universe, he was not afraid. This was what it meant to be a chaotic life form. Congratulations, Master, you've become a true chaotic life form. Lang Da hurriedly went forward to congratulate Lin Feng. Just as the legends had said, once a transcendent entered the chaos and was Affected by the chaotic environment, they could naturally metamorphose into a chaotic life form. Looking at the surging chaotic aura on Lin Feng's body, Langda was very envious deep down. A chaotic life form. His lifelong goal was to become a chaotic life form, a great entity. Unfortunately, after wandering in the chaos for so many years, he was still only a half-chaotic life form. He did not even have a trace of hope of becoming a chaotic life form. It was different for Lin Feng. However, a life form that was born in the origin universe and came from it could actually become a chaotic life form naturally. It was impossible not to be jealous. However, recalling what he learned about Lin Feng's rise to power back in the origin universe, it was also filled with difficulties. Lin Feng had experienced countless hardships before rising to power in the origin universe and becoming a universe supremacy. Not to mention that he still needed to cross the hurdle of transcendence. It was not much easier than becoming a chaotic life form. Although Langda was a little envious, he was very excited deep down. He had now become the servant of a great chaotic life form. His status and identity had both risen with it. Why would he be afraid of not having any opportunities in the future? As long as he followed Lin Feng, perhaps he, Langda, could also become a chaotic life form in the future. At this moment, Langda had already made up his mind. He had to cozy up to Lin Feng no matter what. This was someone he could rely on, a transcendent from the origin universe, which was incomparably rare in the entire chaos. Lin Feng's future prospects were boundless, and definitely did not stop at being an ordinary chaotic life form. Lin Feng did not know that many thoughts were flashing through Lang Da's mind at this moment. He was familiarizing himself with his new chaotic body. When he underwent metamorphosis just now, he had relied on the power of the universe to keep his consciousness undying, and successfully become a chaotic life form. However, Lin Feng knew that his foundation was the universe in his body, not the chaotic body. Hence, Lin Feng immediately immersed his consciousness in the universe within his body. What's going on? When Lin Feng saw the scene in the internal universe, a strange expression actually appeared on his face. Chapter 781, 3000 Cosmic Demons. 3000 Cosmic Demons. When Lin Feng's consciousness was immersed in the internal universe, he suddenly realized that the internal universe had already undergone a tremendous change. There was chaos everywhere. Waves of storms and chaotic aura swept through the entire universe with abandon. This was the consequence of the chaotic aura entering the universe. However, Lin Feng was not too surprised. What really surprised him was the chaotic lotus in the center of the universe. Under the stimulation of the chaotic aura, this chaotic lotus seemed to have become even larger. Moreover, the huge lotus leaf emitted a mysterious aura that spread throughout the entire universe, as if even the universe was slowly expanding. Lotus seeds also appeared on the chaotic lotus. These lotus seeds were densely packed. There were thousands of them, and they contained rich vitality. It was as if they were nurturing something. Since the chaotic lotus had undergone a change, Lin Feng had no choice but to pay attention to it. After all, the current chaotic lotus had completely fused with Lin Feng's universe origin. If any changes occurred, it would definitely affect Lin Feng's universe. Lin Feng had to pay attention. Chaotic aura. The chaotic lotus seems to need a large amount of chaotic aura. Lin Feng sensed that the thousands of lotus seeds on the chaotic lotus seemed to be too rich in vitality. Moreover, the life force inside was too rich, and did not quite seem like ordinary lotus seeds. Since the chaotic lotus needed chaotic aura, Lin Feng would satisfy its needs. Buzz. Lin Feng grabbed with his hand, and his entire body formed a storm that absorbed a large amount of chaotic aura in a frenzy. With Lin Feng's current chaotic body, his every move could easily mobilize the chaotic aura. Controlling the chaotic aura was like eating and drinking. This was the most basic method that even chaotic life forms could do. As a large amount of chaotic aura surged into the universe, the chaotic lotus immediately began to absorb this chaotic aura with abandon. Moreover, it converted a large amount of it into vitality and supplied it to the chaotic lotus seed. Every lotus seed was round and full, and its vitality became richer and richer. After an unknown period of time, under Lin Feng's expectant gaze, the chaotic lotus seeds finally cracked with a puff. Swoosh! From the first cracked lotus seed, a burly man with bulging muscles and boundless strength jumped out. With a wave of his hand, the cracked lotus seed transformed into a stream of light that landed in the burly man's hand, turning into a huge axe. Lin Feng could clearly sense the terrifying power in this bearded man's body. It was even stronger than Lang De, and not inferior to a peak half-chaotic life form. It had to be known that this was a life form that had just been born, nurtured by the chaotic lotus. As the first lotus seed shattered, the second, third, fourth. Countless lotus seeds shattered one after another. Strangely shaped life forms with powerful strength leaped out of the lotus seeds. Lin Feng counted. A total of about 3,000 lotus seeds had transformed into life. What were these? Life forms born in the universe. However, it seemed like these life forms were transformed from the chaotic lotus. Could the chaotic lotus also nurture and create life forms? Or could it have happened due to some accident when the chaotic lotus had fused with Lin Feng's universe origin, such that these 3,000 life forms were born in this strange manner? Lin Feng did not know, but these 3,000 life forms were not that willing to get along with each other. They seemed to be born with the innate ability to fight, and began to fight each other as soon as they appeared. Among them, the bearded man who appeared with the first lotus seed was the strongest. He held a huge axe and was simply invincible. The life forms continued to fight, plunging the entire universe into chaos. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the world was collapsing. However, as these life forms appeared, Lin Feng realized that the cosmic power in his body seemed to have increased by a lot. It was as if he could borrow the power of these 3,000 life forms. Life. This is the power of life. Lin Feng understood that in a complete universe, life was indispensable. Comprehending the principle of life did not mean that life could be created out of thin air. It was impossible. However, life could appear naturally in an origin universe. Now, life had already been born in Lin Feng's internal universe. Although it was accomplished through this bizarre method of being nurtured by the chaotic lotus, life had ultimately been born. Only then could Lin Feng's universe be complete. As lives were born, the speed at which the universe in Lin Feng's body automatically expanded also increased greatly. As expected, a universe with life was the complete universe, the universe with the greatest potential. The potential of life was infinite. Lin Feng even wondered if a transcendent would appear in his universe one day. Lin Feng thought about it carefully. He was afraid not. After all, his universe was not an origin universe. The entire universe was a universe he presided over. If anyone posed a threat to the universe, Lin Feng could move them out or kill them directly. The universe in the body of a transcendent was still very different from an origin universe. However, these life forms were constantly fighting. Although they were all very powerful and could not be killed most of the time, the life form born from the first lotus seed wielded a huge axe and was very ferocious. Lin Feng had a vague feeling that the life form born from the first lotus seed could kill other life forms. Lin Feng did not want the first batch of life forms born in his universe to kill each other like this. Hence, Lin Feng's consciousness descended. Boom. The world changed, and the universe shook. A terrifying pressure descended on the entire universe. The 3,000 life forms all stopped fighting, and a trace of respect appeared on their faces. Greetings, Father Deity. Lin Feng's mark was imprinted in the depths of the souls of these 3,000 life forms. To them, Lin Feng was the heavens, the ruler of everything, and the Father Deity who nurtured them. Although these 3,000 life forms were fighting with each other, they did not dare to approach the chaotic lotus. That was the place that gave birth to them, and the core of the entire universe. Subconsciously, they did not dare to approach it. As for Lin Feng, he was branded in the depths of their souls. They had known about the existence of Lin Feng, the Father Deity, from the moment they were born. They did not dare to have any thoughts of resisting the Father Deity. All of you are my children. Don't kill each other anymore. The universe is huge. You can cultivate yourselves. You are the first life forms born in the universe, and you are brave, warlike, and fond of fighting. Hence, you will be called cosmic demons. I will bestow you this name to be passed down in the universe for eternity. A thought occurred to him. Lin Feng said to the cosmic demon transformed from the first lotus seed, "You are the strongest, and you are the first life form born in the universe. You are brave and belligerent, and can command 3,000 cosmic demons. I hereby bestow your name as the Pan." "Thank you, Father Deity." Pan bowed respectfully, then held the giant axe in his hand and roared excitedly at the sky. The remaining 3,000 cosmic demons also lowered their proud heads one after another, expressing their submission to Pan. From then on, Pan became the leader of the 3,000 cosmic demons, commanding them. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face, and he exited the internal universe. Although there were only 3,000 cosmic demons in the entire universe for the time being, and the number of lifeforms was still too little, he believed that more lifeforms would definitely be born in the chaotic lotus in the future. In fact, those cosmic demons would also give birth to lives in the future. From then on, Lin Feng's internal universe would prosper. His universe would also continue to expand, and his strength would become stronger. This formed a positive cycle. Lin Feng's strength would constantly improve, almost without consciously cultivating. This was the power of a transcendent who possessed the universe. The universe was the foundation, the source of power. Chapter 782, 782 Metamorphosis of All. 782 Metamorphosis of All. Lin Feng was very curious about the 3,000 cosmic demons. Could these 3,000 cosmic demons just increase the power of the universe? Could the 3,000 cosmic demons be transferred to the chaos, and become Lin Feng's helpers? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he thought of a possibility. Let's give it a try. Lin Feng quickly immersed his consciousness in the universe and found Pan. Pan. Lin Feng's voice was ethereal. "Father Deity, what are your orders?" "Pan, I would like to move you to the outside world. You have to be prepared for cultivation. There might be danger. Are you willing?" "I am willing to die in service to you, Father Deity." Lin Feng nodded. These demons born in the universe were absolutely loyal to Lin Feng, the Father Deity. Swoosh. With a thought, Lin Feng used the power of the universe to teleport Pan out instantly. Ah. This is. Pan opened his mouth wide. There was a large amount of chaotic aura around him. As soon as Pan appeared, a large amount of chaotic aura surged into his body in a frenzy. Buzz. Pan's body immediately collapsed, torn apart by the chaotic aura. He roared at the sky, trying to stop the chaotic aura, but it seemed to be futile. Seeing Pan's aura decline rapidly, Lin Feng moved Pan back into the universe. In the universe, Lin Feng mobilized the power of the universe to restore Pan's body. The destruction of chaotic aura to life forms in the universe was simply too great. However, Pan was the first life form born in the chaotic lotus, after all. His own physique was very extraordinary, and he was definitely not an ordinary life form. Hence, although he could not withstand the influx of chaotic aura, it was not to the extent of being stuffed to death instantly. After being moved back to the universe, with Lin Feng helping with full effort, Pan quickly recovered to his original state. Moreover, a portion of the Pan's body was constructed from chaotic aura. "Father Deity, I've let you down. That place is too terrifying. However, I feel that my body seems to have become stronger. It should be able to withstand the miraculous power of that place." "Oh. All right, let's give it another try then." Lin Feng moved Pan out of the internal universe again, and he instantly appeared in the chaos. Immediately, a large amount of chaotic aura surged towards Pan. However, this time, Pan was already prepared. The veins on his entire body were bulging, and his muscles were bulging. Unlike the last time, this time, Pan was actually actively absorbing the chaotic aura. Although Pan's body would occasionally break, there was no danger to his life at all. He was even undergoing a certain level of metamorphosis. Lin Feng was also paying attention to Pan at all times. Once Pan was in danger, he would immediately move him into the internal universe. After all, he did not want the first life form born in his internal universe to die prematurely due to experimentation. Gore. After an unknown period of time, Pan's body expanded rapidly, actually expanding to dozens of meters in size. He looked even more burly than Lang Da. His body emitted traces of chaotic aura, as if he was no longer afraid of the chaotic aura. Greetings, Father Deity. I can already adapt to the environment here. Moreover, I feel that my strength is many times greater than before. It's really wonderful. Thank you for your gift, Father Deity. Pan's muffled voice echoed in the chaos. Lang Da was a little bewildered. He had never seen Pan before. Master, who is this big fellow? Lang Da was a little curious and asked. Huh? Who dares to disrespect Father Deity? Axe. Pan sent a glare with his huge eyes, his entire body filled with killing intent. His aura quickly locked onto Lang Da. At this moment, Lang Da's entire body was incomparably cold, as if it had sensed a chilling killing intent. If it were an ordinary chaotic life form, Lang Da might not be afraid. However, being targeted by Pan made him feel as if he was about to suffocate. In particular, he even sensed an extremely dangerous aura from that huge axe. If they really entered a fight, he was very likely not a match for this big guy. Master, I didn't offend this big fellow, did I? Lang Da said cautiously. Lin Feng glanced at the obviously spooked Lang Da and shook his head helplessly. Pan is the servant of the Father Deity. Pan nodded and retracted his aura, but he was clearly still on guard about Lang Da. Then, Lin Feng transferred Pan into the internal universe. Lang Da's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked, Master, could this huge fellow be a life form born from the universe in your body? Why not? Lin Feng's words shocked Lang Da. He stammered, but he actually became a half-chaotic life form, and he might be a peak half-dash. Chaotic life form. Half-chaotic life form. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. This reminded Lin Feng. Hence, he moved the 3,000 cosmic demons out one by one and placed them in the chaos. With the experience of Pan, Lin Feng was rather familiar with the process. Every time a cosmic demon could not withstand it, he would move them into the internal universe and slowly recover. After they recovered to their original state, he would move them into the chaos. They could basically all cultivate a half-chaotic body and become half-chaotic life forms. At the very least, in the future, the 3,000 cosmic demons would have no problem entering and exiting the chaos. Moreover, after transforming into a half-chaotic body, their strength would also increase substantially. In fact, according to Lin Feng's hypothesis, since a transcendent was only harmful and of no benefit to his universe, he could not possibly allow the birth of a transcendent. Didn't that mean that there was no way out for the life forms in his internal universe? No, Lin Feng did not think so. They could not transcend, but they could become chaotic life forms. Lin Feng transformed all 3,000 cosmic demons into half-chaotic life forms to cultivate in the universe. In the present, they were just practicing very basic chaotic cultivation techniques provided by Lang Da, and it was hard to say if they could cultivate to become chaotic life forms. However, there was still a trace of hope. Lin Feng could always obtain some profound cultivation techniques in the universe in the future. Then, the 3,000 cosmic demons would all have a chance of cultivating to become chaotic life forms. Once chaotic life forms were born in Lin Feng's internal universe, how powerful would Lin Feng's internal universe be? In fact, when the time came, Lin Feng could even have some more helpers that were chaotic life forms. Even now, Lin Feng could casually summon 3,000 cosmic demons. All of them were half-chaotic life forms. Even Lang Da was dumbfounded and in disbelief. Just the thought of 3,000 half-chaotic life forms was terrifying. Even in the chaos, it was very rare for those high and mighty great chaotic life forms to have 3,000 half-chaotic life forms serving them. Lin Feng had clearly just transcended and become a chaotic life form, but he already had 3,000 half-chaotic life forms serving him. The universe of a transcendent was their foundation. Lin Feng knew that the universe was what he relied on. From now on, when he roamed the chaos, he would probably have to rely on his internal universe more. It's time to go. Lin Feng had metamorphosed into a true chaotic life form. He had also helped the 3,000 cosmic demons in his internal universe to metamorphose into half-chaotic life forms. He already had enough to rely on, enough to even venture into the chaos. Hence, Lin Feng waved his hand and took out Lang Da's spaceship. He flew towards the depths of the vast chaos with Lang Da and Ao. Chapter 783, 783 Battle in the Chaos. 783 Battle in the Chaos. The spaceship flew slowly. In the spaceship, Lin Feng looked at the chaos outside and realized that the surrounding chaos seemed to be the same. There was no difference at all. Lang Da, how big is the chaos? Lang Da shook his head and said, Master, the chaos is too huge. Even though I've roamed the chaos for many years, I've never reached the edge. Forget about me, even a true chaotic life form can't reach the edge of the chaos. That sounds reasonable. An origin universe is already massive enough, let alone the chaos, which may contain countless origin universes. Lin Feng shook his head. There was no point in asking Lang Da. Lang Da was only a half-chaotic life form. In the chaos, he was equivalent to the bottom class. How could he know how vast the chaos was? Lang Da, you've been in the chaos for so many years. You should know a little about the situation in the chaos, right? For example, what factions are there? The situation. Lang Da was slightly embarrassed, but after some thought, he still said, I know. There are 7 holy cities in the chaos. It's rumored that these 7 holy cities are distributed throughout the chaos. They are the true holy lands that countless life forms in the chaos long for. 7 holy cities. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Where are these 7 holy cities? Lin Feng had entered the chaos to cultivate and find the cultivation techniques for transcendence. Presumably, it was not very easy to find the cultivation techniques for transcendence in ordinary places. However, that might not be the case in the holy cities. After all, those were holy lands that even chaotic life forms longed for. Master, well, I've only heard that there are 7 holy cities in the chaos. As for where they are, I don't know either. Lin Feng got nothing in return for his question, and a trace of disappointment appeared on his face. Lang Da must be doing really poorly for himself in the chaos. He did not even know where the holy cities were. Lin Feng wanted to ask Ao. After all, Ao was a chaotic life form, and was much stronger than Lang Da. However, Ao was not too intelligent, and could only obey some simple orders. As for communicating, that was much more difficult. Even communicating with mental power would be slightly problematic. Moreover, Ao seemed to be always roaming the chaos and had never been to the holy cities. Otherwise, Ao would have long been captured by stronger chaotic life forms and used as a mount. The spaceship flew in the chaos for 3 months, but it did not even encounter any chaotic life forms, let alone other origin universes. It was pitch black everywhere, simply boundless. Forget about 3 months, even if they flew for 3 or 30 years, he might not be able to encounter other chaotic life forms. After all, the chaos was just too vast. Lang Da, apart from the holy cities, don't other chaotic life forms or half-chaotic life forms have fixed cultivation venues or gathering places? For example, fixed origin universes. Lin Feng could not help but ask Lang Da again. It was impossible for there to be no place to stay in the chaos other than the holy cities. Could all cultivators or half-chaotic life forms be wandering in the chaos? Lang Da thought for a moment. In the end, he said with some uncertainty, Master, I did hear that there are chaotic cities or chaotic continents established by some powerful cultivators. However, I don't even dare to enter those places. Our Silver Moon Dire Wolf clan roam the chaos since birth. Once we encounter other powerful chaotic lifeforms, we might be captured. The consequences would be unthinkable. Lin Feng understood now. It turned out that Langda was the same as Ao. Perhaps he was from some rare race that did not even dare to enter the holy cities. If powerful lifeforms encountered him, he would be captured. Hence, it was impossible to get any effective information regarding the chaos from Langda. In that case, I can only rely on luck. Lin Feng felt a little helpless. Yes, Master. Actually, it's only been 3 months. Sometimes, I encounter other lifeforms too. When that happens, Master will know. After asking them, Langda comforted Lin Feng instead, causing Lin Feng to shake his head. Calling Langda useless would probably be an understatement. How did someone as useless as Langda dare to invade the Origin universe back then? The ignorant were truly fearless. Since he could not get any results from asking Langda, Lin Feng could only stay in the spaceship and wait quietly. He was also observing his internal universe. Ever since the 3,000 cosmic demons all metamorphosed into half-chaotic lifeforms, it had been very calm. No new lotus seeds were born in the chaotic lotus, let alone new lifeforms. However, Lin Feng could not be impatient. Life needed to be born naturally in the universe. He did not know when new lives would be born. The universe in his body did not change. Instead, Lin Feng began to study the chaotic body. Now, the combat body technique was no longer of any use to his body. It was as if the combat body technique had been restricted in this chaos. It was impossible to deploy the massive combat body again. On the other hand, Langda and Ao both seemed to rely on their bodies to fight. In particular, Ao's strongest aspect was his innate abilities, such as the chaotic flames. However, how did those chaotic lifeforms that cultivated after birth fight? It was impossible for them to rely on their bodies to exchange punches and palm strikes as well. Perhaps there were other methods in the chaos that were specially used for cultivation and combat by acquired chaotic lifeforms. This chaos was a new starting point for Lin Feng. There were still many things he needed to understand. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Lin Feng drifted in the chaos for a total of 3 years. For the past 3 years, Lin Feng had been trying to use the chaotic aura to strengthen his chaotic body. It was somewhat effective, but the effect was not very obvious. It was very slow. Lin Feng guessed that it must be due to the lack of cultivation techniques. As for creating his own cultivation technique, Lin Feng had never thought of it. He did not even understand the essence of the chaotic aura, nor did he know the principles of the chaotic body. How could he create his own cultivation technique? It was not something that could be created through imagination. 1. Had to have a deep understanding of the chaos before attempting to create their own cultivation technique. Boom. Suddenly, a violent explosion came from the chaos. The chaotic aura was also constantly churning, as if chaotic lifeforms were fighting violently. Someone is fighting. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had finally encountered a chaotic lifeform. This was the first time he had encountered a lifeform after drifting in the chaos for a total of 3 years. As for whether it was a chaotic lifeform, Lin Feng would only know after seeing it. Let's go and take a closer look. Lin Feng immediately activated the spaceship and flew towards the source of the battle fluctuations. In the chaos, 2 men in black were besieging a burly man. Both parties used all kinds of methods. Either a violent saber light would lice through the chaotic aura, emitting a wave that blotted out everything, or a punch would form a terrifying vortex. Cultivators. Without a doubt, these were all cultivators. Compared to Langda and Ao, who could only use innate abilities to fight, they were countless times stronger, even though all 3 of them were all half-chaotic lifeforms. Qin Sheng, hand it over, and maybe we will spare your life. In any case, our goal is the Qi family. You're just an attendant of the Qin family. Why do you need to sacrifice your life for the Qi family? Let me tell you, the Qi family's days are numbered. You're at least a dignified half-chaotic life form. Why should you die with the Qi family? Seeing that they could not take down Qin Sheng anytime soon, the two men in black tried to persuade him. Hey, you two are from the Li family, right? Don't think I don't know just because you've concealed your aura. The saber technique you used has long betrayed you. Back then, Lady Qi saved me. Since I promised to protect Lady Qi for 100 years, I won't go back on my word. Lady Qi personally gave me this treasure. You want it? You'll have to do it over my dead body. The two men in black frowned. This Qin Sheng was really difficult to deal with. The Qi family was really lucky to actually be able to recruit such a powerful half-chaotic life form in their decline. If not for Qin Sheng, the Qi family would probably have been destroyed long ago. However, no matter how difficult Qin Sheng was to deal with, he was only one man. Qin Sheng, we can't do anything to you, but we can hold you off. If this drags on, the Qi family will long be destroyed, and your Lady Qi will long be dead. Let's see how you can keep your promise then. Qin Sheng's heart clenched. Indeed, he was alone. He was surrounded by two men in black and could not leave at all. The Qi family was in danger, and there was nothing he could do. You can destroy the Qi family, but if Lady Qi dies, I will make sure your Li family never has a day of peace. Qin Sheng's voice was as cold as ice, causing the hearts of the two men in black to palpitate. Whoosh! At this moment, a spaceship suddenly flew over from the depths of the chaos. Our reinforcements. No, it doesn't look like it. Spaceships from our Li family should bear the insignia. This should be a cultivator traveling the chaos. A cultivator traveling the chaos. We should hurry up and leave. Don't offend this cultivator. Cultivators who can travel the chaos all have monstrous methods. Ordinary cultivators are not comparable to them. Seeing the spaceship fly over, the two men in black hurriedly avoided it. However, when Qin Sheng looked at the spaceship, his gaze turned slightly cold. Then, as if he had made up his mind, his figure instantly transformed into a stream of light and charged towards the spaceship. If you can send me back, I'm willing to agree to any request from you. Accompanied by the stream of light, Qin Sheng's firm voice came through to the spaceship. Chapter 784, 784 Chaotic Continent. 784 Chaotic Continent. Qin Sheng's voice echoed in the chaos and came through to the spaceship. The two men in black were about to say something, but when they saw the appearance of the spaceship, a trace of wariness flashed across their faces, and they did not stop him. Oh. You'll agree to any request. What if I ask you to die? A calm voice entered Qin Sheng's ears. This was the language of the chaos. Actually, there was nothing special about it. Although Lang Da was doing poorly for himself, he still knew the language of the chaos. Hearing the voice from the spaceship, Qin Sheng was slightly stunned. However, he immediately gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "If you can really send me back, regardless of whether I can save Lady Qi, I'll keep my promise. Even if you want me to die, I won't have any complaints." You're quite bold. In that case, come in. The door to the huge spaceship opened immediately. Qin Sheng was overjoyed. Without any hesitation, he flew into the spaceship. As soon as he flew into the spaceship, Qin Sheng saw a ferocious-looking life form with an aura vaguely like a chaotic dire beast staring at him menacingly. Moreover, he had barely taken 2 steps when he saw a dire beast with 3 heads that emitted a terrifying aura. Just its aura made him not dare to move an inch. Qin Sheng's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Could this be the legendary AO? Qin Sheng recalled the legends about AO. It had 3 heads, had a hideous appearance, and a powerful aura. It could also spit chaotic flames, and was extremely fast. However, AO was a legendary life form in the chaos, and it was an innate chaotic life form. It was difficult to encounter one at all. Even great chaotic life forms that specifically went out to capture them would find it very difficult to capture one. How could this be an AO? Qin Sheng shook his head. He was really going a little insane. He must have been too nervous about the matter of Lady Qi recently, and had actually mistaken this chaotic dire beast for an AO. It was completely impossible. Your name is Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng looked up and realized that there was a man in white in front of him. His aura was concealed, and he was sizing Qin Sheng up. A smile appeared on his lips. He looked rather amiable. However, thinking about the two chaotic dire beasts he had seen, they were probably not friendly. Cultivators who could subdue these two chaotic lifeforms and travel the chaos must have methods beyond his imagination. Hence, Qin Sheng said respectfully, I'm Qin Sheng. Thank you for letting me in, Senior. You're very good. I agree to your request just now. Lin Feng did think that Qin Sheng was not bad. He was true-hearted and loyal, and was a rare type even in the Origin universe. Thank you, Senior. Seeing Lin Feng's nonchalant attitude, Qin Sheng automatically classified Lin Feng as a senior to show his respect for Lin Feng. By the way, you still haven't told me where you're going. Senior doesn't know. Qin Sheng found it a little strange, but then he said in realization, looks like Senior has traveled from afar. Ascetic cultivators like Senior who roam the chaos are rare now. Not far ahead is a chaotic continent called the Incendium continent. I came from Red Phosphorus city of the Incendium continent. The Qi family is in danger at this moment. Senior, please escort me to Red Phosphorus city as soon as possible. Qin Sheng shall be eternally grateful. The Incendium continent. Don't worry, this spaceship is very fast. It won't delay your matters. Lin Feng's expression was very calm, but he was very excited. After wandering in the chaos for so long, he finally found a chaotic continent. Hence, he immediately activated the spaceship and prepared to rush to the Incendium continent. At this moment, the two men in black from the Li family outside the spaceship saw Qin Sheng fly into the spaceship. Their eyes twitched slightly, and they had a vague feeling that something was amiss. If that cultivator traveling in the chaos agreed, what should they do? Now that the spaceship was activated, it seemed like he had indeed agreed. What could the two of them do? Stop it. What a joke. How could two half-chaotic lifeforms on a chaotic continent like themselves be comparable to a cultivator who traveled in the chaos? Even their Li family's ancestor would not dare to offend such a terrifying entity lightly. Hence, they could only watch helplessly as the spaceship quickly flew towards the Incendium continent, not daring to stop it at all. That cultivator doesn't seem to have agreed to help the Qi family. He is just impressed by Qin Sheng. That's right. Qin Sheng is ultimately a half-chaotic cultivator, and he's cultivated to this level in less than 100 years. He'll be valued no matter which faction he goes to. Perhaps this cultivator values Qin Sheng's potential and appreciates him for his talent. However, he has only agreed to send Qin Sheng back, and hasn't agreed to help the Qi family. We still have a chance. That's right. Hurry back to Red Phosphorus City. We must inform the family not to offend this cultivator who's roaming the chaos. If he thinks highly of Qin Sheng, at most, we'll let Qin Sheng off. Our main target is still the Qi family. After the two men in black finished discussing, they immediately rushed back to Red Phosphorus City as quickly as possible. However, no matter how fast they were, how could they be faster than the chaotic spaceship? They could only watch helplessly as the chaotic spaceship flew into the Incendium continent first. This is what a chaotic continent is like. Lin Feng muttered softly and looked at the scenery outside the spaceship. This was a chaotic continent, a huge continent floating in the chaos. Although it was called a continent, it was probably not inferior to the Origin universe, or was even larger. Lin Feng carefully sensed the surrounding space in the chaotic continent. Just like in the chaos, the space was incomparably stable. Even a full power strike from him would probably be unable to shake the space here. As for warping space, that was entirely impossible. Moreover, the chaotic continent was also filled with a large amount of chaotic aura. Nourished by the chaotic aura, the countless living beings in the chaotic continent were generally much stronger than living beings in the Origin universe. However, the strange thing was that Lin Feng sensed with his mental power that while there were also many cultivators in the city below, Not everyone was a half-chaotic life form. There were also many very weak life forms who had not even cultivated a half-chaotic body. Cultivators who are half-chaotic life forms seem to have a relatively high status on the continent. Lin Feng vaguely understood. It seemed like even among the life forms on the chaotic continent, not everyone could become a half-chaotic life form. Apart from chaotic dire beasts like Langda, who could naturally become a half-chaotic life form, the other ordinary life forms were all very weak. They needed to rely on cultivation to become half-chaotic life forms step by step. As for the incomparably weak life forms in those cities, Lin Feng did not sense many with signs of cultivation. Cultivation techniques must be severely restricted as well. Senior, Red Phosphorus City is ahead. Qin Shing stared intently at a city below, looking a little anxious. Don't worry, your Lady Qi should still be alive. However, she's not in a very good situation. Lin Feng scanned with his mental power and naturally learned about the situation in Red Phosphorus City. He glanced at Qin Sheng, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Chapter 785, 785 The Spaceship Landing. 785 The Spaceship Landing. Qi Xian, stop your futile resistance. You know that your Qi family will be completely removed from Red Phosphorus City today. Of course, if you know your place, we can still leave your corpse intact. Moreover, some of these useless descendants of your Qi family can continue to live. The Li family had already surrounded the Qi family. The 7 attendants of the Li family were all half-chaotic life forms, and the head of the Li family was even a peak half-chaotic life form. The Qi family's future was bleak. Even many of the attendants had fled, unwilling to go down with the Qi family. Qi Xian's expression was dark. He looked at the Qi family behind him. There were only 2 or 3 half-chaotic life forms left, including himself and his clansmen. As for the Li family could see, there were more than 10 half-chaotic life forms as far as the eye could see. They had lost. The Qi family had already lost. They were done for. Li Longwu, the thing you want is in my possession. Only I know where it is. Release the others in the Qi family, and I'll give you the chaotic elixir. Dad. Lady Qi could not bear it. That was the chaotic elixir. The Qi family had spent most of their family's resources to obtain one by luck. It was a desperate gambit for their clansmen to metamorphose into a chaotic life form. After all, the chaotic elixir was made by a true chaotic life form. It was made from precious items obtained from the chaos, and could increase the probability of becoming a chaotic life form. For the sake of this elixir, the Qi family suffered heavy losses and was targeted by the Li family. Now, even their family was about to be destroyed. Chaotic elixir. Ha 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 ha, Qi Xian, you're really cunning. You even lied to your own daughter, but you can't fool me. Your daughter thinks that she has already given the chaotic elixir to attendant Qin Sheng. You want to trick us into intercepting Qin Sheng to relieve the pressure on your Qi family. Heh, but I know that the chaotic elixir is not with Qin Sheng. You used it long ago, right? Li Longwu's words made Qi Xian's expression change drastically. He pointed at Li Longwu and was speechless for a long time. Lady Qi's face also turned pale as she stared at her father in a daze. Father, you really gave me a fake chaotic elixir. Seeing that the matter had already been exposed, Qi Xian smiled wanly and nodded. Liner, there's nothing I can do. Attendant Qin Sheng is powerful. If the Li family finds out that the elixir is with him, they will definitely send many experts to stop him. Perhaps the pressure on our Qi family will not be so great. But isn't father putting Qin Sheng in danger by doing this? Don't worry. Since the Li family has already seen through my plan, they probably won't send many people to stop attendant Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng should be very safe. At this moment, Li Longwu laughed and said, haha, that's right. Although I didn't send many people to stop Qin Sheng, he definitely won't have it easy. After all, I'm not too at ease regarding such a powerful attendant. I still sent 2 of the strongest clansmen of our Li family to kill Qin Sheng. Heh, looks like your Li family isn't after the chaotic elixir. That's right. Although the chaotic elixir is precious, if even your chief family can buy it, how can the Li family not be able to? But you're too foolish. You exhausted your family's resources, and thought that you could become a chaotic life form just because you obtained the chaotic elixir. You're really too naive. Our Li family has also obtained the chaotic elixir, but it will take more than just the chaotic elixir for you to become a chaotic life form. You exhausted your family's resources, causing the number of attendants to decrease rapidly, giving our Li family an opportunity instead. Therefore, the Qi family is in this state all because of your foolishness. Qi Xian's face was pale. Indeed, the reason the Qi family had fallen to their current state was that he was too ambitious and overeager to metamorphose into a chaotic life form. But now, his cleverness had backfired on him. The millennium-old foundation of the Qi family would probably be ruined by him. Good, good. The Li family's plan is flawless, but so what? The Qi family is not something you can destroy easily, either. If you want to destroy the Qi family, you have to be prepared to lose a few half-chaotic cultivators. Qi Xian also gritted his teeth. At this moment, the Qi family could only hold out. Even if they died, they would drag the few half-chaotic life forms of the Li family down with them. With just you. If the Qi family's attendants were still around, I might still be wary of them. But now that the attendants are gone, you can't even drag people down with you. Li Longwu waved his hand. Immediately, the 10 half-chaotic life forms stepped forward one after another, their auras locking onto Qi Xian and the others. Whoosh! At this moment, a chaotic spaceship flew over from the sky. This chaotic spaceship did not look huge, but no matter what, it was still a chaotic spaceship. There were not many people who could afford a chaotic spaceship. The chaotic spaceship landed on the ground, and the door of the spaceship opened. Swoosh! A figure flew out of the spaceship. Lady Qi. Qin Sheng. Qi Xian was also stunned. Attendant Qin Sheng, you're not dead. Qin Sheng glanced at Qi Xian. He had also sensed in the spaceship that the chaotic elixir was fake. Although he was loyal, he was not stupid. He could also guess that Qi Xian had given him a fake chaotic elixir. Qin Sheng would not miss the Qi family at all. However, the eldest daughter of the Qi family, Qi Lin, was a separate matter. Qi Lin had saved his life. He had once made a promise to protect Qi Lin for 100 years. He would not break this promise. Qin Sheng, why are you back? Go, go. From today onwards, you're no longer a attendant of the Qi family. Qi Lin shook her head and said urgently. She did not want to see Qin Sheng rush here to his death. Lady Qi, you were the one who saved me back then. I also owe you my life. I can't go against my heart in my cultivation. Otherwise, I'll never be able to improve. Since I promised to protect Lady Qi for 100 years, I will definitely fulfill my promise. With that, Qin Sheng turned around and looked coldly at the Li family. The lives of the Qi family has nothing to do with me, but I want to take Lady Qi away. Take Qi Lin away. Li Longwu sneered and said, that's impossible. Qin Sheng, I respect your character. Moreover, I have recognized your strength. You may leave, and you can even become an attendant of our Li family. Your treatment will definitely be much better than in the Qi family. However, Qi Lin must die. She's the legitimate daughter of the Qi family. We must get rid of any hidden risks. I don't want another great enemy to the Li family to come up in the future. In that case, let's fight. Qin Sheng stood in front of Qi Lin. His gaze was determined, and his entire body was filled with fighting spirit. Qi Xian glanced at the spaceship that had just descended. Such a spaceship was not something ordinary cultivators could own. Spaceships that could fly in the chaos were incomparably expensive to begin with. Even the Qi family and the Li family did not have chaotic spaceships. In reality, this spaceship was the only valuable treasure on the 3 felons of chaos. They could be considered lucky to have obtained this spaceship by accident when roaming the universe. Perhaps the owner of the spaceship was a cultivator who traveled the chaos, but an accident had happened, and only the chaotic spaceship was left behind. The three felons of chaos were lucky enough to obtain it, and eventually, it ended up in Lin Feng's possession. Just this spaceship alone had a certain degree of deterrence. Attendant Qin Sheng, you came on this spaceship. Can you ask the owner of the spaceship for help? Qi Xian was very tactful. He could tell that the spaceship was remarkable. How could the owner of such a spaceship be someone ordinary? Qin Sheng glanced at Qi Xian, but in the end, he shook his head and said, the senior who owns the spaceship only agreed to send me back, and did not agree to help me. Therefore, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Patriarch. Is that so? Qi Xian was indeed very disappointed, but he was unwilling to give up. Hence, he shouted at the spaceship, owner of the spaceship, if you can lend a hand, the entire Qi family will be eternally grateful. Li Longwu looked at the spaceship in surprise. He could naturally tell that the spaceship was extraordinary. However, the owner of the spaceship had never interfered, so he did not make any detailed inquiries. However, as soon as Qi Xian finished speaking, everyone looked at the spaceship. After all, Qin Shen had just alighted from the spaceship. Subconsciously, everyone felt that the owner of the spaceship might help Qin Shen. However, as time passed, no response came from the spaceship. A trace of disappointment appeared on Qi Xian's face, but Li Longwu threw his head back and laughed aloud. Haha, Qi Xian, you're still hoping for luck even at the brink of death. Attack. Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed without mercy. A sharp glint flashed across Li Longwu's eyes. He was also afraid that trouble would arise if things dragged on, so he immediately gave the order to the Li family. Chapter 786, 786 Silver Moon Dire Wolf. 786 Silver Moon Dire Wolf. The Li family attacked. All of them were half-chaotic life forms. As soon as they attacked, they unleashed overwhelming and terrifying fluctuations of chaotic aura, intending to wipe out the Qi family completely. Qin Sheng, leave quickly. You've already protected me for so many years. You've long repaid the favor. Qi Lin shook her head. She really did not want to see Qin Sheng die in front of her like this. As usual, Qin Sheng shook his head and said, Lady Qi, don't worry. They aren't good enough to kill me. Qin Sheng threw a punch. The surrounding air was compressed, and faint explosions sounded. It was enough to show how strong his punch was. Even ordinary half-chaotic lifeforms could not withstand it. Hence, two half-chaotic lifeforms specially fought with Qin Sheng. However, Qi Xian was stronger. His figure looked a little thin, but the aura on his body was the most terrifying. Earth Seal. Qi Xian formed a strange seal. Immediately, his palm expanded, as if forming an illusory hand that grabbed the chaotic aura within a radius of dozens of meters. Boom. Even the three half-chaotic lifeforms could not withstand a single palm strike. What an impressive Earth Seal. As expected of the Qi family's strongest three forms of heaven-turning seal. Qi Xian, take a strike from my slaying saber too. Li Longwu held the saber with both hands. It was as if his entire body had transformed into a sharp saber. A terrifying saber aura filled the surrounding space hundreds of meters in radius. The sharp edge of the blade felt as if it could cut into one's face, giving a faint sting. Earth Seal. Qi Xian used the Earth Seal again. Immediately, palm and saber collided fiercely. Thump. Qi Xian took a few steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was only a half-chaotic life form and had not acquired an energy body at all. Hence, he was still made of flesh and blood. This strike had already injured Qi Xian's internal organs. Li Longwu did not have it easy either. His clothes were torn apart by the Earth Seal, but a silver soft armor appeared inside. It actually emitted traces of silver light, protecting Li Longwu. He only took a few steps back and was not injured. Chaotic armor. Qi Xian's expression was dark, but he was already in despair. The Li family's chaotic armor had been passed down for more than 1,000 years. It was said to have been obtained from a great chaotic life form. It could withstand almost 90% of attacks below the chaotic realm. If he relied on the chaotic armor, Qi Xian was already no match. If not for the chaotic armor, you would not be my match. Qi Xian's expression was dark. Haha, of course. The three forms of the Qi family's heaven-turning seal are famed. Who in the entire red phosphorus city dares to resist your earth seal head-on? However, you've only mastered the first form. What can you do to me? An elated smile appeared on Li Longwu's face. After destroying the Qi family today, the Li family could still obtain the three forms of the Qi family's heaven-turning seal that awed red phosphorus city. It would double the Li family's strength, and it would only be a matter of time before they became the hegemon of the entire red phosphorus city. At this moment, in the spaceship, Lin Feng was focused on the battle between the Li family and the Qi family on the battlefield. Lin Feng was new here and had just entered the chaos. He knew too little about the chaos. Lang Da wandered in the chaos and had never even entered the chaotic continent. He only knew how to fight by instinct. But now, Lin Feng realized that cultivators on the chaotic continent seemed to use martial arts in battle, but it did not quite seem like it either. For example, the earth seal Qi Xian used had clearly exceeded the scope of martial arts. Lin Feng had also tried to use some martial arts back on his home planet. Unfortunately, they did not seem to be of much use. The chaos has its own rules. The martial arts on my home planet are only compatible with the rules of the origin universe. Hence, they are useless in the chaos. On the other hand, the martial arts in the chaos must be compatible with the rules of chaos, which is why they are so powerful. Seeing how these people fight, Lin Feng immediately felt that Lang Da's fighting ability was too weak. These were the methods of true cultivators. In particular, Qi Xian's earth seal left a deep impression on Lin Feng. It seemed that there was more to the power of the earth seal. It was just that Qi Xian had yet to master it. I've just arrived in the chaos. Even though I have the internal universe, I lack offensive methods. Perhaps I can use these martial arts in the chaos as an entry point to slowly understand the rules of the chaos. Hence, Lin Feng spoke. Qi Xian, the three forms of your Qi family's heaven-turning seal are rather interesting. If you impart them to me, I'll protect your Qi family. Lin Feng's voice came from the spaceship. Everyone was slightly stunned. Qi Xian was even more overjoyed. He immediately said loudly, "Good, good. I'll do as you say. If you can protect my Qi family, you can look through all the martial arts in the Qi family's collection, not just the three forms of the heaven-turning seal." How could Qi Xian still care about imparting martial arts to outsiders at this moment? Being able to protect the Qi family was already unexpected good news. Ah. Sir, you want to interfere in the affairs of the Li family. Li Longwu's expression was solemn as he looked at the spaceship. Is the Li family very strong? Laughter came from the spaceship. At the same time, a burly figure suddenly flew out of the spaceship. Swoosh. Lang Da charged out of the spaceship. He was the one who had volunteered to perform in front of Lin Feng. In terms of demeanor alone, Lang Da was very intimidating. After all, he had roamed the chaos for so many years. The title of the three felons of chaos could already be considered a vicious reputation. Sensing Lang Da's terrifying aura, the expressions of everyone in the Li family changed abruptly. A peak half-chaotic life form. The aura on Lang Da's body was indeed that of a peak half-chaotic life form. Just his aura alone could intimidate many people. Looks like you insist on interfering in the affairs of my Li family. In that case, the Li family won't care for courtesy. Slayer's strike. Li Longwu roared, his aura instantly locking onto Lang Da. Then, he slashed out with his saber. Boom. Li Longwu had already unleashed his full power behind this strike. He did not dare to underestimate Lang Da. After all, he was facing a peak half-chaotic life form. Hence, he went all out with this strike, and its power seemed to be even stronger than when he fought with Qi Xian just now. The blade of light struck Lang Da instantly. Langda only had time to swing out his arm before the terrifying blade sliced through his body. There was a ripping noise. Langda cried out in pain. His entire body felt as if it had been slashed countless times at once, riddled with holes and covered in blood. Everyone was stunned. Langda, who emitted a monstrous aura and appeared extremely terrifying just now, had seemed like a tough opponent. Why couldn't he even withstand a single strike now? He seemed too weak. Not only were the people from the Li and Qi families very surprised, even Lin Feng's expression darkened. This Langda usually only knew how to curry favor. He was clearly a peak half-chaotic life form, yet he could not even deal with a merely Longwu. This time, it's really humiliating. Haha, I thought he was so powerful. Turns out he's just SOSO. He seemed impressive, but is actually useless. Where did this piece of trash come from? How dare he strut around Red Phosphorus City? Hey, perhaps the owner of this spaceship is SOSO too. This chaotic spaceship is good stuff. For a moment, everyone in the Li family burst into laughter. Some malicious gazes were even fixed on the chaotic spaceship. Meanwhile, everyone in the Qi family was stunned. At this moment, they exchanged looks with one another. Even Qin Sheng was very surprised. When he entered the spaceship, he had clearly sensed that Lang Da's aura was very strong. He should be very difficult to deal with. Why couldn't he even withstand a single strike now? Had the owner of the spaceship never encountered any danger after traveling in the chaos for so long? Langda, if you can't deal with the Li family, don't come back. There was already a hint of anger in Lin Feng's voice. If Langda could not even resolve such a small matter, what was the use of keeping him around? Gore. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Langda roared furiously. His body began to expand at a visible speed, and gradually transformed into a huge wolf. A savage and violent aura filled Lang Da's body. Langda could ignore the Li family and the Qi family, but he could not ignore Lin Feng. He could also hear the discontent in Lin Feng's tone. If he did not satisfy Lin Feng this time, Lin Feng would probably really get rid of him. He would not even be qualified to be a servant. Hence, Langda was in a rage now. He had to fight with his life. What? This is a silver moon dire wolf. The silver moon dire wolf in the chaos. A savage chaotic dire beast. Seeing Lang Da's true form, everyone was dumbfounded for a moment and gasped. Chapter 787. 787 Boss AO, kill them all. 787 Boss AO, kill them all. A chaotic dire beast. This was a true chaotic dire beast. Perhaps the silver moon dire wolf could not be considered a very powerful chaotic dire beast, but anything related to chaotic dire beasts were not easy to deal with. Anyone who could make a chaotic dire beast submit to them was even more awe-inspiring. After all, chaotic dire beasts all lived in the vast chaos. How difficult was it to subdue a chaotic dire beast in the chaos? Hence, the Li and Qi families immediately realized that the terrifying thing was not the silver moon dire wolf, but the owner of the spaceship, the owner of this silver moon dire wolf. Gore. The silver moon dire wolf's entire body swelled. Although it did not cultivate martial arts, nor did it have powerful innate abilities, it still had certain innate abilities. As a chaotic dire beast, how could it not? The innate ability of the silver moon dire wolf was berserk, the berserk bloodline. Once he tapped into his bloodline and went berserk, his strength and speed would increase by several times. The sheer suppression in terms of speed and strength could make up for the enhancement brought about by some profound martial arts. This was the chaotic dire beast, the silver moon dire wolf. Die! Langda roared in anger and pounced towards Li Longwu. His huge claw slammed down hard, bringing with it rolling shockwaves and an indomitable aura. Thud. Li Longwu lifted his saber forcefully to block the strike. Thud. Li Longwu's entire body shook violently. It was too strong, just too strong. Once the silver moon dire wolf before him awakened his bloodline and went berserk, his strength would increase by several times. It would be unimaginable. If not for the chaotic armor, he would have been severely injured from that strike just now. Bang. 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 However, Lang Da's attacks did not stop. On the contrary, they became even more violent. Claws landed on Li Longwu's body like raindrops. Accompanied by terrifying roars, Li Longwu gradually started struggling to hold out. Crunch. The long saber in Li Longwu's hand was actually forcefully broken by Lang Da's continuous attacks. It shattered into a few pieces and fell to the ground. At this moment, Li Longwu was terrified. He could not help but bellow, "Quick, attack together and kill this chaotic dire beast." Hence, the other half-chaotic life-form experts of the Li family also reacted one after another. The family head with the chaotic armor was actually unable to withstand the attack of the Silver Moon dire wolf. "Vile creature, how dare you!" Immediately, the 5 half-chaotic lifeforms of the Li family charged out. They each used their own abilities and surrounded Lang Da from all directions. Lang Da's bloodshot eyes were filled with savageness. He ignored everything and charged towards 2 of the half-chaotic lifeforms. Thump. Lang Da's claw slammed down. Ignoring the attacks of the others, he shattered the head of one of the half-chaotic lifeforms. Blood splattered all over the ground, emitting a thick scent of blood. Thud. Lang Da did not have it easy either. His massive body was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. He struggled to stand up, but was already severely injured. Everyone was shocked. That was a half-chaotic life form. In ordinary battles, it was actually not that easy to kill a half-chaotic life form. Although the Li family was aggressive and seemed to have all the advantages, up until now, not a single half-chaotic life form had died in the battle between the Li family and the Qi family. The half-chaotic life form that Lang Da had killed was the first. For a moment, everyone only heard Lang Da's violent panting. Looking at the decapitated corpse of the Li family's half-chaotic life form, a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. "Vile creature. You deserve to die for killing a member of my Li family." Li Longwu's eyes immediately turned red. The true half-chaotic life forms of the Li family were also rare, and every one of them was very precious. He did not expect one to die in the hands of a chaotic dire beast over nothing. Immediately, Li Longwu's killing intent surged. Even the Li family's attendants were ordered to attack Lang Da together. Lang Da's berserk bloodline had also subsided by a lot. Looking at the many half-chaotic life forms in front of him, a trace of caution appeared in his eyes. However, Lin Feng had not said anything, so Lang Da did not dare to back down at all. In the spaceship, looking at Lang Da's appearance, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. Lang Da is still a chaotic dire beast after all. He still has some guts, so he's not completely useless. All right, Ao, go and help Lang Da. Lin Feng patted Ao, who had been lying on the ground beside him. Immediately, Ao with its 3 heads slowly stood up from the ground. Boom. A loud roar suddenly came from the spaceship. A terrifying aura emitted from the spaceship, immediately sweeping through an area of hundreds of meters. Swoosh. A figure even larger than Lang Da instantly flew out of the spaceship. It had 3 enormous heads, and its appearance was sinister and terrifying. However, the aura on his body became even more violent. Everyone who was enveloped by its aura felt as if a shadow was looming over their hearts. This is. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared intently at this strange chaotic dire beast. This was clearly another chaotic dire beast. However, its aura did not seem to be that of a half-chaotic life form. It was too frightening, like a violent storm, suffocating all of them. Seeing Ao appear, Lang Da was overjoyed. It seemed like Lin Feng had spared him this time. He was lucky enough to pass the test. "Heh, boss Ao, kill them all." Lang Da's face was filled with ingratiation. Although Ao was not very intelligent, it was very disdainful of Lang Da. In the past, Ao would ignore Lang Da's flattery. However, this title of Boss Ao made Ao very happy. Moreover, its master, Lin Feng, was the one who asked it to help Lang Da. Hence, Ao also turned around in an instant and immediately stared at Li Longwu. It was this person that Langda had not been able to deal with for so long. Ao suddenly transformed into a violent gust of wind and pounced towards Li Longwu in a frenzy. Even though Li Longwu was wearing the chaotic armor, he still felt a huge threat. He wanted to dodge, but he could not dodge at all. No. Li Longwu's pupils constricted as he shouted. Unfortunately, Ao would not hold back at all. Its huge claw slashed down hard. There was a ripping noise. The chaotic armor on Li Longwu's body emitted a glowing light. It was said to be indestructible below the level of chaotic lifeforms, but under Ao's claw, it was instantly torn apart like paper. Even Li Longwu's body turned into a rain of blood that filled the sky. Dead. Li Longwu had died just like that. Even the chaotic armor had shattered into pieces, and was completely useless. Ao, this is Ao. The terrifying Ao among chaotic dire beasts. A chaotic lifeform, this is a natural chaotic lifeform, Ao. Heavens, how did such a dire beast come to our red phosphorus city? Run, run quickly. No number of half-chaotic lifeforms can withstand a natural chaotic lifeform. Run quickly. Everyone in the Li family was incomparably terrified. A natural chaotic lifeform, the terrifying chaotic dire beast, Ao, had actually become their opponent. How could they fight against it? Even the family head was dead, and his corpse was torn apart. How could they resist? However, Ao did not want to let these half-chaotic lifeforms off so easily. It was a chaotic dire beast to begin with, and had a savage nature. After Lin Feng subdued it, it behaved itself for a while and stayed in the spaceship the entire time. It could be said to be bored out of its wits. Since it was released today, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It did not want things to end so quickly. Hence, the wings on Ao's back flapped slightly, and its speed reached the extreme. Like a beam of light, it constantly shuttled through the many half-chaotic lifeforms of the Li family. Every time, there would be a scream, which meant that yet another half-chaotic lifeform had died at Ao's hands. As for those ordinary cultivators who were not even half-chaotic lifeforms, Ao could not be bothered with them. In the end, the ground was filled with broken corpses, and all of them were half-chaotic lifeforms. They were all attendants and chaotic lifeforms of the Li family. Now, not a single one was left, and all had died here. For a moment, everyone in the Qi family gasped. Looking at the Ao with 3 heads, a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Chapter 788, 788 Chaos is eternal, and the perfected spirit is undying. 788 Chaos is eternal, and the perfected spirit is undying. Swoosh. The door of the spaceship opened. Ao, who was still imposing just now, instantly transformed into a stream of light with 3 huge heads, and flew in front of the spaceship. A figure walked out of the spaceship. Ao lay on the ground tamely, allowing the young figure who walked out of the spaceship to ride on its back. This scene made the eyes of the Qi family almost pop out. That was a savage and violent chaotic dire beast. It was born as a chaotic life form. How did it become so docile all of a sudden, like a huge dog? Master. Langda also hurriedly wore a fawning expression. However, Lin Feng did not say anything. Instead, he rode Ao slowly up to Qi Xian and said indifferently, "Patriarch Qi, are you satisfied?" "Yes, yes, very satisfied." Qi Xian hurriedly came back to his senses and looked up at Lin Feng. He was really too young. His appearance seemed very young, but Qi Xian knew that appearing young did not mean that he was truly very young in age. In particular, this young cultivator in front of him could tame the silver moon dire wolf and Ao. How terrifying was his strength! Even though he had a vague guess, that guess was too bold. Qi Xian did not dare to ask at all. "Very good, Qin Sheng. Don't forget your promise." Lin Feng looked up and said to Qin Sheng, "Senior, I won't forget. If Senior has any requests, I will definitely fulfill my promise." "Very good." Lin Feng nodded. As for why he was asking Qin Sheng for Lin Feng had not thought of it yet, so he would put it on hold for the time being. Senior, this way, please. Hence, Lin Feng followed behind Qi Xian and walked into the Qi family. Originally, Qi Xian wanted to treat Lin Feng first, but Lin Feng was very curious about the martial arts in the chaos, and could not wait to learn about them. Hence, Qi Xian agreed to Lin Feng's request and led Lin Feng into the Qi family's library. Senior, this is the various martial arts and spells collected by the Qi family over the past millennium. Senior, feel free to browse through them. The 3 forms of the heaven-turning seal are also inside. That's right, they're also inside. Everything you need is here. Very good. I'm going to stay inside for a while. Don't disturb me unless there's anything special. Yes, yes. Senior, don't worry. No one will dare to disturb you. Hence, Qi Xian bade farewell respectfully and left. Lin Feng left Lang Da and Ao guarding the door, then pushed open the library door and walked in. Seeing Lin Feng enter the library, Qi Xian felt as if he was in a dream. Just as the Qi family was about to be annihilated, unexpectedly, they were saved by this mysterious cultivator. He's able to subdue the Silver Moon Dire Wolf and Ao. This senior's power is unfathomable. He might even be a true chaotic life form. Qi Xian was also secretly speculating. A cultivator who was a chaotic life form. Even the illustrious ancestors of their Qi family could not advance to become a chaotic life form in the end. It was just too difficult to become a chaotic life form. However, Qi Xian could not be certain. After all, Lin Feng looked too young, and he seemed to have never appeared on the Incendium continent. He could not be certain that Lin Feng was a cultivator who was a chaotic life form. He was more willing to believe that Lin Feng was a cultivator from some major faction in the chaos, and cultivated top-notch techniques. Even Ao was arranged by the experts of that faction to protect Lin Feng. This perspective seemed more reasonable. However, no matter what, Lin Feng was in the Qi family now. As long as Lin Feng did not leave, the Qi family could use Lin Feng's influence to re-establish the Qi family's prestige in Red Phosphorus City. Li family, today's matter won't end so easily. A cold glint flashed across Qi Xian's eyes. The Qi family did have a lot of books in the library. There was a dazzling array of books everywhere. As expected of a millennium-old family, they had a deep foundation. When he just entered the chaos, Lin Feng had felt that it was very dangerous. When he arrived at the chaotic continent, however, he realized that the martial power here did not seem to be that powerful. It seemed like chaotic life forms were not ubiquitous. On the contrary, chaotic life forms were very rare. Even half-chaotic life forms could be considered great experts. It seemed like this Incendium continent was not very powerful for a chaotic continent either. Lin Feng had a lot to learn about chaos. He was not in a hurry to practice the 3 forms of the heaven-turning seal. In any case, he had plenty of time. He casually flipped through some miscellaneous notes on the bookshelf. The Incendium continent was created by perfected Lord Incendium. After some unknown billions of years. Lin Feng flipped through a miscellaneous book and suddenly mentioned the origins of the Incendium continent. Perfected Lord Incendium. Lin Feng's pupils constricted slightly. He acutely sensed some information hidden within. However, this miscellaneous record only made a casual mention. Afterward, it recorded some of the local customs and customs of the continent. There were no more records on perfected Lord Incendium. Lin Feng kept flipping through various books. Finally, in another ancient text, there appeared to be records of many powerful factions and some experts in them. Among them, there were mentions of perfected Lord Incendium. Perfected Lord Incendium established the Incendium continent for hundreds of millions of years, but he wandered the chaos and disappeared. Some said that the perfected Lord was dead, while others said that the perfected Lord was still in the depths of the chaos. Only the Incendium clans left behind by the perfected Lord Incendium knew if the perfected Lord was alive or dead. A perfected Lord was above chaotic life forms. As the saying goes, chaos is eternal, and the perfected spirit is undying. That is the significance of a perfected Lord. When Lin Feng saw the mention of perfected Lord Incendium in this ancient text, his heart also burned with passion. A perfected Lord was actually above chaotic life forms. After Lin Feng transcended, he metamorphosed into a chaotic life form. He had never been able to find a cultivation technique, so he naturally did not know where the path of cultivation lay, and could not even find the direction. But now, he knew that what came above chaotic life forms was the perfected Lord. Chaos was eternal, and the perfected spirit was undying. What kind of majestic entity was that? Cultivation technique. I need the cultivation technique for chaotic life forms. Lin Feng knew what he lacked now, and that was cultivation techniques, the cultivation techniques of true chaotic life forms. Hence, he began to browse through the ancient texts in the library. The Qi family did collect many cultivation techniques, but they were all cultivation techniques below chaotic life forms. They all taught people how to metamorphose into chaotic life forms. As for the cultivation techniques of chaotic life forms, Lin Feng did not find a single one. Although he had not found a cultivation technique for chaotic life forms, Lin Feng had inadvertently learned about the classification of realms among chaotic life forms. Be it natural chaotic life forms or acquired chaotic life forms, they were divided into ordinary chaotic life forms, advanced chaotic life forms, and peak chaotic life forms. Now that Lin Feng had just metamorphosed into a chaotic life form, he was already considered an ordinary chaotic life form. He would also be known as a perfected person or a revered person. The titles differed, but without a doubt, chaotic life forms were already peak entities in the entire Incendium continent. Every one of them was a hegemon of a region, and it was common for them to have respectable titles or be ancestors. Why are there no records of transcendence? Lin Feng flipped through all the ancient books, but the word transcendent never even appeared. Lin Feng's expression gradually fell. It had to be known that he was not only a chaotic life form, but also a transcendent. His foundation was the universe in his body. The cultivation technique he wanted the most was undoubtedly the cultivation technique of a transcendent. Unfortunately, there were no records of transcendence in the Qi family's library, nor were there any cultivation techniques for chaotic life forms. I didn't find the cultivation technique for chaotic life forms. Then, I hope the 3 forms of heaven-turning seal won't disappoint me. Lin Feng retrieved an ancient book from the bookshelf. On it was written, 3 forms of the heaven-turning seal. It was the strongest martial art of the Qi family. Lin Feng vaguely sensed that the 3 forms of the heaven-turning seal did not seem to be just a simple martial art. There appeared to be a special concept behind it. Chapter 789, 789 Chaotic Martial Arts. 789 Chaotic Martial Arts. 3 forms of heaven-turning seal. Lin Feng read about the 3 forms of the heaven-turning seal carefully. The 3 forms of the heaven-turning seal were what he found interesting, and the main reason he helped the Qi family. The first move was the Earth Seal, which was the technique that Qi Xian had used previously. The second move was the Heaven Seal. The power of this move was extraordinary. Ordinary half-chaotic life forms could not cultivate it. Only those top half-chaotic life forms or outstandingly talented cultivators could cultivate it. As for the third form, it had almost become a myth. Only the ancestor who founded the Qi family had mastered the complete 3 forms of the heaven-turning seal. It was rumored that the 3 forms of heaven-turning seal imitated a terrifying chaotic artifact in the chaos, the heaven-turning seal. This artifact was famed in the chaos. Since they imitated the heaven-turning seal, the power was naturally impressive. This kind of martial arts is interesting. It doesn't seem to be just martial arts, but a combination of martial arts and spells. Lin Feng studied the 3 forms of heaven-turning seal carefully, and made some discoveries as well. When cultivators fought in the chaos, they had all kinds of methods in terms of martial arts and spells. Martial arts were domineering, and spells were miraculous and strange. However, most of them combined martial arts and spells. Martial arts and spells were very compatible with the rules in the chaos, and were extremely powerful when used. For example, Lang Da's Berserk bloodline could actually be considered a type of spell. There was also Ao's Chaotic Flames, which was also a spell. However, they were innate spells that were passed down through the bloodline. Lang Da and Ao could use them at any time. They were similar to instincts, and were inherent in their bloodlines. The three forms of the Heaven-Turning Seal combined martial arts and spells, and were rather powerful. With Qi Xian's cultivation level and strength, it was actually very difficult for him to unleash the true power of the three forms of the Heaven-Turning Seal. Earth Seal. After carefully studying the three forms of the Heaven-Turning Seal for 4 hours, Lin Feng had already vaguely grasped the essence of the first form of the Earth Seal. He formed a seal in the void, then struck out with his palm. A storm of chaotic aura seemed to rise within a radius of dozens of meters, containing astonishing power. Its power was more than 10 times stronger than the Earth Seal used by Qi Xian. I see. The three forms of Heaven-Turning Seal is quite extraordinary. No wonder the Qi family could dominate Red Phosphorus City with the three forms of Heaven-Turning Seal in the past. A peculiar glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes as well. Hence, he focused on cultivating the second form, the Heaven Seal. After spending 8 hours, Lin Feng also successfully cultivated the Heaven Seal. Heaven Seal. Lin Feng growled and formed the seal with his hands. A storm of chaotic aura swept over within a radius of hundreds of meters, and a terrifying pressure filled the library. With the power of the Heaven Seal, it was probable that no half-chaotic life form could resist it head-on. If one mastered the Heaven Seal, they could do whatever they wanted in Red Phosphorus City. Impressive, impressive. This kind of martial art is incredible. Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. Even though he was a universe supremacy in the Origin universe, and was already invincible, he actually did not study martial arts much. He had relied on his combat body to fight. However, the combat body was the mainstream in the Origin universe. After entering the chaos, restricted by the rules of chaos, the combat body was useless. Martial arts and spells were the mainstream. Although the three forms of the Heaven-Turning Seal seemed to only be able to cause fluctuations of chaotic aura within dozens or hundreds of meters on the chaotic continent, the first two forms relied on the chaotic aura in the body of cultivators. Once used, it was enough to sweep through any living being in the Origin universe. The chaotic aura itself was a few tiers higher than any power in the Origin universe. There's still the third form. Lin Feng had a vague feeling that the third form of the three forms of Heaven-Turning Seal was not simple. The third form was called the Heaven-Turning Seal. Lin Feng studied it for a total of 24 hours, which was an entire day. Swoosh. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Heaven-Turning Seal. In an instant, the chaotic aura within a radius of thousands of meters went completely berserk. With Lin Feng as the epicenter, a huge vortex of chaotic aura was formed. The terrifying pressure enveloped the entire Qi family. What's going on? What a terrifying feeling. It's as if the world is collapsing. Who's breaking through to become a chaotic life form? But it doesn't feel like it. It seems to come from the direction of the library. The Qi family was shocked. They looked at the violent chaotic aura around them, their hearts palpitating. Only Qi Xian and a few others knew that a senior called Lin Feng was in the library. There was no knowing what methods he was testing. It seems very familiar, and it feels a bit like the Heaven-Turning Seal. But even the three forms of Heaven-Turning Seal can't be so powerful, right? Qi Xian was also a little uncertain. He was indeed very familiar with the Heaven-Turning Seal. How could he not be familiar with it after practicing it for so long? However, with his strength, he had barely mastered the first form. Even the three forms of the Heaven-Turning Seal in his memory did not have such terrifying power. Hence, he had never thought that this would be the three forms of Heaven-Turning Seal. At this moment, Lang Da and Ao outside the library actually felt a little uneasy. This was especially the case for Lang Da, who was only a half-chaotic life form. At this moment, he felt the terrifying pressure in the library, as if it would erupt at any moment. Once it erupted, he might be shattered. The feeling of approaching death was not that pleasant. Even Ao could not help but growl, its eyes filled with vigilance. This was because even a true chaotic life form like itself felt a great threat. From this level of power. I see. This is the true heaven-turning seal. In the library. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. He understood now. He understood completely. Buzz. Lin Feng retracted his hand, and the surrounding chaotic aura instantly dissipated. The library returned to calm, as if the storm had never existed. So the three forms of heaven-turning seal is a true chaotic martial art. The so-called chaotic martial arts referred to martial arts cultivated by chaotic life forms. After Lin Feng successfully cultivated the three forms of the heaven-turning seal, he understood completely. The first two forms could still be considered half-chaotic martial arts. Cultivators who were half-chaotic life forms could cultivate them, but the requirements were very high, and the chaotic aura in their bodies had to be abnormally rich to cultivate their power. As for the third move, it was impossible to master unless one was a chaotic life form. The reason was very simple. The third move, the heaven-turning seal, required one to control the surrounding chaotic aura. The greater the range of control, the greater the power. Controlling the chaotic aura outside the body could only be accomplished by becoming a chaotic life form. Every move of a chaotic life form could stir the chaotic aura, forming a terrifying power. Chaotic martial arts were created based on abilities like those of chaotic life forms. All of them were abnormally powerful. The power of the third form, the heaven-turning seal, was more than 100 times stronger than the previous two moves. It simply exceeded the imagination of half-chaotic life forms. Only a true chaotic life form could contend with it. Chaotic martial arts are fascinating. There are also spells that seem to be compatible with the rules of chaos. From these martial arts and spells, I can see a trace of the mysteries of the rules of chaos. Perhaps I can find the direction of cultivation for chaotic life forms. Lin Feng mastered the three forms of the heaven-turning seal and did not leave the library. To him, even if the martial arts and spells in the library were not very powerful and did not increase his strength much, they were still very good references. Hence, Lin Feng continued to stay in the library and focused on studying all the martial arts and spells in the library. Elder, we have to think of something quickly. The Qi family is aggressive, and our Li family has suffered heavy losses. If that powerful cultivator from the Qi family attacks again, our Li family will be finished. The Li family of Red Phosphorus City were completely on the defensive recently. The reason was very simple. In the battle of the Qi family, the Li family had lost all their elites. Even though the Li family still had some powerful attendants, after hearing the actual situation of the battle of the Qi family, they all left the Li family using various reasons. This was no joke. There was a cultivator who roamed the chaos, and had a chaotic dire beast under their command that was suspected to be an adult AO. That was a true chaotic life form. Wouldn't staying in the Li family be courting death? Li Longwu is really incompetent. Is a cultivator who has a chaotic spaceship and travels in the chaos someone to be provoked? It's one thing to provoke him, yet no one expected the opponent to be so powerful. He brought calamity to our Li family. Li Longwu's death is nothing regrettable. The Li family's elder was the true mainstay of the Li family. No one knew that the Li family's elder was in seclusion all year round in order to metamorphose into a true chaotic life form. He was already a peak half-chaotic life form. Such an expert could be considered the strongest in Red Phosphorus City. However, now that the Li family was in danger of destruction, they had no choice but to consult the elder again. Elder, Patriarch is already dead. Moreover, Patriarch could not have expected this either. We had more than 10 experts who were chaotic life forms, yet they were all killed by AO. It was truly terrifying. At the mention of AO, some Li family members who were lucky enough to escape still had some lingering fear. The Qi family tried to use that expert in the chaos to drive our Li family out of Red Phosphorus City completely. How can I let the Qi family have their way? Red Phosphorus City is the foundation of our Li family, and cannot be shaken. However, that AO is a natural, chaotic life form. It's indeed difficult to deal with. Looks like we can only rely on the Zhao family of Shangyang City. The elder's expression was dark. Ah. The Zhao family of Shangyang City. Elder, although this Zhao family is a perfected person family, and once had a perfected person who was a chaotic life form, that perfected person of the Zhao family has long disappeared. Can the Zhao family deal with that? AO. The Li family expressed their doubts. Hey, how ignorant. How can a perfected person's family be as simple as what outsiders see? Back then, that perfected person from the Zhao family stayed in the Zhao family for 1,000 years. He dominated a region and was famous. There's no knowing how many top-notch martial arts and miraculous spells he left behind, as well as all kinds of terrifying chaotic artifacts. The Zhao family's foundation far exceeds your imagination. A mere AO. The Zhao family would probably even have to thank us for informing them about it, giving them a chance to subdue a natural chaotic life form. However, this way, the power of the Zhao family in Shangyang City will expand to Red Phosphorus City. Some people said worriedly. Isn't it all thanks to your folly? The Li family is in imminent danger now. How can we still have so many inhibitions? Moreover, even if the Zhao family wants to interfere in Red Phosphorus City, the Red Phosphorus City is barren. When the time comes, they'll definitely find someone else to manage it for them. Isn't our Li family the most suitable candidate? Although we'll be under the Zhao family's control. Being able to monopolize Red Phosphorus City is already not that bad. That's right, that's right. Elder is thoughtful. Let's go to the Zhao family in Shangyang City immediately and invite them to attack. The sooner, the better. Elderly cast a long look in the direction of the Qi family's residence in the distance, a trace of wariness flickering obscurely in his eyes. He would only tell the Zhao family that AO had appeared in Red Phosphorus City, but he did not intend to tell the Zhao family that this AO seemed to be already subdued by someone. How could someone who could subdue the AO be ordinary? At that time, what happened between the Zhao family and that mysterious expert from the Qi family would have nothing to do with him. As long as he could protect the Li family, his goal would be accomplished. Chapter 790, 790 You have 3 days. 790 You have 3 days. Not enough, far from enough. In the library, Lin Feng's expression darkened. He frowned, as if he had encountered a difficult problem. Lin Feng stayed in the Qi family for a total of 10 days. In these 10 days, Lin Feng read all the books in the Qi family's library and studied all the martial arts and spells. Unfortunately, apart from the 3 forms of the heaven-turning seal, be it martial arts or spells, they were all only at the half-chaotic level. There were no chaotic martial arts, let alone chaotic spells. Lin Feng's idea of using martial arts and spells to study the rules in the chaos also fell through. As a millennium-old family, the Qi family had a deep foundation, but it was still not enough to satisfy Lin Feng. Just because the Qi family doesn't have it doesn't mean that other factions in Red Phosphorus City don't either. For example, the Li family's foundation isn't inferior to the Qi family's. An idea flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He might be able to find a hint on the rules in the chaos by referring to the strengths of all the factions. If Lin Feng put together all the martial arts and spells of all the factions in Red Phosphorus City, he might be able to find a few chaotic martial arts or spells, and garner some hints on the rules of the chaos to better cultivate. Just as Lin Feng was about to summon Qi Xian to inquire, Qi Xian's voice came from outside the library. Senior, Qi Xian requests an audience. All right, come in. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the door to the library opened. Lang De and Ao automatically retreated to the side, making way for Qi Xian to enter the library. Qi Xian looked at Ao's massive body, still feeling a little frightened. Just now, he had only approached the library slightly before he was targeted by Ao. Even without fighting, Qi Xian felt suffocated. If not for the fact that Ao knew Qi Xian, Qi Quan would probably already be a corpse. Hence, Qi Xian could not help but feel even more afraid of Ao. Entering the library, Qi Xian realized that the library was very tidy, but the books on the bookshelves had undoubtedly been flipped through. However, he did not say anything. Instead, he bowed cautiously to Lin Feng. "What's the matter, Patriarch Qi?" "Senior, there's a small matter that I might need to trouble you with. Our Qi family was suppressed by the Li family previously, and many of our businesses were seized by the Li family. However, when we were taking over some businesses, we had another conflict with the Li family. Although the Li family suffered heavy losses, there are still many experts who are half-chaotic life forms. Therefore, I would like to ask Senior for help." "Ah. One Qin Sheng isn't enough. Senior, the Li family is not weak." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng waved his hand and stopped Qi Xian. Instead, he said meaningfully, "Qi Xian, although I haven't stepped out of the library at all, that doesn't mean I don't know what's going on outside. It's quite normal for you to have some ulterior motives and wish to seek some benefits for the Qi family. After all, I'm still in the Qi family's library. But don't think I'm completely ignorant about what's going on, understand?" Seeing Lin Feng's sharp gaze, Qi Xian's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like Lin Feng knew his ulterior motives. Indeed, Qi Xian was deliberately trying to stir up trouble. He wanted Lin Feng to take action and deal with the Li family in one fell swoop, completely eliminating future risks. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng knew all about his hidden intentions. Hence, Qi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He no longer dared to entertain his ulterior motives and hurriedly said, "Senior, please forgive me. I'll get the Qi family to return immediately." "No need." Qi Xian was slightly stunned, not knowing what Lin Feng meant. "Patriarch Qi, there's no need to say anything unnecessary. What's the big deal about the Li family? After driving the Li family away, there are still other factions. Didn't the Qi family dominate the entire Red Phosphorus city when they were at their strongest? Does Patriarch Qi not want to return to the top?" "Ah. Senior, the Qi family is currently in decline and is not strong enough. I'm afraid nothing is impossible. With me around, anything is possible." At this point, if Qi Xian still could not figure out what Lin Feng meant, he would be unfit to be the patriarch. Qi Xian's expression turned serious. He asked excitedly, "Senior, is what you said true?" "Absolutely." Hearing Lin Feng's affirmative answer, Qi Xian took a deep breath, but could not calm his agitated emotions no matter what. Hence, he asked cautiously, "Senior, what do you want?" Qi Xian knew that Lin Feng definitely would not offer so much help to the Qi family at no cost. "It's very simple. I need all the martial arts and spells of the major factions in Red Phosphorus City." Qi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He understood now. Lin Feng needed all the martial arts and spells in Red Phosphorus City, while the Qi family could use Lin Feng's power to dominate the entire Red Phosphorus City once more. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. At this thought, Qi Xian could not help but feel incomparably excited. If they could dominate Red Phosphorus City, with the cultivation resources of Red Phosphorus City, the Qi family's power would definitely expand rapidly. In just a few years, it should not be a big problem for some cultivators who were half-chaotic life forms to be born. At that time, the Qi family might really be able to recover to its apex. "All right, it's a deal. Senior, when are you going to attack?" Qi Xian also gritted his teeth and agreed to it. Lin Feng's strength was obvious to all. He did not want to miss this opportunity. Moreover, even without the Qi family, with Lin Feng's strength, wouldn't it be a piece of cake anyway for him to dominate the entire Red Phosphorus City, and collect martial arts and techniques? This was an opportunity for the Qi family. He had to seize it at all costs. The sooner, the better, of course. 3 days. I'll only give you 3 days to sweep through Red Phosphorus City. If you can't handle it, I'll choose another faction. Lin Feng's gaze was sharp. If the Qi family did not even have this amount of ability, why should he give the Qi family a chance? He only chose the Qi family because they met each other by chance, and hence offered the Qi family an opportunity. Qi Xian gritted his teeth and said, "All right, 3 days it is. In 3 days, I will deliver all the martial arts and spells in red phosphorus. City to Senior. I only ask Senior to have the 2 chaotic dire beasts outside the door assist me in my work." Qi Xian also made a prompt decision. 3 days was enough. He knew that Lin Feng was swift and decisive. If he did not seize this opportunity, he would probably never have such an opportunity again. "All right, I'll hand both Ao and Langda to you. For the next 3 days, they will obey your orders. However, remember, you only have 3 days. Senior, don't worry. 3 days is enough." Qi Xian stood up, his body trembling slightly. A trace of ambition and excitement appeared in his eyes. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With a natural chaotic life form like Ao sweeping through the entire red phosphorus city, there would be no trouble at all. What he had to do was to make sure to satisfy Lin Feng. "It's good that you have ambition." Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He also sent a voice transmission for Langda and Ao to follow Qi Xian for 3 days and obey Qi Xian's orders. It was a good thing that Qi Xian was ambitious, but apart from ambition, he also had to be capable. It all depended on whether Qi Xian could satisfy Lin Feng in the next 3 days. Chapter 791 Boss Ao, Time to Work. 791 Boss Ao, Time to Work. Qi Xian was swift and decisive. He immediately gathered all the remaining experts of the Qi family and began to sweep through the entire faction in Red Phosphorus City. All the factions with profound martial arts or spells and their families were visited by experts. On the first day, Qi Xian swept through all the small factions in Red Phosphorus City. These small factions only had 1 or 2 cultivators who were half-chaotic life forms. Even with the current strength of the Qi family, they could easily deal with them. There was a little trouble, but if anyone resisted, Qi Xian would not hold back. After dealing with some minor obstacles as warning, these small factions all became docile, and respectfully offered their martial arts and spells. The next day, the Qi family had to deal with those factions similar to the current Qi family. They all had 5 or 6 cultivators who were half-chaotic life forms, or even more. Just the Qi family's strength alone was not enough to make these factions submit. Hence, it was Langda and Ao's turn to attack, especially Ao's. Once it attacked, there would definitely be casualties. After teaching a few stubborn factions a lesson, the other major factions no longer dared to resist when they saw Qi Xian arrive. They offered all the martial arts and spells in their family. For 2 days, Qi Xian collected martial arts and spells. Once he collected them, he sent them back to the Qi family's library immediately and delivered them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was basically satisfied with Qi Xian's actions. Martial arts and spells were already slowly piling up in the library, enough for Lin Feng to study carefully for a long time. However, this was not enough. It was far from enough. What Lin Feng needed were the cultivation techniques of chaotic life forms. At the very least, he would need chaotic martial arts or chaotic techniques. Taking advantage of the fact that he had been collecting martial arts and spells for the past 2 days, Qi Xian suppressed the major families. At the same time, he expanded the Qi family's sphere of influence to the entire Red Phosphorus City, obtaining a large amount of cultivation resources for the Qi family. On the 3rd day, Qi Xian began to attack the Li family, which had the deepest foundation in Red Phosphorus City. He specially left the Li family on the last day, also because he wanted to bring the momentum to crush the Li family completely and avenge the Qi family. Li family. Qi Xian led many experts to the Li family's gate early in the morning. The front of the Li family's residence was empty. However, Qi Xian knew that the Li family had not left Red Phosphorus City. Instead, they had withdrawn all their forces to the Li family mansion. Still trying to put on a struggle, Qi Xian felt a burst of joy. When had the Li family ever fallen to such a state? In fact, Qi Xian was very happy that the Li family had withdrawn all their strength and wanted to struggle while nearing death. The more the Li family resisted, the more reason he had to use Langda and Ao to completely annihilate the Li family. Go, call the Li family out. Qi Xian waved his hand, and a few descendants of the Qi family immediately stepped forward. Just as they were about to knock on the gate, the Li family's gate actually creaked open slowly. Many Li family descendants quickly walked out of the door. All of them glared at the Qi family with killing intent. In fact, 4 or 5 experts of the Li family who were half-chaotic lifeforms appeared in the crowd. This was the only strength the Li family had left, but none of them could be underestimated. Without Lin Feng's strength, the Qi family could not do anything to the Li family at all. Hey, Qi Xian, who'd have thought a junior like you who can force my Li family into such a state? You're really ruthless. I didn't expect you to be such an ambitious person back then. In the end, an old man with a ruddy face walked out of the Li family's door. He was leaning on a walking stick, but his demeanor was hale and hearty. Qi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of surprise appeared in them. He said in a low voice, Li Qingyuan. I didn't expect an old fogey like you to still be alive. You've concealed yourself well. Qi Xian was very wary. This Li Qingyuan was a great expert who had become famous in the Li family 100 years ago. His strength was already at the peak of a half-chaotic life form. In the early years, they had heard that Li Qingyuan had failed to break through to become a chaotic life form and died. They did not expect him to still be alive now. It seemed like this news was deliberately released by the Li family back then, to keep Li Qingyuan as the Li family's final trump card. Facing the strongest expert of the Li family from 100 years ago, it was impossible for Qi Xian not to be wary. However, when he thought of Langda and Ao beside him, he could not help but calm down slightly. In particular, Ao was a natural chaotic life form. As long as Li Qingyuan did not break through and become a chaotic life form, it was impossible for him to be Ao's match. Hey, how prestigious was your Qi family back then? It's not easy to overthrow your Qi family. For the past 100 years, your Qi family has been declining day by day. I had thought that the best opportunity to destroy the Qi family had come. Unexpectedly, our efforts failed. At the final lap, Li Qingyuan held his walking stick, and a trace of vexation appeared on his face. They were just a little bit away from completely destroying the Qi family. He did not expect the Qi family to be so lucky that there would actually be a turnaround. On the other hand, the Li family was now in imminent danger instead. Qi Xian's bearing was not to be outdone in the slightest. He took a step forward and sneered, Li Qingyuan, so what if an old fogey like you is still alive? When you see your Li family destroyed later, you'd probably wish you were dead, haha. Qi Xian threw his head back and laughed aloud. Heh, the final winner is still undecided. Qi Xian, you're still a little too juvenile to fight against me. Qi Xian was a little surprised and uncertain, not knowing what Li Qingyuan had to rely on. However, Li Qingyuan turned slightly and said to his back, Young Master Zhao, the main character has arrived. Please show yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, another person in a blue robe walked out of the Li family's door. He had a noble bearing and a proud expression. The aura on his body was elegant. It was obvious that he came from an extraordinary background. Moreover, standing in the crowd, his aura was like a crane among a flock of chickens, impossible to ignore. Young Master Zhao. Qi Xian stared intently at young Master Zhao. There were actually 9 powerful cultivators behind young Master Zhao. When they emitted their auras, all of them were half-chaotic lifeforms, and all of them could even be considered half-peak chaotic lifeforms. Even young Master Zhao was a half-chaotic lifeform. Any half-peak chaotic lifeform might be able to sweep through the entire red phosphorus city. Now, 9 of them had appeared at once. And there was an unknown young Master Zhao. Who are you? Are you trying to interfere in the matters between the Qi family and the Li family? So what if I interfere? Is there anything I can't interfere with in a mere red phosphorus city? Young Master Zhao's tone was cold, as if he did not take the Qi family seriously at all. Li Qingyuan laughed loudly and said, Haha, that's right. Young Master Zhao can naturally do whatever he pleases in a mere red phosphorus city. Pausing, a cold glint flashed across Li Qingyuan's eyes. He said coldly to Qi Xian, I'm afraid you still don't know, right? This. Young Master Zhao is the young master of the Zhao family in Shangyang City. What? The Zhao family of Shangyang City? Qi Xian was shocked. The Qi family had been in Red Phosphorus City for 1,000 years. How could they not have heard of the Zhao family of Shangyang City? That was a famous family of a perfected person. A peerless perfected person, who was a true chaotic life form, had once been born among their ancestors. Even though that perfected person from the Zhao family seemed to have gone missing, and was rumored by many to be dead, the Zhao family could still dominate the surrounding cities and become one of the top families with the various top-notch martial arts, spells, and terrifying chaotic artifacts left behind by an ancestor who was a chaotic life form. Compared to the Zhao family of Shangyang City, the Qi family and the Li family were like ants before an elephant. There was no basis of comparison at all. That's right. Since you know the reputation of our Zhao family, why didn't you be good and offer the chaotic dire beast that's a natural chaotic life form? Young master. Zhao's gaze was already scanning the AO. Qi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He immediately understood. The true goal of the Zhao family in Shangyang City was AO. All powerful factions would covet natural chaotic life forms. The Li family must have informed the Zhao family of this news. Through some exchange of interests, the Zhao family could take action, and each would take what they needed. What a cunning old fox. Qi Xian looked at Li Qingyuan for a long while. He knew that Li Qingyuan must have come up with this nefarious scheme. Compared to that old fogey Li Qingyuan, Qi Xian was indeed a little inexperienced. However, so what if it was the Zhao family of Shangyang City? Now that Qi Xian was already tied to Lin Feng, they were bound together for good or ill. There was no way out at all. Hence, Qi Xian gritted his teeth and bowed respectfully to Langda beside him. Langda, please help. Heh, no problem, no problem. Langda grinned. He knew that Qi Xian was not asking him to attack, but AO. As AO was not very intelligent, Qi Xian and AO could not communicate well, so Langda relayed Qi Xian's requests. Boss AO, time to work. Just a moment ago, he had still been acting arrogantly, yet when facing AO, Langda instantly humbled his attitude. He humbly and almost servilely pleaded AO to attack. Swoosh. AO opened its eyes. Its 3 heads shook slightly, and its gaze instantly locked onto the 10 people from the Zhao family. Chapter 792 What insolence! 792 What insolence! Gore! AO growled and flapped its wings, turning into a stream of light that charged right in front of young Master Zhao in the blink of an eye. Just a moment ago, young Master Zhao had been insufferably arrogant and maintained his regal bearing. Yet when he sensed the savage and violent aura of AO, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. Form the array. Young Master Zhao no longer had his composure. A spiritual light flashed on his body, and he activated some unknown treasure that emitted a faint white light. At the same time, the 9 peak half-chaotic experts behind him also took their positions, and their auras instantly became one. Young Master Zhao held a light blue flag in his hand and waved it slightly. Immediately, the small flag shone brightly, quickly forming an enormous dome that enveloped young Master Zhao and the others. This is the Zhao family's quadrilateral banner, right? How impressive! They actually used the quadrilateral banner. With the quadrilateral banner trapping AO, even if it's a natural chaotic life form, it's impossible for it to break through the quadrilateral banner in a short period of time. However, AO had no intention of breaking the quadrilateral banner at all. It did not understand any arrays. It only knew that it just had to kill the 10 people in front of it, and this was what it was best at. Moreover, in its eyes, these 10 people were not much of a threat. Thud. AO's claw struck young Master Zhao's fist. After a head-on clash, young Master Zhao quickly retreated, and dense spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground. At the same time, the bodies of the 9 people behind young Master Zhao shook. Clearly, they had all suffered a huge impact. Impressive, impressive. It is definitely a natural chaotic life form. There's no mistake. Although young Master Zhao was repelled, his gaze became even more intense. This was a natural chaotic life form, the legendary AO. It was extremely fast, and even its speed in the chaos was not inferior to spaceships, and might even be faster. Even many truly great cultivators who were chaotic lifeforms wanted to capture an AO as their mount. However, there were very few AOs, and in the vast chaos, it was even harder to encounter them. Young Master Zhao and the other 9 peak half-chaotic lifeform cultivators formed an array. This array was also left behind by the perfected person of the Zhao family, and could perfectly combine the power of the 10 of them. Hence, although it seemed like young Master Zhao was the one who AO attacked, in reality, the 10 of them took on the attack together. Their strength was also superimposed on each other. With 9 peak half-chaotic lifeforms and young Master Zhao, even if they were much weaker than AO, they could still barely hold out. However, AO's claw did not kill young Master Zhao. It seemed to be very furious. The wings on its back flapped, and its speed reached the extreme. AO's figure could no longer be seen at all. One could only vaguely see a stream of light pouncing towards young Master Zhao in a frenzy. Bang. 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 At this moment, young Master Zhao could no longer counterattack. He could only defend himself desperately, but how could he possibly defend himself? Fortunately, young Master Zhao was wearing the chaotic armor, and seemed to be able to withstand even a portion of the chaotic lifeforms' attacks. The remaining portion was distributed to the 9 peak half-chaotic lifeforms. Even so, they were almost unable to hold out against such rapid and frequent attacks. Young Master, we can't hold out much longer. Let's use the treasure bestowed by Patriarch to suppress this chaotic dire beast. Hearing this, young Master Zhao no longer hesitated. He gritted his teeth, and a sharp glint flashed across his eyes as he suddenly flew into the air. Exquisite pagoda, suppress. Boom. In the void, iridescent light illuminated the entire sky. A small exquisite pagoda expanded out of the blue. In the blink of an eye, it had already become incomparably huge. It descended from the sky and pressed down forcefully towards AO. Exquisite pagoda. I didn't expect the Zhao family to also bestow this supreme treasure to young Master Zhao. Looks like the outcome is almost certain this time. AO won't be able to escape. Looking at the pagoda emitting an iridescent light in the sky, a trace of shock and envy also appeared in Li Qingyuan's eyes. That was one of the supreme treasures of the Zhao family in Shangyang City. Back then, that perfected person from the Zhao family had relied on the exquisite pagoda to suppress countless experts. Even in the chaos, this exquisite pagoda was awe-inspiring. It had once suppressed several natural chaotic life forms. It could be considered a chaotic dire beast that specially countered such natural chaotic life forms. With this supreme treasure, suppressing AO was almost certain. This is bad. Seeing the exquisite pagoda, Lang Da was shocked. He had also heard of artifacts refined by many cultivators in the chaos that specially countered chaotic dire beasts like them. Now that he saw it, it was indeed the case. A few mere half-chaotic lifeforms could actually suppress AO with the artifact. Lang Da immediately revealed his true form. His violent bloodline erupted, and he was about to charge forward to save AO. Vile beast, we've long been prepared for you. A sharp glint flashed across Li Qingyuan's eyes. With a low shout, the walking stick in his hand instantly transformed into a stream of light that smashed towards Lang Da. Thud. Lang Da's massive body was actually sent flying by the walking stick and fell to the ground. Multiple ribs of his were broken. The power of Li Qingyuan's strike was indeed that of a peak half-chaotic lifeform, much stronger than Lang Da. Old fogey, you. Qi Xian's face turned pale, and his entire body was trembling. However, he only pointed at Li Qingyuan and did not dare to attack at all. The Qi family could not even deal with Li Qingyuan, let alone when there were other experts from the Li family. Gore. Suddenly, Ao's eyes turned bloodshot, and its body began to expand rapidly. A terrifying aura constantly filled its body. It struggled wildly, trying to resist the exquisite pagoda in the sky and prevent it from falling. However, with every bit of struggle, the exquisite pagoda would lower a little, and slowly suppress Ao bit by bit. The exquisite pagoda was activated by young Master Zhao and the other 10 people together. Only then could it suppress a chaotic dire beast that was a natural chaotic life form. As Ao struggled violently, its strength seemed to be slowly depleted. Buzz. Ao roared at the sky. Its 3 heads turned red all of a sudden, and it opened its mouth. Thump. A terrifying flame instantly sprayed towards the exquisite pagoda. Be careful. This is Ao's chaotic flames. It can incinerate and dissolve anything. Ao spewed out the chaotic flames. The Zhao family and the others were also incomparably cautious. If a true perfected person was controlling the exquisite pagoda, they would naturally not be afraid of the chaotic flames. However, they were only half-chaotic life forms. Even the 9 half-chaotic peak life forms could only barely activate the exquisite pagoda. Such a supreme treasure consumed a terrifying amount of chaotic aura. However, just as Ao had only spewed out a little of the chaotic flames, the flames disappeared without a trace. The exquisite pagoda merely froze for a moment. Ao struggled in pain as it tried to spew out some more chaotic flames. Unfortunately, no matter how hard it tried, it could no longer spew out more chaotic flames. This was also because back in the origin universe, Ao had almost exhausted all the chaotic flames. Now, it had only accumulated a little. That was not enough for such a battle at all. Crunch. Finally, countless bones in Ao's body were crushed, and its massive body began to lie on the ground. The 3 heads roared wildly, their voices echoing throughout the entire red phosphorus city, but it was useless. They could only watch helplessly as the exquisite pagoda above their heads fell. Boom. The exquisite pagoda finally landed completely. Amidst Ao's unwilling wails, it completely suppressed Ao in the exquisite pagoda. Success. Young Master Zhao was overjoyed. He had finally lived up to the heavy responsibility the patriarch had entrusted to him and suppressed Ao. He would probably receive many rewards when he returned to the family. Just as young Master Zhao was suppressing Ao, Lin Feng, who was far away in the Qi family's library, seemed to have sensed something. His eyes opened abruptly. What insolence! Immediately, a booming voice sounded in the sky. Chapter 793, 793 Crushing the Exquisite Pagoda with a Palm. 793 Crushing the Exquisite Pagoda with a Palm. A loud voice rumbled like thunder, echoing in the void. That's. Young Master Zhao raised his head, a trace of shock appearing in his eyes. A figure vaguely appeared in the distant sky. His white clothes fluttered, and his bearing was extraordinary. However, his figure was like a ghost as he walked through the air step by step. Every step he took covered dozens or hundreds of meters. With a few leaps, the figure in white had already arrived at the Li family's gate. Lin Feng walked over from the Qi family's library using the minor transposition technique. This was not a martial art, but a spell, and a rather strange spell at that. Of course, it was not spatial warp, but using chaotic aura, one could move and leap agilely within a small range. The speed was very fast, and was rather practical in battle. It was also one of the best among the many martial arts and spells Lin Feng had obtained from Qi Xian. Lin Feng had mastered it. This was the first time he was using it, and he was actually so familiar with it. He arrived at the Li family's gate as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Lin Feng looked down from above. Although he did not emit a powerful aura, his sharp gaze made everyone feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. In particular, seeing the unwilling gaze of Ao suppressed by the exquisite pagoda, Lin Feng could not help but feel a trace of killing intent. You are the ones who suppressed Ao. Master, they are the ones who suppressed Boss Ao and injured me. Seeing Lin Feng arrive, Langda heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly shouted. Master. Young Master Zhao seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly raised his head and stared intently at Lin Feng. Sir, your AOs. Master. We're the Zhao family of Shangyang City. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng had already extended his right hand and formed a seal in the void. Earth seal. Immediately, with a low shout from Lin Feng, the chaotic aura within a radius of dozens of meters seemed to have erupted all of a sudden. It was swept over, and a terrifying pressure descended. Boom. Lin Feng struck the exquisite pagoda hard with his palm. The violent power made the exquisite pagoda shake continuously, as if it was about to shatter in an instant. What? Young Master Zhao was shocked. One strike, just one strike, had actually shaken the exquisite pagoda. It appeared to be on the brink of shattering. This was a chaotic artifact that could withstand the attack of a chaotic life form. Activate the exquisite pagoda and suppress this person too. Young Master Zhao's eyes twitched slightly. Then, he decided to get ruthless. The other party did not even respect the Zhao family. What was the point of being polite? Previously, they had guessed that Lin Feng might have some kind of background, but every person who traveled the chaos had a background. Once he arrived at the Incendium continent, even if they killed him, it's not like the experts behind him could find them in the vast chaos. Even cultivators who were true chaotic lifeform and powerful perfected persons could not find people accurately in the vast chaos. It was precisely because they understood this that the Zhao family did not have any worries. Buzz. The exquisite pagoda shone brightly, then expanded to hundreds of meters in size. It descended from the sky like a true pagoda, trying to suppress Lin Feng as well. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. It was indeed a strange artifact, and could resist a strike from him. However, he had not even used 30% of his strength just now. Hence, Lin Feng took a deep breath. His breathing was like a blower. Endless chaotic aura was sucked into Lin Feng's mouth, forming a vortex of chaotic aura with Lin Feng as the center. Earth Seal. It was the Earth Seal again. The power of the Earth Seal Lin Feng used was countless times greater than before. Lin Feng deployed it with full force. Using the rich chaotic aura in his body as a guide, he mobilized the chaotic aura outside to activate the Earth Seal. Immediately, a huge phantom of a palm formed in the void, composed of infinite chaotic aura. It seemed almost corporeal as it met the exquisite pagoda in the air. Boom. With a huge bang, the exquisite pagoda actually whimpered. It shook continuously like a living thing. Its spiritual light diminished sharply, and it instantly fell to the ground. What? Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes almost popped out. Young Master Zhao and the others could not believe that the exquisite pagoda had actually been struck down by force. These are the three forms of the heaven-turning seal. Qi Xian was dumbfounded. He was incomparably familiar with the three forms of the heaven-turning seal, especially the first form, the Earth Seal. It was the martial art he had practiced for a century. How could he not be familiar with it? However, it was precisely because he was so familiar with it that he could not believe it. When he used the Earth Seal, it was at most a slightly more profound martial art. However, when Lin Feng used the Earth Seal, its power was more than 100 times greater than his. It could even resist the exquisite pagoda, a chaotic artifact, head-on, and knock it to the ground. If not for the fact that the Earth Seal Lin Feng used had not changed at all, Qi Xian would have suspected that this was not the three forms of heaven-turning seal after all. I didn't expect the Qi family's three moves of heaven-turning seal to be so powerful. Qi Xian's heart was also burning with passion. The three forms of heaven-turning seal had been passed down by the ancestors of the Qi family. From then on, no one had been able to master them. Forget about the Qi family, even the ancestors of the Qi family did not know that the three forms of heaven-turning seal contained such formidable power. After all, this was a true chaotic martial art. Only in the hands of a chaotic lifeform could it unleash such power. Boom. The exquisite pagoda fell hard to the ground. Fortunately, young Master Zhao and the others mobilized it with all their might, barely allowing the exquisite pagoda to land and not suffer much damage. However, they saw that the spiritual light on the exquisite pagoda was flickering continuously. It meant that the exquisite pagoda could no longer withstand such attacks for more than a few times. Stop. You have to think carefully. If you offend our Zhao family. Young Master Zhao was still trying to use the Zhao family's reputation to intimidate Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's answer was to press down with his empty hand and form another hand seal. Heaven Seal. The second form of the three forms of Heaven Turning Seal, Heaven Seal. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the extremely rich chaotic aura within a radius of hundreds of meters in the void seemed to boil completely. With Lin Feng as the epicenter, a radius of 100 meters had already become an ocean of chaotic aura. The clear sky just now suddenly turned gray. Why did the sky go dark? This is. Many people raised their heads and looked at the sky. In the gray sky, a palm vaguely appeared. It was 10 times larger than before, carrying chaotic aura within a radius of hundreds of meters. It looked as if it was descending from the sky, emitting an imposing heavenly might. The Heaven Seal. This was the Heaven Seal, the seal of the heavens. Back then, the ancestor of the Qi family had actually only mastered the first two of the three forms of the Heaven Turning Seal. In particular, he had relied on the Heaven Seal to sweep through Red Phosphorus City and create a huge reputation. Now that the Heaven Seal had reappeared, tears were already streaming down the faces of everyone in the Qi family. This was especially the case for Qi Xian, who stared in a daze at the huge palm in the sky. The Heaven Seal, this was the Heaven Seal that he had dreamed of mastering. It was rumored that the ancestors of the Qi family had mastered the complete three forms of the Heaven Turning Seal. However, in reality, only the core members of the Qi family knew about that. It was just the Qi family's publicity. Even the famous ancestor of the Qi family had only mastered the second form of the three forms of the Heaven Turning Seal, but it was enough to sweep through the entire Red Phosphorus City. No half-chaotic cultivator was its match. However, Qi Xian did not know that the Heaven Seal Lin Feng used was far stronger than even those used by the ancestors of the Qi family. How rich was the chaotic aura in the body of a true chaotic life form? How could a Heaven Seal unleashed with such abundant chaotic aura be ordinary? No, no. Young Master Zhao watched as the huge palm landed. A look of despair also appeared on his face. That domineering and powerful aura even made it impossible for him to even think of resisting. Boom. The huge palm landed on the exquisite pagoda. Immediately, the layer of spiritual light on the exquisite pagoda shattered like a bubble and was instantly extinguished. At the same time, a terrifying force struck the exquisite pagoda. Even though the exquisite pagoda was made of special materials collected from the chaos, it could not withstand such a terrifying strike. Traces of dense, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the pagoda's body. Resist it. We must resist it. Young Master Zhao and the other half-chaotic cultivators of the Zhao family all used their full strength. They injected chaotic aura into the exquisite pagoda with all their might, activating it to resist the power. However, it did not seem to be of much use. Crunch. In the end, the exquisite pagoda did not hold out for long. In just the span of a breath, it shattered with a bang, and fragments scattered everywhere. Chapter 794, 794 3000 Scriptures of the Taoist Canon. 794 3000 Scriptures of the Taoist Canon. Thump. As the exquisite pagoda shattered, young Master Zhao immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned pale. The exquisite pagoda was temporarily lent to him by the family. This was the family's supreme treasure. The elders and the family head both treasured it very much. Once he finished using it, it would be returned. But what had happened now? The exquisite pagoda actually shattered. Even young Master Zhao, who had activated the exquisite pagoda slightly, spat out blood and suffered a backlash. He glared at Lin Feng, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He roared almost hysterically, You actually dared to destroy the exquisite pagoda. You're dead, dead. No one can save you. Once the exquisite pagoda was destroyed, the Zhao family would definitely be enraged. Forget about half-chaotic cultivators, even if they were a true chaotic life form, it was not impossible for the Zhao family to deal with them. Back then, the perfected person of the Zhao family was not an ordinary perfected person, but a terrifying entity who had killed another chaotic life form. No one knew how many treasures the ancestors of the Zhao family had left for the Zhao family. Shut up. Lin Feng did not pay attention to young Master Zhao's threat. So what if the exquisite pagoda shattered? It was just a chaotic artifact. He did not take it seriously. After the exquisite pagoda shattered, Ao naturally broke free. Although it was slightly injured when it was suppressed, this was nothing to Ao. When he saw Lin Feng, Ao Fei pounced to Lin Feng's side and rubbed against his feet affectionately, like an intimate pet. Lin Feng patted Ao and said, All right, I know you've suffered. Apart from that young Master Zhao, the others can pay for what they did to you. Ao's three massive heads immediately shook. With a ferocious glint in its eyes, it immediately pounced towards the 9-peak chaotic life forms behind young Master Zhao. Form the array. The 9 of them tried to set up the array, but with Ao's speed, what was the use even if they set it up? Swoosh. 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 As streams of light flashed, Ao practically swallowed each of them in one gulp. Its 3 heads devoured the 9 half-peak chaotic life forms in a frenzy, sending chills down one's spine. Ah. No, no. Save me, young master, save me. Run, hurry up and run. No one was willing to die. Even though these people were all cultivators of the Zhao family, they were still half-peak chaotic life forms. Who would want to die at Ao's hands? Moreover, they would die without their corpses intact, being devoured by Ao. However, how could they escape from a chaotic dire beast that excelled at speed like Ao? In almost a few moments, Ao had already devoured 9 peak chaotic life forms. It even burped, as if it was very satisfied, and glared at young Master Zhao menacingly. If Lin Feng gave the order, it would devour young Master Zhao without hesitation. Seeing Ao's appearance, everyone's hands and feet turned cold. This was the true behavior of chaotic dire beasts. Those were 9 experts at the peak of the half-chaotic realm, yet they were all devoured in one gulp. Just the thought of it was terrifying. Swoosh. Without any hesitation, Li Qingyuan waved his walking stick and transformed into a wisp of smoke, trying to escape silently. Humph. Lin Feng snorted coldly. The surrounding chaotic aura suddenly shook, and under Li Qingyuan's incredulous gaze, he was thrown out. Immediately. You're a chaotic. Li Qingyuan's expression was horrified. Before he could finish speaking, Ao had already pounced forward and swallowed Li Qingyuan in one gulp. Even the dignified elder of the Li family, a figure who had dominated the world 100 years ago, could not escape the fate of being devoured by the chaotic dire beast now. For a moment, the entire place fell silent. No one dared to make any abnormal moves. Lin Feng, right. I'll remember you. The Zhao family will also remember you. The Zhao family will definitely pay back today's grudge tenfold in the future. Young Master Zhao's expression was dark as he bit his lip. His voice was a little indignant. He was not worried that he would not be able to leave. As a direct descendant of the Zhao family, he naturally had a lot of treasures on him. However, now that the exquisite pagoda had shattered, and the half-peak chaotic lifeforms of the 9 families were dead, he would definitely be severely punished for such a huge loss even after he escaped. Even if he was a direct descendant, his future prospects in the family were over. At this thought, young Master Zhao wished he could rip Lin Feng into pieces. Buzz. Young Master Zhao took out a talisman that emitted a golden light. Immediately, the talisman shone brightly with golden light. A strange power enveloped young Master Zhao. Instantly, he transformed into a golden light and disappeared. Lin Feng was a little surprised. The power of that golden talisman was indeed very miraculous. Its way of using the chaotic aura was actually better than his. Even Lin Feng would find it very difficult to crack it. In fact, ordinary chaotic lifeforms could not crack it at all. However, Lin Feng was no ordinary chaotic lifeform. Apart from being a chaotic lifeform, he was also a transcendent. With an internal universe. You can forget about leaving. Come back. Lin Feng shouted and casually grabbed at the distant void. The cosmic power in his body erupted instantly. Arg. A scream sounded in the void. A few kilometers away, a figure staggered and appeared at once. Lin Feng casually manipulated a huge hand made of chaotic aura to grab him. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is the Zhao family's 1,000-mile traversal talisman. Even a perfected person can't crack it. How can you possibly capture me? A trace of fear appeared on young Master Zhao's face. He could not even understand how the 1,000-mile traversal talisman could be cracked. There are still many things you don't understand. Young Master Zhao, right? Do you want to die, or live? Lin Feng's tone was calm. Beside him, Lang De and Ao both looked menacing, which terrified young Master Zhao. But in this situation, what else could he do? Even the 1,000-mile traversal talisman had been cracked. There was no way he could escape even if he wanted to. Live, of course I want to live. Young Master Zhao said through gritted teeth. Who wouldn't want to live? Even an ant would struggle for the sake of survival. Moreover, he was a dignified descendant of the Zhao family in Shangyang City. How could he want to die? A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. He did not continue asking and said to Qi Xian, I never want to see the Li family in red Phosphorus City again. Senior, I understand. Qi Xian lowered his head respectfully. Lin Feng then carried young Master Zhao in one hand and leaped forward. In a few leaps, he had returned to the Qi family's library. Thump. Lin Feng threw young Master Zhao to the ground. Young Master Zhao appeared to be in a rather sorry state, but he did not dare to flare up at this moment. If you want to live, you have to prove your value. Lin Feng said calmly. Young Master Zhao gritted his teeth and took off a silver soft armor on his body. He said in a low voice, this silver heron armor is a chaotic artifact, enough to withstand a strike from a chaotic life form. Previously, young Master Zhao had relied on the silver soft armor to resist Ao's attack with the 9 half-peak chaotic life forms of the Zhao family. However, he did not manage to hold out for long, which meant that this armor was not too strong. Not enough. Lin Feng did not even glance at this soft armor. Young Master Zhao thought for a moment and took out all kinds of artifacts. However, these artifacts were elite and unique, but they were only semi-chaotic artifacts at most, and had not even reached the chaotic level. What was the use to Lin Feng? Still not enough. What exactly do you want? Young Master Zhao took out everything he carried. Seeing that Lin Feng was still dissatisfied, he could only grit his teeth and ask. The cultivation techniques of your Zhao family, all kinds of martial arts and spells. What? You want all kinds of martial arts and spells from my Zhao family? That's impossible. Do you know that if the martial arts and spells of the Zhao family get out, the Zhao family will definitely hunt you down. They'll never tolerate it. Oh. Doesn't your Zhao family already want to hunt me down now? Young Master Zhao was slightly stunned. Indeed, Lin Feng had already offended the Zhao family to the extreme. Destroying the exquisite pagoda and killing 9 half-peak chaotic lifeforms was already a mortal feud. How could the Zhao family let Lin Feng off? All right, since you're not afraid of death, what do I have to fear? Young Master Zhao simply gave Lin Feng all the cultivation techniques, martial arts, and spells he knew. However, towards the end, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Although these cultivation techniques, martial arts, and spells were very exquisite, they were all only at the half-chaotic level of life. What was their use to Lin Feng? No cultivation techniques for chaotic life forms. How precious are the cultivation techniques for chaotic life forms? Forget about the cultivation techniques for chaotic life forms, even. Chaotic level martial arts and spells are incomparably precious. They are the core secrets of every major faction. Even as a direct descendant of the Zhao family, I am not qualified to come into contact with these techniques before breaking through to the level of a chaotic life form. Nothing. Lin Feng frowned. He had thought that capturing young Master Zhao, a direct descendant of the Zhao family, would allow him to obtain the cultivation techniques of chaotic life forms, or chaotic level martial arts and techniques. He did not expect to still find nothing. In that case, what's the point of keeping you around? Seeing the trace of killing intent flickering in Lin Feng's eyes, young Master Zhao's entire body trembled. He hurriedly said loudly, "No. No, keeping me alive is useful. It's definitely useful. I'm a direct descendant of the Zhao family. My father is an elder of the Zhao family. And a peak half-chaotic life form. I'm my father's only heir in the past century. Father will definitely try his best to save me. At that time, there will be an endless stream of Zhao family members coming. With your strength, wouldn't capturing them be a piece of cake? At that time, won't it be easy for you to get something out of us? Our Zhao family is an ancient family that has existed for 100,000 years. Our foundation is profound. We have 3,000 doctrine scrolls, and every scroll contains top-notch martial arts and spells." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng's expression turned solemn. He said in a low voice, "What did you say just now?" 3,000 doctrine scrolls. That's right, 3,000 doctrine scrolls. Each scroll is of top quality. There must be a technique you need within. In order to survive, young Master Zhao had disregarded everything. He would talk about everything he knew, and absolutely would not conceal anything. Seeing young Master Zhao's flustered and ingratiating expression, Lin Feng nodded and said, "Looks like you're still of some use. In that case, I'll keep you for a few days. If the people from the Zhao family aren't of enough importance, you know the consequences." I understand. Don't worry, Father will definitely do his best to mobilize the important people in the family. You will definitely gain a lot. At this point, young Master Zhao had long understood that Lin Feng was very likely really a cultivator who was a chaotic life form, an invincible perfected person. Chapter 795, 795 Zhao Family's Response. 795 Zhao Family's Response. In the Zhao family of Shangyang City, the courtyard built from white jade was intricately arranged. The pavilions were all exquisite and beautiful, like a paradise. However, at this moment, more than 10 elders were sitting in the hall of the Zhao family. They were all of high status in the Zhao family, and had reached the level of half-peak chaotic life forms. They could even be considered to be at the apex of the realm. Beyond this house, every elder would be an extremely powerful entity. This was the Zhao family, a 100,000-year-old family. They had once given birth to an invincible perfected person, and their foundation was profound, far from what other families could compare to. Hence, even though no one from the Zhao family had ever cultivated to the level of a chaotic life form since the disappearance of their ancestor, they were still the hegemon of Shangyang City. The current family head, Zhao Chuanqi, was the top genius of the Zhao family when he was young. He had once defeated his peers in several surrounding large families, and become the strongest person among the younger generation. He was once reputed to be the top genius in the Zhao family, who had the greatest chance of metamorphosing into a chaotic life form. Unfortunately, Zhao Chuanqi still could not metamorphose into a chaotic life form. Nonetheless, he was in charge of the entire Zhao family, wielding great authority with austerity. Elders, I summoned you here to discuss a major matter. Not long ago, the Li family of Red Phosphorus City sent news that they were willing to submit to our Zhao family. They also provided us with a clue that a natural chaotic life form, AO, had appeared in Red Phosphorus City. Hence, I sent Zhao Lin and 9 peak half-chaotic life forms there, and had them bring the exquisite pagoda to suppress AO. I thought success was almost certain, but today, I received news that a mysterious person called Lin Feng is Ao's master. He destroyed the Zhao family's exquisite pagoda, killed 9 peak half-chaotic lifeforms, and captured Zhao Lin alive. What do you think we should do? As soon as Zhao Chuanqi finished speaking, all the elders in the hall paled. What? Someone actually dared to destroy the Zhao family's exquisite pagoda, killed 9 peak half-chaotic lifeforms, and captured Zhao Lin alive. This is unforgivable. We have to send experts to capture this Lin Feng immediately. Otherwise, how can our Zhao family maintain its authority? This is the most serious provocation to our Zhao family. We can't tolerate it. That's right. If this matter isn't handled properly, the prestige of our Zhao family will be lost. I'm afraid some of the factions under our command will also be tempted to act out. These elders of the Zhao family were used to being high and mighty. With the Zhao family's power and influence, how could they be wary of anyone? For example, Ao, a natural chaotic life form, was something that could be captured at will to them. This was because the Zhao family had such strength. The Zhao family did not have to fear chaotic dire beasts that were natural chaotic life forms at all. However, things seemed a little different this time. Zhao Chuanqi pondered for a moment and said, "Elders, I've already investigated Lin Feng in the Red Phosphorus City as soon as I received the news. He likely isn't a cultivator from the Incendium continent, but a cultivator who travels the chaos. A cultivator in the chaos. But so what? Is our Zhao family afraid of a mere cultivator in the chaos? That's right. The ascetics in the chaos are all very powerful, but while others may fear them, our Zhao family does not. This identity of a cultivator in the chaos was already shocking enough. Even many small families with long histories and deep foundations absolutely did not dare to offend a cultivator traveling in the chaos. However, the Zhao family was different. The Zhao family was a 100,000-year-old family. Its foundation was unimaginable to other families. After analysis, this Lin Feng is probably not just a traveler in the chaos. He is also very powerful. There is more than a 60% chance that he is a true chaotic life form. Boom. As soon as Zhao Chuanqi finished speaking, the hall fell silent. The elders, who had been arguing and looking flustered just now, fell silent. The entire hall fell into dead silence. If a chaotic life form was a cultivator, they would be a perfected person, a revered person. No matter how they were addressed, it could not change the fact that a cultivator who was a chaotic life form was above all half-chaotic life forms. In the Incendium continent, a perfected person was capable of establishing a 10,000-year-old aristocratic family and dominating a region. Even claiming respectable titles or becoming ancestors was nothing out of the ordinary. It was also because a perfected person had once appeared in the Zhao family that it quickly rose to power, becoming the current 100,000-year-old family that dominated the entire Shangyang city. Bang! One of the elders smashed his walking stick on the ground with a sharp sound. What? You are scared of a fellow who just seems to be a perfected person from nowhere? Truly ridiculous. Others might be ignorant. But do you not know the Zhao family's foundation? It's one thing for that person to travel the chaos, but does he think he can do whatever he wants in the Incendium continent just because he's a chaotic life form? That's truly absurd. Although the elder who spoke was old and frail, his entire aura was extremely imposing, like a sharp blade. No one dared to underestimate him. 13th Elder, we all know that Zhao Lin is your son, but you can't ignore the interests of our Zhao family. Do you know the consequences of making an enemy out of someone who's suspected to be a perfected person and chaotic life form? That's right, 13th Elder. You don't even take a perfected person seriously now. Why don't you personally bring men over to save Zhao Lin? Fine, I'll go. As long as Patriarch can give me 800 Qilin guards, I'll definitely be able to kill that Lin Feng and capture Ao alive. Wherever there were people, there would be conflict, let alone in the Zhao family, which was a 100,000-year-old family. It was impossible for them to be united internally, and there were all kinds of conflicts. It was already commonplace for these elders to be at odds. All right, everyone, there's no need to argue anymore. Everything is for the Zhao family. This Lin Feng is very likely a perfected person. Who's a chaotic life form? If that's the case, it's indeed very troublesome. However, our Zhao family has 800 Qilin guards. If we mobilize 800 Qilin guards, even if the other party is a perfected person, we can definitely kill him. But the key is it worth it? Zhao Chuanqi's expression was very calm. The 800 Qilin guards of the Zhao family were the reason. These 800 Qilin guards were the foundation of the Zhao family. All of them were half-chaotic life forms, though they were all half-chaotic. Life forms that had been forcefully enhanced through special methods, and were slightly inferior to ordinary half-chaotic life form cultivators. However, they did not need to cultivate any martial arts or spells. They would only cultivate the minor Dipper demon subduing array, imparted by the Zhao family. The minor Dipper demon subduing array was imparted by the ancestor of the Zhao family back then. Others might not know, but Zhao Chuanqi knew the truth very well. The ancestor of the Zhao family was not an ordinary perfected person, but an advanced chaotic life form. He was countless times stronger than those ordinary perfected persons. This minor Dipper demon subduing array was imparted by that perfected person in the Zhao family. The array would be at its best when formed by 3,600 half-chaotic cultivators, and could even contend with advanced chaotic life forms. Unfortunately, even with the Zhao family's foundation, forcefully producing 800 half-chaotic life forms was already their limit. Even the Zhao family could not afford any more. However, the minor Dipper demon subduing array formed by 800 half-chaotic life forms was also enough to kill ordinary perfected persons. This was also the strongest trump card the Zhao family relied on to dominate Shangyang City in the past 100,000 years, and extended their sphere of influence for thousands of kilometers in radius. The 800 Qilin guards must not be mobilized lightly. An elder objected. After all, the 800 Qilin guards were the Zhao family's trump card. They were their greatest reliance, and also their strongest method of deterring the forces of the various surrounding factions. How could they be used at will? That was, unless there was a huge profit in it for the Zhao family. Hey, is one AO enough? That's a natural chaotic life form. If we get this natural chaotic life form, and the Zhao family nurtures it carefully, it will be another trump card of our Zhao family. Moreover, Lin Feng can travel the chaos. How can he be ordinary? Think of all the good things we obtain by killing him. The 13th elder was determined to mobilize the Qilin guards to kill Lin Feng. The many elders also entered a discussion. Indeed, this was an opportunity, but there were also some dangers. AO was a natural chaotic life form. Once it was subdued by them, it was obvious how beneficial it would be to the Zhao family. After a long while, it was still the patriarch, Zhao Chuanqi, who said, "Elders, I'm more inclined to accept the 13th elder's suggestion. Everyone is just worried that an accident will happen if we mobilize the Qilin guards. It's actually very simple. I'll let Zhao Chuanlong lead the 800 Qilin guards. What do you think?" Zhao Chuanlong. If the patriarch is willing to deploy Zhao Chuanlong, I have no objections. That's right. If Zhao Chuanlong is willing to go, I can rest assured. A smile appeared on Zhao Chuanqi's lips. He said indifferently, I've already asked Zhao Chuanlong's opinion. Zhao Chuanlong is very excited to be able to lead 800 Qilin guards to surround and kill a cultivator suspected to be a perfected person. He's also willing to go. Haha, if Zhao Chuanlong goes, this matter will be more than halfway done. That's right. Zhao Chuanlong is the strongest person in our Zhao family. He's already at the critical point of metamorphosis, and needs a fierce battle to help him undergo metamorphosis. This Lin Feng is the most suitable person. Perhaps after this battle, our Zhao family can have another true perfected person, who will lead our Zhao family to prosperity. The elders all nodded in agreement. They were clearly very confident in Zhao Chuanlong. All right, it's settled then. Zhao Chuanqi immediately made the decision. As the patriarch, he conveyed the order to Zhao Chuanlong. Moreover, he personally Assigned the 800 Qilin guards under Zhao Chuanlong's command, before they headed to Red Phosphorus City. Chapter 796, 796 800 Qilin guards. 796 800 Qilin guards. Red Phosphorus City had officially entered an era reigned by the Qi family. A few days ago, the Li family was destroyed. Apart from a few collateral descendants who escaped, all the direct descendants of the Li family were slaughtered. From then on, the Li family became history in the Red Phosphorus City. In the Qi family's library, Lin Feng opened his eyes. In just a few days, he had already read through all the martial arts and spells collected by the Qi family. He had even read through some cultivation techniques. However, all the cultivation techniques were at the half-chaotic level. This disappointed Lin Feng. However, while there were no chaotic-level cultivation techniques, Lin Feng found 2 martial techniques and 1 spell among the martial techniques and spells. They were both at the chaotic level. These 2 martial arts were the Greater Devastation Fist technique and the Phantom Movement technique, respectively. The Greater Devastation Fist technique was actually incomplete, and could barely be considered a chaotic martial art. Its power was much inferior to the 3rd form of the 3 forms of the Heaven-Turning Seal, but it was still better than nothing. Lin Feng had also mastered it. Lin Feng even imparted the Greater Devastation Fist technique to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng valued friendship and loyalty, so Lin Feng allowed Qin Sheng to follow him, and left some errands to Qin Sheng. Consider Qin Sheng's character, he would not betray Lin Feng. Qin Sheng was naturally very grateful towards Lin Feng. Now, he already knew that Lin Feng was a true chaotic life form, a perfected person. How great an honor would it be to follow a perfected person over long term. As for the Phantom Movement technique, it was a true chaotic martial art. Even Lin Feng found it unfathomable. The Qi family had obtained it from a minor family when plundering it. No one in that minor family could master such a profound chaotic martial art at all. The reason was very simple. This was a chaotic martial art. It could only be used after metamorphosing into a chaotic life form, and controlling the surrounding chaotic aura. Lin Feng took a few days to master it. It was truly phantom-like. In close combat, the Phantom Movement technique was simply impossible to guard against, and very terrifying. Through chaotic martial arts, Lin Feng also managed to find some hints on the mysteries of the rules in the chaos. They were too profound and arcane. Even though Lin Feng had mastered the Phantom Movement technique, the rules of chaos represented by the Phantom Movement technique were completely impossible for Lin Feng to touch, let alone comprehend. His level of comprehension was still very low. Apart from the 2 chaotic martial arts, Lin Feng also obtained a chaotic technique by accident. In the Incendium continent, spells were far more precious than martial arts. Those who were proficient in spells were all famous and powerful cultivators. Some precious spells were even monopolized by large factions. Even Lin Feng felt lucky to be able to obtain a chaotic level spell. This chaotic level spell was called the Mountain Moving Technique. The name was very simple, but its power was daunting. As the name suggested, the Mountain Moving Technique could move mountains. After mastering this technique, according to the cultivator's strength, they could move mountains from afar through the chaotic aura to fight enemies. Ordinary perfected persons could only move mountains with a radius of about 10 miles. Lin Feng was around that level. By mobilizing the chaotic aura in his body, he could move mountains with an area of about 20 kilometers. This meant that his foundation was still quite strong. Lin Feng had also experimented with using the power of the universe in his body. He could actually move mountains within a radius of 50 kilometers. It was simply incredible. The mountains in the chaos were very different from those in the origin universe. The mountains in chaos could still stand tall in the chaos despite being exposed to the corrosion of chaotic aura over many years. This was enough to show how powerful these mountains were. If one really had to make a comparison, if a mountain in the chaos was smashed towards the cosmic membrane of the origin universe, it could easily tear the cosmic membrane apart. No matter how strong the life forms and combat bodies in the origins universe were, they could not withstand a single smash from these chaotic mountains. 2 chaotic-level martial arts and a chaotic spell were all Lin Feng had gained. Unfortunately, he was still not satisfied, because he did not get any cultivation technique for chaotic lifeforms, let alone any information on transcendence. Young Master Zhao, you said that the strongest force in the Zhao family is the 800 Qilin guards. Lin Feng looked up at young Master Zhao. During this period of time, young Master Zhao had told him everything he knew. Lin Feng had almost wrung him dry as well. Young Master Zhao did not conceal any information about the Zhao family. He did not dare to conceal it. Lin Feng could choose not to torture him, but Lang Da had countless methods of torture. After all, he had roamed the chaos for so many years. That's right. Once the 800 Qilin guards form the minor Dipper demon subduing array, they can kill true chaotic life forms. Do you know how to set up the minor Dipper demon subduing array? Young Master Zhao hurriedly shook his head and said, how would I know such a secret? Only the Patriarch and a few people know the detailed arrangements for forming the minor Dipper demon subduing array. Forget it. This minor Dipper demon subduing array is quite interesting. Do you think the Zhao family will send 800 Qilin guards to deal with me? I'm not sure, but over the years, the Patriarch has actually been very domineering. Moreover, AO is a natural chaotic life form. If nurtured properly, it can almost be considered to have the combat power of a perfected person. Hence, my family is very likely to send 800 Qilin guards. Lin Feng nodded. He was actually very interested in the minor Dipper demon subduing array that could surround and kill perfected persons, formed by the 800 Qilin guards. Compared to the minor Dipper demon subduing array, some of the arrays Lin Feng had obtained were simply crude and not worthy of his attention at all. Just like that, a few more days passed. Suddenly, Lang Da rushed to the library. Master, something's come up. Someone from the Zhao family is here. Lang Da seemed to be slightly panicked. Oh. They're finally here. Lin Feng opened his eyes. His gaze was as calm as still water, and he was completely unsurprised. This was because he had already been waiting for the Zhao family for many days. Master, this Zhao family is not simple. Even Boss AO seems to feel threatened. Oh. Interesting. Looks like the Zhao family is serious this time. Then, I'll go out and take a look. Yes, young Master Zhao, you should come too. Lin Feng grabbed young Master Zhao. With a slight flash, he disappeared from the library. Outside the Qi family's door, Qin Sheng, Qi Xian, and the others all wore solemn expressions as they looked at the dense lineup of hundreds of people in the distant sky. Even AO did not charge forward immediately. Instead, it growled. Clearly, AO also felt the heavy pressure. Father, is that someone from the Zhao family? That's right, they're from the Zhao family. They sent so many people here. The aura on their bodies is rather terrifying. Of course. If I'm not wrong, that's the strongest force of the Zhao family, the 800 Qilin guards. Qi Xian's expression was solemn. The 800 Qilin guards of the Zhao family were famed for their power in Shangyang City. Even in the faraway Red Phosphorus City, Qi Su had heard of the illustrious reputation of the 800 Qilin guards. The 800 Qilin guards were capable of slaying chaotic perfected persons. The Zhao family had actually sent 800 Qilin guards in punition this time. They were clearly truly angered. If Lin Feng failed to resist them, the entire Red Phosphorus City would probably be reduced to rubble under the Zhao family's wrath. Although Qi Xian was very confident in Lin Feng, at this moment, he could not help but gasp. He looked in the direction of the library. Behind him, a trace of doubt also appeared in his heart. Could Lin Feng resist the 800 Qilin guards of the Zhao family? Chapter 797, 797 Time to end this. 797 Time to end this. Red Phosphorus City is below. Zhao Chuanlong was dressed in a back martial attire and did not look conspicuous at all, nor did he have any other worldly aura. However, anyone who knew Zhao Chuanyong would not underestimate him. In the Zhao family, Zhao Chuanlong was the true #1 expert. Moreover, he bore the greatest hope of the Zhao family, which was to metamorphose into a chaotic life form and become the second chaotic perfected person of the family. Zhao Chuanlong did not disappoint. He had arrived at his current level step by step. His cultivation had already reached the critical point. And he was just short of an opportunity. For this reason, Zhao Chuanyong had challenged others everywhere. Unfortunately, after defeating countless famous experts at the peak of the half-chaotic realm, he still had not attained a breakthrough. As for challenging a chaotic perfected person, that was impossible. If there was a faction presided over by a chaotic perfected person, how could Zhao Chuanlong challenge it just because he wanted to? Once they really entered a fight, it would be a fight to the death, and it would even bring danger to the Zhao family. All these years, Zhao Chuanlong had always wanted to break through, but that opportunity had never appeared. Lin Feng, suspected to be a chaotic perfected person. I hope you won't disappoint. Zhao Chuanlong was expressionless as he looked down at Red Phosphorescent City. He had already arrived at Red Phosphorus City. With the 800 Qilin guards, they stood in the air, emitting a murderous aura. Swoosh. Suddenly, a figure walked out of the Qi family. Although the term used is walked, he actually covered dozens of meters with a single step, as if he was teleporting. Lin Feng used the minor transposition spell and appeared outside the Qi residence. Thump. Lin Feng threw young Master Zhao to the ground for Qin Shen to guard. Then, he walked towards Zhao Chuanlong step by step in the air, as if he was walking on stairs. The 800 Qilin guards are truly impressive. If I'm not wrong, you must be Zhao Chuanlong, the #1 expert of the Zhao family, a half-peak chaotic life form. You're already half a step away from the perfected person realm. Lin Feng glanced at Zhao Chuanlong and said indifferently. When he was communicating with young Master Zhao, the person young Master Zhao mentioned the most was Zhao Chuanyong, the #1 expert of the Zhao family. This was also the first time Zhao Chuanlong had seen Lin Feng. However, the moment he saw Lin Feng, a sharp glint flashed across his eyes, and traces of battle intent surged in his heart. Perfected person, you must be joking. In front of you, what is a #1 expert of the Zhao family worth? The masses are ignorant. They don't know your identity, yet you actually deign to stay in a small city like Red Phosphorus City. How absurd. Zhao Chuanlong did not have any doubts. The moment he saw Lin Feng, he was already certain that Lin Feng was a chaotic life form. And a chaotic perfected person. Oh. Even though you know that I'm a chaotic perfected person, you're still filled with battle intent. You wish to use my power as an opportunity to break through, and metamorphose into a chaotic life form. Perfected person, are you willing to give me this opportunity? Zhao Chuanlong stared intently at Lin Feng, his battle intent soaring. However, Lin Feng gave a half-smile and said calmly, why not? As long as you can survive. Coincidentally, I'd also like to see how impressive the 800 Qilin guards of the Zhao family are. Lin Feng stood in the void with his hands behind his back, facing Zhao Chuanlong from afar. Then Chuanlong thanks you in advance for your guidance, perfected person. Zhao Chuanlong's gaze was solemn, but there was a hint of excitement in his expression. He had waited for so long, but had never met a perfected person who would accept his challenge. Now, his dream had come true. However, the perfected person in front of him could be lethal. It was not just a simple challenge. It was both a challenge and a life-or-death battle. Perfected person, take this. Zhao Chuanlong's aura had already condensed to its peak. Then, he roared, and his figure swept over like an arrow released from a bow. It stirred up a storm in the surrounding chaotic aura. Eh? Lin Feng exclaimed softly. Lin Feng had encountered many peak half-chaotic life forms, but in reality, they were far inferior to him. They did not even have a chance of being his match. However, this Zhao Chuanlong was not simple. This punch already gave Lin Feng a faint sense of threat. Still, it was only a trace. Those who had not become chaotic life forms would never know how powerful chaotic life forms were. Earth Seal. Lin Feng then struck out with his palm. It was the earth seal of the three forms of heaven-turning seal. Thud. Lin Feng's earth seal had once shaken the exquisite pagoda. Its power had already truly reached the limit of a half-chaotic life form. However, when Lin Feng's palm collided with Zhao Chuanlong's, Lin Feng actually shook slightly. A violent force came from Zhao Chuanyong's fist. Chaotic martial art. Lin Feng was a little surprised. Zhao Chuanlong had mastered a chaotic martial art. However, it did not seem like it. Only chaotic lifeforms could use chaotic martial arts. When others used them, they were just for show, and did not contain the power they should at all. However, Zhao Chuanlong was different. He could actually cause traces of chaotic aura to fluctuate. A chaotic artifact, and one that can mobilize the surrounding chaotic aura. Lin Feng did not expect there to be such artifacts. This way, Zhao Chuanlong could also mobilize the surrounding chaotic aura. He seemed no different from a true chaotic life form. Interesting. Heaven Seal. Lin Feng formed hand seals again. The chaotic aura within a radius of hundreds of meters was instantly mobilized, forming a huge palm. Like a seal. The exquisite pagoda was broken by the Heaven Seal. Seeing the Heaven Seal, a solemn expression appeared on Zhao Chuanlong's face. He waved his hand, and a spear appeared in his hand. The spear technique is what I am best at. Zhao Chuanlong struck out with his spear, and the surrounding chaotic aura instantly grew disorderly. Its sharp brunt suddenly collided with Lin Feng's Heaven Seal. Break! As Zhao Chuanlong roared, Lin Feng's Heaven Seal actually shattered with a bang, and the terrifying power dissipated. Zhao Chuanyong did not have it easy either. The spear shook, and he almost could not hold on to the spear in his hands anymore. His figure quickly retreated. However, he had ultimately broken Lin Feng's Heaven Seal, and his aura had accumulated to the extreme, vaguely reaching the critical point of breaking through. Chaotic martial art, chaotic artifact. You probably even have a chaotic armor on you. Even Lin Feng could not help but exclaim. The Zhao family, a 100,000-year-old aristocratic family, was indeed wealthy and had a deep foundation. They actually had so many chaotic treasures. No wonder Zhao Chuanlong could be so reckless, and even dared to challenge a perfected person. This was because he had nothing to fear. With the protection of these chaotic treasures, it would not be so easy for even perfected persons to kill him. However, Lin Feng would not just watch Zhao Chuanlong break through, let alone become his stepping stone. It's time to end it. Heaven-turning seal. Suddenly, Lin Feng growled, his cold voice echoing in the void. At the same time, the chaotic aura within a radius of thousands of meters seemed to boil completely. Infinite chaotic aura surged towards Lin Feng uncontrollably. At this moment, everyone felt as if the world had been reversed. The world was upside down, and the sun and moon were dim. This sense of blindness came from the martial art Lin Feng used, the third form of the heaven-turning seal, the heaven-turning seal. This form was a true chaotic martial art. This strike contained the true power of a chaotic perfected person. In the next moment, Lin Feng flipped his palm, and it was as if the world was collapsing. Infinite power suddenly descended from the sky, from all directions, and struck Zhao Chuanlong. Chapter 798, 798 Summoning 3,000 Universe Demons. 798 Summoning 3,000 Universe Demons. Chaotic martial art. This is what chaotic martial art is truly like. Zhao Chuanlong's heart trembled. Terrifying. It was really too terrifying. He felt the threat of death. The world seemed to be upside down. No matter how he fled or dodged, it seemed impossible for him to evade that huge hand. This was the true heaven-turning seal. In the past, Zhao Chuanlong had challenged others everywhere, and his strength was quite good. He had never lost. Even though he was not an arrogant person, his achievements over the years had indeed made him a little smug. He had even thought of challenging chaotic perfected persons at one point. This time, Zhao Chuanlong was well prepared. With the protection of various chaotic treasures, he had assumed that even if he was not A match for the chaotic perfected person, he definitely would not be in danger. That was why he dared to fight Lin Feng alone. But now, Zhao Chuanlong knew his mistake. He was wrong, and grievously wrong. A chaotic perfected person was a chaotic perfected person, after all. As a mere half-chaotic life form, he could never be on par with them. Even though he was near taking that step himself, as long as he did not undergo metamorphosis, he would remain a half-chaotic life form. Faced with a true full-power strike from a chaotic perfected person, Zhao Chuanlong was not a match. Even with a chaotic artifact, he was not a match. It would even be a struggle for him to survive. A life-or-death situation. This was a true life-or-death situation. 800 Qilin guards set up the minor dipper demon subduing array. Sensing the threat of death, Zhao Chuanlong immediately shouted. Immediately, the 800 Qilin guards moved. They had clearly undergone strict training and had full tacit understanding with each other. As soon as Zhao Chuanlong finished speaking, the 800 Qilin guards had already set up the minor dipper demon subduing array. Boom. As Lin Feng's heaven-turning seal landed, the minor dipper subduing array set up by the 800 Qilin guards also erupted with a terrifying power, instantly enveloping Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. His figure swayed slightly, and he instantly broke free from the siege of the 800 Qilin guards like a phantom. However, the minor dipper demon subduing array was passed down by the ancestors of the Zhao family. How could it be ordinary? As soon as Lin Feng moved, the 800 Qilin guards followed suit. Moreover, the range of the array was extremely wide, surrounding Lin Feng almost instantly. Immediately, Lin Feng felt as if he was restrained by an invisible force, and could barely move. At the same time, Lin Feng's heaven-turning seal collided with the power of the minor dipper demon subduing array. The terrifying collision caused traces of ripples. However, under the suppression of the minor dipper demon subduing array, the shockwave only spread once before dissipating completely. As a result, even the onlookers did not know how terrifying the power of this expansion was. Swoosh. Zhao Chuanlong was staggering, and he looked a little disheveled. Just now, Lin Feng had used the heaven-turning seal, and Zhao Chuanyong had almost died. Zhao Chuanlong had even sensed the threat of death. Fortunately, he had the minor dipper demon subduing array. Otherwise, he would definitely die under the heaven-turning seal. Impressive, impressive. This is the attack of a chaotic perfected person. It's terrifying, truly terrifying. So this is the power of a true chaotic martial art. Zhao Chuanlong recalled how Lin Feng's palm strike had shaken the chaotic aura within a radius of thousands of meters. It was like a mighty heavenly might, suffocating him. Every move of a chaotic life form, a true chaotic cultivator, carried immense power. Zhao Chuanlong finally saw it for himself. However, he did not regret it. Although he had lost the battle with Lin Feng, he had vaguely touched the realm of a chaotic life form. He just had to wait until he returned this time and slowly improve for a period of time. It would only be a matter of time before he entered the realm of a chaotic life form. However, before that, he had to kill Lin Feng. Otherwise, Lin Feng would definitely be a threat to the Zhao family. Minor dipper demon subduing array, subdue demons. Zhao Chuanlong had already fused with the minor dipper demon subduing array. He was the host of this array. With him presiding over it, its power would be even stronger. If a true chaotic life form presided over it, it was even possible for its power to increase by several times. Boom. Everything within a radius of dozens of kilometers, including grass and trees, was suppressed by the array. Even Lin Feng could not mobilize the chaotic aura smoothly. Moreover, it was as if he had fallen into a quagmire, and it was difficult for him to move. This minor dipper demon subduing array is truly impressive. Lin Feng praised from the bottom of his heart. It was indeed a powerful array that could kill chaotic perfected persons. Minor transposition technique. Lin Feng's figure flashed, and he appeared on the other side. The place he had just been at had already been struck by the power of the array. If Lin Feng resisted it head-on, he would probably be in danger. However, the minor transposition technique also encountered a lot of trouble in the array. After all, it was only a martial art at the half-dash. Chaotic level. Phantom movement technique. Lin Feng's figure flashed, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into dozens of phantoms. Chaotic level martial arts were indeed extraordinary. Even under the suppression of the array, they could still operate smoothly. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had already appeared somewhere in the void. He could sense that Zhao Chuanlong was here. Heaven-turning seal. Lin Feng slammed his palm down, and a huge hand descended from the terrifying vortex of chaotic aura. However, Zhao Chuanlong only smiled slightly. Then, his figure flashed, and he disappeared from the spot. Lin Feng frowned. In the array, Zhao Chuanlong was like a fish in the water, while Lin Feng was restricted at every turn. The phantom movement technique seemed to only be useful for dodging. It's still necessary to break the array. In that case, I'll break the array by force. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The chaotic aura on his body erupted again, spreading in all directions. Mountain. As Lin Feng shouted, a towering mountain suddenly flew over from the distant void. The mountain was immeasurably tall, and appeared heavy and imposing. Fall. Lin Feng pointed, and the mountain instantly fell. It's actually the mountain moving technique. Zhao Chuanlong was shocked. He did not expect Lin Feng to know chaotic spells. That would be troublesome. Chaotic spells were far more precious than chaotic martial arts. Every chaotic spell was very powerful. This mountain-moving technique was actually just an ordinary chaotic spell. Even the Zhao family had this spell archived. However, apart from chaotic lifeforms, no one could cultivate it at all. Even if it was just an ordinary chaotic technique, it was still extremely powerful when used by a chaotic perfected person. Boom. As the mountain landed, Zhao Chuanlong mobilized the power of the minor dipper demon subduing array again and shattered the mountain. If one isn't enough, what about 5 mountains? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He waved his hand again. This time, he summoned 5 mountains directly. The sky seemed to be blotted out at once. 5 majestic mountains instantly descended and landed straight into the array. Boom. The mountains were shattered again, and the array shook slightly, before returning to its original state. If 5 aren't enough, what about 10 or 20 mountains? Lin Feng waved his hands, summoning almost all the mountains within a radius of 50 kilometers. There were a total of 18 towering mountains. Their appearance alone was daunting. Fall. Lin Feng did not believe that this minor dipper demon subduing array could withstand so many mountains. Rumble. The majestic mountains fell one after another, and the entire array shook violently. However, the 800 Qilin guards were very calm. Years of training and tacit understanding allowed them to unleash the power of the minor dipper demon subduing array to the limit, with almost no flaws. Perfected person, it's useless. Even if you move 100 mountains over, it'll be useless. The minor dipper demon subduing array gathers the power of 800 half-chaotic lifeform cultivators. It can slay even chaotic lifeforms. Zhao Chuanlong's voice entered Lin Feng's ears from the void again. What an impressive demon subduing array. So I've underestimated this array. It's indeed extraordinary enough to be passed down for 100,000 years. However, are 800 half-chaotic lifeforms a lot? Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. Huh? What do you mean? Zhao Chuanlong, who was hidden in the array, was slightly stunned, not knowing what Lin Feng meant. 800 half-chaotic lifeforms was naturally a lot. Even a 100,000-year-old family like the Zhao family could only support 800 half-chaotic cultivators. As for the other families, forget about 800, it would be difficult to even get 80. The array formed by 800 cultivators who were half-chaotic lifeforms was enough to sweep through everything. Even killing perfected persons would not be difficult for them. How could Lin Feng possibly conjure 800 cultivators? who were half-chaotic lifeforms at any time. Lin Feng took a deep breath and looked at the 800 Qilin guards of the Zhao family in the void. However, his consciousness had already sunk into his internal universe. His voice sounded in Pan's mind instantly. Pan, I summon the 3,000 universe demons. Chapter 799, 799 3,000 universe demons defeating 800 Qilin guards. 799 3,000 universe demons defeating 800 Qilin guards. Minor Dipper demon subduing array, slay demons. As Zhao Chuanlong's voice sounded, the formation of the Minor Dipper demon subduing array formed by 800 Qilin guards changed. Again. An awe-inspiring and lethal aura filled the entire array. At the same time, a terrifying power was converging, intending to defeat Lin Feng in one fell swoop. However, Lin Feng was unmoved. A meaningful smile even appeared on his lips. Boom. All of a sudden, terrifying auras soared into the sky. Furious roars sounded in the Minor Dipper demon subduing array. Tall and strange figures appeared in the array. What are those? Impossible. How can there be so many half-chaotic lifeforms? Zhao Chuanlong's eyes widened in disbelief. His face was filled with shock. There were actually so many half-chaotic lifeforms, and all of them seemed to be more than ordinary half-chaotic lifeforms. They were 3,000 universe demons, the 3,000 universe demons born in the universe in Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng had modified all of them into half-chaotic lifeforms. Moreover, as 3,000 universe demons, they naturally had innate divine abilities and methods. Their only weakness might be that they could not form an array. This was much inferior to the 800 Qilin guards. Actually, if Lin Feng used the power of the universe, he could also break through the Minor Dipper demon subduing array of the 800 Qilin guards in an instant. However, he chose to mobilize the 3,000 universe demons. Firstly, it was to test the combat power of these 3,000 universe demons. Secondly, it was to see what kind of enhancement his internal universe had brought to the 3,000 universe demons. Father Deity. Pan led the 3,000 universe demons and knelt respectfully in front of Lin Feng. Go, kill them all. Lin Feng gave the order to Pan. Gore. The 3,000 universe demons no longer hesitated. They stood up abruptly. Each using their own abilities, they pounced towards the 800 Qilin guards. Zhao Chuanlong was terrified. Where did Lin Feng find so many half-chaotic lifeforms? Could he have a spatial artifact? However, how precious was a spatial artifact that could accommodate living things? Even those powerful chaotic perfected persons did not have it. For a moment, Zhao Chuanyong had many hypotheses about Lin Feng's background. However, no matter how many hypotheses he had, they had to be put aside until the future. Right now, facing the threat of the 3,000 universe demons, Zhao Chuanlong was under a lot of pressure. The Minor Dipper demon subduing array formed by 800 Qilin guards was indeed very strong, but the damage caused by the sudden charge of the 3,000 universe demons was also very massive. For a moment, furious roars accompanied by all kinds of strange abilities wreaked havoc in the array. Lin Feng stood quietly and did not move. He was observing the performance of the 3,000 universe demons. They were strong, very strong, and extremely so. This was Lin Feng's first impression. Every one of the 3,000 universe demons was very powerful. In particular, Pan was comparable to a peak half-chaotic life form. The 800 Qilin guards were forced to retreat step by step. However, the true strength of the 801 Qilin guard was the array formation. As Zhao Chuanlong came back to his senses, he began to mobilize the power of the array. The 3,000 universe demons were clearly obstructed. In fact, the power of the array could even kill the universe demons one after another. Minor Dipper demon subduing array, kill demons. Zhao Chuanlong shouted. Immediately, the terrifying power of the array quickly tore apart the 3,000 universe demons. There was a ripping noise. Dozens of universe demons were instantly killed by the power of the array without any ability to resist. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He realized that these 3,000 universe demons actually did not die after being torn apart by the array. That's right, they were not dead. They seemed to have some special connection with the universe in his body. With a thought, the cosmic power immediately enveloped the dozens of cosmic demons that had just been torn apart. Buzz. In an instant, the bodies of the universe demons that had just been torn apart were restored, and they were resurrected. How is this possible? Zhao Chuanlong's expression changed slightly. These half-chaotic lifeforms actually could not be killed. It was simply unheard of. As the minor dipper demon subduing array tore them apart again and again, and Lin Feng revived them again and again, his cosmic power was also depleted time and time again. Lin Feng finally understood that these 3,000 universe demons were closely related to the universe in his body. As long as the power of the universe could hold out, the 3,000 universe demons would almost be undying. Only in battle could Lin Feng discover the legendary use of the universe demons. As time passed, although the minor dipper demon subduing array was very powerful, the destructive power of the 3,000 universe demons was also very astonishing. They had already killed dozens of Qilin guards. A slight flaw had also appeared in the minor dipper demon subduing array. Mountain. Lin Feng did not hesitate. He used the mountain moving technique again, moving mountains over one after another and smashing them hard into the minor dipper demon subduing array. He smashed it hard again and again. Under the impact of the 3,000 universe demons, the minor dipper demon subduing array was also on the verge of collapse. This time, it finally failed to hold out. Boom. Finally, the minor dipper demon subduing array was defeated. The power of the array dissipated, and countless Qilin guards suffered a backlash. If Lin Feng was alone, he would not be able to kill the 800 Qilin guards so quickly. However, he had summoned 3,000 universe demons. Once the array was broken, how could these 800 Qilin guards be a match for the 3,000 universe demons? No, impossible. Zhao Chuanlong looked at the collapsing cosmic array with an expression of disbelief. It was broken. The array had been broken. That was a terrifying array that could kill chaotic perfected persons. It was the Zhao family's strongest reliance. Now that the array had been broken, the Zhao family's strongest reliance was gone. No, the Zhao family still has me. Although the 800 Qilin guards are gone, I've already reached the critical point of breaking through. I've even broken through the critical point this time. I only need a period of time to finish metamorphosing completely. I must go back. I must escape and complete my metamorphosis. At that time, I'll be a chaotic perfected person. Even without the 8,000 Qilin guards, the Zhao family will still be powerful. A trace of determination flashed across Zhao Chuanlong's eyes. He watched as the 800 Qilin guards were being slaughtered. This was the foundation and strongest reliance of the Zhao family, nurtured through immeasurable efforts and resources. But now, Zhao Chuanlong turned around and left without any hesitation. You're quite decisive. Unfortunately, don't you think it's too late for you to leave now? Of course Lin Feng was paying close attention to Zhao Chuanlong. He was still thinking about the minor dipper demon subduing array. Capturing those Qilin guards was useless. These were just people who had set up the array. They only knew how to form the array, and did not know the specifics of the minor dipper demon subduing array at all. However, Zhao Chuanlong, who was presiding over the array, definitely knew. Hence, anyone could be allowed to leave, except Zhao Chuanlong. Minor transposition technique. Lin Feng took a step forward and instantly crossed hundreds of meters. His figure appeared behind Zhao Chuanlong like a phantom. 10,000-mile traversal talisman, go. Zhao Chuanlong was shocked. Without any hesitation, he took out a talisman. A golden light flashed, and he immediately transformed into a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, he was miles away. Even faster than the 1,000-mile traversal talisman. But you think you can escape? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not hold back anymore. The cosmic power in his body descended instantly. Come out. Boom. The chaotic aura shook violently. A figure staggered out of the chaotic energy in an incomparably sorry state. It was Zhao Chuanlong. You. Zhao Chuanlong was incomparably shaken. He could even break the 10,000-mile traversal talisman. How was this possible? However, he had already experienced too much shock today. He was almost numb. You can't escape. Lin Feng made a grabbing motion with his hand and mobilized the chaotic aura, enveloping Zhao Chuanlong. When Zhao Chuanlong tried to struggle, Lin Feng mobilized the power of the universe and sealed Zhao Chuanyong instantly. Chapter 800, 800 Mind Manipulating Lotus Seed. 800 Mind Manipulating Lotus Seed. As the 3,000 universe demons killed all 800 Qilin guards, leaving not a single one behind, the void finally fell silent. Everyone fell silent. Only they looked at Lin Feng in the void with incomparable shock. Everyone had seen this battle. It was not an exaggeration to say that the minor dipper demon subduing array set up by the 800 Qilin guards led by Zhao Chuanlong could slay chaotic perfected persons. However, in the end, they were all annihilated. Every single one of the 800 Qilin guards was killed. Even Zhao Chuanlong, the prodigy of the Zhao family and a genius cultivator with the greatest chance of metamorphosing into a chaotic life form, had now become Lin Feng's prisoner. Even if the Zhao family was not finished, it would still be a severe blow to their foundation. Young Master Zhao was dumbfounded. He muttered in a low voice, "How is this possible?" Even Zhao Chuanlong lost. There were 800 Qilin guards. Back then, even though young Master Zhao knew that Lin Feng was the chaotic perfected person, and knew that he was very difficult to deal with, he still had strong confidence in the Zhao family, because of the 800 Qilin guards. But now, all 800 Qilin guards were gone, and Zhao Chuanlong had been captured alive. Could he still escape Lin Feng's fiendish clutches? Some were happy, while others were upset. Qi Xian watched as Lin Feng displayed his prowess, killed 800 Qilin guards, and captured Zhao Chuanlong alive. His heart burned with passion. This was because he thought of the perfected person from the Zhao family back then, who had appeared out of nowhere, and established the 100,000-year-old Zhao family. Didn't the Qi family have such an opportunity now? Although Lin Feng was not a member of the Qi family, he had a deep connection with the Qi family. With this connection, even if they couldn't reach the level of the Zhao family, it wouldn't be difficult for them to dominate Red Phosphorus City and attain the glory of their ancestors. Qi Xian had already made up his mind to hang on to Lin Feng's coattails. He even began contemplating how to use his own daughter. However, how could someone like Lin Feng like an ordinary woman? On the other hand, Lin Feng thought highly of Qin Sheng, whom Qi Xian felt had a chance of getting somewhere with his daughter. Be it through Qin Sheng or anyone else, as long as they could get involved with Lin Feng, it would be a success. Ignoring what the others were thinking, Lin Feng walked down from the void step by step. He grabbed young Master Zhao and Zhao Chuanlong and returned to the library. The Qi family would naturally deal with the rest. In the library, Lin Feng threw Zhao Chuanlong and young Master Zhao to the ground. Young Master Zhao's face was pale, and could not help but tremble all over. On the other hand, Zhao Chuanlong did not move at all, like an old monk in meditation. He was completely expressionless, as if he had no regard for his life. Not bad. As worthy of a cultivator about to metamorphose into a chaotic life form. This is a true cultivator, Lin Feng said in admiration. In comparison, although young Master Zhao was a half-chaotic life form, with his character, he could forget about metamorphosing into a chaotic life form for the rest of his life. Zhao Chuanlong, you should know the specific method of setting up the minor dipper demon subduing array, right? Tell me. Lin Feng said calmly. Zhao Chuanlong opened his eyes. He glanced at Lin Feng in surprise, then shook his head and said, "Will you let me go if I tell you?" Eh? I thought you'd make up your mind not to say anything. If you can let me go, why won't I tell you? No matter how important a matter is, it's not as important as survival. Zhao Chuanlong appeared very candid. He was someone who was about to metamorphose into a chaotic life form. Naturally, his own life was the most important thing. In fact, even if the Zhao family was gone, as long as he was a chaotic perfected person, he could develop a renowned family of his own in the future. This was the confidence of a chaotic perfected person. Unfortunately, he knew that Lin Feng definitely would not let him go. If he was in Lin Feng's place, how could he let an enemy who would definitely become a chaotic perfected person in the future go? Looks like you already know that I won't let you go. Lin Feng shook his head. Zhao Chuanlong was indeed smart, but how could he really let Zhao Chuanlong go? Lin Feng would not be afraid even if Zhao Chuanyong became a true chaotic life form, but Lin Feng would not underestimate any chaotic perfected person. Of course Lin Feng would not make things difficult for himself. If Zhao Chuanlong would not say anything, it would indeed be somewhat troublesome for Lin Feng. Although he had some methods of torture, would they work on Zhao Chuanlong? Why would a determined cultivator like Zhao Chuanyong care about mere torture? If he had made up his mind not to say anything, Lin Feng would not be able to pry his mouth open no matter what. Young Master Zhao, looks like you're no longer of any value. Lin Feng waved his hand and shouted softly, Langda, drag him out for AO. No, no, you can't kill me. Zhao Chuanlong, tell him quickly. The Zhao family is finished even if you don't tell him. Why do we have to go down with the Zhao family? Zhao Chuanyong, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Young Master Zhao roared hysterically, but Zhao Chuanlong was completely motionless. He did not even look at young Master Zhao. Soon, Langda dragged young Master Zhao out with a sinister smile. The library fell silent again. Actually, not killing Zhao Chuanlong was also fine, but Lin Feng had to have absolute control over him. After all, Zhao Chuanyong was different from Qin Sheng. Lin Feng did not believe that Zhao Chuanlong would follow him wholeheartedly. If he could control Zhao Chuanlong, a chaotic life form about to undergo metamorphosis would also be a great help to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not have any methods to control people. Even in the origin universe, Lin Fenno had always cultivated the combat body. How could he have any methods of controlling people? Even if he did, it would probably not be compatible with the rules of chaos. That's right, the 3,000 universe demons might have such methods. At this thought, Lin Feng immersed his consciousness within his internal universe. The 3,000 universe demons had just fought a fierce battle. All of them were very excited, and had gained a lot. After all, the 3,500 universe demons were the first lifeforms born in Lin Feng's universe. They were born for battle. The more they fought, the faster they could grow. Pan. Lin Feng descended in front of Pan. Father Deity, what are your orders? Pan said respectfully. Pan, do you know who is proficient in controlling methods among the 3,000 universe demons? Mainly control over other living beings. Control. Pan pondered for a moment and said, there are many demons who are proficient in controlling methods. Who do you want to control? Father Deity. Those lifeforms that fought with you previously. If it is to control those people, I'm afraid it'll be somewhat tricky. Only Shang, who's proficient in mental abilities, might have a solution. Lin Feng nodded. With a flash, he appeared in front of Shang in an instant. This was Lin Feng's internal universe. He was the ruler of the universe. Hence, he could appear anywhere in the universe at will. Shang was shocked. He hurriedly bowed respectfully and said, Greetings, Father Deity. Shang, I heard that you're proficient in mental control. I need you to control a life form. I am willing to serve you, Father Deity. Lin Feng nodded and summoned Shang directly. Zhao Chuanlong seemed to have sensed something and opened his eyes. Shang's eyes began to change, and a psychedelic aura enveloped Zhao Chuanyong. Zhao Chuanlong's expression changed slightly. Then, he closed his eyes and focused. After a long while, Shang showed a trace of fatigue. He shook his head and said, Father, this person's will is extremely strong. Shang cannot control him either. Uncontrollable. Lin Feng frowned. Perfected person, although you're a perfected person, if you want to control me, you'll have to do better than that. Zhao Chuanlong. Sneered. Father Deity, it's not completely impossible. There is the chaotic lotus. Chaotic lotus. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He immediately returned to his internal universe with Shang, and appeared in front of the chaotic lotus. Shang hurriedly knelt on the ground and bowed to the chaotic lotus. After all, the chaotic lotus had nurtured 3,000 universe demons. And was like their mother. Shang, how can the chaotic lotus control Zhao Chuanlong? Father Deity, you are the creator, the ruler of the universe. The chaotic lotus is infinitely useful and omnipotent. You can send an order to the chaotic lotus to produce a mind-manipulating lotus seed for Zhao Chuanlong to consume. As long as they are not a powerful entity like you, Father Deity, they can be controlled. The chaotic lotus has such a strange ability. Lin Feng was very curious. Even Lin Feng himself did not know much about the chaotic lotus. Hence, Lin Feng followed Shang's instructions. His consciousness descended into the chaotic lotus and ordered, "Chaotic lotus, produce a mind-manipulating lotus seed." Buzz. As Lin Feng's thought was transmitted, the chaotic lotus began to emit traces of white light. Lin Feng could sense that a large amount of cosmic power was devoured by the chaotic lotus. A lotus seed with a slightly dark sheen gradually grew in the chaotic lotus. Chapter 801, 801 Zhao Chuanlong's Change. 801 Zhao Chuanlong's Change. This lotus seed is the mind-manipulating lotus seed. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed. The black lotus seed appeared in his hand. However, he could not see anything special about the black lotus seed. On the other hand, when he sensed the chaotic lotus carefully, he realized that the universe origin had been depleted. By a little. Even though it was only a little, if Lin Feng was not the master of this universe, he would not be able to sense it at all. Could it be that nurturing this mind-manipulating lotus seed also consumes the origin of the universe? Lin Feng pondered for a moment. No matter what, the lotus seed had already been nurtured. Even if he exhausted a little of the universe origin, there was no way to return it. Swoosh. Lin Feng opened his eyes. A black light flashed in his hand, and a black lotus seed appeared in his palm. Eat this lotus seed, Lin Feng said calmly. Zhao Chuanlong looked at Lin Feng silently. As for this lotus seed, Zhao Chuanlong did not take it seriously. How could a mere lotus seed make him submit? Hence, Zhao Chuanlong consumed the mind-manipulating lotus seed in one gulp. Lin Feng did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Zhao Chuanlong quietly. Even Lin Feng himself did not know the use of this mind-manipulating lotus seed. Zhao Chuanlong did not seem to have changed at all after consuming the mind-manipulating lotus seed. However, after a while, he frowned slightly, and a trace of confusion flashed across his eyes. Zhao Chuanlong, how do you feel? Lin Feng could not help but ask. The smell is a little strange. It's a little bitter, but there's a fragrance. This spiritual item is not bad. No reaction. Lin Feng frowned. This mind-manipulating lotus seed had consumed a trace of universe origin. It had to be known that the universe origin would only slowly accumulate as the universe expanded. Otherwise, every trace consumed would be depleted. Once the universe origin was exhausted, Lin Feng's internal universe would collapse. Lin Feng could not help but feel a little disappointed that the mind-manipulating lotus seed nurtured induced no change, despite exhausting some of the precious universe origin. If it's useless, I'm afraid I'll have to make a trip to the Zhao family myself, Lin Feng muttered softly. Go to the Zhao family? That's right. Actually, the Zhao family doesn't have much of a conflict with you. There's no need to fight to the death at all. There is every reason for us to bury the hatchet. If you're willing to go to the Zhao family, I'll definitely convince all the elders and the patriarch of the Zhao family to treat you as a distinguished guest, Zhao Chuanlong suddenly said. Lin Feng thought that it made sense at first, but on careful thought, his expression turned a little strange. Since when did Zhao Chuanlong start considering things for Lin Feng? Zhao Chuanlong, it's true that I don't have much conflict with the Zhao family, but are you confident in persuading the rest of the Zhao family? I'm not confident, but my opinion is very important in the Zhao family. In particular, I'm about to become a chaotic perfected person. Even without the Zhao family, I can still establish a family. In order to express my sincerity, I'm willing to take the initiative to impart the minor dipper demon subduing array to you. At this point, Lin Feng was aghast. Zhao Chuanlong's every word seemed to make sense, but in reality, it made Lin Feng feel bewildered. Had Zhao Chuanlong not refused to talk about the minor dipper demon subduing array no matter what previously? Could it be the effect of the mind-manipulating lotus seed? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he thought of a possibility. Just the minor dipper demon subduing array is not enough. I still need some chaotic cultivation techniques. I don't have any chaotic cultivation techniques, but I do have chaotic level martial arts. In fact, with my status in the Zhao family, I can cultivate all the techniques and chaotic martial arts as long as I want to cultivate them. Lin Feng nodded and continued, actually, we can be considered a case of no discord, no concord. It's not easy for you to cultivate until your present state. Why don't you follow me? You've seen my strength. Even if you metamorphose into a chaotic perfected person, you're not my match. That would be great. It's my honor to be able to follow you. Zhao Chuanlong even showed a grateful expression. He immediately knelt in front of Lin Feng and became his follower. Just like that, Lin Feng easily subdued Zhao Chuanlong. He did not even use any schemes. With just a casual remark, Zhao Chuanlong agreed. In the subsequent experimentation, Lin Feng realized that no matter what he said, Zhao Chuanlong would explain things for Lin Feng with all kinds of bizarre reasons. In short, he was on Lin Feng's side regarding everything, but Zhao Chuanlong himself did not feel that anything was amiss at all. For a moment, Lin Feng was also a little shocked by the miraculous effect of the mind-manipulating lotus seed. Impressive, impressive. This mind-manipulating lotus seed can imperceptibly change a person's mind. Moreover, the person who is changed is completely unaware. They might even willingly become someone else's servant without knowing it. It might not even affect the other party's cultivation. Lin Feng had already understood the use of the mind-manipulating lotus seed. It could unknowingly control people's hearts, change their minds, and make them willing to follow and obey Lin Feng without realizing it. It would not even affect their cultivation. For example, Zhao Chuanlong would follow Lin Feng wholeheartedly in the future, and could still metamorphose into a chaotic life form. With enough mind-manipulating lotus seeds, Lin Feng could have a large group of additional followers. However, the production of this mind-manipulating lotus seed would clearly consume some of the universe origin. Moreover, Lin Feng still did not know if it was effective against chaotic life forms. However, this was already very good. As long as he controlled it properly, Lin Feng could use the mind-manipulating lotus seed to control many genius followers. This was just the mind-manipulating lotus seed. It seemed like even Lin Feng had not completely figured out the use of the chaotic lotus in the universe in Lin Feng's body. Using the mind-manipulating lotus seed, Lin Feng obtained the method to set up the minor dipper demon subduing array. This array at its strongest required 3,600 half-chaotic lifeforms to form the array together. That way, they could even contend with advanced chaotic lifeforms. After Lin Feng studied this minor dipper demon subduing array carefully, he also could not help but exclaim inwardly. This is really an impressive array. Lin Feng muttered softly. Then, he imparted the minor dipper demon subduing array to the 3,000 universe demons in the internal universe. Although there were fewer than 3,600, a minor dipper demon subduing array formed by 3,000 universe demons could already unleash 70 to 80% of the power of the array. Killing chaotic perfected persons was no longer a problem. It was even far stronger than the 800 Qilin guards of the Zhao family back then. Unfortunately, Zhao Chuanlong did not have any chaotic level cultivation techniques either. Although Zhao Chuanlong did not, he had mentioned that the Zhao family had 3,000 doctrine scrolls. There were chaotic level cultivation techniques left behind by the ancestors of the Zhao family. There were even many various chaotic Martial arts and chaotic techniques left behind by the Zhao family after 100,000 years of continuous collection. The 3,000 Doctrine Scrolls. Looks like I have to make a trip to the Zhao family myself. A sharp glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. He had already made up his mind. Chapter 802, 802 Change in the Sacred Stone of Anathema. 802 Change in the Sacred Stone of Anathema. At this moment, the conference hall of the Zhao family of Shangyang City had fallen into a dead silence. They had lost. The 800 Qilin guards had actually lost. Moreover, not a single Qilin guard could escape. All of them were killed. Even Zhao Chuanlong had been captured alive. The Zhao family had never suffered such a huge loss. Moreover, there was another difficult problem in front of everyone. Would that chaotic perfected person take the opportunity to attack the Zhao family? Everyone, although it's unbelievable, this is the truth. Zhao Chuanlong and the 800 Qilin guards had all lost. Now is a life or death moment for our Zhao family. We must think of a solution. The patriarch, Zhao Chuanqi, had a solemn expression. He had thought that Zhao Chuanlong would definitely be able to succeed this time, and did not expect him to actually fail. Now, this was a serious problem. The current situation was very grim. Even the discordant elders of the Zhao family did not make things difficult at this moment, because everyone understood that once the Zhao family was finished, everyone would be finished. Patriarch, I think we should make peace. Make peace. That's right. That chaotic perfected person didn't kill Zhao Chuanlong immediately. Perhaps that's a signal. However, Zhao Chuanqi shook his head and said, "What right does our Zhao family have to make peace now? Of course we have the right. Our Zhao family is protected by an array passed down by our ancestors. We even have a peak chaotic artifact. Even without the Qilin guards and Zhao Chuanlong, not just anyone can bully our Zhao family. If Lin Feng refuses, we'll lure him into the Zhao family. Then, we'll trap him with an array and kill him with the peak chaotic artifact." Many elders' eyes lit up. This was indeed a huge crisis for the Zhao family. They had lost 800 Qilin guards. What else could the Zhao family do to intimidate the other surrounding factions? It would probably take countless years for the Zhao family to recover. However, even without the 800 Qilin guards, the Zhao family was not really destroyed. For a 100,000-year-old aristocratic family with a deep foundation, the array of the Zhao family was even stronger than the minor dipper demon subduing array. Even if a chaotic perfected person attacked by force, he would definitely not be able to break it. The Zhao family even had a peak artifact that was powerful enough to kill a chaotic perfected person. This was the reason why the Zhao family could establish itself in Shangyang City and the Incendium continent for 100,000 years. Losing 800 Qilin guards would at most be a heavy loss for the Zhao family, causing them to go from strong to weak and enter a defensive period. Once the Zhao family lay dormant for a few centuries, the Zhao family would definitely be able to rise and prosper again. This was the confidence of a 100,000-year family. No, trapping him with the Zhao family's array and killing him with the chaotic artifact is the last resort. Don't use this method unless absolutely necessary. Let's make peace first. If the other party doesn't ask for too much, our Zhao family can endure it. At most, we'll lie low for another few centuries. With our Zhao family's foundation, we'll be able to restore our glory sooner or later. As the patriarch of the family, Zhao Chuanqi naturally had an extraordinary bearing. Although the Zhao family had a powerful array and a terrifying chaotic artifact, he absolutely did not dare to take the risk unless absolutely necessary. This was because once he used this method, it would mean that the Zhao family was really at a life or death juncture. If they failed, the consequences would be unacceptable to the Zhao family. Zhao Chuanqi did not dare to gamble with the Zhao family's 100,000-year legacy. Since Patriarch has already made the decision, we will follow Patriarch's decision. May I know who the Patriarch will send to make peace? Hearing this, the elders all looked at the 13th elder. The 13th elder snorted coldly and said, "This matter was caused by Zhao Lin in the beginning. I won't shirk the responsibility. I'll do it. That's just as well. I believe that 13th Elder will definitely consider the greater good. How about this? You'll bring some valuable gifts along. If Zhao Chuanlong isn't dead, we still have to think of a way to save him. If Zhao Chuanlong can be saved, our Zhao family wouldn't have to lie low for so long. Patriarch, don't worry. I naturally understand. Hence, everyone from the Zhao family all agreed that 13th Elder would personally go to Red Phosphorus City to make peace with Lin Feng. At the Qi family in Red Phosphorus City, the martial arts arena was rather empty, and there were only a few people. Among them, Qi Xian, Qin Sheng, Lang De, and the others all had a trace of excitement in their eyes as they stared intently at a figure in the distance. Lin Feng's expression was calm, but there was also a trace of curiosity in his eyes. The focus of everyone's attention was actually Zhao Chuanlong. At this moment, the chaotic aura on Zhao Chuanlong's entire body was extremely rich, as if it would boil at any moment. Boom. Suddenly, the chaotic aura seemed to shake slightly. At the same time, with Zhao Chuanlong as the epicenter, the chaotic aura formed a vortex that surged into Zhao Chuanlong's body in a frenzy. A profound, mysterious, and vast power enveloped Zhao Chuanlong. That is, the chaotic rule. Lin Feng suddenly raised his head and stared at the sky. Zhao Chuanlong was metamorphosing into a chaotic life form. Lin Feng only dared to allow Zhao Chuanlong to undergo metamorphosis. After confirming that Zhao Chuanlong's mind had indeed been completely altered by the mind-manipulating lotus seed, Zhao Chuanlong had accumulated strength for so many years and fought with Lin Feng before finally crossing the critical point. Hence, metamorphosing into a chaotic life form was a natural thing for Zhao Chuanlong. Qi Xian, Qin Sheng, and the others could also take the opportunity to witness the birth of a chaotic life form with their own eyes. This would be very beneficial to their future cultivation. Of course, how much they could comprehend would depend on their own luck. Lin Feng had already experienced metamorphosing into a chaotic life form, so he was not surprised. He was just more surprised by the descent of chaotic rule. It seemed like the metamorphosis of a chaotic life form was indeed related to certain chaotic rules. These chaotic rules helped cultivators to undergo metamorphosis, and did not just induce a change in the chaotic aura. However, how difficult was it to master chaotic rules? In the present, Lin Feng had not even obtained the cultivation techniques of chaotic life forms. It was impossible for him to master chaotic rules. Ha ha ha, metamorphosis. I've finally metamorphosed. Zhao Chuanlong was very excited. He could not help but throw his head back and laugh aloud. At the same time, a large amount of chaotic aura surged into Zhao Chuanlong's body, quickly transforming Zhao Chuanlong's flesh and blood into a chaotic body composed entirely of energy. Only then could the chaotic life form control the chaotic aura with every move, mobilize the surrounding chaotic aura, and possess terrifying, deity-like power. Of course, the momentum of Zhao Chuanlong's metamorphosis was much inferior to Lin Feng's back then. After all, Lin Feng had metamorphosed into a chaotic life form as a transcendent, and his foundation was far stronger than ordinary chaotic life forms. Buzz. Just as Zhao Chuanlong was about to complete his metamorphosis, and the majestic and vast chaotic rules were about to modify Zhao Chuanlong's body at the last moment, Lin Feng's body emitted a violent tremor. This is... Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he retrieved the item in his possession. The sacred stone of anathema. Lin Feng's expression changed. The thing that was shaking violently just now was the sacred stone of anathema. Chapter 803, 803 Zhao Family's Invitation. 803 Zhao Family's Invitation. The sacred stone of anathema. Lin Feng was shocked. It was the sacred stone of anathema, or rather, the chaotic origin stone. That was its true name. This chaotic origin stone was extraordinary to Lin Feng. The chaotic origin stone had contributed greatly to how he could attain transcendence in the origin universe. However, ever since he entered the chaos, the chaotic origin stone seemed to have stopped moving. At one point, Lin Feng felt that this chaotic origin stone was probably useless. But now, why was the chaotic origin stone suddenly shaking? Could it be a rule, the chaotic rule? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. When Zhao Chuanlong metamorphosed into a chaotic life form, a chaotic rule had descended. Could it be the chaotic rule which had triggered the change in the chaotic origin stone? However, back when Lin Feng metamorphosed into a chaotic life form in the chaos, why did the chaotic origin stone not move? Lin Feng did not know, but the change in the chaotic origin stone still gave Lin Feng a trace of anticipation. Hence, Lin Feng quickly extended his mental power into the chaotic origin stone. Boom! A beam of light suddenly appeared in the endless darkness. Then, this beam of light quickly divided into 9 beams of light and flew everywhere. One of the beams of light flew into Lin Feng's body. This was almost identical to the scene Lin Feng had seen in the chaotic origin stone back then. Could these 9 beams of light represent the 9 chaotic origin stones? Or did they represent something else? Lin Feng did not know, but he wanted to know if the chaotic origin stone had changed this time. There were actually changes. When a beam of light flew into Lin Feng's body, an image suddenly appeared in his mind. It was the image of Zhao Chuanlong's metamorphosis just now. Moreover, Zhao Chuanlong's body seemed to have become transparent. He knew very well how every inch of flesh and blood was converted into chaotic aura. Rule, chaotic rule. Lin Feng stared intently at the mysterious power enveloping Zhao Chuanlong. That was a chaotic rule, but Lin Feng did not know which rule it was. However, now that this chaotic rule had appeared in Lin Feng's mind, it seemed to be imprinted in his mind and could not be erased. Yet, when Lin Feng studied it carefully, he felt that it was profound and incomparably sophisticated. Moreover, even if Lin Feng understood the principle behind this chaotic rule, what was the use? Can I actually help others metamorphose into chaotic life forms? Lin Feng shook his head. If that really happened, how terrifying would it be if he metamorphosed all 3,000 universe demons into chaotic life forms? Master, someone from the Zhao family is here again. Suddenly, Lang Da's voice echoed in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng's consciousness retreated from the chaotic origin stone, and he looked up at the sky. Lin Feng did not know if the changes in the chaotic origin stone were good or bad for the time being. However, the chaotic rule imprinted in Lin Feng's mind by the chaotic origin stone was profound, enough for Lin Feng to study for quite some time. In fact, he might not even be able to figure it out. He could only take his time to study it in the future. At this moment, an airship appeared in the sky. Although it was not a chaotic spaceship, it was still a rare treasure. An old man with a ruddy, youthful-looking face and white hair descended from the airship. He was the 13th elder of the Zhao family. Zhao Chuanlong, you actually metamorphosed into a chaotic perfected person. The 13th elder was both surprised and joyous. Just now, in the airship, he had sensed that the chaotic aura seemed to be a little restless. There was a faint powerful aura entrenched in red phosphoricity. The 13th elder thought that it was Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng was a chaotic perfected person. It was not surprising for him to have such a powerful aura. However, it was not until his airship arrived at Red Phosphorus City that he realized that Zhao Chuanlong had actually metamorphosed into a chaotic perfected. This was simply incredible. The 13th elder was very excited. Now that Zhao Chuanlong had metamorphosed into a chaotic perfected person, losing the 800 Qilin guards would not be such a big deal to the Zhao family. A chaotic perfected person could suppress all others. In fact, under Zhao Chuanlong's lead, the Zhao family could even become more glorious. 13th elder, why are you here? Zhao Chuanlong glanced at the 13th elder in surprise. Patriarch sent me here to negotiate with the perfected person on behalf of the Zhao family. At the mention of Lin Feng, the 13th elder also came to his senses. That's right, there was still Lin Feng. Why had Lin Feng allowed Zhao Chuanlong to break through and become a perfected person? This seemed a little too unbelievable. It had to be known that Lin Feng had killed the 800 Qilin guards of the Zhao family. The enmity between the two parties was deep. How could Lin Feng still allow Zhao Chuanlong to become a chaotic perfected person? Wasn't Lin Feng afraid that Zhao Chuanlong would pose a threat to himself? Negotiate. You mean make peace, right? Zhao Chuanlong frowned slightly. The 13th elder heard that Zhao Chuanlong's tone was a little off, but he did not suspect anything. He said directly, Chuanlong, the Patriarch asked me to save you at all costs. It's great that you've undergone metamorphosis. Save me? There's no need. I'm fine now, and I've even metamorphosed into a chaotic life form. Since you're here to make peace, why? Are you the only one here? I'm the only one who came, but the Zhao family is very sincere. The 13th elder looked at Lin Feng. Actually, the Zhao family was naturally afraid that Lin Feng would kill everyone in the Zhao family in a fit of anger. Then, the gains not make up for the losses. The 13th elder waved his hand, and the people behind him immediately offered a large amount of precious gifts. Lin Feng took a look and was also a little surprised. The Zhao family was indeed worthy of being a 100,000-year-old family. They were really magnanimous. They had offered all kinds of precious miraculous items over 10,000 years old at once. Some miraculous items were beneficial even to chaotic life forms. I already know why the Zhao family is here. I originally planned to make a trip to the Zhao family. Actually, Brother Zhao and I can be considered to have become acquainted after a fight. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I also helped Brother Zhao metamorphose into a chaotic life form. Lin Feng smiled and accepted the gift openly. Since the Zhao family wanted to make peace, Lin Feng naturally would not be aggressive. In particular, Zhao Chuanlong had already completely submitted to Lin Feng, so he was a wild card. When the time came, no matter what the Zhao family was up to, Lin Feng could handle it with ease. The 13th elder was overjoyed. So Lin Feng and Zhao Chuanlong had already made peace. That would be great. Haha, looks like we really have a misunderstanding. It's all the Li family's fault. In that case, on the Patriarch's behalf, I invite perfected person to come to the Zhao family in Shangyang City to discuss things with the Patriarch. I've long wanted to see the glory of a 100,000-year-old family like the Zhao family. The 13th elder maintained his smile the entire time, as if they were old friends meeting. He did not mention the matter about the 800 Qilin guards and Zhao Lin at all, as if everything before was really a misunderstanding. Qin Sheng, Langda, let's go to Shangyang City to take a look. Lin Feng immediately made his decision and informed Qi Xian properly. Then, he led Qin Sheng, Langda, and the others to follow the 13th elder and flew towards Shangyang City. Chapter 804, 804 He was qualified. 804 He was qualified. In the Zhao family of Shangyang City, the 13th elder had just left for a period of time when the Zhao family received a message from the 13th elder. Even the usually calm patriarch, Zhao Chuanqi, could not help but feel excited. Quick, quick, gather the elders immediately. When the many elders rushed over, Zhao Chuanqi still could not suppress the excitement on his face. This surprised all the elders. When had the usually calm and composed patriarch ever become so excited? Patriarch, what's so exciting? An elder could not help but ask. Even when the 800 Qilin guards were destroyed, Zhao Chuanqi had never been so excited. Elders, this is a joyous occasion. Just now, the 13th elder sent back a message, saying that he has already arrived at Red Phosphorus City and met the mysterious chaotic perfected person, Lin Feng. Lin Feng has also agreed to go to Shangyang City. Oh. Lin Feng is willing to make peace. That's great. The elders heaved a sigh of relief. No one would feel relaxed when facing a chaotic perfected person. However, even if Lin Feng was willing to make peace, the patriarch would not be so agitated. There's another great joy. Zhao Chuanlong isn't dead, and he has successfully metamorphosed into a chaotic life form. The patriarch released an important piece of news. Not only was Zhao Chuanlong not dead, he had also become a chaotic life form, a true chaotic perfected person. Wasn't this what the Zhao family had always dreamed of? No wonder the patriarch is so excited, but how is this possible? Wasn't Zhao Chuanlong captured by Lin Feng? He can actually metamorphose into a chaotic life form when his life is in danger. Could there be a trap? That's right, patriarch. You must be careful with this news. However, Zhao Chuanqi shook his head and said, I've already confirmed it with the 13th elder several times. The 13th elder saw it with his own eyes. When he arrived at Red Phosphorus City, he happened to see Zhao Chuanlong undergoing metamorphosis. There shouldn't be any mistake. Moreover, according to his observation, not only did Zhao Chuanlong and Lin Feng not become mortal enemies, they seemed to be on very good terms. Zhao Chuanqi was also bewildered. If that's really the case, it's simply a blessing among misfortunes for our Zhao family. With Zhao Chuanlong, the new chaotic perfected person, even without the 800 Qilin guards, the Zhao family will still be the hegemon of Shangyang City. It might even become more illustrious. That's right. No matter what method Zhao Chuanlong used to survive and convince Lin Feng, this is a blessing for our Zhao family. Patriarch, if that Lin Feng is really convinced by Zhao Chuanlong and is willing to make peace, we shouldn't be stingy with some benefits. Zhao Chuanqi nodded and said, of course. If we can rope this Lin Feng in as well, our Zhao family will have two chaotic perfected persons. Our prestige will definitely far exceed that in the past. However, for the sake of caution, let's wait until Lin Feng and Zhao Chuanlong return. This Lin Feng killed 800 Qilin guards. He's very strong. Even if we make peace, there must be conditions. It won't be too late to discuss them after we hear the conditions for the time being. As Patriarch says. In reality, Zhao Chuanqi still left out something. If Lin Feng's conditions were too harsh, with the Zhao family's array and that peak chaotic artifact, it was not impossible for them to keep Lin Feng here. After all, Lin Feng was ultimately an outsider, and would always be a hidden threat. Previously, Zhao Chuanqi did not dare to take the risk, because the Zhao family could not. But now, the Zhao family had a chaotic perfected person like Zhao Chuanlong. Things were completely different. In the chaotic spaceship, Zhao Chuanlong, who was in front of Lin Feng, had a solemn expression. You said that the Zhao family has a powerful array and a peak chaotic artifact that can contend with advanced chaotic life forms. That's right. The Zhao family has a deep foundation. Naturally, we don't just rely on the 800 Qilin guards. However, be it that peak artifact or array, they can only be left in the Zhao family and can't be taken outside it. Hence, unless the Zhao family encounters a life or death crisis, no one knows how powerful our Zhao family's artifact and array are. Lin Feng nodded. The current Zhao Chuanlong was completely under his command. Even if he asked Zhao Chuanlong to commit suicide, he probably would not hesitate at all. Zhao Chuanlong's words were trustworthy. Interesting. Chuanlong, what are you going to do when you return this time? To convince the Zhao family to open the library, of course. There are 3,000 doctrine scrolls inside. You can browse through them at will. Oh. What if the Zhao family refuses? No. If anyone refuses, they'll be making things difficult for you, perfected person, which would be the same as making things difficult for Moreover, it will be against the interests of the Zhao family, which would be short-sighted. I'll take action to clean up the mess. Perfected person, please give me a few days. I'll definitely take care of the Zhao family's matters. When the time comes, I'll turn off the array and control the peak chaotic artifact. I won't let the despicable people in the Zhao family make things difficult for you, perfected person, and ruin the 100,000-year foundation of the Zhao family. Zhao Chuanlong appeared to be acting righteously for the benefit of the Zhao family now. However, perhaps only he himself believed these words without a doubt. Lin Feng shook his head. Actually, the safest method was undoubtedly to let Zhao Chuanlong return to the Zhao family, slowly sever his dissidents, and take over the family, before turning off the array and controlling that peak chaotic artifact. That would be the safest method. However, Lin Feng shook his head. He looked out of the spaceship and stood with his hands behind his back. There's no need to go Through so much trouble. Why should I be overcautious when doing things? If the Zhao family agrees, everyone will be happy. If not, I'll just suppress them. Lin Feng was not being arrogant. Even if he came to the chaos, he would not take a mere Zhao family seriously. Who was he? He was a universe supremacy, a universe transcendent, and a chaotic life form. Why would he need to be overcautious and use schemes to deal with a mere 100,000-year-old family that did not even have a chaotic perfected person on their side? He was determined to obtain the 3,000 doctrine scrolls. The speed of the spaceship was very fast. Lin Feng could already see a huge city in front of him. Those tall city walls emitted traces of an ancient and powerful aura. Clearly, even the city walls seemed to have been reinforced with some arrays. It was unusual. This was Shanyang City, the largest city among the dozens of surrounding cities. Soon, the spaceship slowly landed. The 13th elder leaned on his walking stick, his face flushed. He came in front of Lin Feng's chaotic spaceship as soon as he alighted from the spaceship. Seeing the door of the spaceship open, the 13th elder said with a smile, "Perfected person Lin, this is the Zhao family. Please follow me." Lin Feng nodded. He was also sizing up the Zhao family. The Zhao family occupied almost a third of the enormous Shanyang city. This was enough to show the Zhao family's status in Shanyang City. Originally, Shanyang City had developed because of the Zhao family. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Shanyang City was the foundation of the Zhao family. After passing through the layers of corridors and arriving outside the living room, he realized that there were already some old, but vigorous-looking elders waiting to welcome Lin Feng and the others. These were all elders of the Zhao family and half-chaotic life forms. Although the lifespan of half-chaotic life forms was also relatively long, it was far from the level of immortality. Only by becoming a chaotic life form and completely transforming one's body into an energy body could one's lifespan be infinite. This was also why the people of the chaotic continents yearned so much to become chaotic life forms. Being able to have infinite lifespans was incomparably enviable everywhere. He's indeed a chaotic life form. He's metamorphosed. He's really metamorphosed. Zhao Chuanlong is indeed the hope of our Zhao family. Haha, it's only a matter of time before the Zhao family returns to its peak. These elders all looked at Zhao Chuanlong immediately. With their knowledge, they could naturally tell at a glance that Zhao Chuanlong had indeed metamorphosed into a chaotic life form and become a true chaotic perfected person. Even with the Zhao family's foundation, they could not help but be excited. After all, no chaotic perfected person had been born after the ancestor of the Zhao family. Now that Zhao Chuanlong had become a chaotic perfected person, didn't that mean that the Zhao family would prosper again? Patriarch, elders, this is perfected person Lin. The 13th elder reminded everyone that the Lin Feng in front of them was the main character. So it's perfected person Lin. Excuse us for the lack of a formal welcome. Please come to the living room for a chat. Zhao Chuanqi said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded and walked into the living room alone. This time, he did not bring Lang De, Qin Sheng, and the others into the Zhao family's array. The others were all burdens. After entering the living room, Zhao Chuanqi gave a fake smile and said slowly, "Perfected person Lin, our Zhao family had some misunderstandings with you previously and even made a fool of ourselves. We specially invited you to the Zhao family this time to apologize to you. If you have any requests, feel free to ask. The Zhao family is very sincere." Hence, everyone looked at Lin Feng. The Zhao family was indeed very sincere. Unless absolutely necessary, they did not want to fight to the death with Lin Feng, a chaotic perfected person who could kill 800 Qilin guards. It would naturally be best if they could pay a price in exchange for reconciliation with Lin Feng. However, they were not sure what conditions Lin Feng would make either. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. His gaze swept across Zhao Chuanqi and the many elders, and he roughly understood that the Zhao family was indeed prepared to pay a price. Hence, Lin Feng did not hesitate at all and said directly, "In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. As an itinerant cultivator who travels the chaos, although I was lucky enough to metamorphose into a chaotic life form, my strength has always stagnated due to the lack of cultivation techniques for chaotic life forms, as well as various chaotic martial arts or chaotic spells. I heard that the Zhao family has 3,000 doctrine scrolls, and all of them are of top quality. I just wish to borrow 3,000 doctrine scrolls to take a look. Please grant my wish. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the expressions of everyone from the Zhao family in the living room changed abruptly. What? 3,000 doctrine scrolls? No, absolutely not. The Zhao family spent 100,000 years collecting them. How can we pass them to outsiders? Those are the 3,000 doctrine scrolls. Even elders like us have never read all of them, let alone outsiders. The 3,000 doctrine scrolls are the foundation of the Zhao family. We absolutely cannot allow it. The reactions of the many elders were very strong, and very normal. The 3,000 doctrine scrolls were the ultimate foundation of the Zhao family. How could they be easily imparted? Even the elders were not qualified to read all the doctrine scrolls. Zhao Chuanqi pondered for a moment and said in a solemn tone, "Perfected person Lin, the 3,000 doctrine scrolls are the foundation of the Zhao family. They absolutely cannot be imparted to outsiders. You have put the Zhao family in a difficult position. However, in order to apologize to you, I'll make the call, and offer you 3 scrolls of chaotic level martial arts. How about that?" Immediately, everyone's gaze was focused on Lin Feng. The Zhao family's stand was very clear. There was no need to even contemplate the 3,000 doctrine scrolls, but the Zhao family was still willing to offer 3 scrolls of chaotic martial arts. 3 scrolls of chaotic martial arts. Lin Feng grinned and shook his head. I knew that there would be complications. Fortunately, I am sufficiently prepared. Since I'm here today, I must see the 3,000 doctrine scrolls. Immediately, the atmosphere in the entire living room tensed. Perfected person, what do you mean? Zhao Chuanqi's tone also turned cold. Lin Feng slowly stood up. His gaze swept across Zhao Chuanqi and the many elders. He said with a half-smile, "Was I not clear enough? You can either show me the 3,000 doctrine scrolls, or show me what else your Zhao family relies on for its 100,000-year foundation." At this moment, Lin Feng did not conceal himself at all. The confidence and domineering aura on his body impacted everyone. He was a universe supremacy, a chaotic life form, a transcendent, and the father deity of the 3,000 universe demons. He was qualified. Chapter 805, 805 You know nothing about strength. 805 You know nothing about strength. Zhao Chuanqi laughed in anger. He had been in charge of the Zhao family for 100 years, and had the authority. Even when facing a chaotic perfected person, he was neither servile nor overbearing. Yet now, he was being threatened by Lin Feng. Even if Lin Feng was a chaotic perfected person, he could forget about threatening the Zhao family while here in the Zhao family. Very well, perfected person Lin. In that case, I'll let you try the methods of our Zhao family. At this moment, Zhao Chuanqi did not want to endure any more. This was because there was no possibility of compromise at all. The 3,000 doctrine scrolls of the Zhao family were its foundation. Even if he died, it was impossible for him to hand over the 3,000 doctrine scrolls to an outsider. If the 3,000 doctrine scrolls were to spread, how could their Zhao family still intimidate the entire Shangyang city? Their 100,000-year foundation might be destroyed overnight. Now, only by fighting and suppressing Lin Feng could they protect the foundation of the Zhao family. Lin Feng, if you were outside, the Zhao family would naturally be unable to do anything to you. However, you should have never come to the Zhao family. Today is the day you die. As soon as Zhao Chuanqi finished speaking, the surrounding space seemed to be changing rapidly. Lin Feng clearly felt a transferring force that instantly moved him elsewhere. Zhao Chuanqi was gone. So were the many elders of the Zhao family. Even Zhao Chuanlong was gone. However, Lin Feng did not look panicked at all. Instead, he observed his surroundings with interest. There seemed to be infinite killing intent around him. The power of the array had sealed Lin Feng, as expected of a 100,000-year-old family. However, if this is all you have, you won't be able to trap me. Mountain. Lin Feng waved his hand. He could still sense the mountains within a radius of dozens or even hundreds of kilometers. He used the mountain moving technique. A huge mountain flew over from afar and appeared above the Zhao family. Such a huge mountain naturally attracted the attention of many people in Xiangyang City. What's going on? A mountain is flying over. What a huge mountain. This pressure is simply suffocating. Could the Zhao family be cultivating a spell? Cultivate a spell. Have you ever seen anyone move a mountain above their own house when cultivating a spell? I don't think it's that simple. The Zhao family is in trouble. I heard that the Zhao family has encountered trouble recently. Even the 800 Qilin guards were killed. It's a chaotic perfected person. There was no lack of well-informed people in Xiangyang City who knew about what had happened in Red Phosphorus City recently. The Zhao family had offended a chaotic perfected person, but even though there was a chaotic perfected person, many people had never thought that something would happen to the Zhao family. After all, this was the Zhao family, a 100,000-year-old family. It was a colossus that had loomed over everyone in Xiangyang City for 100,000 years. How could it be destroyed so easily? But now, seeing this huge mountain, many people's minds had already been shaken slightly. Boom. The mountain smashed down hard. Immediately, the ground shook. Many people from the Zhao family could not escape in time and were smashed to death by the mountain. Immediately, the Zhao family also fell into chaos. This was the mountain moving technique, a true chaotic spell. At this moment, Lin Feng, who was trapped in the array, also felt the surroundings shake. It seemed like his mountain moving technique was working. This was the Zhao family. Lin Feng did not feel any psychological burden. Mountain. Lin Feng used the mountain moving technique again and again. Huge mountains were moved over by Lin Feng and smashed down hard. The surroundings shook more and more violently. Zhao Chuanqi finally could not take it anymore. Lin Feng, how dare you be so impudent? Here's the heirloom of the Zhao family, the spirit suppression bell. Clang. Instantly, a bell rang crisply. Lin Feng's entire body also experienced a slight tremor, and felt as if it was frozen. At the same time, a huge bell emitting a golden light descended from the sky and crushed towards Lin Feng's head. Peak chaotic artifact, spirit suppression bell. A sharp glint also appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. Zhao Chuanlong had mentioned this to him. The Zhao family's peak chaotic artifact could shake the mind, petrify the body, and crush everything. Its power was much more terrifying than the minor dipper demon subduing array formed by 800 Qilin guards. Boom. Under the instant suppression of the spirit suppression bell, Lin Feng's chaotic body was actually pressed down inch by inch. Even his back was bent. Not only did the spirit suppression bell shake the mind, it could also disperse the chaotic aura, which almost completely countered chaotic lifeforms. Of course, if a chaotic lifeform was too strong, such as a peak chaotic lifeform, it could naturally send the spirit suppression bell flying with a punch. However, ordinary chaotic lifeforms would be in trouble. Lin Feng had just metamorphosed into a chaotic lifeform not long ago. Even though he had a deep accumulation and extraordinary foundation, he was far from comparable to those advanced chaotic lifeforms. Hence, he was slowly suppressed by the spirit suppression bell bit by bit. Zhao Chuanqi, who was secretly observing in the array, heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he laughed and said, "Looks like this Lin Feng is only SOSO. He won't be able to withstand the spirit suppression bell in the end." The spirit suppression bell was the Zhao family's final trump card, and naturally their greatest reliance. If even this was broken by Lin Feng, the Zhao family would really be finished. Fortunately, as they had expected, Lin Feng could not withstand the spirit suppression bell at all. At this moment, Lin Feng was already suppressed to the extreme by the spirit suppression bell. His chaotic body alone was indeed unable to withstand it. This was the first time since Lin Feng had cultivated the chaotic body that even his chaotic body could not resist. However, Lin Feng was not an ordinary chaotic life form. Or rather, he was not just a chaotic life form. He was also a universe. Supremacy, a transcendent. Lin Feng did not summon the 3,000 universe demons, because there was no need at all. He was a transcendent, and he was the father deity of the 3,000 universe demons. He naturally had unparalleled power. You know nothing about strength. Suddenly, Lin Feng growled. At the same time, the universe in his body shrank slightly, then expanded abruptly. A terrifying power was instantly transmitted from the universe. This was the power of an entire universe, a power that rivaled even the cosmic will of the origin universe. Strength, powerful strength, invincible strength. Rise. Lin Feng's expression was cold. His body, which had originally been suppressed to the extreme, actually stood up inch by inch. As his head touched the spirit suppression bell above, he lifted it forcefully. Impossible, impossible. Even the spirit suppression bell can't suppress him. How is this possible? Seeing Lin Feng hold up the spirit suppression bell bit by bit like a deity, Zhao Chuanqi's mouth fell open, and a trace of disbelief appeared in his eyes. He controlled the Zhao family's array and the spirit suppression bell. Hence, he knew very well how terrifying a power must be if in order to resist the spirit suppression bell. It was definitely not something an ordinary chaotic life form could resist. However, Lin Feng did not use any chaotic martial arts, nor did he use any chaotic techniques. He simply relied on his chaotic body to carry the spirit suppression bell. What kind of terrifying power was this? What kind of monster had the Zhao family provoked? Zhao Chuanqi was shocked and furious. He hurriedly used his hand seals and activated the spirit suppression bell to suppress Lin Feng. In a frenzy. This was already a critical moment of life and death for the Zhao family. Zhao Chuanqi did not dare to be careless at all. Buzz. As the golden light emitted by the spirit suppression bell grew stronger and stronger, Lin Feng looked up at the spirit suppression bell. And a cold smile appeared on his lips. Swoosh. Lin Feng used the phantom movement technique and arrived above the spirit suppression bell in the blink of an eye. Heaven-turning seal. Lin Feng clapped his hands. It was the chaotic martial art, heaven-turning seal. Moreover, Lin Feng had completely unleashed the power of the universe in his body this time. What enhanced his body was the power of an entire universe. Clang. 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 The spirit suppression bell emitted anxious chimes in a frenzy, trying to break free from Lin Feng's heaven-turning seal. However, no matter how urgent the spirit suppression bell's chimes were, Lin Feng's heaven-turning seal still landed. Boom. It was as if the world was turned upside down, and the sun and moon were dimmed. The entire array was shaking violently. Under the eruption of Lin Feng's heaven-turning seal and the cosmic power in his body, the spirit suppression bell was slammed to the ground. A mighty sound spread in all directions for a long time. Thump. Zhao Chuanqi's face was pale. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fell to the ground. He had trouble even standing up. At the same time, the array was instantly broken. The spirit suppression bell was not something that just anyone could withstand. Many people from the Zhao family and the elders of the Zhao family had splitting headaches and appeared insane. They were clearly injured by the bell. At this moment, the array had been broken, and the spirit suppression bell was also suppressed by Lin Feng. The Zhao family was in imminent danger. Zhao Chuanlong, why aren't you attacking? The Zhao family is in a life-or-death situation. Kill Lin Feng quickly. Zhao Chuanqi shouted at Zhao Chuanlong in a hoarse voice, almost hysterical. At this moment, everyone in the Zhao family placed their hopes on Zhao Chuanlong. However, Zhao Chuanlong did not move. He looked at them as if they were idiots, unmoved by Zhao Chuanqi's furious roars. Swoosh. Lin Feng broke out of the array, and the spirit suppression bell was also moved into the internal universe to suppress it. In the internal universe, even a peak chaotic artifact could not cause any commotion. Seeing Lin Feng descend, Zhao Chuanlong hurriedly walked up and bowed respectfully. Perfected person, the array has been broken. The spirit suppression bell has been suppressed by you. These obstinate people from the Zhao family are all here, at your disposal. When Zhao Chuanqi and the many elders of the Zhao family saw this scene, it was like a bolt from the blue. Their faces instantly turned pale. They pointed at Zhao Chuanlong, but could not say anything. Zhao Chuanlong, you betrayed the Zhao family and our ancestors. Zhao Chuanqi roared fiercely. In his anger, he spat out another mouthful of blood. He understood. He understood everything now. No wonder Lin Feng dared to come to the Zhao family without inhibitions. Lin Feng was powerful. This was one of the reasons. More importantly, Lin Feng had Zhao Chuanlong as a spy. Who would have thought that Zhao Chuanlong, who was regarded as the hope of the Zhao family and the only chaotic perfected person in the Zhao family at the moment, would actually betray the Zhao family and join Lin Feng? Even if Zhao Chuanqi died, he would not rest in peace. Chapter 806, 806 Doctrine Pavilion. 806 Doctrine Pavilion. Fools. You're all short-sighted fellows. Do you know the power of the perfected person? Going against the perfected person is what would really ruin our entire Zhao family. You're all sinners of the Zhao family. Zhao Chuanlong sneered. He looked at Zhao Chuanqi and the others as if they were dead. Lin Feng shook his head and said indifferently, Chuanlong, I'll leave the Zhao family to you. I want you to completely take over the Zhao family within 3 days. Perfected person, don't worry. 3 days is enough for me to clean up the Zhao family completely. Zhao Chuanlong's respectful demeanor made Zhao Chuanqi and the others give up completely. Then, Zhao Chuanlong arranged for Lin Feng to stay in a separate residence in the Lin family. Lin Feng was not in a hurry. Instead, he waited quietly. He believed that Zhao Chuanlong would give him a satisfactory answer in 3 days. Clang. Lin Feng entered the internal universe. The spirit suppression bell was still shaking and ringing. Unfortunately, it was suppressed by the power of the universe, and there was no life around the spirit suppression bell. No matter how loud it was useless. A peak chaotic artifact. So it has already developed a little sentience. Lin Feng was slightly shocked. He actually did not know much about the treasures in the chaos, but he had heard Zhao Chuanlong roughly mention them before. Chaotic artifacts were basically treasures at the chaotic level. Ordinary, advanced, and peak levels corresponded to the cultivation realm of chaotic life forms. Above the chaotic artifacts were chaotic spirit treasures. That was no small matter. Every chaotic spirit treasure had developed sentience and intelligence. Even without a master, a chaotic spirit treasure could unleash 50% to 60% of its power. Even a great and powerful perfected lord would find it very difficult to obtain a spirit treasure, let alone a chaotic perfected person. And this spirit suppression bell actually had a trace of sentience. It was simply incredible. Even though this trace of sentience was still thousands of miles away from metamorphosing into true intelligence, if it was slowly nurtured for tens of thousands of years, there might really be a chance of metamorphosing into a chaotic spirit treasure. Suppress. Lin Feng mobilized the power of the universe and began to suppress the spirit suppression bell from all directions. However, with Lin Feng's powerful strength and constant suppression, he could also slowly control the spirit suppression bell. After all, it was a peak chaotic artifact. Ordinary chaotic lifeforms were almost completely countered. Fortunately, Zhao Chuanqi was too weak and was not even a chaotic lifeform. Otherwise, just the spirit suppression bell alone would be enough to dominate ordinary chaotic lifeforms. In Lin Feng's hands, the spirit suppression bell could almost unleash its greatest power. Why didn't the ancestor of the Zhao family take the spirit suppression bell back then? Lin Feng revealed a trace of confusion. The ancestors of the Zhao family were only advanced chaotic lifeforms. How could they not cherish such a peak chaotic artifact. Perhaps in the eyes of the ancestors of the Zhao family, the family he founded was the most important. Hence, he left the spirit suppression bell in the Zhao family. 3 days. For 3 whole days, the Zhao family underwent a complete, bloody purge. Anyone who opposed Zhao Chuanlong, including the previous patriarch, Zhao Chuanqi, and the many elders, had all been purged by Zhao Chuanlong. His methods were so ruthless that they were incomparably daunting. In 3 days, almost hundreds of people in the Zhao family had died. Zhao Chuanlong did not show any mercy. His methods were very ruthless and horrifying. Hence, 3 days later, no one dared to object to Zhao Chuanlong taking over as the new head of the Zhao family. This was because those who objected had all been purged. Everyone was silent about this matter and did not dare to discuss it. In addition, Zhao Chuanlong had already become a chaotic life form. He was a true chaotic perfected person. With powerful strength and terrifying methods, he immediately seized control of the Zhao family's situation. The Zhao family was not in chaos due to the purge. Instead, he took over the Zhao family completely as quickly as possible. The situation in the Zhao family had changed. Everyone knew very well that the Zhao family was no longer the Zhao family of the past. It might have suffered a bloody purge. However, Zhao Chuanlong invited Lin Feng to become an honorary elder of the Zhao family, which had the authority equivalent to an elder of the Zhao family. Perhaps some people objected to it, but under Zhao Chuanlong's bloody purge, who would dare to express their objection? Hence, in the eyes of outsiders, the Zhao family suddenly became a powerful family presided over by 2 chaotic perfected persons. Its power far exceeded that before. At this moment, Lin Feng was standing in the Zhao family's library. Perfected person, the 3,000 doctrine scrolls are all in the library. You can browse through them at will. No one will disturb you, Zhao Chuanlong said respectfully. Lin Feng nodded and said, Chuanlong, you've done well. I'm very satisfied. Thank you for your praise, perfected person. In front of Lin Feng, Zhao Chuanlong no longer had the dignified aura of a perfected person. He looked like a servant, even more respectful than a servant. Lin Feng no longer hesitated. He transformed into a stream of light and flew into the library. Thud. The door of the library was closed. No one would come to disturb Lin Feng. All 3,000 doctrine scrolls are top-notch. After Lin Feng entered the library, he saw a dazzling array of books everywhere. Moreover, every book was exquisitely arranged and hidden on the bookshelf. The so-called 3,000 doctrine scrolls was an illusory number. There were not really only 3,000 doctrine scrolls. Looking at the densely packed books in the room, the number of books here must have long exceeded 3,000. Lin Feng casually took out an ancient book. It was actually a strange record of a chaotic perfected person traveling the Incendium continent tens of thousands of years ago. There were even travelogues casually written by the chaotic perfected person in the library. This was an eye-opener for Lin Feng. Perhaps all the books in this library could allow Lin Feng to have a more direct understanding of the entire chaos. Lin Feng walked around and realized that there was a book on the last bookshelf. It was actually restricted. This kind of restriction seemed to be something that only chaotic perfected persons could break. In other words, this might have been left behind by the ancestor of the Zhao family, and could only be checked by descendants of the Zhao family after breaking through to become a chaotic perfected person. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed the ancient book. With a slight flick of the chaotic aura, the restriction was instantly broken. The Arcana of Cultivation. Lin Feng saw a few large words appear on the ancient book. From the looks of it, they must have been personally written by the ancestor of the Zhao family. Lin Feng immediately opened the ancient book, and lines of faint golden words appeared. Since you are able to break through the restrictions, it seems like a descendant of mine has broken through to become a chaotic life form. Thus, you are also qualified to know my whereabouts. I was not a cultivator of the Incendium continent originally. I only descended to the Incendium continent by chance, founded the Zhao family, and left behind my bloodline. There was only one perfected lord in the Incendium continent, but he had already disappeared. I have long become a peak chaotic life form, but it is extremely difficult for me to enter the realm of a perfected lord. If I do not leave the Incendium continent, I am afraid there is no hope for me in this life. Therefore, when I obtained news about the appearance of the chaotic origin stone by chance, I left the Incendium continent resolutely. Perhaps I will never return in this lifetime. My descendants, remember this. If one day, you are unable to advance in cultivation any longer, and want to travel the chaos, follow the map of chaos I left behind. Perhaps then, we can meet again by fate. After Lin Feng read it, these golden words disappeared one by one. The ancient text also became blank, as if it had never appeared. Clearly, the Zhao family's ancestor did not want to leak any of this content. However, Lin Feng was shocked, and his expression changed drastically. It was not because the ancestor of the Zhao family called himself a peak chaotic life form, but because of the chaotic origin stone. In what he read, the ancestor of the Zhao family had actually mentioned the chaotic origin stone. Chapter 807, 807 Supreme Treasure of Chaos. 807 Supreme Treasure of Chaos. What exactly was the chaotic origin stone? Even Lin Feng himself did not know. He only knew that it seemed to be related to the chaotic rules, but Lin Feng did not understand the exact situation. But now, the ancestor of the Zhao family had mentioned the chaotic origin stone. How could Lin Feng not be excited? Even the Zhao family themselves probably did not know that the ancestor of the Zhao family was a peak chaotic life form. After all, how could cultivators below the level of chaotic life forms distinguish between ordinary chaotic life forms and peak chaotic life forms? In Shangyang City, it was probably also very unlikely for anyone to make the ancestor of the Zhao family go all out. Hence, even the Zhao family thought that the ancestor of the Zhao family might only be an advanced chaotic life form. Who would have thought that the ancestor of the Zhao family was actually a peak chaotic life form? In the Incendium continent, peak chaotic life forms could almost do whatever they wanted. Forget about Shangyang City, a peak chaotic life form anything they wanted. Even in a city 10 times larger. No wonder the Zhao family's ancestor left behind the spirit suppression bell, a peak chaotic artifact. Presumably, with the strength and methods of the Zhao family's ancestor, he must have more than one peak chaotic artifact. That was why the Zhao family's ancestor left the spirit suppression bell for the Zhao family. What exactly is the chaotic origin stone? Lin Feng took a deep breath. Since this ancient book was called The Arcana of Cultivation, there should be a lot of things on cultivation. The ancestors of the Zhao family must have left behind information about the chaotic origin stone. Hence, Lin Feng continued reading. This ancient book was very special. All the words that had been read through would quickly disappear. Hence, Lin Feng would remember every word. Fortunately, for someone at his level, having a photographic memory was a breeze. There was not even a need to be too deliberate about it. As Lin Feng flipped through the ancient book left behind by the ancestors of the Zhao family night after night, Lin Feng's expression gradually turned solemn. In the end, despite always being calm in the face of unexpected events, Lin Feng's hands were even trembling slightly. Thud. On the last page, Lin Feng closed the ancient book. There was no longer a single word inside. It was completely blank. This ancient book was no longer of any use. Lin Feng closed his eyes. The information left behind by the ancestor of the Zhao family was just too great. For the first time, Lin Feng felt that he had a relatively direct understanding of the chaos. The ancestor of the Zhao family was not from the Incendium continent originally. He was already a powerful chaotic life form long before he descended on the Incendium continent. The ancestor of the Zhao family was born in another, even stronger chaotic continent. He did not mention which exact continent it was, but it was far stronger than the Incendium continent. After all, there was only one perfected lord on the Incendium continent. For the so-called perfected lords, chaos was eternal, and the perfected spirit was indestructible. As long as they cultivated a perfected Spirit, even if they died, within the entire chaos, their perfected spirits could reincarnate to cultivate again. It was too difficult to kill a perfected spirit. It was almost impossible for even an expert at the level of a perfected lord to kill a perfected spirit, unless they had some kind of special spirit treasure, or a secret technique to kill a perfected spirit. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Or perhaps, if a hallowed venerable above the level of a perfected lord attacked, killing a perfected spirit would be a piece of cake. Perfected persons, perfected lords, and hallowed venerables were the cultivation realms mentioned by the ancestor of the Zhao family. The ones at the peak of the entire chaos were the hallowed venerables, who were also the kings of the holy cities that Langda had mentioned. There were only 7 holy cities in the chaos. Only hallowed venerables were qualified to establish holy cities in the chaos. Although perfected spirits could reincarnate and recultivate, and were very difficult to kill, that was not absolute. There were also experts whose perfected spirits had been annihilated. On the other hand, hallowed venerables were different. Hallowed venerables were truly undying and inextinguishable. This was because the hallowed venerables linked their perfected spirits to the chaos. As long as the chaos remained intact, the hallowed venerables would not die. This was true indestructibility and true immortality. Ever since the birth of the chaos, no one who had become a hallowed venerable had ever fallen. The perfected spirit is linked to the chaos, and is immortal and indestructible. Just seeing this information made Lin Feng feel overwhelmed. This was not the origin universe. In the origin universe, lifespans seemed infinite, but in reality, as time passed, the origin universe might also collapse and be destroyed. However, the chaos was different. It had already existed for countless years, and would only continue to expand without collapsing. Hence, the hallowed venerables whose perfected spirits were linked to the chaos were the supreme rulers of all of chaos, undying and indestructible. Lin Feng already had a rough understanding of the 3 major realms of chaotic cultivation: perfected persons, perfected lords, and hallowed venerables. Swoosh. Lin Feng took out the chaotic origin stone and stared at it carefully. He could not calm down no matter what. Who would have thought that the chaotic origin stone that countless people in the entire chaos would go insane over would be in my possession? A bitter smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. That's right. He had already learned the true use of the chaotic origin stone from the message left behind by the Zhao family's ancestor. This was the supreme treasure of the chaos, the true supreme treasure of chaos. The reason was very simple. If one wanted to become an undying and indestructible hallowed venerable of chaos, while opportunities, talent, and resources were important, the most important thing was this chaotic origin stone. This was because only by obtaining the chaotic origin stone could one control the chaotic rules, and link their perfected spirit to the chaos, thus becoming a hallowed venerable of chaos. This chaos could only accommodate a total of 9 hallowed venerables. Currently, there were already 7 hallowed venerables, which meant that only 2 chaotic origin stones were missing. A single chaotic origin stone was enough to shake the entire chaos, and even cause endless killing. Possessing a chaotic origin stone did not mean that one could become a hallowed venerable. Many people who had obtained chaotic origin stones had not become a chaotic hallowed venerable. However, without the chaotic origin stone, one would not even be qualified to become a hallowed venerable. Lin Feng had never known that such a precious treasure had always been hidden on him. However, this treasure was a heavy burden now, because he was completely unqualified to comprehend the chaotic origin stone now. Naturally, he could not link his perfected spirit to the chaos. He did not even have a perfected spirit. How could he link it? Hence, not only was this chaotic origin stone not an opportunity, it was a disaster. Nothing must get out. Otherwise, forget about Lin Feng. Even a true expert with a perfected spirit would not be able to protect the chaotic origin stone. There was once an expert with a perfected spirit who obtained the chaotic origin stone, and was surrounded and attacked by more than 10 perfected lords. In the end, he could only reincarnate and cultivate again. The chaotic origin stone was also seized by others. Once the chaotic origin stone was leaked, it would definitely cause the entire chaos to go insane. Fortunately, the chaotic origin stone had its own miraculous properties. Even hallowed venerables of chaos could not deduce the whereabouts of the chaotic origin stone. Hence, as long as Lin Feng was careful, he did not have to be afraid of being discovered by others. Hence, Lin Feng did not dare to keep the chaotic origin stone with him anymore. Instead, he moved it directly into his internal universe. That was the absolutely safe place. Having learned many cultivation secrets, Lin Feng was no longer completely ignorant like he was when he had just entered the chaos. He knew very well that since he had the chaotic origin stone, this would be his greatest reliance to reach the peak in the future. Now, what he needed to do was cultivate and strive to cultivate his perfected spirit as soon as possible, so that he could comprehend the chaotic origin stone. Lin Feng believed that the 3,000 doctrine scrolls in the Zhao family's library probably would not disappoint. Chapter 808, 808 Primeval True Scripture. 808 Primeval True Scripture. Cultivation techniques were what Lin Feng urgently needed now. The Zhao family had a dazzling array of 3,000 doctrine scrolls. As expected, they did not disappoint Lin Feng. Lin Feng found many chaotic martial arts and chaotic spells. They were simply endless. Apart from some left behind by the ancestor of the Zhao family, there were also some that the Zhao family had slowly collected over the past 100,000 years. Their foundation was far deeper than the Qi family's. However, there were very few cultivation techniques for chaotic lifeforms, only 3 in total. Still, any one of these 3 cultivation techniques would be enough to tempt many chaotic perfected persons, because all 3 were left behind by the ancestor of the Zhao family, a peak chaotic life form. These 3 chaotic level cultivation techniques were called the Mystic Yin technique, the Vastyang technique, and the Primeval True Scripture. Although the Mystic Yin technique and the Vastyang technique were 2 cultivation techniques, they could be cultivated together. If they could be cultivated at the same time, the chaotic body would possess the power of Yin and Yang, and its combat power would be earth-shattering. It was reputed even in the chaos. However, these 2 cultivation techniques could only allow one to cultivate to the level of a peak chaotic life form. There was no technique to cultivate a perfected spirit. If he cultivated these 2 techniques, he would still have to find a technique to cultivate a perfected spirit when he cultivated to the level of a peak chaotic life form in the future. It would really be a little troublesome. The Primeval True Scripture was different. The Primeval True Scripture pointed straight to the principle of perfected spirits, and was a supreme technique that could allow one to directly cultivate a perfected spirit. However, the difficulty of cultivation far exceeded the first 2 techniques. This Primeval True Scripture was a cultivation technique obtained by the ancestor of the Zhao family when he traveled the chaos and killed a powerful chaotic perfected person. However, as the ancestor of the Zhao family had already cultivated the Mystic Yin technique and the Vastyang technique to an extremely profound level back then, if he cultivating a different technique, the gains did not make up for the losses. Hence, the ancestor of the Zhao family had never cultivated the Primeval True Scripture either. However, the ancestor of the Zhao family naturally had the knowledge to tell which was better. After cultivating the Mystic Yin technique and the Vastyang technique, the chaotic body was rather powerful, and this way of cultivation was easier. The Primeval True Scripture, on the other hand, was profound and difficult to cultivate. Even the ancestor of the Zhao family was not confident in cultivating it. However, Lin Feng did not hesitate at all and chose the Primeval True Scripture directly. The reason was very simple. He was a transcendent who had come step by step to his current level in the origin universe. Being able to transcend the universe meant that his talent was top-notch. What profound technique could he not cultivate? Lin Feng first studied the principles in the Primeval True Scripture in detail. Every technique had its own principles. Otherwise, how could cultivators comprehend and cultivate it? The fact that the Primeval True Scripture was named Primeval was already very telling. The integration of what was in the universe was the true meaning of the Primeval True Scripture. The Primeval True Scripture was to transform all the power before the chaotic life form into a chaotic whole. Every chaotic whole represented a metamorphosis of the chaotic life form, and all the power was sealed in the chaotic whole. There were only 3 levels to the primeval true scripture. The first level was the ordinary chaotic lifeform level, the second level was the advanced chaotic lifeform level, and the third level was the peak chaotic lifeform level. At every level, 7 chaotic wholes would be condensed, which was equivalent to the combined power of 7 chaotic lifeforms. From there, one could rely on 7 times their strength to undergo metamorphosis. For example, after cultivating 7 chaotic wholes on the first level, once the 7 chaotic wholes were combined, one could metamorphose into an advanced chaotic life form. It was the same for the second level. Once chaotic wholes at the third level for peak chaotic life form were combined, a perfected spirit could be cultivated successfully. Hence, this was a supreme cultivation technique that led straight to the principle of perfected spirits. However, cultivating even 1 chaotic whole was very difficult, let alone 7. Every step of cultivation was very difficult, and even required a long time. No wonder those chaotic life forms often cultivated for tens of thousands of years, or even dozens or millions of years. Cultivation at the chaotic level was just too difficult. However, Lin Feng was very interested in this cultivation method. He needed a supreme technique that led straight to the perfected spirit. Since he had already figured out how to stay away, Lin Feng would try to cultivate the primeval true scripture next. Lin Feng closed his eyes and circulated the primeval true scripture technique. The various techniques he had cultivated, including the cultivation technique for the combat body in the origin universe, were all fused into Lin Feng's chaotic body the moment he metamorphosed into a chaotic life form. They were closely related to Lin Feng's chaotic body. Now, as Lin Feng cultivated the primeval true scripture, his chaotic body was slowly transforming. It would transform completely into a primeval body. This was a rather long process. Lin Feng was not in a hurry. He just cultivated the primeval true scripture step by step. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. After a total of 3 months, Lin Feng's entire body shook. Immediately, his chaotic body collapsed, but then, a large amount of chaotic aura suddenly enveloped the library. Lin Feng's body condensed again. This time, Lin Feng's chaotic body had already been completely reconstructed, turning into a primeval body. The primeval body was perfectly compatible with the cultivation of the primeval true scripture. Moreover, 3 months of cultivation was enough for Lin Feng's accumulation. After his primeval body was successfully reconstructed, a small vortex was vaguely born in his body. It spun continuously and absorbed a large amount of chaotic aura into the vortex. This was the chaotic whole, the foundation of the primeval true scripture. Cultivating the chaotic whole meant that Lin Feng had completely mastered the primeval true scripture. He had even reconstructed his primeval body. Although his strength might not have increased much, his future path of cultivation would be completely different. However, Lin Feng did not open his eyes. How could 1 chaotic whole be enough? Boom. A terrifying power suddenly erupted from Lin Feng's body. This was practically the power erupting from the universe in his body. Completely above ordinary chaotic life forms. This was Lin Feng's internal universe. He was a transcendent first, and a chaotic life form second. Hence, the greatest advantage of a transcendent was their internal universe. Lin Feng would not forget his advantage. Even though the 3,000 doctrine scrolls in the library did not record the cultivation method of a transcendent. However, this did not mean that Lin Feng's internal universe was useless. Lin Feng's internal universe was useful, and very much so. Now, it was time for Lin Feng's internal universe to take effect. The violent cosmic power in his body swept over, stirring Lin Feng's primeval body. The first chaotic whole absorbed the cosmic power in a frenzy, but it only absorbed a little before it was already consummate. Buzz. Hence, a second chaotic hole appeared. A second vortex appeared in Lin Feng's body. Endless power began to surge into the vortex. Although the aura on Lin Feng's body did not change, Lin Feng himself knew very well. As the second chaotic hole continued to devour a large amount of chaotic aura, his strength became stronger and stronger. He was already vaguely equivalent to two ordinary chaotic life forms. Normally speaking, ordinary chaotic life forms could cultivate their first chaotic whole within a year after cultivating the primeval true scripture and transforming it into a primeval body. Very few chaotic life forms with very deep accumulations could cultivate two chaotic wholes in a row. Lin Feng was one of these very few chaotic life forms. He had actually used only 3 months to cultivate two chaotic wholes at once, and his primeval body had also improved greatly. Slowly, the second chaotic whole also became consummate. Buzz. Suddenly, Lin Feng realized that another vortex had vaguely appeared beside the second chaotic whole. This is the third chaotic whole. Lin Feng was shocked. He looked at the vortex that was sweeping through the surrounding chaotic aura in a frenzy and was also very surprised. The third chaotic whole was actually the third chaotic whole. Cultivating 3 chaotic whole at once was simply unheard of. Chapter 809, 809 Jing Family. 809 Jing Family. 3 chaotic wholes. Although Lin Feng was very surprised, he still quickly circulated the primeval true scripture. As the third chaotic whole slowly took shape and completely stabilized after absorbing a large amount of chaotic aura, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief and ended his cultivation. The 3 chaotic whole were usually sealed. Once a chaotic whole was activated, it would increase the power of an ordinary chaotic life form. Strictly speaking, with every chaotic whole activated, Lin Feng's strength would increase explosively. Hence, once 3 chaotic whole were activated, Lin Feng's strength would probably increase explosively to an unimaginable level. What a powerful primeval true scripture. Even the ancestor of the Zhao family probably did not know that the primeval true scripture is so powerful. This must be some top-notch technique. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he felt rather lucky as well. Actually, with Lin Feng's accumulation, he could basically only condense 1 chaotic whole. He only condensed the remaining 2 chaotic whole entirely by relying on the power of the internal universe. This was enough to show how strong Lin Feng's internal universe was. Now, the cultivation of the primeval true scripture had come to an end. The primeval true scripture itself was a relatively difficult technique to cultivate. It was already incredible that Lin Feng could condense 3 chaotic wholes at once. It was impossible to condense a 4th chaotic whole in a short period of time, unless he encountered an incredibly huge opportunity. However, Lin Feng did not end his cultivation. The Zhao family's library had 3,000 doctrine scrolls. To Lin Feng, this was an infinite treasure trove. Now that he was fighting in the chaos, his methods were still too limited. Be it martial arts or spells, there were too few of them. Now that he had the 3,000 doctrine scrolls, he naturally wanted to cultivate a few more chaotic martial arts and chaotic spells. In particular, chaotic spells were infinitely useful and powerful. He could not miss them. Hence, Lin Feng began to focus on cultivating again. While Lin Feng was focused on cultivating, the Zhao family of Shangyang City, under the lead of Zhao Chuanlong, became even more aggressive. They had vague intentions to expand the Zhao family's power, which caused some powerful families or factions in the vicinity to be on guard. A downtrodden cultivator who was not even a half-chaotic life form rushed to the Jing family of Pingyang City. "Aunt, the Zhao family is finished. It's over. Please save the Zhao family." A man in white knelt in front of a beautiful woman. "Zhao Sheng. Why are you here? What happened?" The beautiful woman was once a member of the Zhao family, and she was the biological sister of the Zhao family's patriarch, Zhao Chuanqi. Since she married into the Jing family of Pingyang City, she had lived a cushy life, and had never left Pingyang City. How could she know what had happened in Shangyang City? Aunt, Zhao Chuanlong had nefarious ambitions. He betrayed the family and actually colluded with outsiders to take over the Zhao family. Now, the entire Zhao family, the patriarch, and the elders have all been killed by Zhao Chuanlong. The entire Zhao family has also been purged by Zhao Chuanlong, leaving behind only those who were obedient. The Zhao family has already undergone an upheaval. What? Hearing Zhao Sheng's cries, the beautiful woman was incomparably shocked. Her entire body was even trembling from anger. The Zhao family had actually changed so much that she was caught off guard. Zhao Chuanlong, you scum. And that chaotic perfected person Lin Feng who appeared out of nowhere deserves to die. The 100,000-year foundation of the Zhao family can't be destroyed by them. Zhao Sheng, don't worry. I'll ask my husband to send experts to Shangyang City to kill Zhao Chuanlong and Lin Feng, and take back the Zhao family. Hence, the beautiful woman immediately turned around and left. She actually knew very well that once the Zhao family was finished, her status in the Jing family would probably plummet. Hence, the Zhao family must be saved. The Jing family was the hegemon of Pingyang City. Just like the Zhao family. They were both ancient aristocratic families. However, the Jing family also had differences. The Jing family was currently at its apex, and there were two chaotic perfected persons in the family. In name, even the Zhao family had to submit to the Jing family. Of course, that was only in name. After all, the Zhao family used to have 800 Qilin guards and peak chaotic artifacts. Even the Jing family could not influence the Zhao family. Right now, there were only two people in the living room of the Jing family. They were the patriarch of the Jing family, one of the chaotic perfected persons of the Jing family, and the legitimate son of the patriarch respectively. Zhao Sheng's aunt was married to the legitimate son of the Jing family's patriarch, Jing Yun. Father, Ziki saw someone from the Zhao family today. The Zhao family cried to her about what happened to the Zhao family. She asked our Jing family to lend aid, Jing Yun said calmly. She's a simple-headed woman, and you should manage her better. She's always been pampered. What does she know? If it were so easy to deal with the matter of the Zhao family, our Jing family would have attacked long ago. However, Zhao Chuanlong and that Lin Feng are not to be trifled with. The Jing patriarch had a solemn expression. The Jing patriarch had long learned about what happened to the Zhao family. After all, how could the Jing family not know about such a huge upheaval in the Zhao family? If possible, the Jing family was the faction that probably wanted to annex the Zhao family the most. But was it possible? In the eyes of the Jing family, the change in the Zhao family was just an internal power struggle. Zhao Chuanqi and the many elders had lost. Even the 800 Qilin guards were gone, but there was an additional chaotic life form, Zhao Chuanlong. Father, this Zhao Chuanlong is ambitious. The Zhao family originally had 800 Qilin guards, but now that they've lost 800 Qilin guards, we haven't had time to celebrate for long before Zhao Chuanlong suddenly appeared. By the way, Zhao Chuanlong is also on good terms with a mysterious chaotic life form, Lin Feng. This Lin Feng is probably not an ordinary chaotic life form, since he's able to break the minor Dipper demon subduing array formed by 800 Qilin guards. He must be very powerful. Apart from the ancestor, I'm afraid no one in our Jing family is his match. Jing Yun did not just listen to his wife. Was the Zhao family that easy to deal with? If they were, the Jing family would have taken action long ago. The Jing patriarch nodded in satisfaction and said, "That's right. Yuner, you haven't been blinded by pillow talk yet. Zhao Ziki is a simple woman, so she naturally wants to avenge her eldest brother, Zhao Chuanqi. However, she doesn't know how difficult the Zhao family is to deal with now. Why can't she think it through? If the Zhao family falls, what else can she rely on?" Jing Yun nodded. Zhao Ziki was just a simple woman and did not think things through. Although Zhao Chuanqi was dead, she was still a member of the Zhao family after all. She had already married out. In fact, she no longer had much to do with the Zhao family. No matter who took over the Zhao family, she could stay out of it. On the contrary, even if Zhao Chuanlong took over the power of the Zhao family, Zhao Ziki could still congratulate him on the surface. Then, she would still be the aunt of the Zhao family. What good would it do Zhao Ziki to fall out with Zhao Chuanlong? Even Jing Yun shook his head helplessly. Father, the Zhao family has Zhao Chuanlong and the mysterious Lin Feng. Zhao Chuanlong is ambitious and expanding their influence. Now, I'm afraid it's not a good thing for our Jing family. Of course it's not a good thing. However, since the Zhao family has already given rise to a chaotic perfected person, and we can't break the Zhao family's array, why develop a mortal feud with them? Moreover, isn't the Centennial Nimbus tournament about to come? When the time comes, Zhao Chuanlong would definitely go. That mysterious perfected person Lin Feng won't miss this grand event either. Naturally, we can see their strength clearly in the Nimbus tournament. Jing Yun nodded. The one who arranged the Nimbus tournament was revered person Nimbus. It was a grand event that occurred once in 100 years. Be it genius cultivators or chaotic perfected persons, none would miss such a grand event. Then what about Zhao Sheng? It's not appropriate to become enemies with Zhao Chuanlong now. Get someone to send Zhao Sheng back to the Zhao family. Zhao Chuanlong will understand. Yes, father. Jing Yun's heart skipped a beat. If he sent Zhao Sheng back, his wife would definitely cause a scene. However, he had no choice but to listen to his father. He could only steel his heart and ground his wife, Zhao Ziki, for the time being. Chapter 810, 810 Exit Seclusion. 810 Exit Seclusion. Thump. Zhao Sheng knelt in front of Zhao Chuanlong, his entire body trembling. Zhao Chuanlong opened his eyes and looked at the two unfamiliar men. Zhao Sheng, we are under the orders of the patriarch to send Zhao Sheng back to the Zhao family. The two of them revealed their identities. They were from the Jing family in Pingyang City. Perfected person Jing. All right, send my regards to perfected person Jing. After the Jing family left, Zhao Chuanlong stared at Zhao Sheng, who was limp on the ground like a pool of mud. He was not even a half-dash chaotic life form. Zhao Chuanlong could not even be bothered to attack. Do you see the reality now? Going to the Jing family to complain in tears? What a joke. Drag him out and deal with him. Zhao Chuanlong waved his hand and got someone to drag Zhao Sheng out. Zhao Chuanlong did not care about such a disappearance at all. What he cared about was the Jing family's attitude. What an old fox. Are you trying to express goodwill? If I haven't metamorphosed into a chaotic life form and perfected person Lin isn't around, the Jing family probably wouldn't have been able to resist pouncing on me, right? Zhao Chuanlong was perceptive and naturally knew what the Jing family was planning. However, he did not pay much attention to it. Strength was the most important thing. Although the Zhao family had lost 800 Qilin guards, an additional chaotic perfected person like him was enough to intimidate some covetous factions around him. Overall, although the Zhao family had internal strife, with the addition of Zhao Chuanlong, a chaotic perfected person, not only did they not lose much strength, their strength had even increased. After all, a chaotic perfected person could still grow. He still had various abilities that were far more useful to the Zhao family than the 800 Qilin guards. Moreover, they could train the 800 Qilin guards over again. With the Zhao family's foundation, they might be able to train another 800 Qilin guards in a few hundred years at most. When the time came, with Zhao Chuanlong, there was no need to fear other factions. That's right. I'm afraid I have no choice but to accept revered person Nimbus' invitation. There were 2 invitation letters on the table beside Zhao Chuanlong. Revered person Nimbus had sent someone to deliver them a few days ago. They were for Zhao Chuanlong and Lin Feng. It seemed like revered person Nimbus was also paying attention to the matters in Red Phosphorus City and Shangyang City. Zhao Chuanlong already knew the contents of revered person Nimbus' invitation letter. The Centennial Nimbus tournament could be considered a grand event in the entire Incendium continent. How could he not know? Perfected person Lin hasn't exited seclusion yet. Zhao Chuanlong frowned. Lin Feng had already stayed in the library for a full 10 months, almost a year, and had yet to come out. If not for the fact that Lin Feng's aura was still in the library, Zhao Chuanlong might even suspect that something had happened to Lin Feng. But now, he could only wait quietly. Lin Feng had not exited seclusion. If he did not have any important matters, he would not dare to disturb Lin Feng. The mind-manipulating lotus seed was still in effect. Even though Zhao Chuanlong had become a chaotic life form, there was no change. Lightning drawing technique. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the sky. This was not ordinary lightning, but chaotic lightning. Only chaotic spells could draw down lightning. Lin Feng retracted his technique. This was already the 28th chaotic level spell he had mastered. How miraculous! Unfortunately, I've already finished practicing chaotic level spells. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. In the past year in the library, he had practiced chaotic martial arts and chaotic spells. His strength could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng did not practice many chaotic martial arts, only 9 of them. The other chaotic martial arts were all similar. There were not many martial arts that Lin Feng took too seriously. However, chaotic spells were different. Lin Feng practiced a total of 28 chaotic spells. None of these chaotic spells overlapped with another, and all of them were incomparably useful. Perhaps some of these chaotic spells were not used for combat, but they had various other miraculous uses. Perhaps they could be of use elsewhere in the future. Including the chaotic martial arts and chaotic spells Lin Feng had previously learned, he now possessed 10 chaotic martial arts and 29 chaotic spells. In the past year in the library, Lin Feng could almost be considered reborn. The 3,000 doctrine scrolls live up to their reputation. Lin Feng was also very satisfied with the 3,000 doctrine scrolls in the library. Currently, Lin Feng could be considered a qualified chaotic perfected person. Be it martial arts, spells, or knowledge, he was not inferior to other chaotic perfected persons. It's time to exit seclusion. Lin Feng knew very well that cultivating with blind diligence was not of much use. Up until now, he had never cultivated ascetically in the origin universe. The effect of cultivating ascetically was negligible. That was, unless he was in a life-or-death seclusion and needed to break through. In that case, he could try cultivating ascetically. Zhao Chuanlong was the first to sense Lin Feng exit seclusion. Swoosh. Zhao Chuanlong rushed over immediately. Perfected person, you finally exited seclusion. Zhao Chuanlong's attitude was very respectful. Lin Feng nodded slightly. It seemed like the mind-manipulating lotus seed was indeed miraculous. Lin Feng had thought that once Zhao Chuanlong metamorphosed into a chaotic life form, he might be able to slowly break free from the control of the mind-manipulating lotus seed. But from the looks of it now, Zhao Chuanlong could not break free from the mind-manipulating lotus seed at all. In fact, he was sinking deeper and deeper. Now, he had completely fused with the mind-manipulating lotus seed. Chuanlong, looks like you've been managing the Zhao family very well during this period of time. Lin Feng scanned with his mental power, and saw that the entire Zhao family was in order. Although there were much fewer people, and even Zhao Chuanqi, the elders of the Zhao family, and the others had disappeared, the Zhao family was still the Zhao family, and did not fall into chaos because of this. This meant that Zhao Chuanlong had handled it very well and had completely taken over the authority of the Zhao family. Perfected person, you flatter me. If not for your awe-inspiring reputation, some fools might try to attack the Zhao family. Zhao Chuanlong sneered, appearing very disdainful. By the way, why are you in such a hurry to come? Perfected person, there's an invitation letter from revered person Nimbus here. Please make the decision. Hence, Zhao Chuanlong handed the invitation letter to Lin Feng. Revered person Nimbus. Lin Feng opened the invitation letter and roughly understood what revered person Nimbus meant. He was inviting Lin Feng to participate in the Nimbus tournament, but Lin Feng knew nothing about revered person Nimbus and the Nimbus tournament. Perfected person, you may not know this, but revered person Nimbus is a veteran chaotic life form. He has long become an advanced chaotic life form, and is one of the famous hegemons of the Incendium continent. Apart from those few peak chaotic life forms, revered person Nimbus is the one in the limelight. It's even rumored that revered person Nimbus will definitely enter the realm of a peak chaotic life form within 10,000 years. Revered person Nimbus likes to collect genius disciples. He's not particular. Every 100 years, he would invite perfected persons. from the major aristocratic families and factions to participate in the Nimbus tournament. He will also bring some geniuses to participate in the competition along the way. If there are any geniuses that revered person Nimbus is satisfied with during the competition, he will even take them in as his disciples. Therefore, after a while, the Nimbus tournament became a grand event that was the hottest topic in the entire Incendium continent. Prodigious geniuses of the continent would definitely pay attention to or participate in it. Lin Feng nodded. He did not care about geniuses at all. What genius could be comparable to a chaotic life form? Chuanlong, chaotic perfected persons like us are also invited to the Nimbus tournament. Revered person Nimbus spent so much effort to organize the Nimbus tournament and invited chaotic perfected persons. It's probably not as simple as a gathering, right? Lin Feng quickly caught the main point. He did not believe that revered person Nimbus would be bored enough to specially choose disciples and invite so many chaotic perfected persons just to show his authority. A high and mighty chaotic perfected person would not be so senseless. Of course, revered person Nimbus naturally has another goal. Actually, revered person Nimbus' true goal is to use the Nimbus tournament to gather many chaotic perfected persons in the Incendium continent to open the Sky Sigil mystic realm together. Zhao Chuanlong revealed the true purpose of the Nimbus tournament. Chapter 811, 811 Granny Black Sorceress. 811 Granny Black Sorceress. The Sky Sigil mystic realm. That's right, the Sky Sigil mystic realm. Currently, there's only one perfected lord in our Incendium continent, and that's the perfected Lord Incendium. That's how the Incendium continent received its name. However, the Incendium continent was not called such previously, but the Sky Sigil continent. It was only after perfected Lord Sky Sigil died and perfected Lord Incendium rose to power that its name was changed. Hearing this, Lin Feng immediately sensed that something was amiss. He asked in confusion, perfected Lord Sky Sigil is dead. How can a perfected lord who cultivated a perfected spirit die? Chaos was eternal, and the perfected spirit was undying. This was signified a perfected lord. Zhao Chuanlong shook his head and said, a perfected lord has cultivated a perfected spirit. Once killed, their perfected spirit can reincarnate and cultivate again, so they are undying. However, certain special artifacts and certain secret techniques can kill perfected spirits. Once the perfected spirit is extinguished, perfected lords will naturally die. It is just that such a possibility is minimal. There is no knowing what happened to perfected Lord Sky Sigil in the chaos. His perfected spirit was actually destroyed, and he hasn't appeared for billions of years. So, the Sky Sigil mystic realm used to be the abode of perfected Lord Sky Sigil. More or less. The Sky Sigil mystic realm is where perfected Lord Sky Sigil once stored treasures and cultivated. There are layers of arrays set up inside. Perfected Lord Sky Sigil is also extremely cautious. It would be fine if he was presiding over it, but without him, anyone above the level of advanced chaotic lifeforms who enter will be instantly killed by the array of the mystic realm. Only ordinary chaotic lifeforms can enter through the gaps in the array of the mystic realm once every 100 years. I see. Lin Feng also roughly understood revered person Nimbus' goal. The Sky Sigil mystic realm had been occupied by revered person Nimbus, but he could not enter it himself, so he invited some ordinary chaotic lifeforms to enter it. They had to share half of the treasures obtained later with revered person Nimbus. It was precisely thanks to possessing these treasures that revered person Nimbus could improve at a godly speed. The Sky Sigil mystic realm was indispensable. Of course, there were definitely some who would refuse to give the treasure to revered person Nimbus. However, revered person Nimbus had his own methods of screening candidates. Otherwise, why would he dare to invite so many chaotic perfected persons into the Sky Sigil mystic realm? Perfected person, are we going to the Nimbus tournament? Of course we are. How can we miss a mystic realm that once belonged to a perfected lord like perfected Lord Sky Sigil? Lin Feng naturally would not let go of any opportunity. Coincidentally, his cultivation had also stagnated. Currently, he had only cultivated 3 chaotic holes via the primeval true scripture, and was still far from consummation of 7 chaotic holes. This required opportunities. Relying on ascetic cultivation alone was useless. Perfected person, that's what I was planning as well. By the way, there's also the matter of the Jing family. They took the initiative to send Zhaoxing back. They're not just expressing goodwill. They probably have some ulterior motive. The Jing family? It's fine. They only have 2 ordinary perfected persons. If they come up with any schemes, just kill them. Lin Feng's tone was filled with confidence. Forget about the fact that his current strength had improved greatly. Even if his strength had not increased, he could still kill the 2 ordinary perfected persons of the Jing family with his internal universe and the minor dipper. Demon suppression array formed by the 3,000 universe demons. Hence, Lin Feng did not take the threat of the Jing family seriously at all. There's no time to lose. Let's set off first. There's no need to take the spaceship this time. We'll fly slowly and enjoy the scenery of the Incendium continent. Lin Feng said with a smile. He had not been in the Incendium continent for long. During this time, he had been busy cultivating and had not really admired the Incendium continent. The journey to participate in the Nimbus tournament this time was long, and this was actually an opportunity. Haha, as perfected person says. However, apart from the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm, we have to bring some geniuses with us as well. We can bring any genius cultivator under the age of 50. If someone can get the first place, perfected person Nimbus will reward them generously. All right, Chuanlong. Choose the geniuses from your Zhao family properly. Am I the only one? Qinsheng seems to be fine too. Lin Feng thought of Qinsheng, so he summoned Qinsheng and asked, Qinsheng, have you reached 50 years of age since you started cultivating? Perfected person, I'm 48 years old this year. I'm still 2 years away. Great, that's just right. I'm going to take you to participate in the Nimbus tournament. Are you willing? Nimbus tournament? I'm willing. Of course I'm willing. Qinsheng was overjoyed. That was the Nimbus tournament, a grand event in the entire chaotic continent. It was already very rare for an itinerant cultivator like him to be able to cultivate until this state. As for participating in the Nimbus tournament, that was a wish he did not even dare to think about before. However, since he was following Lin Feng, a chaotic perfected person, participating in the Nimbus tournament was a simple matter. All right, then follow me to the Nimbus tournament. The next day, Zhao Chuanlong also found 3 outstanding members of the Zhao family. They were all only in their 30s and had already become half-chaotic life forms. However, the Zhao family had undergone a purge, and many geniuses had been purged. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only 3 of them. Moreover, these 3 people were definitely far inferior to Qinsheng. After all, the current Qinsheng was no longer the same as before. Lin Feng had given Qinsheng some powerful cultivation techniques and martial arts. Qinsheng's strength had long undergone an earth dash. Shattering change. Since everything is ready, let's go. Lin Feng flew directly onto Ao's back. Ao was originally a mount used for traveling. Since he had a mount, Lin Feng naturally would not waste his strength to fly slowly. However, looking at the mighty 3-headed Ao, it would probably be easily recognized as an Ao along the way, which would cause a lot of trouble. The battle with the Zhao family occurred precisely because of Ao. Although Lin Feng was not afraid of trouble, he did not want to cause trouble for no reason. Ao, retract your heads. I'll have to trouble you this time. Lin Feng patted Ao's head. Ao also understood. Hence, its body shook, and its 3 heads quickly became one. Its body also shrank by a lot, looking like a huge dog. It no longer looked anything like a sinister and terrifying natural chaotic life form. Although Lin Feng looked a little out of place riding on it, it was much better than the Ao with 3 huge heads. All right, let's go. Hence, the 6 of them, including Langda and Ao, quickly left Shangyang City. The chaotic continent was huge, and the scenery varied. Lin Feng could even see powerful half-chaotic mutated beasts and some Strange races. For example, there were giants that were dozens of meters tall, as well as bull-headed minotaurs. These were all intelligent races. Outside the cities of human cultivators was the world of these chaotic aliens. Of course, the entire Incendium continent was still dominated by cultivators. There were 2 perfected persons and 1 natural chaotic dire beast among Lin Feng and the others. Such a lineup was naturally very strong. Even though Lin Feng and the others could not reveal their auras, the senses of some chaotic dire beasts were still very sharp. And they did not encounter any major trouble. As for some minor troubles, which of course occurred, Lin Feng and Zhao Chuanlong also asked the 3 geniuses of the Zhao family and Qin Sheng to deal with them. It could also be considered a form of training for them. Hey, little fellows, where else can you run to? Suddenly, the sky seemed to turn dark. A cold and hoarse voice echoed in the surroundings. Lin Feng looked up and realized that the sky was covered by a black mist. This black mist even had a corrosive aura, and there were faint wails and howls. A mysterious person in a black robe and leaning on a walking stick, with a face like wizened tree bark, was shrouded in the black mist. Granny Black Sorceress. Seeing this scene in front of him, Zhao Chuanlong's expression turned cold, and a trace of wariness flashed across his eyes. Save us. A few young men and women stumbled over from afar. All of them were pale and exhausted, as if they were being pursued by something horrifying. Chapter 812 Unseal. 812 Unseal. Granny Black Sorceress, the strongest expert of the Black Sorcery clan. The chaotic spells she uses are all strange and impossible to guard against. Moreover, it has been more than 10,000 years since Granny Black Sorceress entered the realm of the chaotic perfected person. Such an entity cannot be provoked lightly. Perfected person, let's leave quickly. Zhao Chuanlong's tone was very solemn. It was obvious that he was extremely wary of this Granny Black Sorceress. Lin Feng did not comment. He glanced at the young men and women who were enveloped in the black mist. Then, amidst cold laughter, they slowly turned into skin and bones. The flesh on their bodies seemed to have disappeared. In the blink of an eye, they had turned into skeletons. It was indeed very sinister. Go. Lin Feng and the others headed out directly. Hey, since you're here, forget about leaving. Granny Black Sorceress' genderless voice came from the black mist. Zhao Chuanlong's expression changed slightly. Then, a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. His aura erupted like the sun. Granny Black Sorceress, I'm Zhao Chuanlong from Shangyang City. I was invited by revered person Nimbus to participate in the Nimbus tournament. We merely entered the Black Sorcery clan's territory by accident. Please do us a favor, Granny Black Sorceress. Zhao Chuanlong's voice spread majestically. The reputation of the Zhao family in Shangyang City was still somewhat prestigious. Granny Black Sorceress probably would not make things difficult for the Zhao family. However, as soon as Zhao Chuanlong finished speaking, not only did the surrounding black fog not dissipate, it grew thicker and thicker. For a moment, Zhao Chuanlong's expression also darkened. Granny Black Sorceress, you want to make an enemy of the Zhao family. Hey, perfected person Zhao, what an arrogant tone. How bold the Zhao family is. So what if I make an enemy of the Zhao family? Do. You still have 800 Qilin guards in Shangyang City. Can they destroy my Black Sorcery clan? Granny Black Sorceress' voice came from all directions. It sounded near and far in turn, but no one could tell where she was hiding. Zhao Chuanlong's face was dark. He was about to say something else, but Lin Feng waved his hand. His gaze was cold as he said to the surrounding black mist, Granny Black Sorceress, you've always stayed out of things. Why are you interfering in the matters of cultivators today? Although some things are precious, they're not that easy to obtain. Which perfected person asked Granny Black Sorceress to intercept and kill us? As Lin Feng's voice rumbled, it spread like thunder. In a cave somewhere, a short, mysterious person who looked like both a man and a woman, and was completely wrapped in a black robe, revealed a trace of surprise. She was Granny Black Sorceress. That black mist was just an array she had set up. Heh, so you're not too foolish. You've figured out that I am here to kill you. Originally, I wouldn't interfere in the matters of cultivators like you, but the Jing family's gifts are just too generous. A ferocious glint flashed across Granny Black Sorceress' eyes. Actually, the Jing family did not ask Granny Black Sorceress to kill Zhao Chuanlong and Lin Feng directly. They only asked her to test them. However, if they turned out to be very weak in the test, Granny Black Sorceress would do it. She knew that was an AO Lin Feng was riding. Heh, voodoo blood array. Granny Black Sorceress formed a hand seal. Immediately, the thick fog outside churned again, and a faint bloody light flickered. At this moment, in the array filled with black mist, Lin Feng saw that Granny Black Sorceress still did not appear for a long while. However, a faint bloody light appeared in the black mist array, and a faint sense of danger appeared in his heart. Even Langda, Qin Sheng, and the 3 half-chaotic disciples of the Zhao family seemed to be unable to withstand it. As the black mist enveloped them, their minds were shaken and corroded by it. A trace of killing intent surged in Lin Feng's heart as well. Granny Black Sorceress, you're really something. In that case, I'll personally kill you and annihilate your Black Sorcery clan. Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back and stepped into the sky. Zhao Chuanlong knew that Lin Feng was about to fight with Granny Black Sorceress. Although he was also a chaotic perfected person, he had only just broken through. He was countless times inferior to Granny Black Sorceress and Lin Feng. Hence, he could only protect the others in the array with AO lightning. Lin Feng waved his hand. Immediately, thunder rumbled, and the sky was covered in dark clouds. A huge bolt of lightning instantly descended and struck the black mist array hard. Boom. Lightning was supremely bright and positive, and was the nemesis of a dark and evil array such as this. Hence, as soon as the lightning struck, much of the thick mist was dispersed. However, although the bolt of lightning was powerful, there was more black mist below. A bloody light flashed, and the black mist grew denser again. There were faint, ghostly wails that made one's heart palpitate. Lightning. Lin Feng no longer hesitated and used it freely. Immediately, dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning flashed. This time, it was not just one bolt of lightning. 10, then 20 bolts of lightning descended. Boom. 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 Lightning struck down rapidly. Every bolt of lightning was pure and bright, filled with immense power. In terms of power, the lightning drawing technique that Lin Feng cultivated was the strongest among the many chaotic spells in the Zhao family. After so many bolts of lightning, the black mist finally dissipated. However, there was still some scarlet light left. What a tricky cultivator. The Zhao family's lightning drawing technique is indeed powerful. But how about a taste of my blood devil? Granny Black Sorceress' neutral voice echoed in the array. At the same time, a giant beam of scarlet light suddenly rose from the ground and grabbed towards Lin Feng like a huge hand. The huge scarlet hand was so fast that it appeared almost in a flash. An unpleasant stench filled Lin Feng's nose. He did not even have time to use the lightning drawing technique. Humph. Heaven-turning seal. Lin Feng snorted coldly at once. He flipped his palm slightly, and infinite chaotic aura surged into the surroundings in a frenzy, as if the world was upside down. The huge hand made of chaotic aura collided fiercely with the huge scarlet hand. Boom. The sky rumbled, and the ground shook. A terrifying shockwave spread in all directions. Thud. Lin Feng's figure collided hard with the ground. The other party's huge scarlet hand was simply too powerful. Combined with the power of the entire array, it was far stronger than ordinary chaotic perfected persons. Even Lin Feng's third form of the heaven-turning seal was not a match. Swoosh. Lin Feng's figure flashed, as if he had teleported. This was not the minor transposition technique, but the greater transposition technique. It was a true chaotic level martial art. Lin Feng had also cultivated it in the Zhao family's library. Although he could not teleport, let alone warp space, he could unleash his maximum speed over a short distance. Boom. As soon as Lin Feng moved away, a loud bang sounded where he used to be. It was the huge scarlet hand. In this array, Lin Feng was restrained at every turn. On the other hand, Granny Black Sorceress was like a fish in water, and her strength had been enhanced to a certain extent. The other party's strange techniques were indeed powerful, and impossible to guard against. If Lin Feng only had his previous strength, he would probably only be able to summon the 3,000 demons or mobilize the power of the universe. However, Lin Feng had not stayed in the library for nothing. Granny Black Sorceress, in that case, I'll kill you completely. A sharp glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. At the same time, a chaotic hole in Lin Feng's body was suddenly unsealed. Boom. Immediately, a powerful aura rushed out of Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's body seemed to have grown a little taller. Arcane technique. Granny Black Sorceress paid no heed to it. All chaotic lifeforms had some trump cards. However, in the eyes of Granny Black Sorceress, they were not worth mentioning at all. However, the truth did not seem to be as simple as Granny Black Sorceress thought. This was because Lin Feng unsealed the second chaotic hole. Boom. An even stronger aura erupted from Lin Feng's body. His entire body emitted crackling sounds, and his height was forcefully enhanced by a lot. Still not enough. Then, unseal them all. Lin Feng growled. Immediately, the third chaotic hole in his body was unsealed. Boom. A storm brewed. As the third chaotic hole was unsealed, the surrounding chaotic aura seemed to be about to form a storm that swept over in a frenzy. Chapter 813, 813 Annihilate. 813 Annihilate. What? Far away in the cave, Granny Black Sorceress had a look of surprise. The aura on Lin Feng's body changed again and again, almost making her feel a trace of fear. At the same time, Lin Feng's aura had already reached its peak. This was the strongest state of the primeval body from the primeval true scripture. This was also the first time Lin Feng had unsealed 3 chaotic holes at the same time. In addition to his original form, he was about equivalent to 4 chaotic perfected persons. Moreover, this was not as simple as 4 chaotic perfected persons added together. Lightning. Lin Feng shouted. Chaotic spells were also closely related to the strength of cultivators. Chaotic spells would not be too powerful when used by ordinary chaotic perfected persons. If a perfected lord used a chaotic spell, however, that would be truly terrifying. As Lin Feng's aura and strength increased, he used the lightning drawing technique again. The entire sky was covered in dark clouds at once, at least several times thicker than before. Boom. Immediately, lightning fell from the sky. This time, it was not 1 or 2, or 10, or 20, but dozens or hundreds of lightning bolts. Descending instantly. They fell like dense raindrops, and the entire gloomy sky lit up at once. Zhao Chuanlong, who was originally a little worried about Lin Feng, looked at the lightning pouring down from the sky in a daze. He was stunned. Under such lightning, even a dignified chaotic perfected person like himself would definitely die. This was only a chaotic spell. The two of them were both chaotic perfected persons, but the difference between them widened further, shocking Zhao Chuanlong. The lightning that filled the sky poured down in a frenzy like a storm. The entire area of the black mist seemed to have been plowed by lightning. After the lightning, the ground was charred black, and the black mist completely disappeared. As for the huge scarlet hand just now, it had long been annihilated. The entire sky returned to its clear state. Clearly, the array of black mist had been broken. Swoosh. Lin Feng raised his head and immediately looked towards a certain direction in the distance. He could clearly sense a powerful aura there. Granny Black Sorceress must be in that direction. Protect them. I'll be back soon. Lin Feng's figure flashed, and he was already hundreds of steps away. With a few leaps, he had already disappeared. The current Lin Feng possessed all kinds of chaotic martial arts and chaotic spells. He had almost no weaknesses in all aspects. With the 3 chaotic Holes unsealed, the power in his body was simply surging, and powerful to the extreme. How could Lin Feng let Granny Black Sorceress off when she intercepted and tried to kill them? Thump. In the cave, the black fog array was suppressed. Granny Black Sorceress spat out a mouthful of blood. It was not red, but black. Granny Black Sorceress' face was slightly pale. Clearly, she was severely injured. Lin Feng, perfected chaotic person. Granny Black Sorceress cursed inwardly. It was not that she had never seen the lightning drawing technique before, but she had only seen a few who could use the lightning drawing technique to such a terrifying extent. Now, she regretted provoking such a formidable opponent. The Jing family's things were really not that easy to obtain. Go. Just as Granny Black Sorceress was about to escape, she suddenly looked up, as if she had discovered something. Ah! That's quick. As soon as Granny Black Sorceress finished speaking, a huge hole was blasted open in the cave with a bang. In a flash, a figure flew into the cave. Granny Black Sorceress. Lin Feng's gaze was cold. It was this Granny Black Sorceress who had intercepted and tried to kill him. Hey, if I want to leave, no one can stop me. Granny Black Sorceress opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of foul-smelling blood. It transformed into a monster with bared fangs and brandished claws. It roared towards the sky and suddenly pounced towards Lin Feng. Humph. Without thinking, Lin Feng snorted coldly and threw a punch. He was using a chaotic martial art. Thud. With a punch, the huge monster instantly dissipated. However, the dissipated bloody mist did not disperse. Instead, it attached itself to Lin Feng's arm at once. Moreover, a strong corrosive power instantly corroded Lin Feng's arm. Even the chaotic aura could not stop it. Interesting. Lin Feng took a deep breath. His arm suddenly shook, and the blood attached to his arm was shaken off instantly. At the same time, Lin Feng extended his hand and shouted, "Fire!" A large amount of flames appeared out of thin air in the void, enveloping the blood and burning fiercely. Immediately, Lin Feng could even hear the screams of the blood in the flames. Granny Black Sorceress' expression changed drastically. She did not expect Lin Feng to have almost no weaknesses. Be it chaotic spells or chaotic martial arts, they were simply at his fingertips. It was comparable to any veteran chaotic perfected persons. Perfected person Lin, why don't we stop here? Actually, it was not my intention to kill you. It was that someone asked me to attack and offered me a generous gift. Granny Black Sorceress weighed the pros and cons for a moment and suddenly requested a truce. Oh. Who asked you to kill me? It's the Jing family. They offered something I couldn't refuse. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Perfected person Lin should find the Jing family. The Jing family. A sharp glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. He had thought that the Jing family had given up and taken the initiative to express their goodwill. He did not expect them to use such an underhanded method. I'll find the Jing family myself. As for Granny Black Sorceress. Swish. Granny Black Sorceress instantly transformed into a stream of light. Her speed was incredible. However, Lin Feng also used his strongest move, the heaven-turning seal. Boom. It was as if the world was inverted. The entire cave shook violently. Lin Feng was using the heaven-turning seal after unsealing 3 chaotic holes and all his power. Even a veteran chaotic perfected person would not dare to resist it head-on. Moreover, Granny Black Sorceress took the crooked path to begin with. She cultivated more of chaotic spells and sorcery than martial arts. Lin Feng destroyed the entire cave with a palm strike. The cave collapsed, and rocks splattered everywhere. However, Lin Feng could see very clearly that Granny Black Sorceress had escaped. She seemed to have transformed into a golden worm. Her speed was too fast, and even his heaven-turning seal could not catch up to her. This Granny Black Sorceress could not be considered very strong, but she was very bizarre and impossible to guard against. If not for Lin Feng's strength and comprehensiveness, he might have been caught off guard. However, if Granny Black Sorceress wanted to escape, it would depend on whether Lin Feng was willing. Buzz. Lin Feng looked at Granny Black Sorceress, who had already fled into the distance. In terms of speed, he could not catch up to her. Hence, a small golden bell appeared in his palm at once. Lin Feng threw the small golden bell into the air. Immediately, the small golden bell expanded, becoming larger in an instant and emitting a dazzling light. It was the Spirit Suppression Bell, a peak chaotic artifact. Freeze. Lin Feng activated the Spirit Suppression Bell. Immediately, the Spirit Suppression Bell emitted melodious rings. In the distance, Grandmother Black Sorceress was fleeing at an extremely fast speed. When she heard the rings of the bell, she cried out in pain, and her entire body stiffened. She actually fell straight from the sky. The Spirit Suppression Bell could freeze the chaotic aura and shake the mind. Granny Black Sorceress was caught off guard and was naturally frozen. Swoosh. Lin Feng used the greater transposition technique. In the blink of an eye, he was beside Granny Black Sorceress. Under her terrified gaze, he slammed his palm down. No. Sharp screams echoed in the air, but Lin Feng's heaven-turning seal did not slow at all. He slammed down with his palm. Even though Granny Black Sorceress wanted to resist, Lin Feng had unleashed the power of all three chaotic holes. How powerful was the heaven-turning seal he used? Thud. Granny Black Sorceress was blasted apart by Lin Feng's palm while in midair. Blood splattered everywhere. Lin Feng scorched her with flames again, instantly burning her to ashes. Even a chaotic life form would definitely die. Chapter 814, 814 Arriving at Nimbus City. 814 Arriving at Nimbus City. Lin Feng searched for a while longer and confirmed that Granny Black Sorceress was indeed dead. This Granny Black Sorceress was rather difficult to deal with. Lin Feng unsealed 3 chaotic holes, and finally used the Spirit Suppression Bell to kill her completely. It was not that Granny Black Sorceress was very strong, but that she had a multitude of methods, most of which were bizarre. Even a chaotic perfected person who was stronger than Granny Black Sorceress might be caught off guard if he was not careful. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to search through Granny Black Sorceress items, but her body had been burned to ashes, and the cave had been reduced to ruins. Lin Feng let it go. When Lin Feng flew back to Zhao Chuanlong and the others, he could clearly see that everyone was relieved. Perfected person, it's good to see that you're fine. This Granny Black Sorceress is very difficult to deal with. Her chaotic techniques are simply inexplicable. There were once 3 senior chaotic perfected persons who joined forces to deal with Granny Black Sorceress, but Granny Black Sorceress still escaped. She even killed a chaotic perfected person when striking back. Zhao Chuanlong had a solemn expression. She's indeed hard to deal with, but I still killed her. She won't trouble us again in the future, Lin Feng said calmly. What? Granny Black Sorceress is dead. Zhao Chuanlong's mouth fell open. Although he was controlled by the heart-mind manipulating Lotus Seed and was absolutely loyal to Lin Feng, he was unclear about how strong Lin Feng was. Now, Lin Feng could easily kill Granny Black Sorceress in less than an hour. It was enough to show that Lin Feng was much stronger than Granny Black Sorceress. By the way, Chuanlong, be careful of the Jing family in the future. The Jing family bribed this Granny Black Sorceress with valuable gifts and asked her to intercept and kill us. Lin Feng also told Zhao Chuanlong what Granny Black Sorceress had said. The Jing family. What a sly old fox. However, the fact that they used such despicable methods means that they're very wary of us. We'll settle the score with the Jing family after the Nimbus tournament. A trace of killing intent also flashed across Zhao Chuanlong's eyes. After all, if Lin Feng had not been too powerful and killed Granny Black Sorceress instead, faced with her eerie array and endless chaotic spells, they probably would not have been able to reach Nimbus City. This was a life-or-death feud. How could he let it go so easily? The Jing family will also go to the Nimbus tournament too, right? I don't think we'll have to wait until the Nimbus tournament is over. Lin Feng originally did not harbor much killing intent towards the Jing family, but after what happened today, he would not hold back. Against the Jing family. After Granny Black Sorceress assassination attempt, Lin Feng also felt that if they kept going, more trouble might arise. Hence, he stopped flying slowly and took the chaotic spaceship directly, flying towards Nimbus City as quickly as possible. When Lin Feng arrived at Nimbus City was already very lively. Lin Feng immediately put away the chaotic spaceship. He did not want to be so high profile. After all, the master of Nimbus City was revered person Nimbus, a powerful cultivator infinitely close to a peak chaotic life form. Lin Feng was still riding on Ao's back. Of course, Ao had also retracted its heads, looking like a huge dog. Although it was still a little strange, there were all kinds of people in Nimbus City recently. Someone riding a huge dog was not so eye-catching. This is the first time I've come to this Nimbus City. As expected of a city famed even in the Incendium continent. Moreover, due to the Nimbus tournament recently, many cultivators from all over Incendium continent have gathered here. Lin Feng nodded. This Nimbus City was indeed very prosperous. Here, for the first time, Lin Feng saw more cultivators than ordinary people. Moreover, cultivators who were half-chaotic lifeforms were everywhere on the streets. Even chaotic lifeforms were not uncommon. Just how many chaotic lifeforms did revered person Nimbus invite? Lin Feng was a little surprised. Judging from the situation on the street, there were definitely many chaotic lifeforms. I'm not sure. This is confidential, but there should be a lot of them. There must be at least dozens, or even more. Dozens. A strange look flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. He was a chaotic life form himself, but he was also a transcendent. He had encountered many chaotic life forms, but he had yet to encounter a single transcendent. He even suspected that there were no other transcendents in the entire Incendium continent aside from himself. Perfected person, let's hurry to the Perfected Person Lodge. That's a resting place specially prepared by revered person Nimbus for all chaotic perfected persons. Lin Feng nodded and headed towards the Perfected Person Lodge with the others. The Perfected Person Lodge was easily recognizable, as it was the tallest building in the entire Nimbus City. When Lin Feng and the others arrived at the Perfected Person Lodge, the eyes of a few guards who were half-chaotic lifeforms lit up, and they hurriedly came forward to welcome them. Perfected person, please show your invitation letter. Lin Feng and Zhao Chuanlong showed the invitation letter to the guard. The guard's expression became even more respectful. So it's Perfected Person Zhao and Perfected Person Lin. Perfected persons, please follow me. Lin Feng asked casually, how many perfected persons are staying in the Perfected Person Lodge so far? Perfected person, as it's still early, only 28 perfected persons are staying in the Perfected Person Lodge so far. There are 28. Lin Feng nodded. That was already quite a lot. He did not encounter a single perfected person in Red Phosphorus City or Shangyang City. Although he had encountered Granny Black Sorceress along the way, she had intended to intercept and kill him, which was why Lin Feng had encountered her at all. Strictly speaking, apart from Zhao Chuanlong, who had broken through on the spot, the only other chaotic perfected person Lin Feng had met so far was Granny Black Sorceress, who was killed by him. Now, Lin Feng was a little surprised to hear the confirmation that there were 28 chaotic perfected persons in the Perfected Person Lodge. At the same time, Perfected person, this way, please. As soon as Lin Feng and the others entered the Perfected Person Lodge, their eyes lit up. They could clearly sense that there was an array set up in the Perfected Person Lodge. It was as if every level was covered by an array. Suddenly, a trace of surprise appeared on Zhao Chuanlong's face. He stared intently at the two figures in front of him. Patriarch Jing. Zhao Chuanlong enunciated each word through gritted teeth. The patriarch of the Jing family turned around. When he saw Zhao Chuanlong and Lin Feng, his expression changed slightly. Beside him was Ancestor Jing, a senior chaotic perfected person who had cultivated for thousands of years. Seeing Lin Feng and Zhao Chuanlong, they knew that Granny Black Sorceress had failed. Moreover, judging from Zhao Chuanlong's expression, the matter had probably been exposed long ago. Incompetent. Ancestor Jing said coldly. He was referring to Granny Black Sorceress. To think that Granny Black Sorceress had boasted that she would definitely be able to keep Lin Feng and Zhao Chuanlong behind. But now, she had still allowed the two of them to arrive at Nimbus City safely. Perfected person Jing, what a coincidence. I'll definitely repay you for the matter of Granny Black Sorceress in the future. Zhao Chuanlong gritted his teeth. We can't fight here. Lin Feng raised his brows and asked calmly. The half-chaotic life-form guard at the side was shocked. He hurriedly said, perfected persons, no matter what grudges you hold against each other, you are not to fight in the Nimbus City. Please calm yourselves. This was the rule established by revered person Nimbus. Otherwise, if everyone attacked at will, how could the Nimbus tournament be carried out? Very well. They get to live for a few more days. Zhao Chuanlong turned around and followed the guard upstairs. Chapter 815, 815 Nimbus Tournament. 815 Nimbus Tournament. The two perfected persons of the Jing family were arranged to stay on the 5th level of the Perfected Person Lodge. Ancestor, Zhao Chuanlong and the others are actually alive. What exactly is Granny Black Sorceress doing? The Jing Patriarch had a worried expression. Zhao Chuanlong was still alive, and the matter had actually been exposed. This was simply the worst outcome. Once the Nimbus tournament ended and Zhao Chuanlong returned to the Zhao family, the Jing family would never have peace. This old witch is usually vicious and ruthless. She has all kinds of abilities that even I can't guard against. But she actually failed this time. Humph, I'd like to see what excuse she has. Hence, Ancestor Jing immediately used their special method to send a message to Granny Black Sorceress. After waiting for a long time, there was still no reply from Granny Black Sorceress. By this point, even Ancestor Jing's expression darkened. Granny Black Sorceress hasn't replied for a long time. I'm afraid she's already dead. Granny Black Sorceress methods are strange. Even I have to be careful when facing her to avoid falling into her trap. I can only kill her with the aid of an array. As for one-on-one battles, I can only suppress Granny Black Sorceress. Killing her is extremely difficult. Ancestor Jing had a slight headache. Granny Black Sorceress had always been famous for her strange methods and strong life dash preserving abilities. Now, Granny Black Sorceress was actually dead. Things must be complicated than they looked. Zhao Chuanlong has just metamorphosed into a chaotic life form. He's not a match for Granny Black Sorceress. It can only be that mysterious chaotic perfected person, Lin Feng. He could actually kill Granny Black Sorceress. He must be a powerful figure. Ancestor Jing did not expect this either. He had originally wanted to get rid of Zhao Chuanlong and Lin Feng. Even if Lin Feng was powerful, he was probably only on par with the Jing Patriarch. But from the looks of it now, not only was Lin Feng stronger than the Jing Patriarch, he was even stronger than Ancestor Jing. With such a major enemy, how could they possibly still have any peace after returning to the Jing family in the future? Ancestor, what should we do? Once Lin Feng and Zhao Chuanlong return, the consequences will be unthinkable. The Jing Patriarch was also getting a little anxious. The Jing family had never provoked such a major enemy before. Now that they had become mortal enemies, they were in imminent danger. Why are you panicking? Ancestor Jing glared. He was still very calm. No matter how powerful Lin Feng is, he's still an ordinary chaotic life form. Perhaps he relied on some chaotic artifact to kill Granny Black Sorceress. Either don't do something, or see it through instead of being afraid. We have to eliminate the root of the problem at all costs. This Nimbus tournament is our opportunity. Lin Feng and Zhao Chuanlong will definitely enter the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm. When dozens of chaotic perfected persons enter, I'll gather some old friends and promise them all the treasures I obtain. All they need to do is Just to surround and kill 2 chaotic perfected persons. It should be a done deal. The Jing patriarch's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. It was just that the Jing family was also very covetous of the treasures in the Sky Sigil mystic realm. Now, in order to kill Lin Feng, they had no choice but to give them to others. Even though their hearts bled a little over it, treasures lost could be obtained elsewhere. If one's life was lost, everything would be over. Lin Feng had already made the 2 perfected persons of the Jing family feel threatened. Hence, they had to eliminate the threat at all costs. There's no time to lose. I'll contact some old friends now. Ancestor Jing was swift and decisive. He immediately began to contact the other chaotic perfected persons. Perfected person Zhao, perfected person Lin, please stay on the 9th floor for the time being. Your attendants also have rooms, and there are maidservants on every floor. If you have any requests, feel free to tell the maidservants. After the guard brought Lin Feng and the others to the 9th level, he bade farewell and left. The 1st floor of the perfected person lodge could accommodate 3 perfected persons. Apart from Lin Feng and Zhao Chuanlong, another perfected person would be staying here. It was just that he had not arrived yet. Moreover, there were many levels above the 9th level. Some were arranged for the stays of perfected persons, while others were not. It was unknown how the arrangements were made. After Zhao Chuanlong and Lin Feng entered the room, Zhao Chuanlong could not help but say, perfected person, now that ancestor Jing sees that we're fine, he probably won't let the matter rest. We have to be careful. It seemed like Zhao Chuanlong was not as indignant as he appeared on the surface. He was also very meticulous. Lin Feng, on the other hand, appeared very calm. He said indifferently, we can't fight in Nimbus City. So, where can we fight? Revered person Nimbus presides over Nimbus City. No one would fight while in the Nimbus City. Wait, there's another place where we can attack. Zhao Chuanlong's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. The Sky Sigil mystic realm. Lin Feng smiled faintly. He had already guessed it. If the Jing family can get Granny Black Sorceress to intercept and kill us, they can also join forces with some other perfected persons to surround and kill us again in the Sky Sigil mystic realm. Then what should we do? Zhao Chuanlong appeared a little worried. It's fine. As long as they're not advanced chaotic life forms, what's there to be afraid of? Perfected person, are you going to go along with their scheme and take advantage of the situation? That's right. They want to kill us in the Sky Sigil mystic realm. Of course I want to deal with them in passing. The matter of the Jing family is just a small matter. In the meantime, collecting more information on the Sky Sigil mystic realm is the main matter. Lin Feng's expression was a little solemn. He was here for the Sky Sigil mystic realm this time. If he found nothing after entering the Sky Sigil mystic realm, it would be a waste of time and energy. The Sky Sigil mystic realm had already been opened many times. He believed that a lot of information would definitely be leaked. He would take advantage of this period of time to collect information so that he could gain something in the Sky Sigil mystic realm. Understood. Perfected person, please be assured. I'll search for information about the Sky Sigil mystic realm. Then, Zhao Chuanlong bade farewell. Qin Sheng and the others could not suppress their boredom. It was rare for them to encounter such a grand event, so they had long wanted to go out and take a look. Lin Feng did not stop them. On the contrary, he asked Langda to follow them and send a message if anything happened. In Nimbus City, Lin Feng was not worried. Here, even chaotic perfected persons did not dare to attack lightly. Their safety was guaranteed. As for Lin Feng, he had seen many prosperous cities hence, he was actually not too interested in this Nimbus City. He was quietly waiting for the information Zhao Chuanlong had collected now. Zhao Chuanlong did not disappoint Lin Feng. In just 2 days, he had collected a lot of information about the Sky Sigil mystic realm. Just as Lin Feng had speculated previously, the Sky Sigil mystic realm had already been opened many times. Apart from those dangerous places, almost all the other places had been explored, and there were not many treasures left. Only in those dangerous places, where even chaotic perfected persons might fall, would there be some precious treasures. In the future, when even the treasures in danger were gone, the Sky Sigil mystic realm would be worthless. Only by familiarizing himself with the situation in the Sky Sigil mystic realm could he avoid many detours after entering it. Perfected person, I've been paying close attention to the two perfected persons of the Jing family recently. In particular, Ancestor Jing seems to be leaving the 5th level frequently and visiting friends everywhere in the Perfected Person Lodge. Visiting friends. I'm afraid he's not just visiting friends. Don't worry, no matter how many people he can contact, we do not have to be afraid. Moreover, the other chaotic perfected persons are not dumb. Who would join forces with the perfected persons of the Jing family without much benefit? Lin Feng's expression was very calm, but a trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. Since the Jing family was courting death, he would not hold back. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the Nimbus tournament to begin. It did not start by directly entering the Sky Sigil mystic realm, but by holding a Nimbus tournament. The genius cultivators from all over Incendium continent would each showcase their abilities. The rewards for the top 3 could definitely be considered generous. In particular, the first place would be rewarded with a chaotic spirit fruit. This chaotic spirit fruit could forcefully allow a cultivator to undergo metamorphosis once. If they could seize that opportunity, they might be able to undergo metamorphosis successfully. If one had reached the level of a half-peak chaotic life form and had a deep accumulation, this chaotic spirit fruit could even really help them with their metamorphosis. Even if their metamorphosis failed, their strength would increase by another level. It could be said to be something that countless half-chaotic life forms regarded as a supreme treasure. Such a spirit fruit was naturally offered by revered person Nimbus. Moreover, it was obtained from the Sky Sigil mystic realm. It was not very useful to the chaotic perfected persons, but to half-chaotic life forms, it was enough to cause a frenzy of competition. Even Qin Sheng was eager to give it a try. With Qin Sheng's strength, it would probably be very difficult for him to obtain first place. However, he could still strive for a place in the top 10. The rewards for the top 10 were also rather generous. If one could get into the top 10, that would naturally be excellent. Even if they did not obtain it, it would not be a big deal. Since the chaotic spirit fruit could be obtained in the Sky Sigil mystic realm, Lin Feng could also see if he could obtain some more chaotic spirit fruits. If he could nurture some chaotic life forms, it would undoubtedly strengthen Lin Feng's faction. It would not be impossible for him to even establish a juggernaut-dominant faction. Chapter 816, 816 Opening the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm. 816 Opening the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm. The Nimbus tournament was held in a huge square, with many large arenas in the middle. At the front of the arena, there were a total of 49 chairs. These chairs were all the seats of the chaotic perfected persons who had arrived. In other words, apart from revered person Nimbus, there were a total of 48 chaotic perfected persons who were going to enter the Sky Sigil mystic realm this time. These were 48 chaotic perfected persons. Apart from Nimbus tournament, when would one ever see such a grand occasion? The Incendium continent was huge. Normally, even if a chaotic perfected person flew for a long time, he might not be able to encounter another chaotic perfected person. But now, 49 chaotic perfected person had shown up here. Lin Feng and Zhao Chuanlong arrived at the square early and found their chairs. Every chair was inscribed with their names. Lin Feng and Zhao Chuanlong sat slightly closer to the back. Swoosh. Suddenly, a few gazes sized up Lin Feng and Zhao Chuanlong. Zhao Chuanlong tried to search for them, but these gazes immediately moved away, and he did not find the people observing them. Rather, the two most eye-catching perfected persons of the Jing family were sitting right opposite him. Perfected person, those eyes on us just now were malicious. Looks like Ancestor Jing really found quite a few chaotic perfected persons. Lin Feng nodded. Seeing the half-smile on Ancestor Jing's face opposite him, he had probably gained something over the past few days. However, so what? Soon, revered person Nimbus arrived. Everyone's gaze was focused on him. This revered person Nimbus was not only the host, but also the one with the highest cultivation level and most powerful strength among all the chaotic perfected persons present. He was an advanced chaotic life form, and infinitely close to a peak chaotic life form. He was famous throughout the entire Incendium continent. Even Lin Feng felt a strong sense of threat. It seemed like this revered person Nimbus was not to be underestimated. Lin Feng's eyes kept flickering. Since revered person Nimbus dared to publicize the Sky Sigil mystic realm, he definitely had something to rely on to collect ordinary treasures. However, what if someone obtained a powerful treasure? For example, a chaotic spirit treasure. The value of that would be entirely immeasurable. At that time, revered person Nimbus would probably have to rely on his strength to snatch it by force. However, the probability of a chaotic spirit treasure appearing was very small. It was rumored that there was a chaotic spirit treasure possessed by perfected Lord Sky Sigil back then. However, it should have been taken by perfected Lord Sky Sigil. Hence, although the Sky Sigil mystic realm had been opened for so many times, not a single chaotic spirit treasure had appeared. However, no matter what, Lin Feng had to be careful with this amiable-looking revered person Nimbus. Among all the chaotic perfected persons present, only revered person Nimbus gave Lin Feng a lot of pressure. Revered person Nimbus spoke briefly. All the rules were the same as before. The Nimbus tournament started with more than 10 arenas. The winner would enter the next round, and the loser would be eliminated. There would also be a certain amount of luck. For example, if stronger individuals encountered each other in the first round, the slightly weaker one would be eliminated. However, luck was also indispensable in cultivation. No one found it unfair. In any case, no matter how the matches were arranged, the strongest would always be the strongest. Lin Feng naturally paid attention to Qin Sheng, while Zhao Chuanlong paid attention to the few genius disciples of the Zhao family. In the first round, the 3 geniuses of the Zhao family were a little unlucky. They were all eliminated in the first round. On the other hand, Qin Sheng relied on his strength to defeat an ordinary opponent. Alas, perfected person, we can only count on Qin Sheng now. Zhao Chuanlong also felt a little regretful. In the second round, Qin Shen also advanced successfully. With Qin Shen's strength, Lin Feng could also tell that as long as he did not encounter too strong an opponent in the first 3 rounds, he would definitely be able to advance successfully. After all, Qin Sheng was already a half-peak chaotic life form. In addition, Lin Feng had given Qin Sheng some cultivation techniques and powerful martial arts. In a short period of time, Qin Sheng's strength had increased by several times. Even among half-peak chaotic life forms, he should be considered one of the best. This was especially the case for the Nimbus tournament, which did not allow the use of any treasures or relying on external forces. Hence, Qin Sheng had a greater advantage. However, whether he could get into the top 10 still depended on some luck. Qin Sheng did not have the strength to crush all opponents. The one who truly had the strength to crush all opponents was actually a woman. There was a woman with an icy aura, like eternal ice. Her name was Ouyang Bingyu 1. As her name implied, she was very cold, but she was very powerful, almost overwhelmingly so. The many chaotic perfected persons present vaguely knew that if nothing unexpected happened, Ouyang Bingyu would definitely be first. As for the others, they would fight for the remaining 9 spots. In the third round, it was slightly harder for Qin Sheng to advance, but he still advanced in the end. In the fourth round, Qin Sheng was in luck and encountered a very weak opponent. The key was the 5th round. If he could pass the 5th round, Qin Sheng would be in the top 10. Without realizing it, Qin Sheng was already about to advance to the top 10. Even Qin Sheng himself did not expect this. He looked at Lin Feng gratefully. He knew that without Lin Feng, an itinerant cultivator like him could not have stood out among the many geniuses and strive for the top 10. Unfortunately, in the 5th round, Qin Sheng encountered Ouyang Bingyu. Although the moment he faced Ouyang Bingyu, Qin Sheng felt very regretful, he did not back down, let alone admit defeat. Instead, He used his moves to his best ability and faced Ouyang Bingyu in his strongest state. In the end, he naturally lost. Perfected person, Qin Sheng has disappointed you. After Qin Sheng failed, he looked dejected. It's fine. You encountered Ouyang Bingyu. She should have reached the critical point and is almost certain to obtain first place. Your loss was inevitable, Lin Feng said indifferently. In reality, everyone knew that after Ouyang Bingyu obtained the chaotic spirit fruit, she would probably be taken in as a disciple by revered person Nimbus. This way, revered person Nimbus would almost be certain to acquire another disciple, who was a chaotic perfected person. As for her loyalty, that was unknown. However, how many chaotic perfected persons had revered person Nimbus recruited through this method? There were at least 10 of them. These 10 people were probably all here. Their main goal was still to head to the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm. Apart from searching for opportunities and obtaining treasures, the most important thing was probably to keep an eye on the other chaotic perfected persons for revered person Nimbus. If there were any treasures, they would naturally report them to revered person Nimbus. Hence, revered person Nimbus did not care too much about loyalty. He only cared about himself. If he could undergo metamorphosis again and become a peak chaotic life form, even disloyal disciples would have to obediently act loyal. As expected, after a few rounds, Ouyang Bingyu obtained first place in the chaotic spirit fruit. It could be considered a perfect curtain call to the Nimbus tournament. Perhaps those half-chaotic life forms were still talking about the geniuses of this Nimbus tournament. However, to the chaotic perfected persons present, these genius cultivators were only geniuses. Who would they take seriously apart from Ouyang Bingyu? If one did not become a chaotic life form, they would not even be qualified to talk to them. The Incendium continent had no lack of geniuses at all. However, there were so many geniuses in each era. How many of them could successfully metamorphose into chaotic life forms in the end? To ordinary cultivators, the Nimbus tournament had already ended. However, these chaotic perfected persons knew that while the Nimbus tournament had ended, the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm was about to be opened. That would be the battlefield of the chaotic perfected persons. Everyone, the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm has been opened. I believe everyone is already prepared. In 3 days, the array of the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm will decline to its weakest state. At that time, everyone can enter. As usual, half of the treasures obtained in the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm will be distributed to the Nimbus City. Revered person Nimbus raised the matter on distribution again. In name, it was distributed to the Nimbus City, but everyone knew that it was actually distributed to revered person Nimbus. Revered person, do not worry. We naturally understand. I've entered the Mystic Realm the last time it opened as well. I won't disappoint you. Naturally, we'll go according to the old rules. The many chaotic perfected persons chimed in one after another. This was not the first time the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm had been opened. They naturally knew the rules. Hence, 3 days later, many perfected persons received a notice from revered person Nimbus. They all came to the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm. However, Lin Feng realized that another figure had appeared in the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm this time. Ouyang Bingyu. Lin Feng was not the only one who was a little surprised. The other chaotic perfected persons were also very surprised. Ouyang Bingyu had already metamorphosed into a chaotic life form in 3 days. This was really miraculous. Ouyang Bingyu was lucky to be able to make it in time for the opening of the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm this time. Otherwise, she would have had to wait another 100 years. Buzz. The array of the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm was already at its weakest. Revered person Nimbus clenched his fists and roared, "Open!" Immediately, a hole was forcefully torn open in the array of the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm. There's no time to lose. Everyone, please enter. As soon as revered person Nimbus finished speaking, many chaotic perfected persons also entered. Chapter 817, 817 Fierce Battle with the 6 Perfected Persons. 817 Fierce Battle with the 6 Perfected Persons. Swoosh. Lin Feng and Zhao Chuanlong quickly flew into the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm as well. As soon as he arrived at the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm, Lin Feng realized that there seemed to be an array imprisoning him, vaguely suppressing his cultivation level. However, this suppression seemed very faint. This should be the restriction of the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm. The higher the cultivation level, the stronger the suppression. If advanced chaotic lifeforms, or even peak chaotic lifeforms, entered, they would be attacked at full force by the array of the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm. Even peak chaotic lifeforms would probably fall. This was the terrifying aspect of the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm. There were flowers, grass, and lifeforms in the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm, and it was complete with all kinds of rules. Hence, it was not a world independent of the chaos. It should be a certain space in the chaos that had been sealed by Perfected Lord Sky Sigil with an array. It was completely incomparable to Lin Feng's inner universe, but Perfected Lord Sky Sigil's attainments in arrays were far superior to Lin Feng's. In the entire Incendium continent, there was probably no one who could surpass Perfected Lord Sky Sigil in arrays. This was also why the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm was still intact despite Perfected Lord Sky Sigil's death so many years ago. No one could barge in by force, let alone destroy it, for the array of the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm was simply too powerful. Lin Feng and Zhao Chuanlong did not enter the Mystic Realm very quickly, but there were still people behind them. Ah! Ouyang Bingyu. Lin Feng saw Ouyang Bingyu again. Her expression was as cold as perennial ice, as if she would never smile. She looked like an ice queen. The others did not pay much attention to Ouyang Bingyu. After all, she had just metamorphosed into a chaotic life form. However, this was not the case for Lin Feng. He kept feeling that something was off about this Ouyang Bingyu. Follow Ouyang Bingyu. Lin Feng sent a voice transmission to Zhao Chuanlong immediately. Follow Ouyang Bingyu. Although Zhao Chuanlong was very confused, he did not hesitate at all at Lin Feng's order. He also quietly followed behind Ouyang Bingyu. Ouyang Bingyu did not seem to be interested in the environment of the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm at all, and only focused on flying forward. This was very abnormal. Normally, people who entered the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm for the first time would be curious. For example, Lin Feng would also look around curiously, afraid that he would trigger an array or something. However, Ouyang Bingyu was different. She was fully focused on flying onward, and was not interested in taking in her surroundings. Yet, miraculously, she did not activate any arrays. This was simply unbelievable. There's indeed something wrong with her. Lin Feng had been very suspicious in the first place. Ouyang Bingyu had undergone metamorphosis in only 3 days, and wanted to enter the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm immediately. Was it just to obtain treasures? There was probably some hidden story behind it. Now, Ouyang Bingyu's behavior further confirmed Lin Feng's hypothesis. Zhao Chuanlong, Lin Feng, you finally entered. Suddenly, 6 figures appeared in front of Lin Feng. 2 of them were the 2 perfected persons of the Jing family. As expected, the 2 perfected persons of the Jing family had joined forces with the other perfected persons. They planned to attack in the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm and kill Lin Feng and Zhao Chuanlong once and for all. Heaven-turning seal. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. He was in a hurry to follow Ouyang Bingyu. How could he let the 2 perfected persons of the Jing family waste his time? Even though the other party had 6 chaotic perfected persons, he still attacked immediately. The terrifying heaven-turning seal seemed to be spinning, enveloping the 2 venerables of the Jing family in an instant. Attack. The expressions of the 2 perfected persons of the Jing family changed slightly. Radiant light flowed from their bodies, and a halo appeared above their heads, enveloping them. It was clearly a powerful chaotic artifact. Boom. Lin Feng's heaven-turning seal struck it hard. The halos on the heads of the Jing family's perfected persons only shook slightly. It could not break the halos at all. Seeing that Ouyang Bingyu had already disappeared, a trace of killing intent arose in Lin Feng's heart. Unseal. Lin Feng was furious that the perfected persons of the Jing family had intercepted him along the way, causing him to lose Ouyang. Bingyu. Hence, he immediately unsealed his chaotic holes. When the first chaotic hole was unsealed, the aura on Lin Feng's body increased explosively. By the time the second chaotic hole was resolved, Lin Feng had already mobilized the surrounding chaotic aura. After the third chaotic hole was unsealed, Lin Feng's body even grew slightly taller, like an ancient deity. Just the way he stood in the void was oppressive. Powerful. He was simply too powerful. With just 3 chaotic holes unsealed, Lin Feng's aura had already reached the peak of an ordinary chaotic life form, or even stronger. Heaven-turning seal. This time, the heaven-turning seal that Lin Feng used was overwhelming. It was as if the world was turned upside down, and the sun and moon lost their light. All the chaotic aura within a radius of dozens of kilometers boiled. How can it be so strong? Even Ancestor Jing was shocked. He had cultivated for so many years and thought that he had already reached the peak of an ordinary chaotic life form. He could be considered one of the best among ordinary chaotic perfected persons, and rarely met his match. However, he was still worried. He invited 4 chaotic perfected persons who were on par with him to surround and kill Lin Feng together, just in case. But now, the aura emitted by Lin Feng posed an extreme amount of pressure to him, but he could clearly determine that Lin Feng was not an advanced chaotic life form, but an ordinary chaotic life form. Lin Feng's gaze was cold. Without any hesitation, he used his full strength and slammed down with his palm. Boom. Finally, the halo that Ancestor Jing was using flickered wildly and was on the verge of collapse. Clearly, it could not withstand Lin Feng's heaven-turning seal. At this moment, the attacks of the other 4 chaotic perfected persons arrived. Humph, spirit suppression bell, suppress. Lin Feng threw it with one hand. The spirit suppression bell flickering with a golden light expanded instantly, becoming incomparably huge. Clang. The spirit suppression bell rang slightly. All the chaotic perfected persons present, including Zhao Chuanlong, stiffened slightly. He knew very well that this was a peak chaotic artifact of the Zhao family. However, in the Zhao family, no one could unleash the power of the spirit suppression bell. But now, in Lin Feng's hands, this spirit suppression bell was simply invincible and without a match. Crunch. Relying on the spirit suppression bell, he suppressed all the chaotic perfected persons in an instant. Lin Feng's heaven-turning seal slammed down hard and shattered Ancestor Jing's halo. Then, a terrifying power enveloped the 2 perfected persons of the Jing family. Thud. As Lin Feng unsealed the 3 chaos holes and used the heaven-turning seal, without the protection of the chaotic artifact, Ancestor Jing and the Jing Patriarch, and even the senior chaotic perfected persons could not withstand a single palm strike from Lin Feng. Hence, as Lin Feng's heaven-turning seal landed, the bodies of the 2 ancestors of the Jing family were instantly reduced into mush. They were killed by Lin Feng without even making a sound. The spirit suppression bell could only suppress chaotic perfected persons for an instant. As the 2 perfected persons of the Jing family were killed by Lin Feng's palm strike, all the chaotic perfected persons' eyes widened in disbelief. These were actually 2 chaotic perfected persons, not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. However, this was the reality. The 2 perfected persons of the Jing family had fallen. Chapter 818, 818 Clear the Site. 818 Clear the Site. As the main culprits, the 2 perfected persons of the Jing family were the main envoys to intercept and kill Lin Feng. Who would have thought that the moment they met, the 2 perfected persons of the Jing family would both fall? This was really beyond the expectations of the other 4 chaotic perfected persons. Leave quickly. We can't fight this person head-on. Seeing that the 2 perfected persons of the Jing family were both dead, even if the 4 chaotic venerables really tried their best to surround and kill Lin Feng and Zhao Chuanlong, the Jing family would not be able to give them the benefits they were promised. After all, the 2 perfected persons of the Jing family were already dead. Where could they get any benefits from? Moreover, Lin Feng was so strong that he was simply invincible. In particular, that chaotic artifact was simply too powerful. It could Suppress them for an instant. In a life-or-death battle, that would be a life-or-death moment. Hence, they fled, disregarding everything. Trying to run. Too late. Lin Feng snorted coldly and took out the spirit suppression bell again. Clang. The spirit suppression bell let out a long ring. The bodies of the 4 chaotic perfected persons who were running wildly stiffened slightly. Again. Lin Feng and Zhao Chuanlong were already prepared. They suddenly charged forward. Heaven-turning seal. Using chaotic spells in such a short period of time was clearly too time-consuming. Chaotic martial arts were the most suitable. Lin Feng's heaven-turning seal was extremely powerful. As long as one did not escape the range of the heaven-turning seal, it was useless even if they broke free from the restraints of the spirit-suppressing bell, because they would have to resist the heaven-turning seal head-on. Not many ordinary chaotic perfected persons could withstand the heaven-turning seal used by Lin Feng after unsealing 3 chaotic holes. No. A chaotic perfected person cried out in fear, but it was useless. Since he came here, he had to pay the price of failure. Bang. 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 Lin Feng used the spirit suppression bell to kill the 4 chaotic perfected persons one by one. Including the 2 perfected persons from the Jing family. None of the 6 perfected persons who surrounded and tried to kill Lin Feng escaped. They were all killed by Lin Feng. Perfected person, they're all dead. The threat has been resolved. Seeing how terrifying Lin Feng was, killing 6 great perfected persons alone, Zhao Chuanlong was also a little scared. He had originally thought that Lin Feng was already powerful enough, but from the looks of it, he had still underestimated Lin Feng's strength. Ouyang Bingyu has already disappeared. Lin Feng frowned. Having lost Ouyang Bingyu, it was pointless no matter how many chaotic perfected persons he killed. However, he was also very resigned. Ouyang Bingyu's speed was very fast to begin with. If he was delayed even a little, he would definitely lose. Ouyang Bingyu. Since he had already lost track of Ouyang Bingyu, Lin Feng no longer worried about gains or losses. Instead, based on the information he had obtained previously, he flew towards the largest dangerous place in the Sky Sigil mystic realm. It was also rumored to be the Sky Sigil Peak, where perfected Lord Sky Sigil had once cultivated. With Lin Feng's strength, as long as he was careful, he would not be in too much danger in the Sky Sigil mystic realm. This is the place. A trace of excitement appeared in Ouyang Bingyu's cold eyes as she looked at the mountain in front of her. This was the Sky Sigil Peak. The place where perfected Lord Sky Sigil used to cultivate. Over the years, the Sky Sigil mystic realm had opened countless times, but no one dared to enter Sky Sigil Peak. The reason was very simple. Those who entered were basically all dead. As the place where perfected Lord Sky Sigil used to cultivate, the various arrays on Sky Sigil Peak were simply terrifyingly powerful. If one failed to break the array and was trapped in it, they would almost certainly die. Ouyang Bingyu was different. She thought of the incomplete legacy she had obtained before. It could only be completed on Sky Sigil Peak. That's right. Ouyang Bingyu had a secret. She had once obtained an incomplete legacy. Originally, she did not know what kind of legacy it was. She only knew that it was very profound. However, as she cultivated over a long time, she naturally learned what a great legacy she had obtained. It was the legacy of perfected Lord Sky Sigil. Ouyang Bingyu had obtained the legacy of perfected Lord Sky Sigil, so she was able to rise to power in a very short period of time, and even cultivate until she was a peak half-chaotic life form. From there, she obtained the first place in the Nimbus battle, and was bestowed the chaotic spirit fruit. Moreover, she seized the time and actually underwent metamorphosis successfully. This meant that she was actually quite talented. She seized every opportunity and entered the Sky Sigil mystic realm. Once she entered the Sky Sigil mystic realm, she was almost like a fish in water. All kinds of arrays could not escape her notice. As for Sky Sigil Peak, although there were many arrays, she was confident that she could easily pass through them and enter Sky Sigil Peak. Swoosh. Ouyang Bingyu's figure flashed, and she had already disappeared into Sky Sigil Peak. However, a few figures appeared out of the blue around Sky Sigil Peak after Ouyang Bingyu disappeared. If other chaotic perfected persons were present, they would realize that these few people were basically the strongest chaotic perfected persons who had entered the Sky Sigil mystic realm this time. Perfected person Yun Miao, I didn't expect you to also come to Sky Sigil Peak as well. One of the chaotic perfected persons said indifferently. Do you think that you're the only one who saw through Ouyang Bingyu's issue? Perfected person Yun Miao sneered. Since everyone can see the issue with Ouyang Bingyu, and there's indeed a issue with Ouyang Bingyu, to avoid unnecessary trouble, can we agree on the rules? The one who spoke was a female chaotic perfected person. Apart from Ouyang Bingyu, there was only one other female chaotic perfected person who had entered the Sky Sigil mystic realm this time. Her name was Perfected Person Red Lotus, and she was a famous and powerful perfected person who was only half a step away from becoming an advanced chaotic life form. Oh! What rules? The last chaotic perfected person Black Gust, asked indifferently. It's very simple. The four of us are practically the strongest people who have entered the Sky Sigil mystic realm this time. We can't enter Sky Sigil Peak, and this Ouyang Bingyu is the key. However, she will definitely come down. Once she comes down, we will join forces to capture her and interrogate her about the treasures she obtained. How about that? As for before that, we'll station ourselves at the periphery of Sky Sigil Peak. Anyone who approaches Sky Sigil Peak will be killed without mercy. This is to avoid alerting Ouyang Bingyu and causing her to hide in Sky Sigil Peak instead of leaving. Perfected person Red Lotus pursed her lips and chuckled, looking very seductive. The other three chaotic perfected persons raised their brows. They all understood what Perfected person Red Lotus meant. Perfected person Red Lotus wants to clear the site. That's right, clear the site. What do you all think? I think it's feasible. I think it's feasible too. The other three perfected persons all nodded in agreement. Clearing the site was only beneficial to the four of them. Once Ouyang Bingyu came down from Sky Sigil Peak, the treasure she obtained would belong to the four of them. Hence, no one mentioned what to do after Ouyang Bingyu came down. This was because everyone had a tacit understanding that after Ouyang Bingyu left Sky Sigil Peak, everyone would have to rely on their own methods. Hence, the four perfected persons quickly scattered around Sky Sigil Peak and concealed themselves. The four of them showed no mercy and killed anyone who approached Sky Sigil Peak for a certain distance. In just a few days, more than a dozen perfected persons had fallen at the hands of the four chaotic perfected persons. In this time, the news also spread. Sky Sigil Peak was practically an ultimate forbidden place. No one dared to approach Sky Sigil Peak again. Swoosh. On this day, Lin Feng and Zhao Chuanlong finally arrived at Sky Sigil Peak. They could even see the majestic mountain from afar. That mountain is Sky Sigil Peak. Zhao Chuanlong said with some emotion, and asked with a frown, Perfected person, have you heard the recent rumors? You mean the rumors about clearing the site? That's right, clearing the site. Four chaotic perfected persons joined forces to clear the site near Sky Sigil Peak for some unknown reason. Could it be to monopolize the treasures of Sky Sigil Peak? But the array of Sky Sigil Peak is so powerful. Who can obtain the treasures? Zhao Chuanlong was clearly confused about why the four chaotic perfected persons would join forces to clear the site. Won't we know what's going on by once we ask them personally? Lin Feng lifted his head and stared in a certain direction in the void with a faint smile. Chapter 819, 819 Killing Perfected Person Fiery Dragon Instantly. 819 Killing Perfected Person Fiery Dragon Instantly. Who is it? Only then did Zhao Chuanlong seem to sense that there was an unusual fluctuation in the void, as if someone was spying on him. TSK, to be able to discover me so quickly. It seems that you have some ability after all. A figure slowly walked out of the void, as if he was warping space. His entire body was enveloped in a black robe, revealing only his eyes. Perfected person Black Summit. Seeing this person, Zhao Chuanlong exclaimed. Since he was here to participate in the Nimbus tournament and dared to enter the Sky Sigil mystic realm, it was impossible for him not to collect information. From this information, the most dangerous perfected persons were marked. Among them was perfected person Black Summit. The concealment technique is not bad, Lin Feng said indifferently, with some appreciation in his eyes. Just now, he almost did not notice perfected person Black Summit. It was only when the other party revealed a slight sign by accident that Lin Feng realized that the other party was hiding in the void. Considering his strength and cultivation, it was naturally impossible for him to really warp space. Rather, he had been hiding nearby the entire time. It was just that no one had discovered him. You should know that this place has been cleared, right? Yet you still dare to come. Looks like you have something to rely on. Perfected person Black Summit was not blindly arrogant. He adhered to the principle that a lion must use its full strength even when hunting a rabbit. Otherwise, it was not impossible for one to fail due to being caught off guard. After all, any chaotic perfected person might have a trump card that could catch others off guard. Although he was strong, he had not reached the point where he could crush and suppress all others. Die. As soon as perfected person Black Summit finished speaking, he suddenly attacked. A black square seal flew out of his hand. It expanded at once, and finally became incomparably huge. A heavy pressure enveloped Lin Feng and Zhao Chuanlong. This was the Black Summit seal. It had been refined by perfected person Black Gust for tens of thousands of years, and dozens of mountains had been refined into it. Its power was comparable to a strike from an ordinary advanced chaotic life form. This was also perfected person Black Summit's strongest strike. Unexpectedly, he used his strongest strike as soon as he attacked. He had to kill his opponent with a single strike and not leave any chance of fluke for his opponent. Good one. Heaven-turning seal. A sharp glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes as well. Facing the other party's Black Summit seal, Lin Feng quickly unsealed the three chaotic holes in his body, and an extremely powerful aura erupted. Moreover, he used the strongest heaven-turning seal to counter the Black Summit seal of perfected person Black Summit. Boom. With a loud bang, Lin Feng's palm met the Black Summit seal. Lin Feng held the Black Summit seal with one hand. No matter how heavy and hard the Black Summit seal was, Lin Feng held it aloft. He held the mountain with one hand like a deity. How is this possible? Perfected person Black Summit's eyes widened, as if he could not believe the scene before him. If Lin Feng had used a chaotic artifact to block his Black Summit seal, although he would also be surprised, he would not be so shocked. But what was Lin Feng doing? At this moment, with a chaotic martial art, Lin Feng was using only one hand to hold back his strongest strike, the Black Summit seal. Were ordinary chaotic perfected persons that strong? Perfected person Black Summit was shocked. In reality, Lin Feng was not doing well either. He was also secretly shocked. The weight of the Black Summit seal was simply too heavy. Even Lin Feng felt immense pressure, and could not hold out for long. Spirit Suppression Bell. Lin Feng used the Spirit Suppression Bell. With a clang, perfected person Black Summit's expression froze slightly. Perfected person Black Summit also seemed to have lost control of the Black Summit seal all of a sudden as well, and its power was greatly reduced. Lin Feng pushed it away with a palm strike. Greater transposition technique. Lin Feng's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of perfected person Black Summit in the blink of an eye. In just an instant, perfected person Black Summit broke free from the restraints of the Spirit Suppression Bell. However, it was already too late. Facing Lin Feng, who was already inches away, perfected person Black Summit retreated immediately and shouted, "Wait, you are qualified to clear the site with us." Thud. Lin Feng's heaven-turning seal, however, showed no mercy. He slammed down with his palm. A trace of fear appeared on perfected person Black Summit's face. Then, he transformed into a stream of light and moved away by a hair's breadth, causing Lin Feng's palm strike to miss. Lin Feng was also a little surprised. Perfected Person Black Summit was the first cultivator who could still escape when he used the spirit suppression bell and the heaven-turning seal at the same time. Stop, stop. Perfected Person Lin, I think there's a misunderstanding between us. Your strength has already been acknowledged by us. You already have the qualifications to clear the site. Perfected Person Black Summit said hurriedly. He could not help but show a trace of lingering fear. Just now, he had almost died for real. It had been a long, long time since Perfected Person Black Summit had experienced that feeling of death. Swoosh. 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 Soon, 3 figures flew over from afar. Perfected Person Black Summit, what's going on? Perfected Person Black Summit, you are in charge of clearing the site in this direction. Why are you still asking us for help? Haha, Black Summit, did you encounter trouble? These 3 figures were Perfected Persons Yunmiao, Fiery Dragon, and Red Lotus. There were a total of 4 chaotic perfected persons, and they were practically the strongest people who had entered the Sky Sigil mystic realm this time. Perfected Person Black Summit heaved a sigh of relief, but his expression was still solemn. Perfected Persons, this Perfected Person Lin Feng is extraordinarily strong. I think Perfected Person Lin Feng should be qualified to join our site clearing operation. What? Join the site clearing operation. The 3 perfected persons looked at Lin Feng. They did not know Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng was not very well known in the Incendium continent, and was not a famous chaotic perfected person. However, Perfected Person Black Summit had recommended Lin Feng to join. This was really a little unusual. Why? Do you have any objections, Perfected Person Fiery Dragon? If you think that Perfected Person Lin Feng is not qualified, you can give it a try yourself, Perfected Person Black Summit suddenly said coldly. Perfected Person Fiery Dragon had a hot temper. If just anyone could clear the site, where would he stand? Even though there was a hint of provocation in Perfected Person Black Summit's tone, Perfected Person Fiery Dragon did not care who Lin Feng was at all. Let me see if you have the right to clear the site. A sharp glint flashed across Perfected Person Fiery Dragon's eyes as he threw a punch. His entire body seemed to have turned into a huge fireball that ignited the void. Heaven-turning seal. Lin Feng's figure flashed, and he approached Perfected Person Fiery Dragon in an instant. He used the heaven-turning seal again. Immediately, it was as if the world was upside down, and the void was in chaos. Chaotic aura surged violently. A terrifying force enveloped Perfected Person Fiery Dragon, almost causing the force of his fist to dissipate. Impossible. Thud. Perfected Person Fiery Dragon was not so lucky. When he was struck by Lin Feng's heaven-turning seal, his entire body felt as if it had suffered a heavy blow, and his body instantly exploded. Moreover, Lin Feng used flames to burn Perfected Person Fiery Dragon's flesh. In just the span of a breath, from the moment he attacked to the moment he was blasted apart, it only took the span of a breath for Perfected Person Fiery Dragon to fall completely. One of the 4 dignified perfected persons, an expert qualified to clear the site, was actually blasted apart by Lin Feng with a single palm strike. He did not even have the ability to escape. For a moment, even Perfected Person Black Summit, who had a certain understanding of Lin Feng's strength, was shocked. It was too stunning. Lin Feng killed Perfected Person Fiery Dragon with ease. Lin Feng was expressionless. He stood in the air with his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Do I have the right to clear the site?" "Yes, of course." Perfected Person Yunmiao made a prompt decision and said, "One of the 4 perfected persons happens to be missing now. Why don't you take charge of Perfected Person Fiery Dragon's area, Perfected Person Lin? Be it Perfected Person Yunmiao or Perfected Person Red Lotus, or the slightly frightened Perfected Person Black Summit, all of them looked at Lin Feng with deep fear. How could Lin Feng not be qualified to clear the site after killing Perfected Person Fiery Dragon instantly? His qualification was simply far beyond. It even made the 3 of them feel heavy pressure. Chapter 820, 820 Ouyang Bingyu's Choice. 820 Ouyang Bingyu's Choice. All right, now, the 3 of you should tell me what happened here. Why did the three of you choose to clear the site? Lin Feng and Zhao Chuanlong had already reached a preliminary agreement with the three chaotic perfected persons. He replaced perfected person Fiery Dragon as one of the four perfected persons. Perfected person Lin doesn't know. Perfected person Yunmiao was a little stunned. Lin Feng did not even know what was going on, yet he fought with perfected person Black Summit, and even killed perfected person Fiery Dragon in the end. At this thought, perfected person Yunmiao also mourned for perfected person Fiery Dragon inwardly. It was clearly perfected person Black Summit who had a conflict with Lin Feng, yet in the end, perfected person Fiery Dragon was killed and became the scapegoat. Lin Feng had actually killed perfected person Fiery Dragon without being aware of anything. Perfected person Fiery Dragon's death was truly in vain. However, at this point, it was impossible for the three perfected persons to fight with Lin Feng for the sake of perfected person Fiery Dragon. Hence, perfected person Yunmiao explained in detail, the reason is very simple. We discovered that someone could enter Sky Sigil Peak, so we cleared the site in advance to prevent anyone from accidentally entering Sky Sigil Peak and alerting that perfected person who entered Sky Sigil Peak. Lin Feng was a little surprised. He knew about Sky Sigil Peak. It was rumored that it was the place where perfected Lord Sky Sigil cultivated, and no one could enter. Many chaotic perfected persons had tried to enter before, but all of them had fallen. Later, no one dared to enter. Now, someone could actually enter Sky Sigil Peak. It's Ouyang Bingyu. It's her. Although Lin Feng was a little surprised, he did not show it. Perfected person Yunmiao had some guesses. Then, he smiled and shook his head. Looks like perfected person Lin has also discovered something unusual about Ouyang Bingyu. Actually, there are many people who have discovered Ouyang Bingyu's abnormality, but the four of us are guarding here and clearing the site in advance. Hence, no one can enter a certain range of Sky Sigil Peak. Our guess is that Ouyang Bingyu must have obtained some legacy from perfected Lord Sky Sigil, which is why she could to enter Sky Sigil Peak without being attacked by the array. Hence, we waited outside Sky Sigil Peak for Ouyang Bingyu to leave. Lin Feng nodded. He understood completely. It seemed like he was not the only smart one. At least the four perfected persons had also discovered Ouyang Bingyu's abnormality. Even some others had discovered it as well. However, with the four perfected persons clearing the site, who would dare to approach without permission? Ouyang Bingyu was still too young and inexperienced. She had exposed herself through some signs and these chaotic perfected persons caught them. Once Ouyang Bingyu left Sky Sigil Peak, everything she had would probably be divided among many chaotic perfected persons. Lin Feng shook his head and did not comment. The four perfected persons guarded different directions and continued to clear the site. Fortunately, it seemed like during this period of time, news of the four perfected persons clearing the site had been circulating throughout the entire Sky Sigil mystic realm. Hence, no one approached Sky Sigil Peak anymore. Hence, Lin Feng did not have the chance to attack yet. He merely concealed his aura at the foot of Sky Sigil Peak and waited quietly. Time passed quickly. Soon, a month had gone by. Even though Ouyang Bingyu still had not left the mountain, the four perfected persons were very calm, and were not anxious at all. Buzz. Suddenly, a slight change occurred in the array of Sky Sigil Peak. To the four perfected persons who were constantly paying attention to the situation on Sky Sigil Peak, this slight change naturally could not escape their senses. She's out. Ouyang Bingyu has finally come out. She must have gained a lot after staying for a month. There's no hurry. We'll attack after Ouyang Bingyu has left a certain range of the Sky Sigil Peak. After all, who knows how large the range of the array on Sky Sigil Peak is. If Ouyang Bingyu can activate those arrays, or escapes into Sky Sigil Peak again, it'll be difficult to capture her again. The four perfected persons appeared very prudent and did not attack immediately. As the array on Sky Sigil Peak changed, a figure indeed appeared under Sky Sigil Peak. It was Ouyang Bingyu. Ouyang Bingyu, who had come down from Sky Sigil Peak, had a clear smile on her face. She looked radiant and seemed to be in a good mood. She must have gained a lot on Sky Sigil Peak. However, she was still cautious. She first used her mental power to investigate and did not find anything. Only then did she choose a direction and quickly fly forward. However, her caution was useless before the four perfected persons. As Ouyang Bingyu left Sky Sigil Peak, the four perfected persons were also prepared to attack at any time. It's about time. Attack. Perfected person Yun Miao figure flashed, and he was the first to attack. Swoosh. Perfected person Yun Miao waved his hand, and a dazzling white net swept towards Ouyang Bingyu. He wanted to trap Ouyang Bingyu first. Ouyang Bingyu was clearly very cautious. She had sensed at the moment perfected person Yun Miao attacked and his aura was revealed. She did not fly forward, but retreated immediately, clearly trying to retreat back to Sky Sigil Peak. Ouyang Bingyu's choice was correct. Unfortunately, perfected person Black Summit stood behind Ouyang Bingyu and stopped her from retreating to Sky Sigil Peak. Hey, hand over the treasure obediently. Perhaps then, we can spare your life. Perfected person Black Summit emitted an immense aura that made Ouyang Bingyu's heart tremble. Immediately after, perfected person Red Lotus appeared beside her with an enchanting expression. Ouyang Bingyu, you are so beautiful. It would be a pity if you die. Lin Feng also showed up with Zhao Chuanlong. Ouyang Bingyu looked around. She naturally knew perfected person Red Lotus, perfected person Black Summit, and perfected person Yun Miao. These were the strongest few chaotic perfected persons who had entered the Sky Sigil mystic realm this time. As for Lin Feng and Zhao Chuanlong, she had never paid much attention to them, but being able to be with the other three chaotic perfected persons meant that their strength was definitely not bad. With her current strength, she was probably not a match for anyone among Lin Feng and the others. There are 5 of you. Who should I give the treasure to? Ouyang Bingyu still maintained her composure, which was quite rare. Perfected person Yun Miao's expression changed slightly, even though he knew that this was Ouyang Bingyu's plan. She wanted the few of them to kill each other so that she had a chance to escape. However, as soon as these words were spoken, some of the 4 of them would definitely be tempted, or have other thoughts. Then, the others would be in danger and had to be on guard. Moreover, they had agreed previously that once Ouyang Bingyu appeared, every person would rely on their own methods. If there's any chaotic spirit treasure, I'll take it. Apart from that, you just need to show me the cultivation technique of perfected Lord Sky Sigil. You can keep the other treasures. Lin Feng was the first to speak, his tone calm. Seeing Lin Feng speak, the expressions of the other 3 also changed slightly. How can I trust you? Ouyang Bingyu frowned slightly and stared intently at Lin Feng. You can choose not to trust me. Lin Feng did not comment and said indifferently, as if he did not care if Ouyang Bingyu believed him at all. At this moment, perfected person Yun Miao also hurriedly said, I only want chaotic spirit treasures too. You can even keep the cultivation techniques. Beauty, you and I are both women. How can you trust the words of these men? Come to me. How about we divide the treasures equally? I will definitely protect you, perfected person Red Lotus said cheerily. I only want a peak chaotic artifact. Give it to me, and I'll give way immediately. Perfected person Black Summit was the last to speak, but the most unexpected thing was that the expressions of perfected person Yun Miao and perfected person Red Lotus changed drastically. Why had perfected person Black Peak suddenly become so conservative? He only wanted a peak chaotic artifact. Even Lin Feng glanced at perfected person Black Summit in surprise, but did not say anything else. In reality, perfected person Black Summit knew very well that he was not Lin Feng's match. He had fought Lin Feng before, and still felt lingering fear even now. It was impossible to monopolize the treasure alone. It would already be very good if he could obtain a peak chaotic artifact. As for perfected person Red Lotus and perfected person Yun Miao, perfected person Black Summit was already mourning for them. They had no idea how terrifying Lin Feng was. Just killing perfected person fiery dragon did not seem to be enough to deter their greed. Right now, everyone's gaze was focused on Ouyang Bingyu. The four of them all gave conditions. Perfected person black summits. Conditions were no doubt the most lenient. He only wanted a peak chaotic artifact for making way for Ouyang Bingyu, giving her a chance of returning to Sky Sigil Peak. However, there was only a chance. As for how great a chance it would depend on the methods of the other three perfected persons. Ouyang Bingyu closed her eyes. She knew that she could only rely on herself to make the choice now. Her life or death might depend on her decision at this moment. I choose. Ouyang Bingyu opened her eyes in an instant. Chapter 821, 821 The Perfected Lord's Legacy. 821 The Perfected Lord's Legacy. I choose, you. Ouyang Bingyu opened her eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Perfected person Black Summit's expression changed. How could this be? Why did Ouyang Bingyu not even want to give him a peek? Chaotic artifact, and chose Lin Feng instead. Ouyang Bingyu must have obtained many chaotic artifacts on Sky Sigil Peak, and definitely had a peak chaotic artifact. Why would she choose Lin Feng instead of just giving him a chaotic artifact? Perfected person Black Summit was not the only one who was surprised. Actually, both perfected person Yun Miao and perfected person Red Lotus were very surprised. No matter how one looked at it, Lin Feng's conditions were far from generous. However, since Ouyang Bingyu had made the choice, they had to respond. Kill. Perfected person Yun Miao waved his hand, and another huge white net descended from the sky. Moreover, even the other chaotic perfected persons were enveloped in such a small area. Perfected person Red Lotus was also covered in pink pollen that emitted a fragrance. Even chaotic perfected persons would be affected by this fragrance if they inhaled it. Perfected person Black Summit also gritted his teeth and took the risk. He used the Black Summit seal to envelop Ouyang Bingyu. How terrifying was the power of three perfected persons attacking at the same time. Even Ouyang Bingyu could not calm down now. And her face was slightly pale. You made the right choice. Lin Feng took a deep breath. With a flash, he arrived beside Ouyang Bingyu in an instant. Unseal. Boom. The three chaotic holes in Lin Feng's body were unsealed instantaneously. A terrifying aura surged in all directions like a violent torrent. Lin Feng's three chaotic holes were resolved. Facing the attacks of the three chaotic perfected persons, Lin Feng only extended a fair palm, and flipped it gently. Heaven-turning seal. Boom. It was as if a huge hand had appeared out of thin air, freezing the void and hanging the world upside down, colliding with the attacks of the three chaotic perfected persons. The terrifying shockwave instantly shook the three chaotic perfected persons. At the same time, the faces of the slightly weaker perfected person Red Lotus flushed slightly, becoming even rosier. However, her eyes were filled with shock. As the dust settled, Lin Feng remained motionless, and Ouyang Bingyu was unscathed. What? Can one person hold off the three of us? This is still an ordinary chaotic life form. Perfected person Yun Miao and perfected person Red Lotus were both shocked. Only perfected person Black Summit smiled weakly to himself. As expected, Lin Feng's strength far exceeded everyone's imagination. Even if he was not an advanced chaotic life forms yet, their strength was not far off. Even if the three of them joined forces, they were far from Lin Feng's match. Go. Perfected person Black Summit made a prompt decision and left directly, not intending to linger any longer. Perfected person Red Lotus and perfected person Yun Miao, who had originally wanted to fight with Lin Feng, were both stunned. They did not expect perfected person Black Summit to leave so decisively. However, without perfected person Black Summit, the two of them had no chance of winning against Lin Feng at all. Perfected person Yun Miao said reluctantly, perfected person Lin, see you next time. Hence, perfected person Yun Miao and perfected person Red Lotus also turned around and left. Lin Feng stood in the air. He was a little surprised to see Ouyang Bingyu motionless. They're all gone. Aren't you going to try to escape? However, Ouyang Bingyu shook her head and said, "You could suppress the 3 perfected persons. Escape. I have no chance at all. In fact, once I escape, I may very well be killed by you. Why take the risk? Why did you choose me earlier? Because you're calm, composed, and very confident. It's as if no matter how the situation changes, you're not worried at all. This means that no matter what I choose, it makes no difference in your eyes. Then, why not choose to trust you? At the very least, you'll definitely keep your promise." Lin Feng actually admired Ouyang Bingyu a little now. No wonder she could metamorphose into a chaotic life form so quickly after obtaining the legacy. This was not an easy matter. It was just like how back when Lin Feng obtained the chaotic origin stone fragment, Lin Feng was not the only one who had obtained the chaotic origin stone fragment. However, Lin Feng was the only one who transcended in the end. Legacies and treasures were all very important, but what was more important was the cultivator himself. One could control these legacies and treasures, and maximize the use of opportunities to convert them into his own strength. That was what made a truly intelligent cultivator. I will naturally keep my promise. You can keep the chaotic spirit treasure, or the legacy of perfected Lord Sky sigil you obtained. There were not many things that could catch Lin Feng's eye now. I do not have a chaotic spirit treasure. Moreover, with my strength, even if I really encounter a chaotic spirit treasure, how can I obtain the recognition of a chaotic spirit treasure? Ouyang Bingyu shook her head. This was also the truth. The chaotic spirit treasure had already developed sentience, and could choose its master on its own. If the chaotic spirit treasure did not recognize its master, with the power of the spirit treasure, even a peak chaotic life form would probably not be able to subdue it, let alone Ouyang Bingyu, who was only an ordinary chaotic life form. In reality, Lin Feng had never thought of obtaining a chaotic spirit treasure either. There are no chaotic spirit treasures on Sky Sigil Peak. Even perfected Lord Sky Sigil would value a spirit treasure highly. How can he leave it in the Sky Sigil mystic realm instead of carrying it with him? Lin Feng nodded. That's right. Although there are no chaotic spirit treasures, there are indeed some treasures. Among them, there's a peak chaotic artifact and a few high-level chaotic artifacts. I think this perfected person Zhao must have just metamorphosed into a chaotic life form. And like myself, lacks variety in his abilities. This divine fire barrier is capable of both offense and defense. It's a rare treasure among high-level chaotic artifacts. To a certain extent, it's not inferior to some peak chaotic artifacts, so I'll give it to perfected person Zhao. Zhao Chuanlong was a little surprised and took the divine fire barrier as well. After sensing it for a moment, he loved it even more. This divine fire barrier was indeed very miraculous. It had a combination of offensive and defensive functions. Although it was a high-grade chaotic artifact, it did not consume too much mental power. Even perfected persons who had just entered the realm of chaotic life forms could control it with ease. Compared to the difficulty of controlling the spirit suppression bell, this divine fire barrier was undoubtedly more suitable for Zhao Chuanlong. Thank you, perfected person Ouyang. Zhao Chuanlong undoubtedly had a much better impression of Ouyang Bingyu. Ouyang Bingyu had taken the initiative to give it to him. And no one had coerced her. Perfected person Lin, I also have the perfected Lord's legacy that you want. Ouyang Bingyu threw out a crystal directly. Lin Feng extended his mental power into the crystal. Immediately, a vast and profound message surged into Lin Feng's mind. Fortunately, Lin Feng's mental power was very strong. Although the legacy in the crystal was profound and vast, it could not crush his mental power. Hence, when Lin Feng sorted it out carefully, he realized that this was indeed the legacy of perfected Lord Sky Sigil. This legacy was even rather comprehensive. It recorded a cultivation technique of perfected Lord Sky Sigil that reached the perfected Lord realm. However, it was not very suitable for Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng cultivated the primeval true scripture, which was also a top-notch technique, and was not inferior to perfected Lord Sky Sigil's technique. However, apart from cultivation techniques, there were also all kinds of arcane techniques, martial arts, and spells. In particular, arrays were actually included in the legacy. Among them were the arrays of Sky Sigil Peak. Perfected person Ouyang, you really do keep your promise. After Lin Feng finished reading the contents of the crystal and looked up at Ouyang Bingyu, there was now a trace of amiability on his face. Ouyang Bingyu could have secretly erased the contents of the array in the crystal, but she did not. In fact, in the Sky Sigil mystic realm, the legacy of these arrays was the most crucial thing. With the legacy on these arrays, Lin Feng could also enter Sky Sigil Peak freely, and be like a fish in water in the Sky Sigil mystic realm. Perfected person Lin kept your word too. How can I not keep mine? Moreover, there's a secret chamber on Sky Sigil Peak, which I'm afraid I can't enter with my strength alone. However, perfected person Lin is extraordinarily strong. If we can enter it, we'll definitely gain a lot. With the legacy of the arrays, perfected person Lin can enter Sky Sigil Peak without worries. You won't have to worry about me using the arrays to deal with you. Ouyang Bingyu was very sincere, which also moved Lin Feng a little. I'll only take 20% of whatever is in that secret chamber. What do you think, perfected person Lin? Lin Feng pondered for a moment. He was certain that these arrays were indeed arrays of the Sky Sigil Peak. The current Sky Sigil Peak no longer posed any threat to Lin Feng. Moreover, Ouyang Bingyu did not seem to be lying. All right. If we can enter the secret chamber, you'll get 20%. All right, I trust perfected person Lin. A smile also appeared on Ouyang Bingyu's face. Chapter 822, 822 Spirit of the Flaming Divine Phoenix. 822 Spirit of the Flaming Divine Phoenix. On Sky Sigil Peak, Lin Feng, Zhao Chuanlong, and Ouyang Bingyu successfully passed through the layers of arrays and arrived at the summit of Sky Sigil Peak. Even Lin Feng was amazed by these arrays. They were simply too powerful. If he had not obtained the legacy of perfected Lord Sky Sigil from Bingyu and gained some understanding of the arrays of Sky Sigil Peak, charging in by force would mean certain death. Even advanced chaotic lifeforms, or even peak chaotic lifeforms, would definitely die. Perfected Lord Sky Sigil is indeed worthy of being a perfected Lord level expert. These arrays are truly powerful. Lin Feng looked at the peak. There was a magnificent palace standing tall in the clouds, surrounded by clouds, like a paradise. This was where perfected Lord Sky Sigil cultivated. Even after so many years, this palace was still spotless. Open. Ouyang Bingyu came to the door and shouted loudly, before gently pushing it open. Inside the door, it was magnificent and covered densely in ancient array patterns. In fact, all the arrays on Sky Sigil Peak had a core, and that was this palace. Perfected person Lin, perfected person Zhao, I've already been to this palace before and plundered some treasures. There's only one secret chamber that I can't open. Ouyang Bingyu led Lin Feng to a secret chamber. There's an array. No, but Ouyang Bingyu smiled weakly and said, there's a chaotic life form. Chaotic life form. Lin Feng was a little confused. Then, Ouyang Bingyu flicked her finger, and a stream of flames flew towards the door. Buzz. The surrounding space seemed to have distorted all of a sudden. Lin Feng knew that this was just an illusion, but an enormous force descended at once. A giant, flaming bird appeared out of thin air. It let out a soft cry and swallowed the flames in one gulp. Swoosh. The giant flaming bird looked at Lin Feng and the others at once. Immediately, even Lin Feng felt a trace of pressure. This is the natural chaotic life form, Flaming Divine Phoenix. Things had changed since Lin Feng had first entered chaos, when he was ignorant about everything. At the very least, he still knew about such famed chaotic life forms. Ordinary Flaming Divine Phoenixes were natural chaotic life forms. Once they matured, they would be comparable to peak chaotic life forms, and were very terrifying. In fact, the kings of the Flaming Divine Phoenixes might even be comparable to true perfected lords. Once they appeared, it would mean calamity for the chaotic continent. Such a legendary divine bird could only be seen in myths. As for its true form, no one had ever seen it. If they encountered such a divine bird in the chaos, they would run as far as they could. No, this isn't the flaming divine phoenix. Lin Feng suddenly felt that something was amiss. If it were the flaming divine phoenix, he would naturally run as far as he could. But now, although he also vaguely felt a sense of threat, it did not seem to be that oppressive, unlike a peak chaotic dire beast. It's indeed the flaming divine phoenix. However, this is not its true form, but the spirit of the flaming divine phoenix. Ouyang Bingyu said coldly. Spirit of the flaming divine phoenix. No wonder it's not as threatening as those peak chaotic life forms. Lin Feng understood now. Even the spirit of the flaming divine phoenix was not something Ouyang Bingyu could deal with. Perfected person Ouyang, is it this trace of spirit of the flaming divine phoenix what prevented you from entering the secret chamber? That's right. The spirit of this flaming divine phoenix is too strong. It's probably infinitely close to an advanced chaotic life form. I'm far from its match. If not for the fact that it can't leave the range of 100 feet of the secret chamber, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape. Ouyang Bingyu said with a resigned smile. It seemed like she had also tried to enter this secret chamber previously. Unfortunately, she was deterred by the flaming divine phoenix, and could not enter at all. This secret chamber must be very important to perfected Lord Sky Sigil if he left the flaming divine phoenix to guard it. In that case, let me give it a try. A sharp glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. Then, he took a step forward, and his figure instantly appeared within 10 feet of the secret chamber. Immediately, the spirit of the flaming divine phoenix let out a loud cry. It spread its wings and flew in front of Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. Heaven-turning seal. Lin Feng did not dare to let his guard down at all. He used his strongest martial art, the heaven-turning seal. Moreover, he unsealed all 3 chaotic holes in his body at once. Otherwise, he could not be certain in dealing with this trace of spirit of the flaming divine phoenix. Even so, Lin Feng was not completely confident. Boom. The heaven-turning seal collided fiercely with the flaming divine phoenix. The flaming divine phoenix was sent flying at once. The power of the heaven-turning seal was not that easy to withstand. However, at the same time, a strand of flames actually appeared on Lin Feng's hand, and quickly ignited, spreading towards Lin Feng's body. These were chaotic flames. They could burn anything, even the cosmic membrane from back then. Lin Feng's mount, AO, needed a long time to accumulate chaotic flames. As for the flaming divine phoenix, it was born with the ability to control chaotic flames, and did not need to accumulate it at all. Just the difference in their chaotic flames alone was huge. Hence, the flaming divine phoenix was also far stronger than AO, and could even be considered AO's nemesis. This was because AO's strongest technique, the chaotic flames, was completely useless against the flaming divine phoenix. Retreat. Lin Feng's arm was instantly severed. Chaotic lifeforms were energy lifeforms to begin with. Their bodies were composed of a huge amount of energy. If he severed his arm, he would only lose some energy. It was not a big deal. However, Lin Feng had lost in this head-on clash. This was the first time Lin Feng had lost in a head-on clash since becoming a chaotic lifeform. Perfected person, are you all right? Zhao Chuanlong was very nervous. He immediately went forward to check on Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng shook his head and said, I'm fine. The chaotic flames of the flaming divine phoenix are indeed very powerful. Even if it's just a wisp of spirit, it's not something ordinary chaotic perfected persons can deal with. Ouyang Bingyu frowned and said, even perfected person Lin can't do anything. Looks like I can only wait until I have some success in cultivation in the future, and come again in another 100 years. Ouyang Bingyu felt a little regretful. If even Lin Feng could not deal with this wisp of soul of the flaming divine phoenix, would she definitely be able to deal with it in another 100 years? It probably would not be so easy. Moreover, who knew what would happen in the next 100 years? The flaming divine phoenix is indeed very powerful, but it's not impossible to deal with. Lin Feng already had a plan in mind. In reality, although he had lost just now, he was actually also testing the power of the flaming divine phoenix. This wisp of spirit of the flaming divine phoenix was indeed very strong, but it was not so strong that even Lin Feng could not deal with it. No matter how strong it was, as long as it had not reached the level of an advanced chaotic life form, Lin Feng had a way to deal with it. Swoosh! Lin Feng's figure flashed, and he stepped into the range of 100 feet of the flaming divine phoenix again. Immediately, the flaming divine phoenix pounced towards Lin Feng again. Spirit suppression bell, suppress. Lin Feng deployed the spirit suppression bell. With a clang, the bell rang. The flaming divine phoenix was ultimately just a wisp of spirit. Confined by the spirit suppression bell, its body stiffened all of a sudden. Heaven-turning seal. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Feng used the heaven-turning seal and struck the flaming divine phoenix hard. Boom. The body of the flaming divine phoenix was shattered at once, turning into scattered flames. However, Lin Feng did not smile in joy. Instead, he frowned slightly. This was because he actually could not kill this flaming divine phoenix. The heaven-turning seal had shattered the body of the flaming divine phoenix's spirit, but the other party quickly recovered. Clearly, within 100 feet of this secret chamber, the flaming divine phoenix seemed to have been enhanced by some array, and was temporarily undying. Spirit suppression bell, suppress. Lin Feng took out the spirit suppression bell again. With a clang, it confined the flaming divine phoenix. At the same time, Lin Feng did not use the heaven-turning seal. Instead, he mobilized the cosmic power in his body, and enveloped the flaming divine phoenix with it. Almost imperceptibly. Swoosh! In an instant, the flaming divine phoenix had disappeared. Chapter 823, 823 Full of Carcasses. 823 Full of Carcasses. Ah! The divine phoenix is gone. Ouyang Bingyu was slightly stunned. She had been paying attention to the situation of the battle, only to realize that Lin Feng seemed to have flown in front of the flaming divine phoenix. Then, nothing happened after. The flaming divine phoenix disappeared into thin air. Could Lin Feng have some unknown spatial artifact? Had Lin Feng sealed the flaming divine phoenix into the spatial artifact? On the other hand, Zhao Chuanlong was not too surprised. Back then, when Lin Feng created 3,000 universe demons at once and defeated his 800 Qilin guards, he knew that Lin Feng very likely had a powerful spatial artifact. Lin Feng did not know what Zhao Chuanlong and Ouyang Bingyu were guessing, but he did not have any spatial artifacts. Although Lin Feng did not have a spatial artifact, he had an internal universe that was even more miraculous than a spatial artifact. Just now, he had used the spirit suppression bell to make the flaming divine phoenix lose its ability to resist. Then, he directly mobilized the power of the universe and moved the flaming divine phoenix into the internal universe. Once it entered the internal universe, and was isolated from the array, the flaming divine phoenix would no longer be undying. As for the huge damage the flaming divine phoenix might cause to Lin Feng's internal universe, Lin Feng did not care at all. Lin Feng had all kinds of chaotic martial arts and chaotic spells, and even peak chaotic artifacts. However, these were not Lin Feng's strongest powers. Lin Feng's strongest ability was his internal universe. Just now, he already knew the power of the flaming divine phoenix's spirit. Although it was infinitely close to the power of an advanced chaotic life form, it had not reached it in the end. Then, suppressing it in the universe in his body would be a piece of cake. Cosmic power, suppress. As soon as Lin Feng moved the flaming divine phoenix into his internal universe, it immediately went berserk. The flames that filled the sky burned through space instantly, and large swaths of space were burned through. After all, Lin Feng's internal universe was still far inferior to the space in the chaos. Rumble. As Lin Feng mobilized the cosmic power in his body, the infinite cosmic power in his body suppressed the flaming divine phoenix. At the same time, Lin Feng summoned 3,000 universe demons. Where are the 3,000 universe demons? Set up the minor dipper demon subduing array, and kill the spirit of the flaming divine Phoenix. Led by Pan, the 3,000 universe demons quickly set up the minor dipper demon subduing array. The 3,000 universe demons were all half-chaotic lifeforms. If they set up the minor dipper demon subduing array now, it could even contend with advanced chaotic lifeforms. How could a mere wisp of spirit of the flaming divine Phoenix resist it? In just the span of a breath, the spirit of the flaming divine Phoenix wailed and was annihilated by the 3,000 universe demons. Completely. The origin has increased by a trace. After the spirit of the flaming divine Phoenix was killed, Lin Feng's internal universe also returned to calm. However, as the master of the universe, Lin Feng realized that the origin of his universe had increased by a little. Even though there was only a trace of the universe origin, it had indeed increased. This was rather commendable. For so long, Lin Feng's universe origin had not increased, and his internal universe had not even expanded. Now, killing a wisp of spirit of the flaming divine Phoenix could increase the chaotic origin. Looks like some powerful chaotic lifeforms can help to increase the origin of the universe in my body. Lin Feng also vaguely figured out some methods. There were no cultivation techniques for his internal universe at all. He had not even obtained information about transcendence. Currently, he could only rely on himself to slowly figure things out. The spirit of the flaming divine Phoenix could increase the origin, so the more, the better. However, Lin Feng would not use this method. How powerful and precious was the flaming divine Phoenix? It was not easy to encounter it in the chaos. Moreover, even if he encountered it now, an adult flaming divine Phoenix was comparable to a peak chaotic life form. Forget about killing a flaming divine Phoenix, it was hard to say if he could even survive encountering a flaming divine Phoenix. Perfected person, are you all right? Seeing Lin Feng open his eyes, Ouyang Bingyu hurriedly stepped forward. There was a trace of anticipation in her beautiful eyes. It seemed like she was also looking forward to what was in this secret chamber. After all, if opportunities were lost, so be it. Opportunities could only be chanced upon by luck. If one encountered them, one had to do their best and spare no effort to obtain them. Otherwise, one would be at a disadvantage every step on the path of cultivation. Being able to obtain the legacy of perfected Lord Sky Sigil was a huge opportunity. This opportunity allowed her to quickly metamorphose into a great chaotic life form. She was already much luckier than many cultivators. Being able to enter the Sky Sigil mystic realm and successfully enter Sky Sigil Peak was another opportunity for her. This opportunity could even determine how far her path of cultivation would reach in the end. Would she become an advanced chaotic life form, or a peak chaotic life form? Or even a perfected lord? Hence, Ouyang Bingyu seized this opportunity whenever she could. She would never place her hopes on the next 100 years. After all, who knew what would happen in the next 100 years? Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's fine. The spirit of the flaming divine Phoenix has been destroyed. We can enter this secret chamber now." Ouyang Bingyu's expression lit up. She could finally enter this secret chamber. She had indeed not misjudged Lin Feng. He could even easily kill the undying and indestructible spirit of the flaming divine Phoenix. Lin Feng was stronger than she had imagined, and even more mysterious. This secret chamber is guarded by the flaming divine Phoenix. Without the spirit of the flaming divine Phoenix, it's already a piece of cake for us to enter the secret chamber. Ouyang Bingyu could not help but look forward to it. Open. Lin Feng pushed with his hand. Immediately, the door of the secret chamber was slowly pushed open. They were also very cautious, wary that there were still some arrays. However, as the door was pushed open, there were no arrays. It seemed like only the spirit of the flaming divine Phoenix was guarding the secret chamber. Let's go. Lin Feng was the first to stride towards the secret chamber. When the three of them walked into the secret chamber, they realized that it was very spacious, even more spacious than they had imagined. It looked like a huge hall. In the secret chamber, there were many shelves with lifelike carcasses on them. They were all carcasses of chaotic dire beasts. So many carcasses. These carcasses were densely packed. Even though they were already dead, they emitted a terrifying aura. That's a Poyan ghost dire beast. It's a natural chaotic life form, and will become an advanced chaotic life form when it matures. That's a three-humped dire beast. It can control chaotic storms. It's extremely terrifying, and the strongest ones are even comparable to peak chaotic life forms. Also, that's a mute dragon dire beast. It's born savage and enjoys eating chaotic life forms. It's a natural chaotic life form. The strongest ones are comparable to perfected lords. Seeing these carcasses of chaotic dire beasts, even Lin Feng was very shocked. This was because every carcass here was extraordinary. They were all once extremely powerful chaotic dire beasts, and natural chaotic life forms. Moreover, they were not ordinary chaotic life forms, but advanced chaotic life forms. None of the carcasses of the chaotic dire beasts were weaker than advanced chaotic life forms. How was this a secret chamber? It was clearly a display room for the carcasses of chaotic life forms. The carcasses were all intact, but like models, they were displayed in this secret chamber. Even though they were all dead, when they walked into the secret chamber and looked around, the carcasses of the chaotic dire beasts were everywhere. They could not help but make one's hair stand on end. Perfected Lord Sky Sigil. This must be the work of Perfected Lord Sky Sigil. Only Perfected Lord Sky Sigil could have such a capability. This secret chamber was not mentioned in the legacy of Perfected Lord Sky Sigil. However, after I obtained the legacy of Perfected Lord Sky Sigil, I specially collected many rumors about him. There was once a rumor that Perfected Lord Sky Sigil was born when this chaotic continent was first established. At that time, chaotic dire beasts ran rampant on the chaotic continent, and cultivators could barely survive. It was Perfected Lord Sky Sigil who appeared out of nowhere and cultivated to the level of a perfected lord. He swept through the entire chaotic continent, and finally established the supreme status of cultivators. I originally thought that this was a rumor. How could cultivators not be able to suppress mere chaotic dire beasts? But now, seeing the carcasses of these chaotic dire beasts, I believe it. I'm afraid this rumor is not groundless. Ouyang Bingyu looked contemplative. The carcasses of so many chaotic dire beasts seemed to be silently telling them how magnificent and unparalleled Perfected Lord Sky Sigil was back then. He could actually suppress an entire chaotic continent, unparalleled and invincible. However, even such one as powerful as Perfected Lord Sky Sigil, who had even cultivated a perfected spirit, still fell. Only a mystic realm and this secret chamber were left behind, and could still tell the glory of Perfected Lord Sky Sigil back then. The carcasses of these chaotic dire beasts are very useful to us. After the shock, even Lin Feng, who had always been calm, felt some turmoil in the depths of his heart as he looked at the many carcasses of the chaotic dire beasts in the secret chamber. Chapter 824, 824 The Fourth Chaotic Hole. 824 The Fourth Chaotic Hole. Seeing so many carcasses of chaotic dire beasts, all of which were natural chaotic life forms, displayed in the secret chamber was very shocking, but also very exciting. If they refined all these chaotic dire beast carcasses, it would be very helpful. The carcasses of the chaotic dire beasts, especially those natural chaotic life forms, were actually energy bodies like the bodies of chaotic perfected persons. Once the chaotic dire beasts that were natural chaotic life forms died, their bodies would slowly dissipate and disappear into the chaos bit by bit. These carcasses could be preserved all thanks to the array set up by Perfected Lord Sky Sigil, which prevented the energy from draining from the carcasses of these chaotic dire beasts. The reason why Perfected Lord Sky Sigil displayed so many carcasses of chaotic dire beasts should be that the carcasses of these chaotic dire beasts had once witnessed a glorious era that belonged to him. Unfortunately, even a perfected lord could fall. I'm afraid only the legendary hallowed venerables, who are indestructible and link their perfected spirits to the chaos, would not fall. Lin Feng heaved a long sigh and lamented inwardly. Perhaps even Perfected Lord Sky Sigil did not expect that once he left the Sky Sigil continent, he would never return. Even his perfected spirit was extinguished. The immortality of a perfected lord required certain conditions. Once even their perfected spirit was extinguished, they would really be dead and beyond saving. There are a total of 38 carcasses here. According to our previous agreement, I'll take 20%. That would be 7 carcasses. It's fine. 8 is fine. Lin Feng shook his head. He really did not care about 1 or 2 carcasses. Zhao Chuanlong, refine 8 carcasses as well and strive to improve your strength. I'm afraid it won't be so easy for us to get out this time, Lin Feng said meaningfully. What do you mean? Zhao Chuanlong was a little confused. Ouyang Bingyu's heart skipped a beat. She said with a solemn expression, I originally wanted to remind perfected person Lin. I haven't expected perfected person Lin to be so meticulous as to have already thought of it. How did we enter the Sky Sigil mystic realm? Revered person Nimbus invited us to enter. The prerequisite is that he gets half of the gains. Once we leave, revered person Nimbus will probably want us to offer the legacy and a few artifacts we have. If we do not obey, I'm afraid death will befall us. Actually, there were still some things that Ouyang Bingyu had not said. Back then, Lin Feng had allowed perfected person Red Lotus, perfected person Yun Miao, and perfected person Black Summit to leave, which had actually exacerbated this dangerous possibility. The 3 perfected persons might very well reveal that Ouyang Bingyu and Lin Feng had obtained the treasures of Sky Sigil Peak. However, Lin Feng had his own considerations. The key was not the 3 great perfected persons. Even without the 3 great perfected persons, wouldn't revered person Nimbus know that they had obtained treasures? It probably wouldn't be that easy. Hence, ever since Lin Feng decided to enter the Sky Sigil mystic realm, he was already mentally prepared. I'll resolve the matter regarding revered person Nimbus, Lin Feng said indifferently. He was long prepared. The most important thing now was to try his best to increase his strength. Every time he increased his strength, he would have more confidence. Understood. Be it Ouyang Bingyu or Zhao Chuanlong, seeing Lin Feng's attitude, they already vaguely understood Lin Feng's decision. Revered person Nimbus was an advanced chaotic perfected person. He was famous on the Incendium continent, and was one of the few experts in the entire Incendium continent. Facing such an expert, all chaotic perfected persons were already mentally at a disadvantage. Lin Feng divided 16 carcasses for Ouyang Bingyu and Zhao Chuanlong, while he refined the 22 chaotic dire beast carcasses himself. Swoosh! Lin Feng reached out and grabbed the carcasses of the chaotic dire beast in front of him. The carcass of a chaotic dire beast was a natural chaotic life form, and could be refined by chaotic perfected persons. In reality, even the corpses of chaotic perfected persons could actually be refined. After all, once one metamorphosed into a chaotic life form, they would be a complete energy life form. Their entire body was filled with the purest energy. How could they not be refined? However, once one refined the corpse of a chaotic perfected person, since both were cultivators, it would be easy for them to fall into the fiendish path. There was no right or wrong for chaotic perfected persons to kill dire beasts. After all, the chaotic dire beasts often devoured chaotic perfected persons as well. However, while chaotic perfected persons that killed other chaotic perfected person could still use revenge as an excuse, once they refined the corpse of another chaotic perfected person, there would be no excuse for them. Once discovered, it would mean falling into the fiendish path. Those chaotic perfected persons who had fallen into the fiendish path also had a name, chaotic fiend celestials. Every chaotic fiend celestial would be loathed by the chaotic perfected persons, because in the eyes of the chaotic fiend celestials, chaotic perfected persons were akin to prey. Who would want to get near those chaotic fiend celestials? Wouldn't it be like rats alongside cats? Hence, the chaos fiend celestials had to conceal their identities and act clandestinely. Otherwise, once they were exposed, they would be hunted down by the chaotic perfected persons in a frenzy. Moreover, chaotic dire beasts were actually easier to hunt. While both were chaotic life forms, due to cultivation techniques, chaotic artifacts, arrays, and various other factors, chaotic perfected persons were far stronger than chaotic dire beasts. There were also many chaotic dire beasts in the chaos, who would leave the chaotic dire beasts to hunt and kill chaotic perfected persons instead. Hence, there were actually very few chaotic fiend celestials in the entire chaos. Lin Feng grabbed the carcass of an advanced chaotic dire beast. Then, his body seemed to have transformed into a black hole, and he began to devour the carcass of the chaotic dire beast. Buzz. A storm seemed to have brewed in the entire secret chamber. It was all pure chaotic aura, and there was even the essence of life that could be fused into the chaotic body. Lin Feng circulated the primeval true scripture and refined the carcasses of these chaotic dire beasts. It could not be easier. 1 carcass, 2 carcass, 3 carcasses. Traces of a chaotic whole began to appear in Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Ever since 3 chaotic holes were condensed in his body, his cultivation seemed to have stagnated. It seemed impossible to condense the 4th chaotic hole. But now, after refining the carcasses of 3 chaotic dire beasts, the chaotic holes in Lin Feng's body actually loosened, and a 4th chaotic hole vaguely appeared. This really surprised Lin Feng. The primeval true scripture was different from other cultivation techniques. It specialized in cultivating chaotic holes, so it required a large amount of energy. If one did not encounter opportunities, it would take a large amount of time. Only through years of accumulation could more chaotic holes be condensed. However, this method was actually very slow. Many chaotic perfected persons who cultivated the primeval true scripture were shocked. Even after tens of thousands of years, they might not be able to condense a chaotic hole. Yet Lin Feng had condensed a 4th chaotic hole in such a short period of time. It was simply incredible. However, seeing the carcasses of these chaotic dire beasts that Lin Feng had refined, even the incredible things became normal. All these carcasses of chaotic dire beasts here used to be terrifying chaotic dire beasts that had dominated the chaos when they were alive. Normally, encountering one was already impressive. Killing one even depended on luck. But now, they were all displayed in the secret chamber. How could ordinary cultivators encounter such an opportunity? After obtaining this huge opportunity, an opportunity that ordinary cultivators would never encounter in their entire lives, it would be more abnormal if one's cultivation level could not improve and their strength could not increase. As the carcasses of the chaotic dire beasts were refined one after another, Lin Feng's 4th chaotic hole became fuller and fuller, absorbing the surrounding chaotic aura in a frenzy. When Lin Feng finished refining the 7th chaotic dire beast carcass, his body shook slightly. Boom. The 4th chaotic hole was completely formed. Just like the first 3 chaotic hole, it slowly spun. In a short amount of time, Lin Feng had finally cultivated the 4th chaotic hole. Chapter 825, 825 Huge Gains. 825 Huge Gains. 4 chaotic holes. A sharp glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. Back then, by relying on the power of the 3 chaotic holes in his internal universe, Lin Feng was actually already comparable to an ordinary peak chaotic perfected person. However, what if there were 4 chaotic holes, or even 5 or 6? It had to be known that every level of the primeval true scripture could allow cultivating 7 chaotic holes. Lin Feng knew that the primeval true scripture was very strong, but he did not know how strong it was. Now, when he cultivated 4 chaotic holes, the aura on his body had almost doubled. It was hard for him to imagine how strong he would be once he cultivated 7 chaotic holes. In fact, it was not impossible to kill an advanced chaotic perfected person just by relying on the 7 chaotic holes in his body. The primeval true scripture is not simple. A sharp glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. The more he cultivated, the more he sensed how extraordinary the primeval true scripture was. In the beginning, he just thought that the primeval true scripture was relatively strong. Since it could allow one to cultivate a perfected spirit, it was definitely very strong. However, he obtained the legacy of perfected Lord Sky Sigil afterward, which could also cultivate a perfected spirit. After comparison, he realized that perfected Lord Sky Sigil's cultivation technique was far inferior to the primeval true scripture. After cultivating the 4th chaotic hole, Lin Feng did not end his cultivation. He had only refined 7 chaotic dire beast carcasses. he could continue to refine them, and his cultivation level could continue to improve. Hence, Lin Feng continued to circulate the primeval true scripture and refine the carcasses of the chaotic dire beasts. 8 carcasses, 9 carcasses, 10 carcasses. After Lin Feng refined 14 carcasses, his entire body shook again, and a vortex of chaotic aura rose on his body. An even stronger aura swept over the 5th chaotic hole. Lin Feng opened his eyes and glanced at Zhao Chuanlong and Ouyang Bingyu. The speed at which the two of them refined the carcasses of the chaotic dire beasts was far inferior to Lin Feng. This also indirectly showed that the chaotic level cultivation techniques the two of them used were far inferior to the primeval true scripture. There were also 8 corpses of chaotic dire beasts, including the carcass of a peak chaotic life form. Lin Feng struck while the iron was hot and immediately continued refining. He also wanted to see how far he could advance the primeval true scripture by refining all the carcasses of the remaining 8 strongest chaotic dire beasts. It's almost time. Perfected person Yun Miao lifted his head, and a trace of helplessness appearing in his eyes. This time, he had entered the Sky Sigil mystic realm with great ambition, dreaming of obtaining the most amount of treasures. But in the end, as the time to leave the Sky Sigil mystic realm approached, his gains were very little. Swoosh! A red figure appeared in the distance. Perfected person Red Lotus. This red figure was Perfected person Red Lotus. Originally, Perfected person Red Lotus was charming and seductive. But now, she looked rather disheveled, and there were traces of charred flesh on her snow-white arms. Damn array. It's just a stalk of destiny grass. I actually encountered such a powerful array and almost didn't make it out. Perfected person Red Lotus also saw Perfected person Yun Miao. Her eyes flickered as she asked flirtatiously, Perfected person Yun Miao, looks like you've gotten a lot this time. Gotten a lot. As if this trip into the Sky Sigil mystic realm was a wasted trip. Perfected person Yun Miao was very resigned. Swoosh. A mountain descended from the sky with a rumble, stirring up bursts of dust. The dust settled, revealing a familiar figure. Perfected person Black Summit, you made such a huge commotion. Even if you're angry, you shouldn't vent it on us. Perfected person Red Lotus rolled her eyes at Perfected person Black Summit. She could tell that Perfected person Black Summit was very angry. It seemed like he had not gained much in the Sky Sigil mystic realm either. They haven't come out yet. Perfected person Black Summit said coldly. They. Perfected person Yun Miao and Perfected person Red Lotus were slightly stunned, but they immediately realized whom Perfected person Black Summit was referring to. Apart from Lin Feng and the others, who else could make Perfected person Black Summit so obsessed? After all, the 3 of them had fled in panic. This had never happened before. Hey, it's almost time. They'll definitely come out, unless they don't want to leave the Sky Sigil mystic realm anymore. TSK, I wonder how many treasures they obtained. A sharp glint appeared in Perfected person Yun Miao's eyes. That was Sky Sigil Peak. Just the thought of it made him incomparably excited. Unfortunately, because Lin Feng had appeared out of nowhere, Perfected person Yun Miao, Perfected person Red Lotus, and Perfected person Black Summit were left empty-handed. Do you regret it, Perfected person Yun Miao and Perfected person Black Summit? Why don't the 3 of us join forces and set up an array to make a gambit for it? Perfected person Red Lotus was also rather insane. Perfected person Black Summit glanced indifferently at Perfected person Red Lotus and shook his head. I don't want to end up like Perfected person Fiery Dragon. Perhaps we didn't obtain anything, but we're still luckier than Perfected person Fiery Dragon. At the mention of Perfected person Fiery Dragon, both Perfected person Yun Miao and Perfected person Red Lotus fell silent. Perfected person Fiery Dragon was one of the 4 great perfected persons, and his strength was not inferior to theirs at all. But in the end, he could not even withstand a single strike from Lin Feng and was killed instantly. Perhaps treasures were tempting, but life was undoubtedly more important. Then what should we do? Should we just swallow our anger? A trace of ruthlessness appeared in Perfected person Red Lotus's eyes. Actually, there's no need for us to make the move ourselves. Don't forget who opened up the sky sigil mystic realm, perfected person. Black Summit suddenly said quietly. Ah. You mean revered person Nimbus? Perfected person Yun Miao's eyes also lit up. Indeed, revered person Nimbus had opened the sky sigil mystic realm and invited everyone to enter it. He still had to receive half of the treasures. After Lin Feng obtained the treasure of Sky Sigil Peak, considering revered person Nimbus's personality, he would definitely ask Lin Feng to hand it over. If Lin Feng was unwilling, revered person Nimbus probably would not let the matter rest. When two tigers fought, one would definitely be injured. However, no matter how the two of them fight and who wins, we won't obtain any benefits. After leaving the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm this time, I will leave the Incendium continent and venture into the chaos. Perfected person Black Summit said indifferently. He had clearly made up his mind. In the Incendium continent, he could be considered a great expert. However, after all these years, he practically had not improved at all. He had been counting on the opportunity to enter the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm, but now, even the opportunity of the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm was gone. On the path of cultivation, one was not afraid of being weak, nor of death, but of being hopeless. Perfected person Black Summit clearly did not want to keep wasting his time on the Incendium continent without hope. Venturing into the chaos. Unfortunately, I don't have such ambitions anymore. Perfected person Yun Miao heaved a long sigh. Then, he stopped talking and closed his eyes to rest. The three perfected persons were in different moods as they fell into a dead silence. I'm done refining. Zhao Chuanlong's face was filled with joy. It was powerful, just too powerful. He had 8 carcasses of chaotic dire beasts. All of them were advanced chaotic life forms, far stronger than ordinary chaotic life forms. After refining a total of 8 carcasses, not only had he stabilized his foundation, he had even improved by another level. In terms of cultivation alone, he was not inferior to any of the 4 perfected persons. Coupled with the divine fire barrier given by Ouyang Bingyu, which was capable of both offense and defense, the current Zhao Chuanlong's strength was not inferior to the 4 perfected persons in terms of strength either. He had really ascended greatly in a single bound. Such an opportunity could only be chanced upon by luck. As Lin Feng's follower, Zhao Chuanlong easily obtained this opportunity. This was what an opportunity was like. With an opportunity, one could save tens of thousands of years of ascetic cultivation. It could allow one to reach the top in a single step, surpassing countless cultivators. Ouyang Bingyu also ended her cultivation. The aura on her body became even colder. Just like Zhao Chuanlong, she had also stabilized her foundation and advanced to the next level, saving tens of thousands of years of ascetic cultivation, and almost reaching the peak of an ordinary chaotic life form. In addition, she possessed a peak chaotic artifact. If she really entered a fight, even Zhao Chuanlong would not be her match. She had also ascended to the top in a single step. A trace of joy appeared on both their faces. Hence, they looked at Lin Feng, who was still refining the carcasses of the chaotic dire beasts. If the two of them, who had only refined 8 corpses, had already improved so much, how much would Lin Feng, who had refined 22 corpses, improve? Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Lin Feng's body. It surged over like a tsunami, sweeping over and instantly descending on the entire secret chamber. This aura. Ouyang Bingyu and Zhao Chuanlong's expressions changed. Even with their current strength and cultivation, they were almost unable to withstand this aura. They felt as if they were about to suffocate under it. Was this an advanced chaotic life form? No, he shouldn't have undergone metamorphosis yet, but his aura doesn't seem to be much inferior to the aura of an advanced chaotic perfected person. Ouyang Bingyu's beautiful eyes were also suffused with extraordinary splendor as she stared intently at Lin Feng's figure. He was not an advanced chaotic life form, but he had an aura that was not inferior to an advanced chaotic life form. There was only one possibility. The technique Lin Feng cultivated must be extraordinary. Swoosh. Lin Feng opened his eyes. The 6th chaotic hole. There was both excitement and regret in Lin Feng's eyes. It was very complicated. The reason was very simple. Lin Feng had refined the carcasses of 22 chaotic dire beasts. Unfortunately, he had only cultivated 6 chaotic holes, and not 7. Once the 7 chaotic holes were successfully cultivated, and slowly polished to consummation, the 7 chaotic holes could be combined, and he could metamorphose into an advanced chaotic life form. Unfortunately, he was just a little bit away. However, just being this bit away meant there was no knowing how long it would take to reach consummation. Perfected person Ouyang, perfected person Zhao, looks like you've gained a lot. Lin Feng stood up, and the aura in his body quickly disappeared. He had sealed the 6 chaotic holes. Only when unsealing the 6 chaotic holes during battle would Lin Feng's aura increase explosively. Normally, no one could sense how powerful Lin Feng was. This was also the uniqueness of the primeval true scripture. No matter how great our gains are, they're not as great as yours, perfected person Lin. Since you've finished cultivating, can we leave Sky Sigil Peak? After all, if we delay any longer, we'll miss the time to leave the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm. Lin Feng nodded. He had no intention of staying in the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm for 100 years. In that case, let's leave. Lin Feng knew that from now on, there would be no more opportunities in the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm, because the 3 of them had already obtained the greatest opportunity. Even if it was opened again in the future, only some minor opportunities would be obtainable. The Sky Sigil Mystic Realm was no longer as miraculous as before. Go. The 3 of them did not delay any longer. They quickly soared into the air and left Sky Sigil Peak. Chapter 826, 826 Nimbus Killing Move. 826 Nimbus Killing Move. They're here. Perfected person Yun Miao suddenly raised his head and stared intently at the 3 figures in the void. At this moment, many perfected persons had already gathered around perfected person Yun Miao. These perfected persons were all survivors of the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm. They waited here quietly for the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm to open again. Lin Feng bringing Ouyang Bingyu and Zhao Chuanlong here caused a commotion. After the 3 perfected persons spread the news, they knew that Lin Feng, Ouyang Bingyu, and Zhao Chuanlong might be the ones with the greatest gains in the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm. This time, however, no one dared to step forward and ask. Even perfected person Yun Miao, perfected person Red Lotus, and perfected person Black Summit remained silent. Buzz. Not long after Lin Feng descended, subtle fluctuations appeared in the array of the entire Sky Sigil Mystic Realm. The array had loosened, and revered person Nimbus was outside to receive everyone. Go. Lin Feng quickly flew out of the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm with the crowd. As the last perfected person flew out, the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm gradually closed. The next time it was opened would be 100 years later. Revered person Nimbus's face was filled with joy, and a smile appeared on his face. Everyone, you have gained a lot. Congratulations. Revered person Nimbus exchanged pleasantries for a while, then everyone submitted half of their gains. This was the rule. For some reason, revered person Nimbus seemed to know everyone's gains. Lin Feng was not in a hurry. Instead, he waited quietly. After everyone in front submitted their gains one by one, only the 3 of them were left. Revered person Nimbus frowned and said, "Why did you gain so little this time?" Then, the lips of some chaotic perfected persons seemed to move slightly, as if they were transmitting voices. Revered person Nimbus must have eyes and ears among these chaotic perfected persons. Unless they killed all the chaotic perfected persons, no one could conceal their gains. Swoosh. Revered person Nimbus suddenly raised his head, and a trace of fervor appeared in his eyes. Perfected person Lin Feng, thank you for saving my disciple, Ouyang Bingyu. Revered person Nimbus could really be considered Ouyang Bingyu's teacher, since she had just become his disciple. However, perfected person Lin, please offer half of the treasures you obtained on Sky Sigil Peak according to the rules. Revered person Nimbus stared intently at Lin Feng. Those were treasures on Sky Sigil Peak. He had opened the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm. Many times, but no one had ever entered Sky Sigil Peak. Unexpectedly, Ouyang Bingyu could enter Sky Sigil Peak, and had very likely obtained the legacy of perfected Lord Sky Sigil. Revered person Nimbus was determined to obtain the legacy of a perfected Lord. So what if Ouyang Bingyu obtained the treasure and the legacy? She was just an ordinary chaotic life form that had just undergone metamorphosis. How could revered person Nimbus take her seriously? There was only Lin Feng, this chaotic perfected person who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He already knew that Lin Feng had instantly killed perfected person Fiery Dragon in the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm, suppressed the 3 perfected persons, and monopolized the treasures of Sky Sigil Peak. This was someone hard to deal with. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "Of course we would follow the rules. There's only one peak chaotic artifact, a few advanced chaotic artifacts, and some ordinary chaotic artifacts on Sky Sigil Peak. If we give these advanced chaotic artifacts and ordinary chaotic artifacts to revered person, they should be worth half of the treasures." Revered person Nimbus lifted his brows, but he suddenly laughed. Perfected person Lin must be mistaken. How can there only be one peak chaotic artifact and a few high-grade chaotic artifacts on Sky Sigil Peak? I've opened the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm countless times, so I naturally know the value of the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm. If revered person would not believe me, there's nothing I can do. Lin Feng said indifferently. Actually, he knew that revered person Nimbus would not believe him. These few treasures were naturally not the only things of value on Sky Sigil Peak. The truly valuable things were the 38 carcasses of chaotic dire beasts. If these carcasses were refined by revered person Nimbus, they could even enable revered person Nimbus to break through to become a peak chaotic life form. Unfortunately, how could Lin Feng pass on such an opportunity and leave it to revered person Nimbus? Hence, the moment Lin Feng decided to refine the carcasses of these chaotic dire beasts, it was no longer possible to reconcile with revered person Nimbus. Perfected person Lin, I know you're a top entity among ordinary chaotic perfected persons, but you're not qualified to provoke me. Revered person Nimbus took a step forward, and the aura around his body suddenly erupted. It was like a tsunami, like the collapse of the cosmos. The terrifying aura drove the chaotic aura within a radius of hundreds of kilometers to wreak havoc in a frenzy, forming a huge vortex. Even the sky seemed to have darkened. If revered person Nimbus was willing, he could destroy the entire Nimbus city at will. Seeing this scene, all the chaotic perfected persons were terrified. As expected of revered person Nimbus. This aura is really terrifying. Even ordinary advanced chaotic life forms do not have such a terrifying aura as revered person Nimbus. Revered person Nimbus is probably infinitely close to metamorphosis. Once he undergoes metamorphosis, he will be a peak chaotic perfected person, standing at the apex of the entire Incendium continent. This perfected person Lin Feng actually dares to monopolize the treasure, but he doesn't know how powerful revered person Nimbus is. Revered person Nimbus has stood tall in Nimbus City for so long, and he also controls the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm. Which advanced chaotic perfected person would dare to covet it? It's not that there haven't been chaotic perfected persons who tried to monopolize the treasures over all these years, but that things ended poorly for all of them. These chaotic perfected persons discussed spiritedly. Most of them did not think much of Lin Feng. Although revered person Nimbus seemed very amiable, if his rules were broken, revered person Nimbus could also kill. Perfected person Yun Miao, perfected person Red Lotus, and perfected person Black Summit hurriedly retreated a long distance. They did not leave immediately. A great battle at this level could only be chanced upon by luck. They did not want to miss this great battle either. As for Lin Feng, no one knew Lin Feng's strength better than them. Lin Feng was definitely not an ordinary chaotic life form. Even revered person Nimbus might have trouble killing Lin Feng. Moreover, what made the 3 perfected persons even more uneasy was that Lin Feng still did this despite knowing that it would anger revered person Nimbus. How could he not have anything to rely on? Of course Lin Feng had something to rely on. Under revered person Nimbus's stormy aura, Lin Feng still appeared very calm. He was Like a reef, unmoved by the waves. Nimbus killing move, first form. A trace of killing intent flashed across revered person Nimbus' eyes. Even a lion would use its full strength when hunting a rabbit. He would not be so ignorant, let alone underestimate his enemy. Lin Feng must be very strong to be able to kill perfected person fiery dragon in an instant. Moreover, Lin Feng actually dared to challenge him. How could revered person Nimbus dare to underestimate him? Hence, as soon as he attacked, revered person Nimbus practically went all out and used his famous martial art, Nimbus killing move. The Nimbus killing move was a combination of chaotic martial art and chaotic spell. With a single strike, wind and clouds would accompany it, and power would be unleashed explosively. It was a very domineering martial art. As revered person Nimbus used the first move of the Nimbus killing move, the weather immediately changed. Under the guidance of his aura, it locked onto Lin Feng directly. Even Lin Feng felt a violent sense of danger from the terrifying might. Good one. Lin Feng raised his head and looked straight at revered person Nimbus, his battle intent soaring. Chapter 827, 827 Battling Venerable Wind Cloud. 827 Battling Venerable Wind Cloud. Faced with revered person Nimbus killing move, Lin Feng did not avoid it. Instead, he took a step forward. It was as if there were layers of stairs in the void. Lin Feng slowly walked up step by step. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With every step he took, Lin Feng's aura would increase explosively. After 3 steps, Lin Feng's aura had already reached the point where he could instantly kill perfected person fiery dragon back then. However, this was only the beginning. Lin Feng had only unsealed 3 chaotic holes in 3 steps. 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps. When all the chaotic holes in Lin Feng's body were unsealed, with a total of 6 chaotic holes unsealed, the aura on Lin Feng's body also stirred up a storm. Although it was slightly inferior to revered person Nimbus, it could nonetheless stir up a storm, and confront him directly. How is this possible? Perfected person Yun Miao stared at Lin Feng's figure. Just now, he had sensed the incomparably terrifying aura on Lin Feng's body. This was not an advanced chaotic life form, but he appeared to be even stronger than an advanced chaotic life form. Previously, when he was fighting with Lin Feng's aura was far from this powerful. Could it be that Lin Feng had not used his full strength previously? No, he must have become even stronger. Perfected person Black Summit's expression was solemn as he said in a grave tone. What? He became stronger. Perfected person Yun Miao felt that it was unlikely. They had only stayed in the Sky Sigil mystic realm for a short period of time. If Lin Feng could obtain artifacts, cultivation techniques, martial arts, or spells that could increase his strength, that might be possible. However, how was it possible for his cultivation level to increase? Every chaotic perfected person had to spend a long time accumulating bit by bit to increase their cultivation level. You forgot about Sky Sigil Peak. Perfected person Black Summit's expression was complicated. If he could enter Sky Sigil Peak, perhaps he would be the one whose strength had improved at this moment. He might even be able to metamorphose into an advanced chaotic life form. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Lin Feng had already obtained the opportunity. Seeing the 6 chaotic holes on Lin Feng's body unseal and erupt with a terrifying aura, smiles appeared on Zhao Chuanlong and Ouyang Bingyu's faces. They had already improved by so much. How could Lin Feng, who had obtained the carcasses of 22 chaotic dire beasts, not improve? From the looks of it, Lin Feng's cultivation level had increased by a lot, but he had not metamorphosed into an advanced chaotic life form. It was also rather strange. Heaven-turning seal. Lin Feng struck out with his palm, and the world was overturned. The chaotic aura within a radius of hundreds of kilometers went berserk. A behemoth appeared in the void, as if it wanted to envelop the world. All the chaotic perfected persons could sense the terrifying power of this huge hand. How was this the heaven-turning seal? Even the chaotic perfected person who created the heaven-turning seal back then would not expect the heaven-turning seal to unleash such terrifying power in Lin Feng's hands. Boom. Lin Feng's heaven-turning seal and the nimbus-killing move collided fiercely. Violent force overflowed, forming a terrifying tempest that swept in all directions. Lin Feng did not feel good. His entire body shook slightly. His primeval body had also suffered a huge impact. Although the combat power of the primeval body was very strong, it had a corresponding weakness. Its defense and restorative ability were not strong. However, Lin Feng's internal universe made up for his weaknesses. The cosmic power in his body circulated slightly. Immediately, Lin Feng stabilized his body. Seeing that Lin Feng had stabilized himself so quickly, a trace of solemnity appeared in revered person Nimbus' eyes. Just now. Although he had not used his strongest method, he had already tried his best to take Lin Feng seriously. Unexpectedly, he still could not do anything to Lin Feng. Nimbus killing move, second form. Revered person Nimbus mobilized the wind and clouds and used the second form. This form was clearly much stronger than the first form, by at least 30%. As the wind and clouds accompanied it, its power increased explosively. Lin Feng did not use the heaven-turning seal again. With the power of his 6 chaotic holes, the heaven-turning seal had almost unleashed its strength to the limit, but it was still unable to contend with revered person Nimbus. Lightning. Lin Feng waved his hand and used the lightning drawing technique. Immediately, dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning flashed vaguely. Mountain. Lin Feng waved his hand again. The largest mountain within a radius of hundreds of kilometers had already been moved over. Boom. As the lightning struck, so did the mountain. However, in front of the enormous storm of revered person Nimbus, they were so fragile that they were instantly shattered. The second form of Nimbus killing move lived up to its reputation. Spirit Suppression Bell, suppress. The Spirit Suppression Bell appeared in Lin Feng's hand. With a clang, a terrifying sound wave instantly dissipated the Nimbus killing move. Even the haze in the sky seemed to dissipate at once, and the sky returned to its clear state. Revered person Nimbus' entire body shook, but he quickly came back to his senses. A peak chaotic artifact. Master Windcloud stared intently at Lin Feng. The Spirit Suppression Bell. He thought of the artifact from the Zhao family. Originally, he had only treated it as a rumor. How could a mere Zhao family have a peak chaotic artifact? But now, he believed it, because the Spirit Suppression Bell in Lin Feng's hand was indeed a peak chaotic artifact. When Lin Feng used the Spirit Suppression Bell just now, he had clearly sensed the difference. In the past, due to his limited cultivation, Lin Feng could only unleash a portion of the power of the Spirit Suppression Bell. Now, he had already cultivated 6 chaotic holes. His strength was not much inferior to advanced chaotic life forms. Hence, Lin Feng could also unleash most of the power in a peak chaotic artifact like the Spirit Suppression Bell. It worked uneven. Revered person Nimbus, and the second form of Nimbus killing move was instantly broken. Do you think you're the only one with a peak chaotic artifact? A light flashed in revered person Nimbus' hand. There were 7 pearls. Nimbus Pearl. These 7 pearls could form an array, and excelled at sealing. They appeared around Lin Feng at once and surrounded him. A sealing power trapped Lin Feng's chaotic body, making it very difficult for Lin Feng to circulate the primeval true scripture, let alone mobilize. Chaotic aura. What a powerful chaotic artifact. A surprised look appeared on Lin Feng's face. Nimbus killing move, third form. Revered person Nimbus killing move only had 3 forms in total, and the third form was the strongest. He had once killed 2 advanced chaotic perfected persons, and it could be said to be unparalleled in power. This was revered person Nimbus' true killing strike. Using the Nimbus Pearl to trap his opponent before using the third form of the Nimbus killing move, he would practically succeed every time. Spirit Suppression Bell. Lin Feng used all his strength and barely managed to activate the Spirit Suppression Bell. Clang. The melodious bell sounded, and revered person Nimbus' entire body stiffened. However, how powerful was his mental power? It actually recovered by force in an instant. Die. A trace of madness and fervor appeared in revered person Nimbus' eyes. Lin Feng was dead for certain. After he used the Nimbus Pearl and the third form of the Nimbus killing move, there was no more room for any exceptions. Lin Feng would definitely die. This is bad, perfected person Lin. Zhao Chuanlong and Ouyang Bingyu were shocked. They immediately wanted to rush forward and save Lin Feng. However, perfected person Yunmiao, perfected person Red Lotus, and perfected person Black Summit suddenly appeared in front of the two of them, blocking their way. You'd better be good and stay here. Perfected person Black Summit said indifferently. Clearly, the three of them had already reached some kind of agreement with revered person Nimbus. Die, die, all of you, die. Zhao Chuanlong seemed to have gone insane. He immediately used the divine fire barrier. For a moment, Zhao Chuanlong's power soared to the sky, not inferior to the three perfected persons. The expressions of the three perfected persons changed drastically. Without a doubt, it must be due to the opportunity in Sky Sigil Peak that Zhao Chuanlong could grow to this extent in such a short period of time. At this thought, the three perfected persons could not help but feel a trace of jealousy. Unfortunately, no matter how strong Zhao Chuanlong was, he could not break through the three great perfected persons. Even with Ouyang Bingyu alongside him, they could not break through immediately. If they could not stop revered person Nimbus, Lin Feng would be in danger. At the critical moment, Lin Feng raised his head. Revered person Nimbus' fervent gaze froze slightly, however, because he only saw calmness and composure in Lin Feng's eyes. There was not a trace of fear or trepidation. This did not seem like the behavior of someone in a hopeless situation. You're indeed very strong. I've already experienced the abilities of an advanced chaotic life form. Now, it's time to end things. Lin Feng muttered softly. It sounded like a soft hum, but it was as if his voice was ringing in one's ears. Crack. Suddenly, a violent force surged out of Lin Feng's body. It seemed to break through the restraints of the seven wind cloud pearls with irresistible force, and an aura different from that of chaotic life forms emitted from Lin Feng's body. 3,000 universe demons set up the array. Lin Feng's voice echoed in the void, vaguely containing a trace of cold killing intent. Chapter 828, 828 Enhancement of the Universe. 828 Enhancement of the Universe. As Lin Feng called out, countless universe demons suddenly flew out of the internal universe. There were a total of 3,000 of them, not one more, not one less. They all emitted the aura of half-chaotic life forms. So many half-chaotic life forms. Many chaotic perfected persons were slightly stunned, and their expressions all changed drastically. Perhaps they would not care about 1 or 2, or even 8 or 10 half-chaotic life forms, but if there were hundreds, or even thousands of them, that would be a very powerful force. Moreover, the 3,000 universe demons arranged themselves in a mysterious position at once, forming a miraculous array. Minor Dipper Demon Subduing Array. The Zhao family's Minor Dipper Demon Subduing Array is impressive. It's rumored that if 3,600 half-chaotic life forms form an array, they can contend with or even kill advanced chaotic perfected persons. I originally thought that the Zhao family's Minor Dipper Demon Subduing Array is nothing to fear. It's just a myth. No matter how many half-chaotic life forms there are, what can they do to advanced chaotic life forms? But now, many chaotic perfected persons were shocked, because the 3,000 universe demons had already set up the Minor Dipper Demon Subduing Array. With Lin Feng in the middle, it was as if he was enhanced by the power of the 3,000 universe demons. Every move he made carried the power of the array. Heaven-turning seal. Lin Feng used the heaven-turning seal again, but this time, it was different from before. With the enhancement of the power of the Minor Dipper Demon Subduing Array set up by the 3,000 universe demons, Lin Feng's strength was already catching up to revered person Nimbus, and was even infinitely close to a peak chaotic life form. Hence, even Lin Feng could not imagine how terrifying this palm strike was. It was as if even space was shaking. The surrounding chaotic aura went completely berserk. The 7 Nimbus pearls that bound Lin Foam were actually shaking violently. In the end, as light flickered, they had already been activated to the limit, but they still could not trap Lin Feng. Boom. A terrifying force like a tsunami landed hard on revered person Nimbus killing move. The collision of the two strongest forces immediately sent the Nimbus Pearl flying. This peak chaotic artifact had actually been sent flying. What? Revered person Nimbus' entire body shook, as if he had been crushed by infinite power. He was still wearing a chaotic armor, but it was actually torn apart. His chaotic body seemed to be on the verge of collapse. It had been countless tens of thousands of years, and revered person Nimbus had never been in such a sorry state. You have an array, but do I not? Nimbus array. Revered person Nimbus' face was filled with madness. He was already furious. He had to kill Lin Feng. It was no longer a matter of treasures, but a life or death battle. Buzz. The entire Nimbus city began to shake, and a terrifying aura rose. Perfected person Yun Miao expression changed. He hurriedly said, "This is bad." Revered person Nimbus activated the array of Nimbus City. Let's leave quickly. Unfortunately, once the array was activated, it was irreversible. The entire Nimbus city would be completely sealed by the array. Unless revered person Nimbus intentionally let them go, no one could leave. Revered person Nimbus, let us go quickly. Revered person Nimbus, we helped you previously. A trace of anxiety began to appear on the faces of perfected person Yun Miao and perfected person Red Lotus. Sensing the terrifying power of the array, if they did not leave, they might very well be implicated. Ha ha ha, leave. No, no, you have to do me one last favor. The Nimbus array can gather all the power in the array. Hence, the more experts there are, the stronger the Nimbus array will be. Therefore, only by dying can you help me better. A cruel smile appeared on revered person Nimbus' face. Then, he activated the power of the array. Bang. 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 Several chaotic perfected persons were directly crushed by the power of the array, turning into a bloody mist. As expected, the aura of the Nimbus array increased greatly. All the chaotic perfected persons' faces were pale as they cursed revered person Nimbus with all their might. However, even if they wanted to help Lin Feng deal with revered person Nimbus, it was too late now. In the array, revered person Nimbus' strength was multiplied by several fold. They could not even approach him. Nimbus array. Lin Feng was indeed facing a severe test. Now, he had already used 6 chaotic holes, the spirit suppression bell, and the 3,000 universe demons. These were almost all the power he had, except for the internal universe. But now, he still could not defeat revered person Nimbus. As expected of a powerful perfected person who was infinitely close to a peak chaotic life form, it could be said that Lin Feng had encountered a true opponent. However, while revered person Nimbus had a trump card, did he not? Lin Feng took a deep breath and stepped forward in the air. The aura on his body actually increased again. Moreover, it did not increase by 1 or 2 points, but in a frenzy, as if there was an unimaginably powerful power in his body. I am a universe master. Lin Feng's consciousness was immersed in the universe. He was a transcendent, a universe master. Lin Feng had never forgotten that. The internal universe was his foundation, the source of his strength. Now, he mobilized the power of the universe again, and at full force. Boom. The aura on Lin Feng's body erupted like a volcanic eruption, instantly breaking through the Nimbus array. He was like an ancient deity. His powerful aura made even revered person Nimbus feel vaguely suffocated. It was as if he was facing a peak chaotic life form. No, he was even stronger than a peak chaotic life form. This. What kind of power is this? Revered person Nimbus' face was filled with shock and fear. He could not believe it at all. How could Lin Feng have such a terrifying aura? Even the few peak chaotic life forms he had seen before did not surpass this. Moreover, there was a strange power hidden in the aura, which seemed to be even stronger than those peak chaotic life forms. This was definitely not a treasure. After all, even with a spirit treasure, chaotic perfected persons could not unleash its full power. It was impossible for him to possess such a terrifying power. This could only be Lin Feng's own power. He's become stronger again. Looking at Lin Feng's figure in the void, perfected person Black Summit, perfected person Yun Miao, and perfected person Red Lotuses. Mouths fell open. Deep shock appeared in their eyes. It was as if every time they thought they already knew Lin Feng's strength, Lin Feng would surprise them again. Lin Feng was like a bottomless pit. No one knew his limit. Lin Feng looked at revered person Nimbus. The universe in his body was enhanced on his body. With the enhancement of the power of the universe, Lin Feng could be considered a true transcendent. A universe master who truly possessed the power of the universe was far above chaotic life forms. This was a fundamental difference. Be it the primeval true scripture that Lin Feng had cultivated previously, chaotic martial arts, spells, or even powerful chaotic artifacts. All of them were external forces. They were nothing. At this moment, Lin Feng became even more true to himself. He also understood even more clearly that he was a transcendent, a universe master. The internal universe was his true foundation. Heaven-turning seal. Lin Feng's gaze was calm. His entire body was enhanced by the power of the universe, and his strength was increased to the strongest extent. He struck out with his palm, and it was as if the real world was turned upside down. It was as if even the sky was pinned down by Lin Feng at once, enveloping revered person Nimbus as he slammed down hard. Zem on 1. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 829, 829 Departure. 829 Departure. What? Revered person Nimbus was truly terrified. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had already mobilized the Nimbus array. With the enhancement of the array, the power in his entire body surged, almost comparable to a peak chaotic life form. But now, he felt that just this ordinary palm strike from Lin Feng was impossible to resist. No. Revered person Nimbus mobilized the Nimbus array in a frenzy, shaking the entire Nimbus city. However, Lin Feng deployed the heaven-turning seal, which descended from the sky like an enormous hand, enveloping the world as it struck revered person Nimbus. Hard. Boom. The Nimbus city shook instantly. The ground cracked, and the city walls collapsed. In an instant, the Nimbus city was reduced to ruins. As for the cultivators inside, they had long flown into the sky, so it was not a big deal. At most, some unlucky people would die. After all, there were almost no ordinary people in Nimbus City. Everyone was cultivating. However, when everyone looked at Lin Feng's figure, they could not help but show a trace of fear. Terrifying. It was simply too terrifying. With a single palm strike, the entire Nimbus City was reduced to ruins. Even revered person Nimbus' massive chaotic body collapsed with a bang. He did not even let out a scream. Dead. Revered person Nimbus, who had dominated the Incendium continent for countless years, had died just like that. He had been killed by a single palm strike from Lin Feng, and fallen completely. For cultivators who had not cultivated the perfected spirit, once their bodies collapsed, they would really be dead. There were no exceptions. How is this possible? Revered person Nimbus is dead, and Nimbus City is finished. When the dust settled, Lin Feng was still standing in the void, but there was no sign of revered person Nimbus. Go. How could perfected person Black Summit, perfected person Red Lotus, and perfected person Yun Miao dare to linger here any longer? They wanted to escape immediately. After all, they had blocked Ouyang Bingyu and Zhao Chuanlong previously. Swoosh. Swoosh. Ouyang Bingyu and Zhao Chuanlong's reactions were also extremely fast. They quickly blocked in front of perfected person Yun Miao and perfected person Red Lotus and sneered, "Where are the two of you going?" However, perfected person Black Summit successfully transformed into a stream of light, and escaped their obstruction, flying into the distance. Lin Feng's gaze narrowed slightly. He saw Perfected Person Black Summit. Originally, he had not wanted to attack Perfected Person Black Summit. After all, everyone used their own abilities in the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm previously, and Perfected Person Black Summit merely lost. Cultivation was not easy. Although Lin Feng was decisive when killing, he was definitely not a bloodthirsty person. But now, Perfected Person Black Summit had tried to kill Lin Feng again and again. He could not be spared. Spirit Suppression Bell. Lin Feng casually waved his hand, and the Spirit Suppression Bell instantly transformed into a golden stream of light. Its speed was unbelievable. It approached Perfected Person Black Summit almost at once. Clang. A deafening and melodious ring sounded in the void. Perfected Person Black Summit's expression instantly froze, and fear appeared in his eyes. However, his entire body was motionless, and he could not move at all. He was sucked into the Spirit Suppression Bell by a golden stream of light. Thump. The Spirit Suppression Bell kept shaking, then gradually calmed down. It transformed into a golden stream of light and flew back into Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng gently seized the Spirit Suppression Bell and shook it slightly. A corpse fell out and landed heavily on the ground. It was Perfected Person Black Summit's corpse. It turned out that Perfected Person Black Summit's mental power had already been destroyed by the Spirit Suppression Bell. This was the true terrifying aspect of this peak chaotic artifact. Only by relying on the enhancement of the power of the universe to infinitely increase his strength, making it almost comparable to a peak chaotic perfected person, could Lin Feng fully unleash the power of the Spirit Suppression Bell. After Perfected Person Black Summit died, his body gradually dissipated, turning into the purest energy that fused into the chaos again. Another chaotic perfected person had fallen, and he was one of the 4 great perfected persons. Now, 2 of the 4 perfected persons, Perfected Person Fiery Dragon and Perfected Person Black Summit, had died at Lin Feng's hands. When Perfected Person Yun Miao and Perfected Person Red Lotus saw this scene, they smiled weakly. Seeing Lin Feng's gaze sweep over, Perfected Person Yun Miao shook his head and said, Yun Miao is willing to serve Perfected Person for 100 years in recompense for my sins. All right. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Red Lotus is also willing to serve Perfected Person for 100 years in recompense for my sins. All right. Lin Feng nodded. The 2 of them were both senior chaotic perfected persons. Although they were far inferior to advanced chaotic lifeforms, they were still much stronger than ordinary chaotic perfected persons. It was also a very good deal to accept these 2 as subordinates. Go and console the cultivators of Nimbus City. The responsibility for today's matter lies only with revered person Nimbus. It has nothing to do with others. Let them rest assured. Yes, as you command, perfected person. Hence, a total of 4 perfected persons, Ouyang Bingyu, Zhao Chuanlong, Perfected Person Red Lotus, and Perfected Person Yun Miao, began to appease the many cultivators in Nimbus City, telling them that they had nothing to fear. Immediately after, Lin Feng used all kinds of chaotic spells to quickly rebuild Nimbus City. In just a day, Nimbus City returned to its original state, as if a great battle had never happened here at all. However, everyone who witnessed all of this knew that the situation in Nimbus City had changed. The master of Nimbus City was no longer revered person Nimbus, but Lin Feng. After Lin Feng entered Nimbus City, the first thing he did was browse revered person Nimbus library. Unfortunately, it did not satisfy Lin Feng. Of course, revered person Nimbus had methods to cultivate the perfected spirit, and also had chaotic martial arts and chaotic spells. However, from Lin Feng's perspective, they were similar to the chaotic martial arts and techniques he had mastered. As for cultivation techniques, they were even inferior to the primeval true scripture. As for the various treasures that revered person Nimbus had obtained over the years, they were all exchanged for treasures that could increase his cultivation level. Otherwise, how could revered person Nimbus have approached a peak chaotic life form in such a short period of time? On the other hand, after refining these 7 Nimbus pearls slightly, they will become peak chaotic artifacts that can entrap and defend against enemies. Lin Feng waved his hand, and 7 pearls appeared. They were the Nimbus Pearls. Although the power and effect of the Nimbus Pearls were not bad, they were actually inferior to the Spirit Suppression Bell to Lin Feng. Moreover, Lin Feng already had a plan. He had come to the chaos to cultivate. Since he was cultivating, he should do as he pleased and not be restrained by external factors. Now that he had already defeated revered person Nimbus, it was already very difficult to increase his strength in a short period of time. Hence, he understood that it was time for him to leave. However, before leaving, Lin Feng still gathered Zhao Chuanlong, Ouyang Bingyu, perfected person Red Lotus, and perfected person Yun Miao. Chuanlong, I'll give you these 7 Nimbus Pearls as compensation for your Zhao family Spirit Suppression Bell. This is also a peak chaotic artifact. Lin Feng gave the 7 Nimbus Pearls to Zhao Chuanlong openly. Perfected person Red Lotus and perfected person Yun Miao were both very envious. After all, that was the strongest peak chaotic artifact of revered person Nimbus. Even they did not have any peak chaotic artifacts. Perfected person, this is too valuable. Zhao Chuanlong was a little overjoyed, but he also felt that it was too precious. Chuanlong, this is the last treasure I'll give you. As for the future, it's up to you. What? Perfected person, you're leaving. Zhao Chuanlong was very surprised. Lin Feng was actually leaving. That's right, I want to leave. Originally, I wanted to roam the chaos. If I continue to stay here and enjoy my stay in Nimbus City, although it's comfortable, my cultivation will be very slow, and even stagnate. This is not my intention. Therefore, I still want to continue roaming and strive to reach the peak of cultivation. As for perfected person Yun Miao and perfected person Red Lotus, although the 2 of you are willing to follow me for 100 years, I travel alone and don't need anyone else. I will leave 2 mental imprints, which will naturally dissipate in 100 years. Within 100 years, you will guard the Zhao family. If you do anything inappropriate, your mental power will naturally erupt. You can try the effect for yourselves. No, there's no need to try. We'll naturally follow the perfected person's arrangements. Perfected person Yun Miao and perfected person Red Lotus were very helpless, but there was nothing they could do. They were prisoners to begin with. They were already lucky not to be killed. How could they dare to ask for Lin Feng's trust? Langda, you should stay in the Zhao family too. You can have a stable environment in the Zhao family. Perhaps someday in the future, you can metamorphose into a chaotic life form. I'll just bring Ao along. Master, can I follow you? Langda was a little reluctant. He knew very well that only by following Lin Feng could he acquire all kinds of opportunities. However, Lin Feng shook his head. His decision would not change. Lang Da's innate ability was only SOSO. At most, he would be an ordinary chaotic life form. Bringing Lang Da along was useless to Lin Feng. All right, there's no need to say anything. All of you may leave. In 3 days, I'll leave. During this period of time, collect as many treasures as you can, and obtain cultivation techniques as you can. I'll approve everything. However, in 3 days, you must leave Nimbus City. Otherwise, due to the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm, you won't be able to hold out. Everyone nodded. Hence, in 3 days, many perfected persons plundered treasures without restraint. The chaotic martial arts and chaotic cultivation techniques of revered person Nimbus were all emptied. 3 days later, Zhao Chuanlong, Ouyang Bingyu, and the others wanted to bid farewell to Lin Feng. However, when they arrived at Lin Feng's room, they realized that it was empty. He had long left. Let's go too. A peerless cultivator like perfected person Lin is destined to reach the peak of cultivation. Only by working hard can we perhaps meet him again someday. Ouyang Bingyu also bade farewell to Zhao Chuanlong. She had her own opportunities, and she wanted to embark on the path of cultivation alone. Hence, 3 days later, news gradually spread in Nimbus City that perfected person Lin Feng, who had killed revered person Nimbus, had already left silently. Nimbus City instantly fell into chaos. All kinds of intertwined factions constantly warred for the dominant position in the Nimbus City, which would allow them control over the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm. But how tempting was the Sky Sigil Mystic Realm? Finally, an advanced chaotic life form intervened, putting an end to the chaotic situation in the Nimbus City. However, even that advanced chaotic perfected person did not dare to investigate Lin Feng's whereabouts. Lin Feng's name also spread throughout the entire Incendium continent. Chapter 830, 830 Self-Created Martial Art. 830 Self-Created Martial Art. No matter what happened in Nimbus City, Lin Feng was already tens of thousands of kilometers away. While riding on Ao, Lin Feng made Ao retract its 3 heads, and shrink its body a little. It did not look sinister or terrifying at all. Instead, it looked like a huge, snow-white dog. Lin Feng rode on Ao without a destination. He just wandered around and enjoyed a true voyage. Along the way, Lin Feng saw all kinds of wonders of the Incendium continent, such as waters where everything would sink, scarlet mountain ranges that stretched on for thousands of miles, the Sanguine Blood Valley, and so on. Even chaotic perfected persons might not have witnessed all kinds of miraculous scenes. This was what true voyage and true cultivation was like. Lin Feng did not think about cultivation at all, nor did he have any ties at all. Just like that, he let his mind go and wandered the world with Ao. This was the life Lin Feng wanted, and this was the cultivation Lin Feng had imagined. In the past, Lin Feng had carried too many burdens in the origin universe. In the beginning, it was the hope of humanity on his home planet. He shouldered the hope of everyone on his home planet. Later, after defeating the behemoth of Armageddon and successfully metamorphosing into a planetary life form, Lin Feng realized that his home planet was unusual, and he had to protect it. After that, when Lin Feng became a universe supremacy, he still bore the hope of the entire universe. He needed to deal with the chaotic dire beasts. Hence, on the path of cultivation, Lin Feng was not cultivating at all in the origin universe. Every step he took was more like risking his life than cultivating. It was risking his life. Lin Feng was risking his life with every step. Only when he transcended could he truly let go of the burden, the restraints in his heart, and return to his true self. This was the cultivation he wanted. Cultivation was not pain or pressure, but something one loved with all their heart and soul, which could make them wholeheartedly happy. Right now, Lin Feng rode Ao around every day, touring the wonderful sceneries of mountains and rivers, and practicing some chaotic spells and chaotic martial arts. This extremely relaxed mentality was actually the mentality most appropriate for cultivation. Hence, Lin Feng did not deliberately cultivate. However, after traveling around for a year, there were faint signs of the 7th chaotic hole in Lin Feng's body loosening, as if it was about to condense. This was simply incredible. According to the records in the primeval true scripture, even a chaotic hole would require a large amount of time to cultivate successfully. It would take at least 100 years to cultivate a chaotic hole. The prerequisite was that there were no opportunities. But what was Lin Feng's case? Without refining any chaotic dire beasts, just by traveling the Incendium continent, he had loosened up a chaotic hole in a year. In at most 3 years, he would definitely be able to cultivate the 7th chaotic hole. This was simply incredible. Of course, there were reasons to it. Firstly, it was because Lin Feng was infinitely close to the mentality for cultivation. Under this relaxed mentality for cultivation, everything he cultivated would yield twice the results with half the effort, and the effect was surprisingly good. Secondly, it was because of Lin Feng's internal universe. Lin Feng was a transcendent. His internal universe was the foundation. In the past year, Lin Feng's internal universe had actually begun to grow slowly. Following the reason, Lin Feng realized that the origin in his internal universe had increased again. Although it had only increased by a little, it had indeed increased. Even Lin Feng had not sensed it. Recalling carefully, Lin Feng realized that it must be due to how he refined the corpses of the 22 chaotic dire beasts. It had induced the expansion of the universe origin in his body. The universe origin could also allow Lin Feng's internal universe to slowly expand and feed back to Lin Feng's primeval body. Hence, Lin Feng could improve at lightning speed in just a year. Apart from significant improvement in the primeval true scripture, Lin Feng also gained a new understanding of chaotic martial arts and chaotic spells this year. Chaotic spells were one thing. He actually did not improve much in them. After all, spells and martial arts were actually two different paths. Very few people were proficient in both. What Lin Feng was proficient in was chaotic martial arts, especially the heaven-turning seal. Originally, only the third form of the heaven-turning seal could be considered a chaotic-level martial art. However, the power of the third form was very terrifying, surpassing ordinary chaotic martial arts. This was why Lin Feng had always used the heaven-turning seal. However, as Lin Feng's strength improved, even the third form of the heaven-turning seal could not keep up with Lin Feng's increase in strength. But since Lin Feng had not found a stronger chaotic martial art, he could only think of a way to create one himself. Coupled with the many chaotic martial arts he had currently grasped and his understanding of the heaven-turning seal, in addition to constantly practicing in his internal universe, he could use the special environment of his internal universe to grasp every trace of inspiration for martial arts. Just like that, within a year, Lin Feng successfully created the fourth move of the heaven-turning seal. Lin Feng named it the Earth-shattering seal. This was what heaven-turning and earth-shattering power was like. The power of this earth-shattering seal was extremely terrifying. Compared to the heaven-turning seal, its power was at least 3 times stronger. It was Lin Feng's true trump card. Just by relying on this earth-shattering seal and the eruption of 6 chaotic holes, Lin Feng's strength was even comparable to an advanced chaotic life form. In the past, Lin Feng would need to include the spirit suppression bell, 3,000 universe demons, and so on for his strength to be comparable to advanced chaotic life forms. But now, he was comparable to advanced chaotic life forms just by relying on the earth-shattering seal. Of course, it was only comparable in terms of offensive power. True advanced chaotic life forms improved in all aspects, not just one aspect. Lin Feng isolated the third form of the heaven-turning seal. Coupled with the self-created earth-shattering seal, Lin Feng renamed it the Heaven and Earth Seal. It meant all things in the universe, including the will of heaven and earth. Its meaning could be said to be extremely profound. In the future, as Lin Feng's cultivation level and strength increased, he could still try to create the third, fourth, or even more forms of the heaven and earth seal. On this day, Lin Feng traveled to the dark forest. There was a faint fiendish aura flickering inside. This is the dark forest. It's rumored to be the gathering place of the chaotic dire beasts on the Incendium continent, and one of the most dangerous forbidden places. Lin Feng did not have any destination for traveling, but he had unknowingly arrived at the dark forest. This was a paradise for adventurers. It was rumored that there were all kinds of miraculous medicines with incredible effects. However, there were many chaotic dire beasts, and even advanced chaotic dire beasts appeared from time to time. Even chaotic perfected persons did not dare to enter lightly. However, Lin Feng did not pay much mind to it. Coming here might be a predestined fate. Lin Feng was doing as he pleased now, so why would he care about the dark forest? Swoosh. Lin Feng rode Ao as if he was walking on flat ground, shuttling through the dark forest. This dark forest was filled with towering trees that pierced into the clouds. Every one of them was ancient, and even ancient trees that had lived for tens of thousands of years existed. There were also precious spirit herbs that were tens of thousands of years old in the mountains. If these were distributed outside, there was no knowing how many people would go insane over them. Vermilion blood grass, fireworks grass, nymphea flower. These are all supreme spirit herbs that can strengthen the chaotic body. Lin Feng's horizons were broadened. The dark forest was simply full of treasures. Just these spirit herbs alone would make countless chaotic perfected persons envious. One could find such spirit herbs just by casually walking in. One had to know that this was only the periphery. Even for Lin Feng, these spirit herbs were very beneficial. Lin Feng picked these spirit herbs one by one and began to consume them directly. He hoped to condense the seventh chaotic whole, and achieve consummation for the first level of the primeval true scripture. The primeval true scripture was divided into 3 levels, corresponding to ordinary chaotic lifeforms, advanced chaotic lifeforms, and peak chaotic lifeforms. For consummation at each level, one had to condense 7 chaotic wholes. Lin Feng could already sense that he was about to condense the 7th chaotic whole. Hence, these spirit herbs were still useful to him. Actually, to bring out the medicinal effect of the spirit herbs, it would be best to refine them into elixirs. That way, one could utilize almost 100% of the medicinal effect of the spirit herbs. If he consumed them directly, he might only be able to absorb half of the medicinal effect. It would be too wasteful. However, Lin Feng did not know how to refine elixirs, so he could only consume them directly. Fortunately, there were many spirit herbs. Lin Feng was not worried about wasting them at all. No one had plucked the spirit herbs here for countless years, so Lin Feng benefited from them. As Lin Feng consumed the spirit herbs one by one, a 6th chaotic whole was on the brink of condensing in his body. However, at this moment, there was a commotion in the forest. There was a rumbling sound, as if tens of thousands of horses were galloping, instantly alerting Lin Feng. Quadruped Cloud Dragon. Lin Feng opened his eyes and saw a huge chaotic dire beast, which appeared as if it was stepping on clouds. It instantly transformed into a stream of light and pounced towards Lin Feng. Chapter 831 Quadruped Cloud Dragon and AO. 831 Quadruped Cloud Dragon and AO. The quadruped cloud dragon was the most common chaotic dire beast on the Incendium continent. It was a natural chaotic life form, and was very fast. It could also spit flames, but not chaotic flames. Actually, it was somewhat similar to AO, but one of them lived in the chaos, and the other was a specialty of the Incendium continent. Gore. Before Lin Feng could attack, AO suddenly roared, looking at Lin Feng with a trace of anticipation. "Oh, you want to go?" AO nodded. Although he did not know why AO was so excited to see the quadruped cloud dragon, Lin Feng still nodded and patted AO's head. "All right, let's go then." AO appeared very excited. Its body expanded slightly, and 3 huge heads grew out. All of them were very sinister and terrifying. Immediately after, AO transformed into a stream of light and charged towards the quadruped cloud dragon. Thud. The 2 chaotic dire beasts were like natural enemies. Once they clashed, the battle was abnormally intense. Practically neither retreated. Both pounced at each other in a frenzy, fighting with their lives on the line. Lin Feng was still very cautious, paying attention to the situation at all times. If AO was no match or was in danger, Lin Feng would intervene. However, as the battle progressed, Lin Feng realized that AO was slowly gaining the upper hand. Although AO's body was also riddled with wounds, and it looked very sinister and terrifying, it was indeed gaining the upper hand, for the quadruped cloud dragon was in an even worse state. Swoosh. A gust of wind blew past. The quadruped cloud dragon opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of flames, instantly enveloping AO's entire body. The surrounding forest was ignited by the flames, and quickly turned into charred wood. However, AO appeared very excited. Its 3 heads also shook violently. Then, it aimed at the quadruped cloud dragon and spat hard as well. Boom. A large amount of flames spewed out. However, what came out of AO's mouth was not ordinary flames, but terrifying chaotic flames. This was the chaotic flames that AO had accumulated over this period of time. Although it was not much, it was enough to deal with the quadruped cloud dragon. The violent chaotic flames instantly enveloped the quadruped cloud dragon. No matter how the quadruped cloud dragon wailed, it was useless. Gradually, the quadruped cloud dragon stopped struggling. It was constantly burned by the chaotic flames, and even its body was burned to ashes. In the end, only a bright, flaming gem was left behind. Ao's eyes were filled with excitement. It swallowed the flaming gem on the ground in one gulp, and a comfortable expression appeared on its face. Its originally battered body was also recovering rapidly. Its body was even growing a little taller, and its overall aura became stronger. There's something you need on the quadruped cloud dragon that can increase your strength. Lin Feng also understood. Clearly, be it the quadruped cloud dragon or AO, both seemed to have something that attracted the other party. Once they defeated the other party, they could devour it, and their strength would increase greatly. Lin Feng knew the legend of Aos. Although most Aos were ordinary chaotic lifeforms in the chaos, there were also some powerful Aos, which were advanced chaotic lifeforms, or even peak chaotic lifeforms. This meant that Lin Feng's AO was far from reaching its limit, and could still continue to improve. All right, AO, there might be many quadruped cloud dragons in the dark forest. There'll be time for you to enjoy yourself. Lin Feng patted AO's head. Immediately, AO rubbed against Lin Feng's leg affectionately. Unfortunately, there are no more spirit herbs. Lin Feng shook his head. He had just arrived at the dark forest and found so many spirit herbs, but he still could not condense the seventh chaotic whole. He was just a little bit away. However, if there were so many spirit herbs in the periphery of the dark forest, there must be even more spirit herbs in the depths of the dark forest. Hence, Lin Feng continued to venture deeper. At the periphery, he encountered the quadruped cloud dragon. This was a dire beast that was a natural chaotic life form. This meant that the dark forest was indeed filled with danger. Lin Feng continued deeper and encountered a group of purple bats. All of them were very terrifying, and they whistled over like a dark cloud. All of them were peak half-chaotic life forms. The Bat King in the lead was a natural chaotic life form. These were purple bats. Hundreds or thousands of purple bats swarmed over. Even natural chaotic life forms would be trapped to death by them. Hence, they were dire beasts even more terrifying than the quadruped cloud dragon. Lin Feng had only entered the dark forest for a short period of time, and he had already encountered the quadruped cloud dragon and the purple bats in succession. Northwest Wonder, this place was classified as a forbidden place. If someone had encountered these two kinds of chaotic dire beasts alone, even an ordinary peak chaotic life form would find it difficult to do anything. However, seeing so many purple bats rushing over, Lin Feng was unmoved. Even the expression on his face did not change at all. Heaven-turning seal. Lin Feng extended his hand, and the 6 chaotic holes in his body were instantly unsealed. Boom. A huge palm enveloped these purple bats, as if the world was upside down. The huge hand slammed down hard. The insufferable horde of purple bats cried out in alarm and fled in all directions. However, they were locked onto by Lin Feng's heaven-turning seal. None of them could escape, and were instantly reduced to dust. Even the purple Bat King was no exception. The dark forest instantly fell silent. A huge palm print appeared on the ground in the open space. Even Lin Feng was a little surprised. Its power has increased again. Looks like my understanding of the heaven-turning seal has deepened, so its power has naturally increased. Even the power of Lin Feng's heaven-turning seal had increased. The earth-shattering seal was probably even stronger. Of course, Lin Feng did not need to use the earth-shattering seal against this mere horde of purple bats. Going deeper. Lin Feng rode on Ao's back again and slowly went deeper into the forest. Along the way, Lin Feng picked and collected all the spirit herbs he encountered. He did not consume them immediately. He planned to accumulate more spirit herbs and condense the 7th chaotic whole at one go, thereby cultivating the first level of the primeval true scripture to the state of consummation. Lightning. Suddenly, Lin Feng looked up and realized that a dark cloud had appeared in the sky. A huge bolt of lightning descended instantly. Someone is using the lightning drawing technique. Lin Feng was a little surprised. The lightning drawing technique was a chaotic spell. Only chaotic perfected persons could use it. In other words, there was a chaotic perfected person fighting nearby. Lin Feng was a little surprised. The dark forest was a famous forbidden place. Normally, no one would dare to enter it. He did not expect someone to dare to enter the dark forest. Like himself. Who is it? Lin Feng patted Ao's head. Then, Ao transformed into a stream of light and quickly ran towards the depths of the dark forest. Swoosh. Ao suddenly stopped. Its expression was a little hesitant, as if it had sensed some terrifying aura. It hesitated slightly. Lin Feng could already see that in the forest in the distance, a huge and terrifying dire beast with hundreds of eyes was fighting a woman. In elegantly flowing white robes.